APG full of roster changes, full of turmoil, but still punching strong. And I know that there's quite a lot of supporters out there. The organization as a whole, APG, is rather solid, actually.
What surprises me a lot about APG, and what for me is the most disheartening, is the fact that more often than not, when they lose games, it's not that they got beaten, it's that they kind of throw them. So they'll be in a situation where the game is very winnable. They're actually succeeding. They're actually getting the draft going in the way that it should be.
Yeah.
But then, like, something just falls apart. Like 25, 35 minutes into the game, something just goes wrong.
Do you think they're just incredibly unlucky?
It could just be, yeah.
It feels, I agree with Snake there, because it kind of feels like when it gets to a certain point, they all play their own game and not together. And it is disheartening. I mean,
I've heard the term pub stars thrown around.
Yeah, they are essentially a team of pub stars.
They've always ended up. So is it accurate to say that they are the gatekeepers to the top spots? Have to beat APG before going ahead? Maybe not for this tournament.
I don't think I think you were right at a point where they were sort of like that you had to funnel everything through them.
Yeah.
Now it's like
they're another statistic to get through.
Yeah. At this point, like they're not consistent enough to justify that gatekeeper status. I always feel like the teams that should be gatekeepers are teams that will always, no matter what, they're gonna get in. They're always gonna get top 4, top 3. But with APG, there's just too much going on at this point to know for sure.
All right. So let's have very quick predictions.
O'Malley Clockwork.
So your side is on APG.
No,
you want APG to win this one?
I want Pulse to win.
I want Pulse to win because Pulse. But O'Malley Clockwork, I just want to see O'Malley Clockwork because that guy is really good on that hero.
He is. He's exceptional.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see. And let's see if APG can actually bring it home as we are ready for the draft. We should be heading on in there momentarily. Seems we're having a few technical issues. They're just sorting out the last few bits and bobs.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Who do you predict?
Me.
Yeah. Where's your head?
I gotta be honest. You know, we've been ragging on APG all that much.
Not ragging on them. Like they're still valid players.
They're great. They're fantastic. And
like I said, we're disheartened because we love the guys. They're extremely talented. It's just something is not gelling at the moment currently.
But I'm not going to go with Pulse. I'm going to go with APG because I still feel that almost every single time we go through this discussion, and inevitably we say APG maybe 5th. Maybe 5th, maybe 4th. They always end up 4th, 3rd. 4th or 3rd. So I still feel that they have the gonads to get to that 3rd or 4th place.
Of course they do. They've got heavy potential to do that.
I think it depends a lot on... I think they need Invoker. I think the more Invokers come out for ACG, the better their chances of placing overall. I think at this point in the tournament, or just at this point in their careers as a team, the most important thing is them picking heroes that they're comfortable with. Because if the situation around the game isn't very comfortable, then fine, cool, it's harder to solve that problem, but you can solve the issue of the game. Just play heroes that you're very comfortable with, heroes that you win with a lot. And traditionally, it's always been their go-to hero when they're struggling to win games and tournaments. It's just pick Invoker every time, and then ACG makes a way. So I think there's another one of those games going to come down to the mid lane a lot.
Yeah, the other thing is, of course, APG plays in the new way. We've just spoken about Pulse as the old champions.
Yeah.
The champions of really old times. Yes, they have that pool of experience to play for.
And Doppler and Smacker
Doppler's almost untouchable back in those days. But it's time for the new age, baby.
Yeah, it is. You know, the new age has to work, though.
I mean, you look at players like Bob Yules and Flanks. You know, you have those guys, and they're also not new. They've been around for 5-6 years, not in APG, but around. They've been at Rages 2013, 2012. They've been at those lands. So we've got veterans on both sides here. It's not like these players are new. It's not like they're going against a new team. It's when you don't have your team synergy, everything falls apart. I mean, we saw with Energy in the beginning of this year, star-studded players, but they weren't doing anything. And then when they started gelling together, now they're taking top 3 places, and they've been consistent in the last couple of months, being in the top 3 in the country. But in the beginning of the year, when they weren't gelling properly just yet, they were not doing so well.
That being said, though, the APG does have an X factor in conspiracy.
Yeah.
I've never seen this play online, and most of us haven't really seen him play that often. So
another pub star, though. Conspiracy. You don't want to see him in a pub game. You're like,
if I'm searching a public game and I find a conspiracy,
then
that's
you're just
it.
like, yep, I'm out,
done.
guys. I'm done. But he could actually show up. He could be that player that, like, all right, guys, because I think he could be the new talisman for the team. I think that's what APG is missing. I think all of the top teams have a talisman player, that guy that you're all going to rally behind, that no matter what you do, you ensure that he's having a good game, and then you can potentially win.
Whilst the side of Pulse has Doppler.
Like, Pulse seems like more of a team to me.
Yeah, they seem more of a
So there's no
unit.
single star that you have to chase after, because often what happens is if there's a single star on the team, the opposing team will go to shut them down.
Well, the thing is, the benefit of having people like Conspiracy is Conspiracy plays in stacks with APG a lot, even when he wasn't with the
So
team.
they're good friends.
So they're good friends. They know each other well. I mean, I join every now and again when I'm privileged to. Easy win for me, easy compendium points. I just play a position 5, get the wards. Here we go, guys. Walk around with brown boots and a magic stick. But honestly, these guys know each other well. They're great friends. They get along. So that could also work in their benefit. And this is the first time he is at a LAN, as you so stated. But just having that player as friends could also work out for them in the end. So we can expect quite a bit from APG here, potentially. I'm just going on their past performances in the last couple of months have been a bit shaky. Has been.
Also, I think it's probably better for them that their matchup against Pulse right now, both of these teams coming into this event, right? None of the other teams, I don't think, would have expected either of these two teams to do especially well. So it's probably better for them to be matching up against each other rather than against anyone else, because against anyone else, then it's obviously you're now on the back foot. You're considered to be the losing side, almost as it were.
Yeah.
But in this situation, it's more even playing field. Like, both teams are not in situations where they can definitely say we're top 4 teams, but they're like sort of murkier in the middle, not really sure what's going on. So it's a good thing that both of these guys are going up against each other rather than one of the teams that's like guaranteed to be top 3.
In terms of matchup, this is a relatively even matchup between these two teams.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, the draft is just about to kick off again. Quick hero predictions. Are we going to see anything like we saw in the last game? I mean, none of us saw Monkey King coming.
No one's going to pick Monkey King.
Is this going to be another mad draft?
APG might pick Kunkka though.
Yeah, they might pick Kunkka.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm expecting Clockwork. I'm expecting Invoker, Clockwork, that type of thing. Just some comfort picks.
Probably PLT ban Invoker, I think.
Yeah, most likely banning, but if they don't get a ban, they'll probably get it through. Or Ember. ACG loves Ember as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and see as the draft is well underway. So, first out the gates is going to be a Viper.
I think they saw the last game. They're like, we're going to deny you that Viper death ball. There's something I was actually talking to Scorpio about the other day about how many Vipers we'll see this tournament. I think we'll probably see a lot more than this. Like these poisonous type of corrosive heroes that just force you out of the lane and you can't do anything. I think we'll see a lot of those banned out.
Castaway had some strong words to say about Viper mid.
Yes, he did. He said for him it throws the mid mechanics off balance because you can't harass him and he can harass you because it doesn't even aggro creeps when he cues you.
Yep.
So, and it's not that you can't harass him because if you're a leveled corrosive skin, you're taking more damage. And it's just something that you don't potentially want to lane against. But here's we've seen this a lot. Shadow Shaman's been picked up more often than not. It's either banned or picked these days.
It's good for the lane. Also allows you push potential. Also, like Ether Shock does a crazy amount of damage. Like if you're some offlane player and then you get stunned once and you get hit by level 2 Ether Shock, you just die instantly. It's super annoying.
Yeah, and also the level 25 is pretty ridiculous. Double damage on Ether Shock. It's basically a Laguna Blade every 8 seconds, I believe.
Yeah, it's good damage.
Then it's more the base attack damage now. That's almost equivalent to Tree's base damage. So it's just it's a good harasser, it's a good disabler, and of course you can just leave wards there and take a tower. It's also a support that can find farm easily on the map because of his Ether Shock.
It's also one of the few heroes that's actually still good against Spirit Breaker. You can catch him out when he's charging from anywhere as long as you have a semblance of vision.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised they pick it directly into it, but at the same time Rasta's pretty squishy.
He is squishy, but he's got the Hex. He's got 2 disables to work with for the Spirit Breaker himself.
Yeah.
Is it as simple as just picking heroes with a high win rate? I mean, Shadow Shaman sitting at one of the top spots at 62% win rate.
Well, they've got a high win rate for a reason. It's a very effective hero. It's an aggressive support. It's got disable. It's got push. It's got everything you want, and it's also a support that's self-sustaining. You don't have to, create space for it to farm. Or he doesn't have to, wait to buy wards because he can easily farm the creep wave himself. He doesn't have to. It's like a Cottle. You stand in the lane, you wave a creep wave, you've got enough for awards.
Well, if it's that simple, then I mean, Spirit Breaker is currently sitting at 82% win rate.
Yeah,
That's a good hero. And even the way that Pulse are banning right now, they're going to ban out heroes which Spirit Breaker can't kill with a +1. So taking out DP, like they probably help you on the side of Pulse. Queen of Pain is banned out. They don't have to ban it themselves now. So they could even allow the Lina pick to go through, or they say whatever, we can still kill that hero. And APG are trying to get themselves an easy mid matchup for ACG. So I don't know. I think right now, if you're APG, you probably ban out you ban Lina, maybe TA. You don't want to play against if there's a Spirit Breaker in the game.
And it's also, the Spirit Breaker gives that scare factor around the map. It's like picking a Pudge or Morani. You always have to watch out for that hook or that arrow. Here, you can't just safely assume that you can farm a lane solo with no backup, because there's going to be a Spirit Breaker getting you. It does make you more aware of where you are on the map, and it does, you can't just simply gank or go on a hero, because the Spirit Breaker could pitch up at any time. So it does create that space around the map.
Look at this ban. They ban out the Bloodseeker, so they pretty much all the major mid-vision heroes are taken out. Night Stalker and Spirit Breaker as well as Bloodseeker taken out now. I'm kind of surprised that they banned this. I thought someone's going to pick it at some point this weekend, but I guess you don't want to play against the Sand King Bloodseeker, because what happens, you get stunned and then instantly after the Blood Riot, you can't win team fights.
No, you literally cannot. But it's also fun against Spirit Breaker. I mean, you rupture him while he charges. You just can't do anything. But another thing about Bloodseeker that's incredibly strong right now is the Aghanim Scepter. 2 ruptures in 1 team fight. Yeah. It's not fun. And everything he does is pure damage. So you can't even BKB. You silence everything.
You just have to enjoy life.
You just have to enjoy life and sit there. Yeah.
AA might come out for APG. It's super strong actually with Faceless Void and Rasta. Yeah, if they pick this actually, because they can go in the safe lane with this Faceless Void. You drop Cold Feet on someone, you get them with 1 hex, guaranteed stun, pretty easy kill, even if it is Sand King. So
do you think we're going to see it as an offlane Faceless, or are we going to do the carry thing?
Most Voids I've seen these days play carry. I feel like the hero's better in the carry position. Like when you play this in the offlane, all you're relying on is him getting level 6 on the bubble, and doesn't really do too much. You can barely get kills anymore.
Yeah. Blink Aghanims, and of course maybe a Lincoln Sphere. But it did work, because if you have damage to outside of chrono, it's literally just the big disable every 60 seconds with an axe. So it's still viable in the offlane for me.
It just takes too long to get there, I think.
It does take long, but then there is Midas to help you, and there's more creeps available. The offlane is a lot easier these days.
Yeah, there's like 3 offlanes.
Yeah. Oh yes,
now
baby,
they do have damage inside.
Classic combo.
I was thinking that Pulse might actually go for this, like a hero that has a silence. I wasn't actually sure if they'd go for the complete silencer, but now this gives them like major team fight. But the problem is they have a small cooldown. Like all their major ultimates, with the exception of Sand King, take quite a while to cool down. So it does. But APG's ultimates aren't really short timed either. That being said, APG does have the easier potential to push just after taking a team fight with the Rust Awards.
And definitely, I mean, the Witch Doctor ulti at the moment is very, very strong, especially if you do get the Aghanim Scepter. True Strike. So, normally you pick a Windrunner, that type of thing.
Strudel Strike.
Strudel Strike, yeah. Normally you would pick up, something like that, and then Witch Doctor ulti is pretty much ineffective. But now it goes through all of that, so it's essentially a bouncing ulti with a free MKB attached to it.
And if we're talking ultis, here comes the Earthshaker to play. You've been looking forward to this guy.
We knew we would see
one of my favorites. Oh, he's so much fun.
It's rough this game though, because looking at these heroes, this is probably support silencer. So if it's a silencer, Jug, Spirit Breaker as support, like in the trial lane, it's super hard to play Earthshaker. You just take so much damage in the early game, and like Spirit Breaker can always charge you even over and above your fissure. So there's no guaranteed safety net there.
This is a very hard game for the Spirit Breaker, and they've just got so much lockdown. If they combo, you are stunned forever. There's no time to BKB, nothing. If they get their combo on point, they are going to be stunned for days. There's nothing they can do.
APG need like TA. They need a lot more damage at this point, because they're relying on the Faceless Void to be able to get the team fight started, but he's not going to have damage for a while, so you need a hero that has a very early power spike. TA, Storm Spirit, you don't want to play Storm versus Silencer though. No, and you want something that has like a decent-ish matchup. Even OD actually wouldn't be terrible, because that's also damage into the Chronosphere.
And there's already 2 strength heroes on the field for Pulse, so OD's definitely a good pick.
OD into Silencer?
I just buy BKB instead of like rushing the 4-star.
Quite late game.
You do what you have to do. Like I've even seen ODs buy Manta style to get out of the global silence.
It's really great against things.
DK. This is even better, actually, getting DK. Because now there's no way at all that APG are going to lose the mid lane matchup. Like Pulse is going to, no matter how hard they try to collapse on DK, they can't kill him, even a Spirit Breaker charging that lane. And also they can't charge the safe lane because Faceless Void is there. The only place they can go to is kill Earthshaker. So they'll be forced to kill Earthshaker multiple times, but I don't think it'll really matter for APG's playstyle overall.
So what you're saying is APG's looking good.
Yeah, I actually prefer this APG
my prediction,
draft.
baby.
No, they really are looking good. I mean, DK is an amazing hero all around. I mean, your Breathe Fire reduces the damage of the other team. You've got a nice solid stun.
think they need
you regen faster than they can do damage at one point, and then obviously the ulti is great at pushing towers. It does essentially splash damage, not cleave. It's get a different type of damage, but it's still the same thing. And when his ulti's up, it's such an easy push. I mean, now they've got the Shadow Shaman and the DK. I mean, those are easy towers. Early game, from level 6. Gone.
That being said, though, Pulse can now basically pick whatever for the mid lane. They could decide to just try to destroy this DK with like Viper or Razor. Oh, Viper's been banned, yeah. They could pick Razor. But they can literally pick any mid lane matchup because none of these heroes from APG really rotate all that well unless Earthshaker decides not to really play in the offlane position. So they could go Wind Ranger, Storm. Actually, Storm Spirit's really good with Silencer on your team.
Look, which Dr. Shadow Shaman they can effectively gank nicely. They both got damage nuke, I mean, stun maledict into Ether Shock, Hex. I mean, they can easily pick up heroes around the map, but they feel like they're going to be babysitting more than rotating.
Yeah.
So what is Pulse really looking for here?
I think this is one of the situations where you're like, what do you want to play mid? You actually ask that question because it's such an open field. You can literally do anything. Like
Necro.
Oh, yes. I wanted Necro. I'm glad this came out. All right, so Necro is super good against DK, super good against Earthshaker, and very good against the Faceless Void.
Yeah.
And it's Smacker playing it up. Ooh. This changes things, actually.
It really does, yeah.
Actually, I want to stick with Pulse. I think Necro beats out these heroes.
Pulse?
Yeah, I want to go back to
You're
Pulse.
sticking with Pulse? I'm sorry, baby. I'm sticking with my boys of APG. Let's see if my boys in the casting booth are ready. Boys, make some noise for Hellbird.
Well, I'm certainly quite keen on this one, Reigns. It's APG versus Pulse Gaming. Of course, I've got to say, man, I think APG are probably the side that's going to walk away tops in this one.
I'm looking forward to the Conspiracy Void. We haven't seen him really much competitively this year. He's just joined APG as a carry. But that Dragonite pick, as the panel said, was a really good one. Seeing as you can play defensively on it and then later turn into a huge core and get the BKBs and then fight out later in the game. But nonetheless, Pulse Gaming's also got the Necrophos. We haven't seen much of that in the South African scene. I don't know if it's been picked at all. Waiting for Sargon to prove me wrong for that. But, you know, they have solid lineups for both of them. Pulse has pretty much meta picks right now. But we'll see. Smacker, Doppler, I'm pretty sure they plan ahead for this game.
Well, yeah, without further ado, let's get this one underway. So I will have the absolute pleasure of introducing Pulse. We'll be Fady on the Juggernaut, Dar will be handling the Spirit Breaker, Doppler picks up the Silencer towards the middle lane, we'll have Smacker on the Necrophos, and last but not least, it will be Deathy on the Sanking. Friends, why don't you go ahead and introduce the boys from APG.
So the Dire side, ACG on the Dragonite mid, Conspiracy, Faceless Void, O'Malley, Earthshaker. This I want to see. Bobules on the Witch Doctor, and then Phalanx on the Shadow Shaman.
So, I mean, this is a pretty interesting draft to me because one of the things that I noticed is that this looks a lot like really old school Dota. I mean, Faceless Void, Conspiracy going to be handling that one. It's something we haven't seen, well, we have seen of late, but something we haven't seen for a long time, right? So it's interesting to see how Dota once again has shifted to this one position Faceless Void. Yeah. But once again, this is fight night, man. These teams are both going to be crazy and fighting, and really what we're picking here is the Chronosphere. So they have the backup for it, right? Shadow Shaman, Serpent Wards, as well as the Death Doctor, why not? Let's go with that. The Death Doctor and his Death Ward is going to be pretty interesting to see how that pulls up and if they choose to use it as a combination or if they're going to use the Serpent Ward to actually just push towers.
Well, talking about old school, we've got the Witch Doctor and the Shadow Shaman, as you said. The Death Doctor, I really like that. But with those two supports in the safe lane, they will provide the farm for Conspiracy to get up early in the game. I think around 20-25 minutes, he should be able to get his cores up and then get ready to fight.
I hope we get more than or sooner than 25 minutes. I want to see fighting right about now. I mean, it's been a while since I've got cast some Dota, and I tell you what, I'm just waiting for the laning phase to be over and for these silent, happy friends to turn into vicious, vicious enemies. This is going to be a pretty interesting one for me, though. The middle lane and matchup, Smacker versus ACG. It's kind of like no one should do much in this. You'd expect the DK to find some farm. It's unlikely that Smacker can really pick up a kill on ACG.
Yeah, I think as soon as he gets the Heartstopper aura, it is going to, you know, not really, but ACG is going to need to be aware of his survivability, but there are possible rotations. I like the position for Earthshaker in this sec, that he can just rotate mid anytime he wants, grab the TP early in the game, and then just help the DK out.
So speaking of Earthshaker, it's my favorite hero, well kind of, Sandking's really my favorite, but this is my favorite hero on the other side, but the Doppler effect in the bottom lane, having getting stunned up here.
Doppler, very interestingly, pick up the Glaive of Wisdom as the first one. I mean, you know, as a second hero, you want your supports to be there early, so it's not necessarily, but, you know, he wants the last hits. So that's, as a carry, position 1 silencer, you need to try to get more, position 4 silencer, you're going to need to try and maybe get the arcane curse, for instance, to just help your carry out, which is Fady, to get the last hits, which he's doing okay. He's got 5, a little bit behind the Faceless Void, but no, he's going to get it for sure
the stun up onto Death here. This could be your first play. He has Maledict as well, but that is a very low level. Will Burrow strike past Phalanx, but still a couple. Oh, he evaded it. He was from the low ground. I don't think it would have mattered too much, but that was pretty dicey. That was pretty close. Deathy does survive the first engagement here, but obviously Bobules and friends are showing a lot of aggression in the top lane. Why not? Sand King can be a real menace to deal with late game, or later on in the game if he does find some farm.
That actually created a lot of space for APG. Now they can just farm easily. Sand King is really low right now. Can't really get into the lane to push, and I think APG knows this. They're just letting Conspiracy out, just getting all those lost yesterday and sitting on 12 right now with 8 denies.
Yeah, that is actually the highest in the game at the moment, 12 and 9 at this point. Followed by the Juggernaut Fady in the bot lane, he's picked up 11 for 7. So it's all pretty fair at the moment, but it must be said that Earthshaker is doing a slightly better job here, just denying a little bit of farm, I guess. But top lane once more. Deathy could be in a lot of trouble here. He's got Bobules, Phalanx also in this round. Do they have any sort of reveal? They will drop the ward. Conspiracy following up, trying to do anything, but Deathy picks the right route here, and Phalanx still interested in this, but there's just nothing in it, man. Although he does tag a shooter as well with them, but he should be able to just walk this one off. Shadow Shaman is slow as death, so won't have too many concerns about that one. Middle lane, there is also some action going on towards it. There's going to be the gang coming in from Dara, but once again, no one quite able to pick up the first blood yet.
I think Dara is just sneaking first blood over there for the Dragon Knight. He goes to the bottom though, so O'Malley could be in trouble over here on the Earthshaker.
And it looks like he is away. He does have the ward up, so he's going to back off. And in fact, Spirit Breaker realizes that this is in fact not the fight he wants, and he's going to head off back towards the jungle as well. But O'Malley does have quite a big stack coming up here, so I think he wants it, but he's got to be very careful because once again, with Fady there, he of course can put up quite a lot of damage for a low-level carry already. And Silencer also going to be able to give quite a big smack as well with the Glaive of Wisdom as well. Towards middle lane though, Smack also taking a little bit of harassment here from SG, but I think as expected, these lanes pretty quiet right about now. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, obviously DK heading towards a level 6 would want to use that Elder Dragon form just to put a little bit of harassment onto the towers.
Yeah, to push on the towers a little bit. They have the capability to push early in the game as well. You've got the Earthshaker who can TP to mid whenever it's ready. He bought his Boots of Speed recently, so with that he's got no survivability right now. So if the Earthshaker wants to teleport mid or even walk mid right now, he's going to need to, just make sure that the Dragon Knight has the mana to do so, because he's running out of that right now. And otherwise, I don't think they're going to fight that early. Level 6 is really close, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. But meanwhile, they're going to need to contest Fady and his 2 supports in the safe lane.
Fair comment. I'm not too sure what the pause is about, but hopefully it won't take too long. I'm sure that these players are just giving us the good old customary SA Dota 2 pause. But it's a great opportunity, I guess, just to welcome the crowd that is slowly growing here at EGE. And of course, for those of you watching online, if you are in Cape Town and you are not here yet, you are making a mistake. This place is awesome, and you have to actually see it for yourselves. So let's help them out a little bit, guys. We're in the casting booth. I don't know if we can make some noise all the way in here, but I want to try you out and see if you actually can. So can we hear it from the Cape Town Dota fans for these 2 sides, APG and Pulse? Make some noise.
Oh,
well, I can hear it.
That was brilliant.
I hopefully the guys in the stream can hear it as well. But it was pretty loud. We're on, kind of silence booth, so
Yeah.
But you can join that noise. We'll see if you can join the challenge. See if you can actually get all the way through into this booth. But Reigns, once again, this game paused up pretty early on. Do you think anyone's got a bit of an edge yet?
Well, it's not even yet until the 5-minute mark. They're all farming really nicely. I think Faceless Void with the 24 last hits dominating that lane. That actually pushes the Sand King, quite a bit, towards the worst end. I mean, he's got his 2 last hits. Not really sure. I'm just bringing him on the camera now. He's got his Boots of Speed. So with that, he's able to just get in, maybe take a last hit or 2, get out again. But the support from APG side is not allowing that. You can see he's already, or they're already on the other side of the map. They're just searching for the Sand King, trying to block out the jungles, getting that Dire Ward up there. It's got a minute left, so that's okay. Yeah, but so they're going to need to try to be more aggressive in the top lane to allow the Faceless Void to farm as much as he can. So with that, I think that Deathy is struggling quite a bit right now.
Well, most importantly, ACG says he's ready, so almost about time to get back into this one. Dara says ready, we're about to go back into game any second now. The G's are called, let's do this, boys. I'm ready for some action again. Let's see where it happens. Okay, fine. That's why I say action. But 4 minutes in, there's probably not going to be a lot of action just yet. But as mentioned, I think he raised a very good point here. Deathy, he's getting a really hard time with... In fact, he's getting a really hard time. Caught out here, the stun kind of stacked though. He will immediately go into that sandstorm. There's no reveal this time around. So he should be A-okay. What level is this Maledict? I guess is the important question. It's only level 1 still. So I think he lives, but... never mind. Never mind. There's your first blood. Bobules goes down. Or rather, Bobules gets the first down. Deathy going to be your first blood here, and that actually changed things up because they were slightly ahead beforehand, but oh, there we go. Now once again, we're just dancing. These two sides absolutely locked up here as far as net worth goes. Once again, it's the Faceless Void though on the top lane. He's getting the best of the times at the moment, but that's only because he has been pretty much guarded perfectly by two supports.
Yeah, and I actually like that the position 5 for APG that's got the first blood, because that actually allows him to bring more wards, you know, if he can. Luxury items such as the Boots of Speed would be pretty important. As you saw, when Sand King extended into the Dire Forest, it wasn't very easy to try and take on Deathy, but right now I think they might actually have a chance here with the supports coming up.
Well, at the moment we do see the one rotation coming through. It's the angriest man on the map, the Spirit Breaker as well. He hasn't been particularly active just yet. I mean, not like there's great opportunities from him at this stage. O'Malley playing very, very cautiously in the tree line. I guess that's one of the big differences that for the Sand King. He's pretty much out there. He's at the moment going to try and use this sandstorm to try and get a couple of losses, but he is just outside the range of that sentry, which is magnificent positioning. We'll give it to him. We'll suggest he did it on purpose. Of course, he is going to struggle a little bit with this large creep camp. They're simply just going to move off the lane quite often, and he's, as you can see, not getting a huge amount off it just yet. But at least trying to get something out of the lane as the pulls are coming through from Phalanx at the moment.
Yeah, this is actually working really well for him as an offlane. You're going to kind of need to get the necessary gold. Oh, right now, actually getting found out by Phalanx. Phalanx just getting another Deathy sandstorm in his face right now. So he's not going to get the pull in, but hopefully Deathy gets those creeps.
They actually don't have any sentry wards in this lane at the moment.
Yeah, not now.
So he can get away with this. He's a bit scared though, and rightly so. He does in fact get caught up by the Chronosphere here. Phalanx also in support, but do they have the damage up with Shackles? Nicely timed there. The other Witch Doctor coming in from the backline. The charge is great. Hits all three, but Darren now potentially in trouble. Does back off immediately. Should be fine. But actually a pretty great charge doing all three and almost saving his friend out there. Because the Maledict actually wasn't on him, so potentially Dara could have been able to save his friend, but just a fraction too late. Bot lane as well now, Mali. He's being hunted here by Fady. Goes all the way down towards the Radiant Tower. And he's going to TP back to his shrine, so he'll be okay. Could see a little bit of a clash with Bobules. He's interested, gets down a Observer Ward on the actual shrine. Fighting for vision at the moment.
Yeah, it's great vision, especially if you want to gang the Sand King. Let's say going to the jungle, they've got secret shop. But otherwise, yeah, it's they're trying to play more aggressively. So planting the wood like that, they're able to see him at secret shop as well. You can see Deathy though, both of his deaths go, you know, against the whole pulse deaths in a row. So right now 0-2, not working out so well for the Sand King. Actually, just barely below the Earthshaker, which is on the offlane for APG.
Yeah, it's been a pretty rough time for Deathy at the moment. He's actually sitting with the... He's the bulk of the damage right now. So he's got both deaths on the side. But they did manage to pick up the cross kill a little bit early on Bobules. He was off on a warding mission that we didn't quite spot out. And he was brought down by, I believe it was the good old Spirit Break. Surprise. And guess what? He's charging. He's definitely not going to make anything of this. He's not a fool. Cancel this one as he gets close to creep wave. Apparently, yeah, I was going to say, that's dangerous, friend. You don't know where those supports are. At the moment, fortunately enough, Phalanx isn't actually in this round, so you might be able to get a little bit of XP as we do see Deathy. He's making his way into the jungle from top lane, trying to get a little bit of farm done, which is actually pretty helpful for him. He's actually quite far ahead as far as last hits go. Then the Earthshaker doesn't have the same luxury. Speaking of which, he's just been really irritating, right? He's got the trample boots up, so he's very, very fast. He's relying mostly on his fishes to find some sort of farm and to bring back the creep wave. But the big thing about O'Malley is he hasn't died and he's found experience. Top lane, we could see a little bit of action here. They are interested in Conspiracy, but once again, the supports are pretty keen on fighting. They have been the most aggressive of the players so far this game.
Well, the Radiant side does have a ward right there by the Dire side. So Phalanx and Bobby is spotted out.
Well,
But here comes the
he
Chronosphere.
walks into the Chronosphere as well. This is yet again another dead Deathy, and there's no way Zatara can help out his buddy here. So Deathy drops again. This is really not great for him. Just taking a quick peek at the net worth. As you can see, he's actually still ahead of the Earthshaker, so that's good, but he's feeding a Faceless Void. Now, I can tell you one thing. That's a hero you do not want to see get a lot of farm, and right now he's second on last hits, and of course being involved in 3 kills already. Mid lane, the stun comes out in the smacker. Does ACG want this? Does get hit by the death pulse. They'll even them up for the most part. Let's take a look at this tower. It's actually pretty solid as well. So even though the dragon form has been used, it's pretty even in the mid lane for the time being.
Yeah, he could have made use of his ulti right now to push up the mid lane with maybe 1 or 2 supports with him. But here comes the stun from the Sand King. Actually gets Conspiracy on the Faceless Void, but right now as a core, way too tanky.
Easy from just a time walk out of there. And pretty much undo most of the damage. Just once again, Smacker and eXdee having a little rumble here. We did, in fact, see the rotation from O'Malley. He wants pieces. We'll get through the Fissure. Smacker gets stunned up as well. But the TP comes through instantly and cancelled. But was enough to dissuade any further engagement. I just don't feel that they have the real damage threat to bring down the Necrophos with an Earthshaker and a DK. And not on his tower. And I'm not too sure what the call there was from APG, what they were expecting.
Yeah, I think they just want to maybe farm a bit more right now. I mean, the same goes towards, let's say, Sand King, for example. Deathy is trying to get his net worth up there. It is pretty high, but considered, as you said, he's got 3 deaths right now, and that's 3 kills for APG in total. Shows that, you know, he's struggling quite a bit here. Maybe should get some supports to go to the top lane, you know, help him out, maybe take down Conspiracy or either of the 2 supports once or twice for him to get back into the lane once again. But just struggling right now, but don't fret. So yeah, so much yet. It's only 10 minutes into the game, so they do have a chance to still create that space for Deathy to get the farm up as a Sand King.
Well, as I said, 10 minutes in, let's take a quick peek at the graphs at the moment. So net worth is a 600 gold lead for Pulse, and experience is also sitting about 600. That's swayed around a little bit, but this is a close game. We expected this to be a close game. These are 2 sides that are, I think, struggling a little bit, to be fair, but certainly either of these 2 sides can win this matchup, and it's a big deal, right? Because you want to save that life. These are Beer 1 winner brackets, so losing this game hurts a lot, and you can potentially beat anyone in a Beer 1, right? So this is probably their best chance at getting very far in this form. If you end up playing against the likes of Bravado, Energy, eXdee in the low bracket, you're going to have a much harder time beating them twice out of 3 times than just beating them once, or any side once in the top right. And I think we saw from the Sinister 5 WRG game early on that anything is possible in this tournament. And although obviously Sinister 5 not able to go all the distance, we didn't expect them to have as good a performance as they had. I think WG showed their class in that matchup, but certainly there was a moment that things were a little bit scary. And well, Bob feels that too, because that was pretty rough as well. Chronosphere also comes out and smacks. There's a lot here, the global silences out there, and just nothing really for them to do, as there was a very good usage of his second ability. But now, Charge comes through once again, Darren really spot on these things, and the heals are coming through. Snacker is hexed up. They're getting some support coming from Fady. Fady wants a piece of this ACG DK. He's going to lose his Dragon Form as well. That's also a loss of speed. But they're going to walk this one out, as there's not a huge one in. The big thing there, and you really got to credit this for Smacker, because he actually managed to get off Growth Shroud just moments before that Chronosphere came off. And they were just standing around there pretty much hapless, because the silence also came out from the other side of the map from Doppler. So good usage there. And remember, although that's quite a hefty investment with the global silence, Chronosphere is also a skill that's got a really big cooldown, 100 seconds. So I would say pretty much even, because that keeps the game pretty much on the same page right now, with both sides just trying to find pickoffs and a couple of last hits.
Yeah, talking about the Chronosphere, it was brilliant with the follow-up of the global silence, as you said. But that's also due to ACG going to the top lane to grab the tier 1 tower over there. So he had to rotate back into the mid lane. So if he had been there in the mid, I think they would have destroyed the hero. But now it's just a little bit of a timing that was out. But you know, you get a tower as APG, you're pretty happy with that. Should go on.
And once I've got to point out, O'Malley, he's got this big dagger queued up, right? So he's ready to start farming, but middle lane, do they have to go here? They will get a little bit of damage out onto Smacker with the Breath of Fire. And Smacker, he just seems to be having a pretty slow time. You know, just one point, he's actually topping the net worth at the moment, 6.5k.
Yeah.
So good space for him to be. And you can see APG are respecting this. They have just surrounded this area with heroes at the moment, and they want to get this middle tower. Now, a really old statistic, doesn't matter anymore, but there's a lot of truth, is that pretty much most teams that take down their opponent's tier 1 first end up winning the game. Times have changed in Dota 2 for a big way, but it can be said that this objective right here opens up a lot of the map. And I think with the kind of lineup they have with Chronosphere, they want those pickles. Bottom lane though, Maddie, he's being charged up. They know exactly where he is. Won't get the fish off in time. Fady also there. Tries to get the fish off with the Omni Slash. Perfectly timed by Fady. Will go straight over it, and they'll pick up the kill here in the bottom lane. So a nice pick off going the way of Pulse.
This is actually really great for Fady right now. Since the beginning of the game, he's just been farming and farming, getting that KDA up, and that's with the help of Necrophos being in mid lane, also covering himself. So with the supports at the bottom, just making sure that your core or your carry is getting those last hits, it is already a good investment. And now we've got ACG and Phalanx, trying to take over the tier 1 mid tower.
Yeah, this is a big investment of time and resources, but it's going to pay off quite nicely. They will use the fortification though, by themselves a little bit of time. Bot lane, they're going to look for the trade-off again. And Manny under pressure, but Bobby is going to fall first. And Manny, obviously the bigger target, but I think he's going to be okay. He does have the tower protecting mid lane though. Smacker is holding his ground here. Will in fact lose that tier 1 tower.
Oh, TP's going bottom.
But in the end,
There we go.
ACG
Phalanx.
catches out that data Spirit Break again. Looks like that's going to be the end of it though, as Fady will manage to TP out of harm's way. And Manny's still keen on this one. They've got to be careful. There's Deathy in the bot lane is actually ready to rumble here. He's got the Barrow Strike up, got about enough man, just enough mana for the Barrow Strike and the Epi if he wants it.
Yeah, this doesn't count out the Juggernaut though. I mean, since minute 0, he's just been farming up Scotty's killing spree right now. Also farming really greatly, and this is actually great about Spacker. We talked about mid. You've got to have APG guys supports just putting the pressure on you, and then you have to carry on the other side, just free farming all the way. It's 15 minutes right now. Oh, they're trying to spot out Deathy once again. Is he going to get his 4th death?
Yeah, well, they're winning for the time being. They did actually smoke up. Are they going to use this as a bit of a bait and switch? It seems a little obvious with these two tanky frontline. Obviously, Conspiracy can be locked down, but if he gets off his time walk, he's going to be just as strong as he was a moment ago. So it might be a bit obvious. Plantonix, Deathy wants a piece of it. It does get the Barrow Strike in, but there's that time walk that's going to be used just to get out of harm's way for now. And Smack on the back lines, he could end up walking straight into this team if they take it left, but it looks like the side of APG wants out. Conspiracy definitely wants out, but he's going to be a little bit careful. I think there's a smoke. They're smoking up. This is a fake back. They're going to go straight back in this. Conspiracy lining up the Fisher, does catch out Fady, but on the back lines, they were in position for this. Fork line comes out, and it's a pretty decent Chronosphere catches. In fact, 3 of them, they're beating down on Fady. He's in his blades, so he does try to get off the Omni Slash. He wasn't quite able to get off it in time. And now Dara, as well as ACG, going toe-to-toe here. They're going to bring back Dara as well. Smacker standing his ground. He's the most farmed person on the map at the moment. Does in fact stand from Fady. O'Malley getting very, very low here. They will bring him down. Smacker still wants a piece of this, still going forward. He can just run them down. At the moment, Bobby's too low to fight. Smacker gets another, and Phalanx also brought down here. It's 4 for 3, an absolutely beautiful turnaround. And of course, that is just that power of Smacker getting that space, getting that farm. And he is huge, man. He is sitting at 3k above anybody else on the map right now.
That positioning from Smacker was amazing. Top class over there, just standing there by the flag, by the bottom lane, and just hiding in the trees. So nobody could see him, the vision wasn't always there. But yeah, by the time that happened, he was full HP. Okay, fine, Spirit Breaker got down, but he was just going over APG, and that was brilliant playing from Smacker.
That was exciting stuff. The fake back with the smoke. It was looking pretty good. They got a pretty decent Fisher.
The chrono was good as well.
And a really good chrono from Conspiracy, but they just didn't have the damage output right now to really capitalize on it. And that's going to be a little bit of concern. Once the Fork Lightning came out from Phalanx, it felt like there was an immediate damage drop-off. So I don't know about you, Reigns, but I feel like they've got to get that Death Ward down a little bit sooner, get the Maledict off something, man. It just didn't look perfect. Didn't look slick.
Yeah, I think Festus Void just needed more time to farm up as well, but there was a good initiation. Yeah, you mentioned about the fake back, getting the smoke. That was the second smoke used. I think they tried to get the first smoke down, checking the first tier 1 tower, but that didn't work out really well. But otherwise, yeah, it just didn't work out for him at all. But it's still a really close score with 9-7 in the favor of Pulse.
Well, we do have another smoke Dara on the front line. Surprise, surprise, Spirit Breaker looking hungry. On the bottom lane, just worthy keeping an eye out. Conspiracy as well as Phalanx, they want to bring down this tier 1 tower. It feels like this is inverting. I feel like we've seen this story before. You got the tanky guys in front, One of them naturally tanky, one of them with some abilities to keep him alive.
Yeah.
But it looks like APG don't want to take the bait in this one. They're just going to head down bot lane, split the farm, and you can actually see this is really useful. They have DK as well as Witch Doctor finding some farming experience in their jungle. You got the bot lane, where Conspiracy obviously finding some valuable farm there, and O'Malley as well as the Shadow Shaman flanks.
Yeah, I like that they're
That's
playing.
really good usage of the space, considering that you got a cluster of angry pulse players in the top lane at the moment. But they're going to give up their tier 2 for this, and I don't think they're going to bring this down, or rather they're going to have to, hold on, they do commit the Serpent Hordes. Is this an even trade where they just got extra space?
I really think that they want to, or APG wants to play more defensively. You know, okay, they're taking down towers, but let's just be more passive. Let's just do our objectives as well. So hence
Rains.
putting down the Serpent board.
But what happens now?
No, Smacker is just way too overfarmed right now.
Because they can just keep going, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just commit your Serpent Board. Sure, you get the tier 2, but they're just saying, cool, boys, let's rumble. And they're going to go after this tier 3, do their back over. Fady looks like he's not too keen. They're all back. They have got 2 ultis down, but I don't think APG really would want, assuming Pulse would really want to disrespect the APG side and go after their high ground at 9 minutes with a mere, let's take a look. Call it a 2.5, well, actually 3k advantage in net worth and experiencing in just 2k. So I guess the wise choice, but I think they got the better of the trade in the end, since they did in fact get off. Actually, no, it's not that much damage. Actually, pretty much nothing.
Yeah, they also get the, you know, after getting the tier 2 top tower, they've got a lot of gold from that. So with the Necrophos, I think he's able to get his Shiva's Guard. Yeah, he's getting Shiva's Guard right now. So with that, I think they're just going to wait for it to get into the next fight. Not necessarily pushing into the tier 3 top, because I think they're going to need to be more prepared for that, especially with the ultis up.
So that's a big thing as well. Ulti is going to be so critical in this game. I want to point this out again. Just look at Silencer. That is a big ulti, right? But it's also got a 130-second cooldown. Chronosphere, also big ulti, but it's got a 125-second cooldown. So
It's fight up with Fady, actually dropping really low. ACG realizing there is a Spirit Breaker charging onto him, so teleporting back to base into safety.
Fady will heal up, alright?
He'll be alright.
He's got his little kitty, he's got his healing ward. I wonder what O'Malley flanks up to. I feel like this is no good. This is definitely no good. They're going to be up to something surely. No, they're parting ways. Oh man, I was excited. I thought they were going to set up another gang.
They were probably waiting for a fight, yeah, mid. You see with the Radiant side just popping up, pushing it. But once again, you get Smacker, the Necrophos, just being in front of the line. There's nothing much you can do. You waste your ultis onto this hero, they're going to get you. Juggernaut is not even there at the fight yet, so by the time he gets there, and if there's a team fight, he's able to wreck everybody with his Omni Slash.
We'll see if he does manage to do so. At the moment, he isn't rocking a huge amount of damage. He's got the Man Salve, which is obviously going to be both used defensively and offensively. But, you know, when he gets a couple of items, he's really going to hurt, especially the likes of the Witch Doctor and the Shadow Shaman. Speaking of which, they are moving towards the Glimmer Cape, at least on the Witch Doctor. So they will have some defense against it, but he's probably going to be pretty scary until that point for any support. Yeah. But once again, pick up another tier 2 tower. They're doing it pretty easily at the moment. They're just controlling this map quite nicely.
Yeah, I think Pulse is going to be, you know, pretty relaxed about this right now. This isn't necessary for the next 5 minutes, but we can see the tier 2 top tower is going to get denied by Doppler. So with that going, I think it's going to be okay for now. We've got APG trying to sit back and get those farms up, you know, try to grab some jungles and pull the creeps. I think Phalanx is doing that right now, just waiting for 54. Yeah, so with that, I think Void can get online soon, but, you know, without his diffusal, I think he's getting that right now. He's on his way to his diffusal, and then from that, he's going to get more DPS items. But right now, with just his Yasha and his Vlads, it's not going to make anything fights happen.
Fair enough. Brent, who do you think has the advantage here late game? I mean, if you compare the Void versus the Juggernaut, in a man fight 1-1, you'd kind of expect the Void to have the advantage with the Chronosphere, but if the Juggernaut lives beyond that, that changes very, very quickly.
It's a big situation. I mean, with Fady, if he rocks up onto Faces Forward 1v1, I think Faces Forward is able to escape, but if they have to go head on, I think Juggernaut is able to take him down. But for now, only because that the Juggernaut is, you know, almost one item up, which is with the Quest Ring and the Manta Style.
Well, charge coming through from Dara now, going to go onto AC. It looks like he's committing, man. He's not backing off at the moment, but does he want this? His team's coming through. Fady does want to get back in and help out. They just the curse. Thought they may have dropped the silence for a second. That would have been pretty crazy on the back line. So Deathy, very, very interested. This is messy and we haven't even started a fight yet, man.
Yeah, I think they're hinting for one. If they bait out Fady, for example, they could work out as a 5v1 gank because they're all just waiting for someone to overextend. But I think Pulse knows better. Although they don't have any wards in their own jungle or in the dire right side jungle as well. So with that going on, I think they just want to say, hey, let's just stay back. Let's just maybe push up some towers if we want to. See the Spirit Breaker trying to extend over the other side of the river, but not knowing that APG has smoked up once again and trying to look for them in the jungle.
Yeah, they're actually going, as mentioned, they're going the complete other direction now. Now, they do have some wards out here, so they know where they're not. What they might be horrified on is that they're actually setting up pretty... I mean, they've got an easy setup for this, right? And they're actually going to get a world of damage out into this tier 3 before the side Pulse can actually respond here. They're going to bring back, because they get it. They get what they came for.
Yeah, that was a good ulti. It's really worth it. I mean, this is knowing that they have probably overextended into the Dire Shrine, and with that, they just easily took down the tower, and that actually forced a lot of TPs back into base for the Radiant side. So with that, it worked in the favor of APG just a little bit too much.
Yeah, pretty... I mean, it doesn't get easier than that. They obviously wanted a little bit more out of the deal since they did pop their smoke. But, hey, why not, right? Just get a free tier 3, open up the base. And that does mean, of course, that they've also opened up the shrines, and that's a huge objective as far as map control goes. If you can bring down these guys, there's nothing left for Pulse to move around the map on. APG will be pretty happy with that movement.
Yeah, APG got a lot out of that. Witch Doctor's got his Glimmer Cape as well, so his next ultis, as you said, we need it with the Chronosphere, and he's probably going to get that fully, or into the full advantage of it.
So, let's take a quick peek at the graph, see how things are going here. It's actually still anybody's game at the moment. 2K in favor of Pulse as far as net worth goes. And XP, I mean, call it a K, but it's really, it's nothing at this point. We are 25 minutes in. And it's been, I would say, controlled is probably the best way to describe this matchup. Would you agree?
It is very controlled. I mean, for both teams even. I mean, you've got APG going, okay, let's just let them take down the top two towers, and then we're going to move on to try to destroy theirs, which worked out really well. But I can't say the same from now because Fady and his friends are going to do the same towards APG.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say this, but I mean, APG just walk in here again, do they? Surely not. If they can just walk out.
Yeah, take the tower, and then make sure they teleport in back to base, and then we leave
Hold on,
afterwards.
there's actually a burrow strike that went through. Did actually connect onto a Mali. Does he want a piece of this? Got to be careful. Conspiracy and friends are all there. But looks like both sides are going to be happy just to get out of dodge for now. Roshan. You know, when that happens, right, I kid you not, when somebody walks past the Roche pit, bad things happen. It is the pit of throw, man. These guys see it and they decide, look, we should probably take Roshan. This is probably an objective now. And the moment they start gathering like this, you know that the game is about to break up. Because unlike towers, there's only one Roshan. You can't look for the trade. There's only one big man. And it looks like they have Fadio in there. They want a pieces. I don't know if APG are in the best position right now to defend it. It looks like they know. They're all starting to converge around that area. Smack is committing. They know this is happening. They have a ward up here where they can literally see heroes walking past, and they haven't reappeared.
It's dangerous. Here we go. ACG spotting mode, pulling the BKB and ulti.
He does catch us too. It's on the back line, so I don't know if they can do a huge amount of damage. The silence comes out, and now Fady survives the time. He turns around, still should have the Omni Slash available. Doesn't have the mana though on the back lines. They have pushed back on Manny. Dara, what's a piece? Managed to catch him out with the Nether Strike, and now keeps going. Can he finish the job though? They're going to be dissuaded by that shrine, but back towards the other side of the river, they will pick up yet another kill. So in fact, it's just O'Malley standing. So this means that Roshan is done, man. This is theirs. They're going to pick it up for free, and it's a huge linchpin moment for the side of Pulse.
I just want to talk about the Roshan fight as well. So during the mid game, Pulse wanted APG to push into the tier 3s. They wanted it mid. We saw that getting to tier 2, especially when the bottom tier 3. And when Pulse teleported back to fight, APG ran away. The second time was when they went to the tier 3 top tower. When they tried to push in, get the TPs in from Fady and his friends, APG goes away again. So as soon as they saw that, they're going to go, okay, let's just go Roshan and try to bait APG from there. And then with that, they won that fight, and this is where they're going now, 13 kills compared to APG 7. Really great place from Pulse.
That may have been the moment of this matchup. Should Pulse go on to win this one, it'll be because of that. And I've got to say, for this side, this must be a pretty big deal. APG are not a side that is full of some unknowns. They haven't really been around. It's not just beating some side that is trying to find their place as well. This is APG.
Yeah.
This is a side that beat the Bravado Emotion. Not any side, but perhaps arguably WG are better now, but Bravado Emotion was the team. They were the team to beat, and come Masters last year, they were living the dream. Yeah. They knocked Bravado into the lower bracket, and right now, they are up against it. They are starting to fall behind. 7k net worth at 30 minutes is not a big deal, but the momentum is definitely starting to shift towards Pulse Gaming.
APG is definitely being more passive than they're supposed to. I mean, to be fair, they've got the festival carry, so that's going to be, fighting is out of the questions until he gets online. And then what do you do back then? You try to get your DK to farm up. He's got his BKB, he's got his armlet, which is good, but he's going to need much more than that.
When DK starts from behind, how does he catch up? Where's that mechanism? He's one of those guys that is going to have to be just ahead all the time. And if he starts falling behind, if he starts slipping on net worth, sure, he's got some hold that short spot. I'm later going to pick up the Earthshaker. Maddie falls again. So, cheers to him. And Shadow Shaman falls alongside him. Pulse ready with their tails up at this point.
Yeah, I mean, back to what you're saying, I think DK just needed to become what Necrophos is right now. I mean, Smacker just leading the lines all the time, knowing that he's so tanky right now, right? He's got his Rod of Atos there as well, but that Shiva's guard though, like whoever he catches is not going to escape. And right now with a 3 versus 5 fight, there is no offlane, no Earthshaker for the initiation. It is big trouble right now for Aperture.
No, they're going to use their fortification as well. They're trying to buy time for Maddie to come back, and he's got that Earthshaker ultimate, as you say. And he is actually pretty kitted out to get in and out of that fight with the Fintech and the Shadow Blade. But they're going to catch up Fady. Fady actually takes a lot of damage. It will also catch a paralyzing cast. Drops the healing ward. So he's going to be okay. There's a lot of stay on the side, by the way. I know we haven't spoken about it much, but you have Smack as well as Fady. It's hard. There's a lot of healing that can be done here. Yeah,
that's insane. And this is with Fady after getting that Aegis as well. So I don't think they're scared fighting right now. I mean, they just need a proper position to. They have a ward here just by the side of the bottom lane, but it's not enough. We don't really know when Bob Eels or other supports rotate from the mid lane into the river to fight. So it's a good choice that they did back off from there.
I guess it's a case of why push your luck. Almost you don't need to force this game out.
Exactly.
You have the lead, right? It's now a case of you want to stall if you're APG. But at the same time, stalling into what? As mentioned, when your DK falls behind, it becomes a real problem. I think they've got to find the pickoffs. That's probably the only way back into get that core pickoff, but you don't want to fight into an Aegis Juggernaut. That's for certain.
It's just really difficult right now. I mean, your Spirit Breaker can just teleport away. Your Sand King has Blink Dagger, and then just with the Silencer as well, not really easy to kill at the situation after getting the Drum of Endurance right now. So with that going, I think all the players right now for Pulse is difficult to kill. So who are you really going to pick off really, like with the DK?
Oh, for sure. I guess the question is, do you commit some big duty spell? Hold on. This could be interesting. Do you have the smoke coming out? Mally, this is something you want to catch out. Drops the fish as well, so it could be a little bit exposed. They do find him. They know he's there because of the fisher. They're trying to rope around though. Back towards the middle lane, you have Doppler as well as Dara on the front lines. They're going to see Bob Eels. He's going to scout this side. He knows that that's a smoke now.
That was an interesting one.
And look at the response here. I'm loving this. On the map, you can see Bob Eels back in base. Immediately, we have ACG heading down that bot lane as well as the rest of the side, just farming where they are not. So truly APG, a skilled side, a side that you expect to make some good choices under hard positions, but they may not be the side that they once were. And can Pulse exploit that, Brains?
It's a really difficult one. We've seen Pulse try to break the top racks. Let me just check with the conspiracy. Oh, it's just stacking up camps. Yeah, but I think they can break that. Probably need some vision towards the bottom lane. And with that, especially by the river, we've only got the dire vision over here. So if they do manage to try, let's say, gang them without smoke, it's not going to work. But Pulse has been really trying to push APG into a fight. And barring the Roshan fight, it really hasn't been happening.
A fair point.
Snipe over here on the courier.
Oh.
So low.
He actually get the hit off. I bet he's not going to catch him. He did actually have the Blink Dagger, but I don't think he wanted to commit the Omnislash. Hello. They did catch somebody out. It's on the back lines. They caught out the big one as well.
Oh, no, I don't know. That was just really brave. I mean, if they got the courier, it would be another decision over here. But in addition to that, losing another hero, which is your offlaner, an Earthshaker even.
It's a big, and that's just a call, and you can see the sign immediately. Deathy's like, boys, let's put some pressure on. You can see everyone making their way towards that bottom lane, and I gotta say, they gotta be careful. Conspiracy, he probably won't die if he gets caught out here, but ooh,
close one.
Yeah, he didn't. In fact, I'm not sure. The ward I think was up just in time from the time walk away, so he got a little bit fortuitous there.
Yeah.
But if they caught him out, even if he didn't die, he just was forced to pop the Chronosphere, that was probably game. They got to hold it. But they do have O'Malley back up in action. Bot lane, to be top lane, ACG doing a fantastic job. But that's the Elder Dragon form. If he doesn't force them back, that's a big deal. And he will in fact push back Deathy. And that should be the sign to back out. And it looks like the chase is on at the moment. They're all going to go forward. Conspiracy and Flanks heading up the front lines. Shadow Shaman is so slow, but so Silencer. Do they catch him out? They don't want to overextend here. Won't go across the river. Because there was a pretty hungry looking Fady would have lapped up any support that dared follow after his.
Yeah, so when I mentioned about the bottom lane needing more vision for Pulse's side, they immediately got the one, aggressively as well. So with that, they immediately saw the Void, which he, timingly pulling away, but immediately also with Bob Eels destroying that ward back into APG's favor.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I think, yeah, there was a pretty obvious placement of that ward. You kind of expect it.
O'Malley getting caught out over here by Fady and Dara, who's going to get the last hit. Of course, your position 1.
That is happening over and over and over again. Dara is, that's what happens with Spirit Breaker lineups, right?
Yeah.
But you can't, it can't be the same guy each time. He's somewhat fortuitous in the sense that he is an Earthshaker. He has the big item that he needs, being that Blink Dagger. That's the one that's going to give him his damage output when he needs it. But it keeps getting caught out, and I think every time this happens, you can already see its Pulse just taking over more and more of the map.
Yep. Yeah, they just need to get a bottom ward once again. They're probably seeing this. APG knows that they're in the bottom lane or towards the mid lane. They don't really know, so hiding in base is the safer option. Waiting for O'Malley to come out to the fight and, possibly getting the initiation for once. But it's going to be a tough one. Pulse is really strong right now. They're 9k net worth up. And Smacker just doesn't care. He's just be in the front line. I've got Dara to help me as a Spirit Breaker. I've got the Juggernauts at the back as well, just in case I need him. So just taking down the tier 3 Raxes and back into base.
That's a pretty decent chrono, though he catches that too. On the back line, this time that Dragon's in range. Deathy on the sidelines will get off a Barrow Strike onto somebody, but now Conspiracy gets the hammer brought down. He's down for 81 seconds. Not sure if he has buyback, but Phalanx trying to limp away. The paralyzing cost doing wonders. Deathy goes up, misses Phalanx, turns things around, gets a hex of ACG and O'Malley. They just swarm him, but the help comes in from Dara. Dara doesn't want any more of this. The Echo Slam comes through O'Malley. There's the Fisher as well. Smacker takes a lot of damage, but he does have the close shot. Conspiracy back on the front lines, can use the time lapse as well, trying to bring down Smacker. Can they do it? Yes, they can. They bring down 3, and APG stay alive.
That was brilliant. O'Malley getting the patience there, just dropping out Dara at the end. Oh my goodness, it was just a good fight from the start with Conspiracy getting the 2 cores, just by the way. It was the Necrophos and the Juggernauts being Chronosphered.
But they did bring down the range racks as well. Got to be said, that's not as important. For those of you who might be joining us for the first time, welcome to Dota 1-on-1. Melee matters most. And it really is something, though. It's additional pressure. They're going to push forward. But here's the big thing, right? And this everyone's going to appreciate. Net worth was heading up towards 10k mark, now down to about 7.5, and as well the experience. That's a big, sharp cavern, man. 10k to 5k. APG really do not want to lose this one. I cannot stress enough. These are beer ones. This is your chance to really upset the big dogs. If you can take a map off anybody here, WG, XTC, Energy, Bravado, any of the big guys right here in this tournament. In fact, eXdee, we should mention them too. You can beat them a lot easier up here, where it's just one game, one good draft, one good play. BO3 is another story entirely.
Yeah, that is really true, and this is with what they're fighting. Whoever's going to win is going to probably meet up with WRG next, which is going to be difficult. But once again, as you mentioned, BO1, which is highly possible that you can just take a game off them. But I can see APGs being really careful since the bans. When you ban out Viper first, you just know that they're going to play more passively. just going to need to make sure that Phalanx and ACG, for example, just to get the farm up, not the Phalanx, ACG and Conspiracy get the farm up, and then take them to the fight. And that's one example at the base. That's why they won that fight.
Well, big man's up. Looks like they're going for the Roshan again. I really want to see this replay, but it's not the time now, because I tell you what, we have a replay of the last fight, but we're not going to get through it because there's another one coming forward. Dara on the front lines. He's going to get everybody through with the charge. Shackled by flanks. He's completely isolated. Deathly wants help on his buddy. The silence comes through. They've got Conspiracy pinned down, but he will get the crow just on one this time. It's just on Dara. He's done a lot of work. ACG on the back line, though. He's going to town on Doppler. Doppler wants out. He wants back, but they're going to catch up Smacker. The shackles, they're dropping everything. Fady trying to help us. Freddy storming through everything. It's a huge burrow strike. Can they turn one around? ACG brought down Black Slow. They're going to bring down the DK. Now it's 5 for 2. Not enough, say APG. Not this time. Not right now. And we're going to put some pressure back of our own. They're going to shrine up. They're going to take Roshan. Advantage APG. Momentum APG. And that's a replay I want to see again soon. Trains, take us through this.
That was just brilliant over there. I mean, first getting the team fight won over there by APG in the base, and now going back into the Roshan put once again in the favor, this time towards APG. You could see Conspiracy taking out the cause, although not getting the Necrophos. It didn't really matter. But how close was this team fight? Even after the Bravado strike, though, it was just so close. It could have been for any side, but in the end, I think Void and his friends are just way too strong.
Yeah, I mean, it started out so good for Pulse. I mean, it was a bad chrono. It was just it was separating his team from the target, and it was on the wrong side. So Conspiracy going to regret that one. Going to look back and say that's the one for the highlight reel. But then it all just works out. And got to say, Smacker, he took everything, man. He was just in the middle. Then they just laid it out. But in the end, it wasn't enough, and even with Fady trying to help out, just in the end, APG alive, APG coming back, and it looked so good for Pulse. And now, let's click the button, boys.
Yeah.
Look at the gold draft. There's nothing in it. This is a 40-minute matchup. 2,500 gold is nothing. Okay, that's something. That's 7,500 experience.
Yeah.
And that is advantage APG.
So this is the problem, right? Oh, this was the problem when we needed to wait for Conspiracy and ACG to form up into the late game. This is exactly the point where they need to be in right now, and it's working so well for them after winning 2 team fights as well. Team wipe at the Roshan pit, so that's a big one for APG. So if they're going to need to keep up the tempo, if they need to win, they're going to need to keep up the tempo, and they're doing it right. I think the next fight, if they win this one, it could be a good game.
Friends, this is a smoke gang going up. My heart's not ready for
They're
this.
looking for it.
There's been so many big fights, so fast, and they do not care for us poor observer, our poor spectators. I mean, I'm gonna get some heart attacks around here, guys.
You're probably going to get the next one. Here we go.
Yeah,
Dara.
They missed him. Dara, get out of there, buddy. You don't want to walk around that corner.
Speak out Bob Yules.
Yeah, they're going to spot him out. Bob's going to get that. They do have a lot of range on that Fisher. Do they commit to this? It's just a support, because very interested. He goes for it, but certainly not going to chrono just the one. So
Actually,
smoke doesn't work out. Dara lives to fight another day.
It was really close, though. I mean, if Dara walked out any further up in the bottom lane, they would have caught him pretty easily from there. But this is just giving information away right now, so Pulse knows that the rest of the APG, or all the APG guys, are towards the bottom river or the bottom lane. So they're going to need to plan this. Just maybe wait for Roshan, the Aegis to disappear, or do they want to try to take on a team fight like what they did before, and then try to win from there?
Here's the big thing as well, Reigns. Check the buyback status out, right? We literally have buyback on DK as well as the Juggernaut. So, just 2. So you win the next team fight if it happens right now with this Aegis, which is possible.
Yeah.
You probably win the game, but I mean, I don't know because it's crazy. But, there's a couple guys tapering there. You got 300 gold short on the Necrophos for that buyback. And I've got to say once again that there is a cooldown for the Conspiracy Faces Void as well. So it's getting to that point where one of these sides wins the next fight, probably the game, but then again, Dota is a cruel mistress, and you never know.
Yeah, no, this is really true. Also with the Bloodthorn coming in for the Dragonite, it is really, really huge. I mean, you can just put it on the Necrophos, for example, and then try close him out individually. As you said, he has the Aegis as well, or not the Aegis, but the buyback as well. So they don't really have to be too scared about losing a hero or two because they have the advantage at this moment, including the cheese. Dragon Knight has the cheese.
That is actually quite annoying. I mean, DK, one of these single tankiest heroes that you'll ever be unfortunate enough to lane against. He's not fun to lane.
Now you have to kill him twice.
Now you have to kill him twice. And obviously as well, Conspiracy with that Aegis, you legitimately have to do so. Bottom lane, who they caught out, it's going to be Doppler. That is not to be underestimated. That is a global silence missing from your team fight right now.
Yeah.
And he does not have buyback. This is go time here.
Oh, that's just tough. I mean, that's one of the heroes with the 4-staff as well. So Pulse losing escapability. Oh, I can see they're trying to split push with the Sand King and Smacker going to the top lane, trying to push it out.
Stop us, man.
It is going to be a dangerous one.
That's
DK is so strong.
Boards, that's DK. You got the backup from the Chronosphere. That's just free racks, and they knew it. That's why they're split pushing. They don't want a part of this. Things are evening up nicely here for both sides as far as the map control goes, but the death and the silencer pretty much been interacting towards the top lane here.
Oh, getting caught out
Gonna commit Chrono as well. Where's the follow-up damage though? There's just nothing there. He's just going to go shot after this. Does Roshan, uses the shield he's got. Phalanx comes in with the Hex. Going to get off the shackle as well. He's down. Smacker is down. That's potentially an opportunity to force back the buyback. The good thing they got going for them, wow, there's a rat on the field, friends. And Fady in the bot lane. Going to force out the cliff. But is he enough to... I don't know if that buys them 74 seconds. That's a long time. If I was APG, man, I would just be drawing the line straight down. But right now, there are no lines. There's just a side cleaning up their base for the time being.
Yeah, one of the troubles right now for APG is that the Dragon Knight does not have the ulti. It's got 40 seconds towards it, and this is about the amount of time where Necrophos comes back and then defends whatever lanes they have left, which is the mid and the top. Actually, the mid lane is still pretty secure for Pulse, so if they can be more defensive right now, they can still, just say, let's stay back, let's think about what we're going to do, and then get those ultis on point. We've got the Global Silence, which is super OP right now, and then there's still the Sand King waiting for a good epicenter. I mean, I'm not saying that the epicenter at the Roshan fight was bad, but it was just not enough to take down the likes of the Void.
I'd like to convince the panel after this, be like, guys, please go through all the replays again, just so I can see them one more time. There were some really cool team fights. I mean, we've been building up to this for a really long time. This has been controlled Dota. This is not flashy Dota. This is not WG busy styling on people. But I do think that this has been... It's had its moments of pretty awesome Dota, but... I'm so scared. I want to go to that 40-second replay, but I'm just so scared that in that 40 seconds the game ends.
Something is going to happen for sure.
So it's on a knife edge. So we're going to stay safe. Yeah, they do it back catch shot, Deathy, and he does have the blow up. So the silence, the stun is all coming straight back at him. He's going to self-fuels. Is it a self-fuels? It is a self-fuels. Blinks up, buys himself time, Barrow strikes back. He wishes he has an Ags right about now, but it's enough. Deathy stays alive. And that's pretty uplifting for him. He's died a lot in the early stage of this game to similar style gangs, and this time around he's staying up, using that Lotus Orb very well. Got the stun out onto the DK Fire, his own stun, bought himself time with the Eul Scepter, and well timed, by the way. Got to bear in mind that Eul's into Blink combination is not easy because, well, Eul Scepter tosses you up 2.5 seconds. The cooldown on Blink's longer than that, so you have to time it really well in between attacks.
And then try to get the Burrow Strike to escape as well. So that was really good. I mean, a good decision to get the APG guys up top because it was the least pushed lane, and they still have the tier 3 tower up. So getting the guys into position is really the most important part right now for Pulse. I mean, they won the early team fights. That got really good for them, but APG is coming back really strongly as well, and they all have ultimates ready.
Yeah, there's no doubt. But I've got to point out, well, 7k, 6k advantage now to APG. They pulled this back so well. They still have the cheese, but I think the Aegis has in fact expired.
Yes, there's Bloodthorn on Dragon Knight. So from fights like this, it is going to work really well for them. Only needing to watch out for, let's say, the Global Silence and then the Epicenter as well, because your supports aren't going to handle that.
Okay, Rain, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you Pulse? How do you win this next fight?
And it's going to be a really tough one. I mean, Necrophos is not really as tanky as before anymore, although he's got the Lotus Orb with him. So with that going, it's really nice. But I don't know, Juggernaut, maybe one more item, because he's got his Diffusal, he's got his Elf Scotty, which is really good, but he needs the damage output.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, he's tanky,
Yeah.
He's irritating. He's got the slow and he's got the diffuse.
But his Omni Slash is not really doing the work it's supposed to put out, especially if you're going to go one-on-one against DK, for example. You asked me this earlier, and I gave you the opposite answer. But right now, I think DK can easily solo any of these heroes.
Okay, well, that's alarming news for Pulse fans. And it's starting to look a little bit straightforward now. And oh man, I've got to say it again, it's not just a team fight, right? Like, you're fighting into the chrono, but the pushing power is strong. The Shadow Shaman has his axe up. This is a lot of serpents on that serpent ward cast. It hurts. It's not nice to fight into. It's scary, especially for your support.
Yeah.
The Silencer doesn't want a piece of that right now. Well, he literally wants a piece of it right now because he wants to farm it, but it's going to be farmed up by the cause.
Another 80 seconds, so they do really just need to wait a little bit more before, or APG just needs to wait a little bit more before they try to get into the next team fight. Meanwhile, just farming up once again, but Fady and friends, they don't want that. They don't want to get to farm up. Actually, spots a DK tries to bling away. Does he actually get back in time?
No, he doesn't. They're going to catch him up. This could be really, really big. He does, in fact, have his buyback, but if you can force it out, it's beautiful, man. So, DK... Oh... That's not what it used to be. So we're okay. That was, yeah, there's no axe, everything's fine. Everything is fine. So that Scepter,
I mean, it's good.
DK can still buy back. That's what we said. That's what we want to say.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing right now.
You've got to force it, right? You used a lot, but oh, it's just such a good response from APG. This is almost the APG of the past. They put so much pressure in the other lanes that although they get this pick off, it becomes just a pick off. It's just golden bang. Oh, they still have 85 seconds, so it is a long man. It is a necro ulti, but can they make something of it, right?
They could have. I mean, if they got the bottom hero, I think it was actually Phalanx, yeah. If he didn't see they were coming, I think they would have caught the second hero, and then eventually it would be easier to take down the rest of APG's towers. But, you know, with that, as you said, it wasn't an Aghanim Scepter, Reaper Sight, so it's okay. I mean, they're okay for now. 57 seconds until the DK comes back, so they do have a solid amount of time to protect this.
Oh, and Maddie on the front lines, he wants that massive echo, but he's going to instead settle for just blocking off the creep wave, buying valuable times, 8 seconds of no further aggression, but the next creep wave is already there, ready to rumble. I'm just wondering if they're set up for, I mean, let's take a look at the vision at the moment. So if I may point your eyes to the mini map over here.
Sure.
You can take a look at the actual vision from the Pulse Gaming side. So they actually have no information on where APG are right now. APG on the other side, they think they're in Roshan, but they don't know. So they're grouping up. So we'll see what happens here. O'Malley actually...
Oh, there's actually some things going on. So... yeah, they're like, okay, maybe they're there, maybe they're not. We're going to get O'Malley with the Silver Edge to come check.
I think he doesn't.
Oh, it's too late. Yeah.
The vision just wasn't there for either side. So in the end, they just sneak in a bit. Pulse to be brave, because they didn't know that APG didn't know. And could you imagine a conspiracy chronosphere there? Just...
oh, that would be...
it's the dream, man.
All the way towards APG with that fight going on. I mean, they're already leading in the net worth right now, and you don't want them to be even worse.
Who is leading? Who is winning this Dota game, Fred?
Aperture is leading in net worth. In net worth, they're leading.
Okay, but both the racks down, right? Sure.
Yeah.
One has a better racks. They have the melee as well.
Yes.
But the other team has the Aegis.
Yeah, with that Aegis, that is going to be one of what we wanted to see from Pulse in the beginning of the game, in the early game, where they wanted fights. They wanted APG to, you know, go over their map, overextend, and try to take on one or two heroes, bait them out, and then try to get a big team fight. But it's not like that anymore. If they try to get into APG, like let's say going for ACG right now, it is going to be pretty much troubling because they're right there by the towers. So I don't think any of these teams wants to fight right now, but whoever fights first is probably going to lose it.
That's horrifying.
That is.
Okay, here's another thing I want to point out though, right? So once again, take a look at APG's wards, right? They are deep at the moment. They are far down in the side of the Pulse lineup. That's not where they need him. They actually need him up in the jungle now because, of course, the aggression's coming out. Oh, Death, you do not want to be the friend.
Yeah, but Death is really confident about in this situation where he would just sandstorm and then try to eels and blink away, and he's been doing that timingly as well, as you mentioned.
You know, if you want to do that at a DHL Masters, and you're going to try that, good luck to your friend.
Go
I would be standing right there. Like, guys, you start this, I'll re-engage. But speaking of which, Dara, he's interested, heading off towards the bottom lane here. Does he actually, no, they didn't actually see him. O'Malley wasn't actually the charged target there. So he was okay. I thought he was in trouble. We've seen O'Malley get caught out for that, but he looks like he's learned his lessons. And I just want to point out, APG are playing in the trees. Just look at the vision once more. It is dark out there if you're a Pulse player. That map is...
Yeah, you've got a bottom lane. Yeah, that's it. The bottom lane, even way too aggressive ward over there. And then you get, okay, maybe we should just stick together. But not really, because if you get outganged or outplayed in positions, then it's not going to work out for you. The only way they can win a fight like this without vision is, you know, try to take down the guy with the Aegis first. But then you don't really want that, right? You're going to need to try to win with the Aegis. Probably, okay, I can die right now and then come back and then Omni slash you to death.
Yeah, right, like Fading needs to die last and then last again, really.
Yeah.
You got to isolate him. If Fading's up, if he's the first guy down, you use all of those abilities to bring him down, you probably lose because he comes back with Omni Slash.
Or Phalanx spotting out the courier. Actually, not even out. It's just overextension over there. Sees the Sand King though, so if they want to make a play, it's possible. Oh, there goes Spirit Breaker charging up top. Sees O'Malley.
Oh, he's going to get him. He's going to get him. But what tricks does O'Malley have here? Does have the BKB, does have Solar Edge, does he have Reveal, does have a Sentry, but does he have the range? They're going to toss out the Rodatos. And Smacker wants a piece of this. They're going to definitely pick out O'Malley. He's down for an Age of Man. Has the buyback, but surely now without the Earth Shaker, you can go up that high ground. You have the Aegis. You have to force that buyback.
Buyback's available. 100 seconds as well, so it's going to be a tough one. Phalanx overextension.
Dara?
He has the TP scroll and is really, really far away. So, assuming no vision for APG, Phalanx is going to possibly die, but no, he's just making sure. He's made sure that there's no possibility that Dara is able to charge him from any points of the map.
Yep. Well, I think we have. I'm horrified. Dota gods, please do not punish me for doing this, but can we see that last replay on the kill on the Earth Suit? Just for a little bit of entertainment value. Don't do it. They're abort mission. It's not going to happen like this.
There's going to be
We're sticking with the live feed, guys. No, none of this now. I know how the story ends. Fady goes up the high ground immediately, Phalanx on the backline, trying to do what he can, but Fady, of course, can just get some damage out there pretty much free. But be careful, friend, he's going to get silenced up. Conspiracy does go, and they're going to use Deathy's engage here with Burrow Strike, but I think Conspiracy actually low solved up. There's two low solved. He's not going to walk out of this one pretty easily. They once again get the Dragon Sun onto Deathy. They're going to commit the Chronosphere, but he didn't even get Deathy. Deathy just Burrow Strike out. On the back lines, though, Fady goes to town on both the supports. He still has a... Deathy gets off that epicenter. The Aegis is popped, but there's still so much that he can offer in this fight. Huge Echo Stand comes. O'Malley with the beautiful one. ACG trying to keep APG alive. Fady wants a piece. And Conspiracy fighting strong, but ACG is getting low. He will push back Fady. Another Burrow Strike comes through from Deathy. He's down. Conspiracy's down. There are 3 down from APG. They will get the 2 buybacks though. Jeb's on the deck. They're just chilling out there. They're going to try and bring down Deathy. Will bring down Deathy. And following forward, Conspiracy wants peace. Diffuses up Doppler. Doppler gets the low soul buff onto himself. That's not going to save you, friend. O'Malley, he's got the Silver Edge up. Take a dunk as well. Goodbye. And Fady and friends have to back off, but there were buybacks used. They used up a lot, and they got the leaders with Pulse. It's not what it looks like. Don't let that confuse you, friends.
That was great. In the beginning, you had Pulse with the Spirit Breaker going towards the supports, bashing out the supports, and then ACG being consistent.
Let's go to the replay, man. You can talk us through it.
Yeah, that was great. So, in the beginning, we get Fady, just being in front of the lines, not even getting the Omni Slash out. But then in the end, you'll see the Spirit Breaker just going straight to the supports of this. Deathy dragging them out, faking the Chronosphere, and at the back on the right-hand side, we see the supports being manhandled there by the Spirit Breaker. And then from then, it was just consistency, maximum spams on the Bloodthorn from ACG, and then with that Blacking Bar, it's just working out so well. So let the carry be there, let the carry stay in front from Conspiracy, knocking them out. O'Malley with that Echo Slam, and then ACG just at the back with his level 3 ulti, mowing them down one by one. That was insane.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm going to need you back live, friends, because there's some mischievity up and running at the moment. we got the boys from APG, and they're smoking up, and they're heading straight down the mid lane. They actually get straight onto that flag. They missed the chrono. They've woofed it, and on the sidelines, it's all going to turn around. They are in so much trouble. Smacker stays alive, and on the sidelines we have... Where's that Omni? Where's that Omni? He's on the back lines. He's going after ACG. ACG, does he have buyback even? He does not have buyback. He cannot afford to die. They've already locked Conspiracy. He doesn't have buyback either. ACG limping away. Deadly inside. The blink is there. Did he survive it? He survived it, but he's not the only one who was in trouble there. The other one was the Void. He died. 3. Conspiracy is in trouble.
Top tier 3 gets taken down as well.
Okay, this is madness unleashed here. They're trying to buy time with the Serpent Ward, but there's no buyback on Conspiracy. He whiffed the LT, and he may have whiffed his team into the lower brackets, because right now, if you're Pulse, there is one line, and it has been drawn up on that map. Pulse goes straight down middle lane, and they are all hitting their Dara in the back. Doesn't matter. Where are you going? Hey, what? This is not where you're supposed to be, Smacker. Smacker, you got TP boots, right? There you got TP boots. 10 seconds. You're going to be there too. Friend of Mally wants the hero moment. The hero moment that keeps his side alive, because they're in trouble. He goes in with the Fisher. Doesn't commit the Echo. Doesn't want a Dara. Thought about the charge. Going to back off enough. Fady. He's carrying a Smacker with him now. They're going out to the back line, so Mally can't do much. They're just knocking ACG back. He does not have buyback. Can he survive? He's BKing being up. He is running. He is down. And Phalanx and friends are in so much trouble. The Burrow Strike comes through. That is one dead APG. And I'm not going to say that I would not expect to see the GG call coming out right now, because the racks are down. This is going to be megas. There is nothing left in the tank. Pulse are going through this winner's bracket, and APG are in a world of hurt. But hey, they don't agree with me, man. They haven't called yet, but what's in it? Reigns, this is done, man. This is done.
Wow, thanks for expressing my feelings right there. That was, since the Chronosphere mishap there, but it's actually taking down.
You don't see that every day. But Manny, he's still going here, friend. This Bob very low will be brought down. Manny's desperate, but he's down. And this is there's DC. This is over, because it's over. Pulse win. GG, boys. What a game.
That was really close. It was in favor of APG all the time in the late game until the little mishap on the Chronosphere. Unfortunately, it happened. I mean, freezing the Dragonites as well, there was, it happened to become a 4v5 fight, and for that, it was just so unfortunate for APG.
Right, well, I want to hear what the panelists have to say. So, first, I think we're going to our MC, Gareth. Man, what a game! What a game!
What a game indeed. Thanks very much, Hellbird. Wow. Seeing the guys from Pulse take down the guys from APG really shows that the South African Dota scene is heating up very hotly. And we're going to pass through now to our panel to analyze what exactly went wrong for APG there.
How do you feel, man? Let me down. APG. I think the only thing to really be said there is that they are their own worst enemy.
They really were winning the game. Like Jackie said, in the late game, they were actually winning. And then two things happened which really went downhill for them. They lost one fight inside, they lost O'Malley just outside their base. And then instead of buying back individually on him to try to defend, they buy back as the push is happening. And by that point, it's a little bit too late, because now all of these Pulse heroes are inside the base. Then they lose 5 heroes, buy back on Void, DK, and Earthshaker, and then Void was the chrono mid, and they lose the game.
Yeah.
That was in literally 5 minutes. They lost their entire lead. They actually lost the game in 5 minutes, even though they looked to be in a winning position. Sure, they'd already taken a Rax earlier. They were a Rax up at that point in the game, had more tower advantage. And then, yeah, mistakes were made.
We also saw the Spirit Breaker absolutely control the Witch Doctor in that last fight as well, which made a huge difference. He just couldn't do anything.
I think the interesting thing about Spirit Breaker that I noticed is that in the early game, instead of going around actually being the ganking hero, he realized that he couldn't gank anywhere.
Yeah.
So what he decided to start doing is he would wait to charge after the Chronos dropped down to disrupt the additional damage coming inside the Chronosphere. So he became this sort of pseudo-controlling hero rather than a ganker, which was kind of interesting to see.
Yeah, it was interesting to see, but we were discussing, we were like, what's going on here? And then we were like, oh, wait, that's why. But honestly, it comes down to those two fights. I mean, we have our little notes and everything, but honestly, it really did, because they had every opportunity to win. But I think buying back and then missing the chrono, Sand King getting away, it's just so unfortunate. And then just gave them the advantage to do anything. By that point, BKBs were down, everything, so they didn't really have much to defend with anymore.
Yeah.
It's just really unfortunate.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, most of those fights, the really big ones that happened that swayed the game one way or the other, ended up at the rush pit. How many rushes did we end up with? 3.
Like 2 or 3, I think. Yeah, like rush seems to be becoming a really important part of the game at this point. I think a lot of the ward vision that we saw from the both teams in the early game was focused around the pit, just to make sure that you actually have that control, so you don't end up in a situation where you lose Roche and then you get a bad push.
Kind of what happened in the end, anyway.
Yeah, we even saw earlier in the game, like because in the very beginning portions of the game, Pulse was looking extremely dominant, especially on Smacker's Necrophos. And the one situation where it went wrong for them, they tried to take a high ground push before they took Roche.
It was really like they trying to push into Earthshake ulti, into a Chronosphere, into huge creep clear with the Shadow Shaman, of course, with the DK. And you can't do that without Rush. You cannot do it successfully. And also another big thing was Smacker's Necro. It just survived. And that one Rush fight that they did end up winning was when they consistently locked down Smacker. And when the Spirit Break was a bit overzealous in charging, and then the Sand King followed. And by that point, you have to commit, because 2 of your core heroes, two of your main team fight heroes are already in there. You have to commit the global silence. Smacker trying to get in, but getting instantly disabled, can't do a damn thing. That's the fight lost for them.
Definitely. Well, I know someone who has a few thoughts of his own, and he's sitting backstage with our MC, Gareth.
Sorry, apologies. I'm here with Smacker. Thanks very much, panel. Should say Smacker the unkillable. At one stage, I wondered if you had cheese, Aegis, everything. They just could not bring you down.
Yeah, their lineup had a lot of disable, but they lacked for damage. So I thought Necrophos, if I build tanky, it'll be very hard for them to kill me until Void gets really farmed.
It seemed like a game of almost 3 halves. You guys had a really good early game advantage. Then it seemed to be slipping through your fingers. The casters at one stage said it was almost inevitable that APG had weathered the storm, and now we're kind of, especially when they took that 1 Rax, they were kind of like sliding their way into victory. And then all of a sudden, a couple of really good team fights, and next thing you know, Rax is down.
I felt the whole game we could win team fights if we executed well. Where the game went bad for us is the run Roche fight, where we were very disconnected. We didn't engage cleanly. Everyone was going on different targets, and that gave them a big advantage. But I felt we executed better after that, and we got back into the game.
These best of ones are obviously kind of tricky. Normally in these sort of games, you can obviously maybe call a GG, reset, and change your tactics for the next game. How do you go forward with the rest of the winners bracket being, these best of ones, these kind of pocket strats coming out?
Yeah, you're always worried about pocket strats in a best of one, so you don't give too much away. Maybe you'll have a pocket strat, maybe you'll just go with that you know well. So it's tricky. So you have to just I think you have 2 choices. Either you go with the cheese strat, or you stick with what you know and hope for the best.
So let me ask you: was this a cheese strat from you guys, or did this play very much into your play style?
No, I think this was pretty much exactly what we wanted. I think we were quite lucky. We were a bit worried about what they were going to do, but it ended up giving us exactly what we wanted. So we were very happy with our draft.
Awesome, there you go. Smacker very pleased with the way his team performed, taking them through the winners bracket into their next game. We'll wait to see who they face later on, but right now let's go back to the panel to see what they have to say.
Thank you, good old Lord Rochford. Always wise words there from Smacker. And we were actually saying much the same thing before the kickoff of the match. You either go with what you know, or you pick a cheese strat. Yeah. We saw one cheese strat today. This one was more of what you know.
But Necro is something you have to pick against the DK. As we and Snay were discussing while the match was going, it's just something you don't want to play against as a Dragon Knight. And we saw evident. I mean, solo 1v1 mid, he was literally diving the DK on numerous occasions by himself. Yeah. I mean, because it pushes the creep wave. You try and go on him, all he does is ghost form. You can't. I mean, there was one stage where, he obviously maxed his heal and his ghost form, but one stage where they tried to gank him mid. As he got chronoed, he's in ghost form. As soon as he gets out of chrono, he's got ghost form up again. They just couldn't kill him. And only that one fight where he got consistently disabled by the Shadow Shaman, it took everything to disable them. Everything. And that's the one fight they did win at the Rush Pit.
Yeah, that was like you said, that was probably the turning point of the game.
In the mid game, yeah.
Without that, I think the game probably wouldn't have been this long. It probably would have been half an hour. Maybe not half an hour, but 20 minutes short at the very least. I think PLC, Pulse would have had a much greater advantage being able to roll over APG at that point. But that fight gave a lot of farm over to the Faceless Void, gave farm to ACG. And I think the only important hero that died was the Earthshaker. He survived, actually.
No, he survived.
Everybody important survived that fight. So it's like at that point now you get a lot of advantage out of it. The only pity is that they weren't able to take Roche instantly afterwards, but they got it eventually. They got the Rax bottom. They just created so much space around the map, and I think the main thing though is that it killed the momentum coming out from the Pulse lineup.
Yeah,
and Net was one of those heroes that needs constant momentum, as well as Spirit Breaker. Like Juggernaut, definitely not so much, but the rest of the heroes needed to be able to keep moving. So cut that off at the nerve, and then suddenly you find yourself able to play Dota, but then just don't make mistakes.
Let's step back for a moment and look less inside that particular game and more on a tournament standing. APG now progressing down to the loser bracket. It's a tough place to be, but they are certainly not unaccustomed to it. In fact, we have called them before the lower bracket specialists.
Kings of the lower bracket.
They always manage to weasel their way back into the top ranks. Do you think that's going to be the similar case here?
Yeah, I don't think that this is going to be the worst thing in the world. I don't think they're going to fall apart from this loss, especially because
it's losing to Pulse.
By all accounts,
they've never lost to Pulse, if I'm not mistaken.
They have.
I think they might have, yeah. But I think the more important thing is that the way they lost the game, right? They lost the game that they really shouldn't have. They had no business winning because the stage of the game where their lineup was the weakest, they lost that stage of the game. And then they should have lost the mid game as well. And they were losing the mid game, but not too badly. Then they take the 1-5, you get an advantage, you extend the game for a much longer time. So whenever you lose a game that you feel like was your own fault, I think it does help you going into the next game because you can be like, well, okay, we can actually beat them as long as we played. Mistake. Yeah, we just made a mistake. We need to just clean ourselves up. We can beat them. And with the other lower bracket kings, they know how to bounce back from a loss. So I think APG are still actually they're not out of this and by any stretch of imagination just yet.
Do you think we're likely to see them again later down the line?
Of course we are, yes. But like we were discussing before, they're not the APG they used to be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe
they've lost some of that ability.
No, I saw the old APG in this game. Yeah. I saw moments of the old APG in this game. I was like, well, maybe we were wrong. And like we said, the one where they all three bought back, they missed out some of the things. BKBs were down. Unfortunately, they did lose in the game, but that one swing, that one fight, they took full advantage of that fight when they got a little bit ahead and they were in a position to win this game.
Yeah.
But it only takes one mistake. One mistake.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure that's not the only mistake we will see. Upcoming is going to be Energy Esports up against BVD. It's going to be one hell of a game. If you guys are on stream, do join us down here at the conference center, CTICC. You are missing one hell of a show, I guarantee you. And there's one hell of a crowd here to greet you warmly as well. Do join us. In the interim, we'll see you shortly.
Good morning and welcome back. It's the beginning of day 2. It's bright and early. All the teams are starting to file on in.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to some more VS Gaming action. Once again, I'm Helbert and I'm joined by some fantastic gentlemen on the panel this morning, and of course Reddit as well.
VS Gaming came out really strong in the beginning of the year, advertising that they're going to release a Dota 2 tournament, which has a prize pool of 110,000 Rand. And this is just one of the tournaments because they're going to have another Masters, which is either CSGO or Dota 2. And with SuperSport collaborating with them, they can actually make this beyond the expectations with the increase of prize pool, for example. Regarding the teams, in this tournament, I feel that eXdee Gaming showed us that they have a lot of potential. They've got 2 teenagers, actually make it 3 because they have a set of twins there.
Give a quick estimation, how long are the games going to be?
35-minute games, 2-0.
There you go. Straight from Hunter's mouth, Fury's mouth. We have twins, so I keep on getting them confused. It's Hunter and Fury, twins in the team. It's always interesting.
Are you going to deal with Hunter and Fury? That's a good question.
One of the players that impressed me is Depi from XTC. I think he's around 18 or 19 years old, but right now where I'm standing is that they are playing for 2nd place, which is quite impressive.
I think we should stay in practice. 3:30 we play our first game tomorrow.
We're so lucky actually.
Yeah,
we've got nice time.
Keep in the winners bracket.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. Day 2 of our VS Gaming LAN. The first game up is going to be Pulse vs Veneration. Going to be a super interesting game.
We don't worry about cheating too much. Most people are ethical. It's just silly things, you know, people touching their phones, just careless behavior. That's what we're looking for the most part. We want to keep it as clean as possible. If there is direct cheating, sorry, out. Disqualified immediately.
Every single game yesterday was basically one-sided. What I expect to see today, though, is maybe some more even games where we actually see it go to a game 3 instead of just game 2 the whole time.
Otter in the mid lane, taking on 2 of the supports here for the side of Pulse. He takes down the victory Doppler.
Game, Pulse.
Saying goodbye to Veneration. I think they gave a really solid performance.
Amazing.
We started off with Bravado Gaming versus Mythic. Obviously Mythic being the new kids on the block, we didn't expect too much from them in this tournament, but just them being here is pretty cool all the same. Bravado Gaming on the other hand, we kind of expect them to win. They're the big boys, they're the reigning champs if you will.
But now they want to turn it on, and there they go onto Templar Sands, and I don't know where to focus on this fight. Come on, guys. Hold on quickly. We might actually see Chidawi in quite a bit of trouble right now, but the support's coming through.
This could be game 1.
GG's were actually called there.
I don't know what to say.
Energy outmaneuvered the side of WRG.
Okay, that was one of the most exciting matches I've seen in about a year.
WRG sitting on the back foot, 1 game down. Surprise, surprise. Brave Subs unfortunately to verify as well. Can they get the kill? Yes, they will. There you go. Castaway getting it.
This is definitely what I expected to see WRG. They take a stumble and they come back with just this vigor.
WRG versus NG, 1 apiece. Deciding matchup here in the winning bracket.
There's the black hole and dead. Here we go. Now Chelsea's on the run. Coming to Chidawi wants to go for black hole. But a huge back wall combo coming to as well as the Disruptor ultimate. This is exactly what Energy wanted, but it's not enough. It's brilliant play from Energy. It's just not enough. Well played.
eXdee versus eXdee.
XTC looking really strong at the moment. And that is it. Done, dusted.
We underestimated the Stam and the Depi potential. I mean, they just caught up so quickly out of stage.
I was really into sports at a young age, and my dad was always there for me at that. And I said one day you'll see me on Supersport. And I mean, this is it. This is the moment that I've been looking for, and I'm sure he'll be proud.
I think it's like the last legs eXdee have in this tournament. They need to like really bring out the big guns. One of these teams are going to be the 3rd team to leave the tournament today, and yeah, it's unfortunately how the tournament goes.
So I think shoutcasters, there's a lot of personalities there.
Hello, Little Sheep and Wilson XXL.
Damn, it's good to be back in the seat, baby. Yep, I've just made everybody in this room cry salty tears.
However, the root is up onto the Tinker once again. Tinker might be in a bit of trouble. He is shallow game up. He manages to blink out of that one alive.
It's actually your beard pushing the buttons and moving the mouse while you may be eating something.
Oh yeah, man, I'm not even talking right now. This is just the beard. It's literally operating my lips.
We are all working towards the same sort of goal for South African eSports, and the players likewise are working towards the same sort of goal. A very friendly relationship between everyone, but also at the same time a professional one at that.
It's always stressful coming up to these big tournaments, you know, making sure that everything's up and running as it should be. But all of us at the VS Gaming Studio are great friends. We've come a long way. I mean, myself and the tournament director, Robert Hart, we've been friends for the last 13 years. The first 6 of those we were rivals playing against each other in similar leagues. And now we're the ones running it, and it's been amazing.
O'Malley's got the cards perfect. This fight is going on forever. Damn, I love my job. And the mid lane is down. That's it. Finished. And this is what I came for. Down goes your ancient. And fare thee well, my friends. Aperture Gaming goes forth. And we wave a damn good goodbye to the boys of eXdee. What a shame to see them go.
Okay, your first line will never be easy. You guys have the potential to literally beat the best in this country. The finals, that is where we are aiming for.
The rock is rock, baby. and Smacker hits the deck. And this is almost all she wrote, ladies and gents. Boys from Pulse, tap out.
Well, of course, it does mean we are going to have to say goodbye to Pulse. And when I look at Energy at the moment, they're scary.
If anybody could beat WRG, it's Ian and eXdee. They both can.
Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to some teams, and yeah.
Hello and welcome to another edition of VS Gaming Smack Talk. I'm your host Ryan Mackay, and with me I have Bob from Aperture Gaming, and on my left here I have Fady from... I knew that, okay?
Real BVD fan.
Anyway, I have these two gentlemen with me, and the purpose of this is obviously to get off our chests exactly how we're feeling around each other. And boys, just to disclaim over here, this is a safe environment. You are with me now.
BVD Fady gave me some tips for Venge, and it's become tier 1 in the SA scene since then. And it's renowned for shutting down Deathy on the off lane. But I want to ask a question. What does Wisemac feel like when he gets beaten mid by a 4K? You don't want to Google Deathy Timbersaw at all. That's or Bing it at all. But Wisemac in the mid for the 3v1. I'm pretty sure you guys have a great time. But as long as you don't pick Chad Furion, that is definitely one you should stay away from. But I've trained up my boy Bob Lulz for the Venge Gaming. So he's become a good mentor. I mean, I've become a good mentor for him. You guys should be expecting a nice, easy game because pretty sure Chad will be picking his Furion this game.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I think I'm actually really impressed. You guys you really had a breakthrough. I think we have had a breakthrough. Hello and welcome to another edition of VS Gaming's Smack Talk. I'm your host Ryan Mackay, and with me on my right is Traxian from Sinister 5. And on my left, we have Castaway from White Rabbit Gaming. Boys, thanks for joining. I'm sure you must be very excited to be here. And just I want to put it out there, just so that we are all in the same field. This is a safe environment, and we're going to take it away and just feel comfortable. We've chatted about this, right? So the whole point of this whole thing is to get an idea of exactly how you guys are feeling. You are going to be facing each other in the next matches, and I just want to kind of get a sense, and also to give the audience a sense of how you guys are feeling right now and what's going through your mind. I'm going to start with you, Trax, and if you don't mind, give me an idea of exactly how you're feeling right now going into this next match.
You know, we can't actually prepare. We're some SA scrub team, you know, we're the underdogs. Some of the powerhouse too good to scrum us. They think they're above us, you know. But it's okay, you know, being 7K and all must be a nice feeling. Got some backup fans, but you know, where's your mom now?
Well, that was said. I'm going to take it over to you here, Castaway. If you have anything that you would like to maybe respond back to him or to the audience.
Well, firstly, I think my mom's at work, so she's a very hard worker, like me. And secondly, I think my KDA is higher than the amount of kills that your team will get in the tournament. And I can probably fit your entire team's MMR into mine, so it should be pretty simple.
I want to encourage you guys, you may engage with each other, either shake hands or hug, or I'm going to leave that to you guys. I'm just going to step a little back. You can even high five. Should we high five together?
You want to high five?
Let's all high five. Well done. That was a little weird. But anyway, hope you guys enjoy.
And after a bit of smack talk there, we have El Clasico up next. If you know anything about South African eSports across Dota, across CSGO, across all the sports, you'll know that Bravado and EGE eSports is pretty much the death match. It's El Clasico. Coming up next, we have Bravado versus EGE. But let's see what the panel has to say about this titanic matchup.
Well, it gets no more classic than this. I agree completely, Gareth. Anybody who's been around the block will know that EN and BVD is the classic lineup that everyone looks for. And it's no different today, although it's almost bittersweet.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because both teams have changed a lot. And the big change, I think, is that neither of them are really considered to be at the top. Obviously, WRG has that privilege at the moment. But what I really like about this matchup is the fact that on the EGE side, we have 2 ex-Bravado players.
Yep.
And on the Bravado side, we have the entire old EGE squad. So
True
it's
that.
like, okay.
So it is EN BVD.
It is we're on different sides. On different sides. Like, things have swapped out in a while. But but on the real though, one thing that I'm really looking forward to seeing is, so on the EN side, right, the coming back, the prodigal son, Abdul, like when Habibi left, right, there was a hole in the support capacity, especially in the 5 position that was there in the Dota world, right? Nobody had anyone to really look up to as that leader from that position.
Yeah.
Now he's back playing for EGE, his old rivals, but also reconnected with his support partner Odu, who for half a decade these guys were on top. And now this is a team that Sakibos was mentioning earlier. They were struggling to find their identity, struggling to find their consistency. But now the 2 most consistent people who are winning everything together are back again under one banner in one team. So I'm really excited to see what Ian has to bring.
Yeah, the deadly.
It doesn't get bigger than this. But without any further ado, let's quickly take a glimpse into the life of BVD. Bravado, otherwise known as BVD. Chanel, you have a slightly personal relationship with one of those players, and this is possibly why it's one of those bittersweet moments.
Yeah, well, RDK. Actually, all of them have been supporting them for years.
Yeah.
And for me, most of those players truly didn't have a home until they found the EGE title and they were playing together. Obviously, things didn't work out there. They jumped to eXdee, and from eXdee, they've now found a new home with Bravado. That's, for me, it's very bittersweet. It feels like RDK has never really had his chance to shine. For me, he's one of the top players in South Africa, especially farmers in South Africa. And he is getting older. He's just never had that chance to really come out of his shell. And now he hasn't really improved as much as everyone else has exponentially. So it feels like he has reached his cap to a certain degree. I just feel like he's never had that chance to really show how good he really is.
Yeah, he's probably going to be like one of the best players to never really matter at the end
In
of the
South
day.
Africa, yeah.
Because like he is super good and he's been consistently good for a very long time, but he's never been good while his team is being good at the same time. Like there was a period at the beginning of this year when they were still under eXdee where that was the case, where RDK was looking amazing and the rest of the team was looking amazing as well. But now since then things have kind of shifted. For a while they were looking like they were going to be challenging consistently for the top 3 position, but I think since joining Bravado is for some reason it hasn't really been working out for them. And they did have a roster change recently, bringing in Filthy Frank I think they needed a change in support to make RDK shine, because I think they realized as themselves as well that he is the team at some point. Like you have to build, he's the talisman of the team. Like we were talking about earlier, some teams have that player, some don't. And I think BVD definitely, their player is RDK 100% in that regard.
And I mean, even in games when you see people play against him, you do not see people contest him in a lane. Because he's going to get his farm, like whatever you do. RDK is going to get his farm.
Well, they're going to be up against the boys from EGE. Let's take a quick glimpse into them. From the best player that never mattered to absolute legends on the other side, Energy Esports, they've been around the block a hell of a long time. You've got people like Laka and Chelsea. Guys,
I think they're my Dragon Slayer team. I think if WRG, if there's a team, in my opinion, that's going to lose, that's going to be able to beat WRG in a best of 3, like just drop them down to loser bracket even potentially, I think it's going to be Energy.
Not BVD?
Not BVD, no.
Why?
Well, put in perspective, we have one of the most deadly combos together again. The support duo of Odu and Habibi. Those guys, as you said, dominated the scene for years, and they... now the new support duo is obviously Schlinks and Sanso, but it's just seeing those guys together again on form with the rest of the team that are on form, with changing rosters again, changing positions. Chelsea, aka Laka, one of the best off-laners in South Africa. I mean, before he was with Carbon, he was subbing for all the big teams. Whenever there was ever a person or a guy that someone would ask to sub for them, Chelsea was your guy. It's just like this.
This is why I described it as bittersweet, because on the one hand, sitting in that booth right there is a legend in the form of RDK. Sure, he never comes first, but it's not because of him. And for some reason, he just never actually made it. It's bittersweet. And on the other side, you've got Chelsea and the most amazing people I have ever met. They're fantastic guys, and now they have to bang heads.
And when they lose, it really shows. I mean, they wear their emotions on their sleeve. They can't hide it, and it just makes you feel even more compassion for the players. It really does.
Well, the guys are ready for us, and the draft is now underway. So, without any further ado, let's get to it.
So the main thing that I to see is how they're going to deal with EN's rotation. So BVD, you're going to have to decide very early on you have to decide if you're banning Night Stalker, Spirit, or Spirit Breaker, because banning both usually results in Earthshaker going through. So that's a decision they have to make, especially because Energy Esports have first pick, and Chelsea's not going to be scared of picking up his offlane hero in the first 1-2.
Oh, you're going to have the likes of the LC, the Darkseer, the Axe. He can play any of those really well.
Do you think either team might go for a cheese strat here?
I don't think so, not with these teams.
That generally go for cheese strats.
I don't think so. I think they're going to pick very aggressive lineups for sure. They're both pretty aggressive teams. They like to make plays. And, RDK especially, he likes to play those farming heroes, but farming heroes that can fight early as well if it needs to.
They might go cheese though. Like I'm looking at these BVD bans, banning out Clockwork and IO, right? So they're trying to remove any positional advantage from Energy Esports. They could be trying to actually go for a strat which just allows them to barrel down mid in the game in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean by an aggressive lineup. But like an unconventional cheese lineup, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think you're going to see the standard good meta picks like a Spirit Breaker. Here we go, Darkseer. It's just it's kind of predictable with these teams.
So
they do what works.
Yeah,
they're experienced enough to know what works and what doesn't.
What I really like about the Darkseer pick coming out very early is as soon as they respond to the Spirit Breaker, they understand that Energy is going to be rotating a lot.
Yeah.
So likely we'll see Habibi moving around on that Spirit Breaker. So it means that you can have a little bit of easier access to your lane as Darkseer. You're not going to be as afraid of dying.
Yeah.
You just spam out the wave with Iron Shell. And they have the Kunkka, so they're also going for their own roam in the early game. I think this is going to be Filthy Frank's hero, right?
Yeah. For me, Kunkka, in a lot of ways, has way more impact in the early game than a Spirit Breaker, just because he can do more on the map and he scales better late game.
Definitely does. Also, have a BKB piercing disable, which is always very nice.
We saw a serious lack of BKB penetrating stuns in the previous game. With Juggernaut constantly just teeping out of danger. It was cheeky as hell, but damn, did it work.
But it definitely worked. Yeah. Both games, in fact, we saw Juggernauts going off with spin TPs all the way around. And Energy, wow, okay, so they get both Spirit Breaker and Earthshaker. Bravado didn't ban either. They banned Night Stalker themselves. This is really risky for BVD because these are heroes that Energy have been practicing a lot and been winning with a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of surprised that they let both go through, especially because they picked Kunkka, so they wanted to have the team fight advantage, but you can't really have that versus the Earthshaker.
Yeah. I also wanted to say I wanted to see an Odu Ricky once again because the last time I saw an Odu Ricky was back at Rage 2016 and he was a monster on that thing, but with this lineup I don't think we're going to see it, unfortunately.
Probably not. Wow, they're blazing through the draft. Look at what BVD went for. Venomon's a Warlock. This is so disgusting, actually. You drop Fatal Bonds into the Venomon's ultimate, it's pretty nasty. Especially because right now, Energy doesn't have very high range support heroes, and Gyrocopter is not the type of hero that normally builds the Hurricane Pike anyway, or the Dragon Lance. So you can actually get caught out in a really bad position, especially with like Darkseer TPs in or blinks in with the vacuum wall.
Now the fatal bonds attached to obviously the Venomancer ulti is just, it's not fun. It's not a good time at all. But do we see this guy go mid, or do we see him go in the off lane, classic off lane Veno that we've been seeing a lot these days actually?
I think there's probably safe lane Veno.
Going to be safe lane Veno.
Yeah,
really?
most of the times that I've been seeing this hero goes safe lane now, so I don't think it does that much in the mid lane. But if you're in the safe lane, like a hero like Earthshaker can't really get anything out of that lane unless you're forced to use the fissure to just pull creeps the entire time. He can't really do anything else with this against this Venom.
With the limited mana pool.
Limited mana pool, yeah.
He's gonna have to buy like 3 clarities or something to go to the lane.
I feel like he could do well mid as well, because if you get those high level plague wards up pretty damn fast, it's a lot better, especially for anti-push and for pushing, and it stops the blink daggers like the Earthshaker, that type of thing. So high level plague wards for me is, you know, to get those up to level 4 as fast as possible.
Let's talk about the significance of the silencer relative to the Darkseer. Darkseer is usually responsible for clutch plays, if I'm not mistaken. Does the silencer throw a serious wrench in the works here?
It's mostly about like screwing with his laning phase, because now as soon as you see him drop down the Iron Shell, you immediately drop, you lost word more your Arcane Person, and there's nothing you can do. He has to like back out of lane, loses way too much mana in the process. So this is really rough for the Darkseer actually, because I think Bravado expecting an easier lane for him now that Spirit Break will be moving around. So
Darkseer, of course, enjoying one of the higher pick rates.
Yes.
Not exactly one of the higher win rates, ironically.
Oh, well, he got nerfed recently as well in the patch that just came, and we thought, okay, there's no way we're seeing Darkseer as much as we used to, and lo and behold, people still pick him. So it's still very viable. I mean, his skill set is just too good not to pass up. But what I am surprised not to see against it, so much Darkseer picking is an Oracle. I know he's not as good as he used to be, but Oracle's so good against the likes of Darkseer, and we never see him.
Now that you mention Oracle, I'm thinking of Roots. How good would Queen of Pain be for Energy right now? Because they have basically no disables on the side of Bravado. Like this, I think you can get away with these type of heroes that need to be stunned. So Queen of Pain, Storm. You could even pick Lina right now.
I think Kuka's a concern for a Queen of Pain on the side of Energy.
You can just buy like
you can get Lincolns. You can get Yules, Lincolns. You can evade that pretty easily.
And it's like the only disable they have, and they still have the global silence as well. If they can see, definitely is going to get pulled back. You global just before you get back, and you just won't die.
You use them as a counter initiation.
And I mean, think of how fast Queen of Pain would be able to deal with Havana as well.
This is Sniper. Oh my gosh, Sniper. All right, so Sniper mid. This is really concerning. Oh, you're right. It's going to be Venomancer mid. RDK morphling in the safe lane.
We're in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. It's
signature hero. Yeah.
Signature hero in an El Clasico matchup, and you have the chosen one Sniper. This is like, what more could you ask for? Energy versus Bravado with all their best heroes.
It's crushing. It's absolutely crushing. And like you were saying, that man manages to find farm
anywhere
from thin air.
But it's not just that, like, this is a classic RDK hero. It's a hero that farms efficiently, it splits push efficiently, and it can fight early as well. It's got decent nuke, decent damage. So, certainly. I mean, it only really needs 2 items to get into the fight.
Of course.
That's it.
Well, there you have it. A classic with a classic lineup and a classic set of casters for you. They're ready for us. Let's head over to the game.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. We are here, BVD versus Energy, an amazing draft and quite hectic what the panel had to say. Scarpy, RDK, the best player to never matter, gets his morphling.
Harsh words, but I like it. He gets his morphling there. We spoke about this on the plane flight here, right? I was like, they're going to pick morphling, and everyone's like, oh, morphling. What, this is not good. I'm like, they're going to just pick it for RDK. Because he wins with that hero. He just wins games with that hero. So I'm so glad to see it. I'm really glad to see it.
Well, ladies and gents, like the panel said, Ian, BVD, Ian got the likes of Habibi, Odu, the best support team in the previous BVD, now playing against their former MGO. It's going to be an absolutely cracker of a game. But before the game gets underway, let's go around and do the introductions for the team. On the side of the Radiant, we have got Mr. Habibi going to be playing the Spirit Breaker. We've got on the Gyrocopter, Strike actually moved into the core position. Odu going to be playing the Silencer. In our mid lane, we've got C1 playing our Sniper. Oh, the Shrapnel are going to be an absolute devastation
to the side of BVD. And last but not least, it is going to be Chelsea playing the Earthshaker.
Yeah, and going over to the Dire side, RDK on his infamous Morphling and taking that into the safe lane. Impact going to be backing him up in that lane. More than likely, Frank going to be looking to make those movements around the map that he's notorious for. Mikasa going into the mid lane with the Venom, very interesting matchup here. I do want to see how this outcome is going to turn out for him. And going into the off lane, last but not least, 225 playing over on that Darkseer.
Well, that rounds it up for probably one of the most interesting games of the day, BVD versus Energy, but a little bit of a sneaky play. Frank hiding behind the tier 1, trying to see what he can actually find out. Is the chicken coming up? And not just yet. Chosen One waiting to actually bring that career out. Got a lot of items locked and loaded, but Frank gonna get himself back into lane and just try and get that XP up just a little bit.
Well, if there's a group of people that know what Frank shenanigans is these guys, I mean, Frank was last in their team just a couple of months ago, so they definitely know what kind of shenanigans he does.
2-5 may actually go down. Yeah, he does. Ian Striker getting the first blood for his team, surrounded by 3 of the Energy players, and a pretty simple takedown. Got blocked out by the creeps just a little bit, and the Iron Shell not getting enough work done.
Yeah. Nice pick off there. That's a nice kill for Strike. I mean, Gyrocopter doesn't always have a fantastic laning stage, and 225 can keep a lot of pressure here. I think he's still not too faced about dying because he is getting quite a lot out of this lane. We look over to the opposing off lane, and Chelsea, he's having a bit more of a tough time. So, I mean, Darkseer's hit level 2. He's finding a couple of CS here, whereas the Earthshaker is going to have a bit of a more difficult time. We saw it in the previous game where the Sand King got something and...
Look how threatened he is. I mean, Chelsea ran back all the way to the tier 2 just because Frank is not visible on the map, worried about the courier snipe. I mean, already Frank being a little bit of a nuisance, sending Chelsea back to the tier 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And now C1, if you have extends here, it could be in a bit of a pickle, but Frank's still level 1, doesn't have X marks the spot. The Torrents, just off the mark, but they can still potentially do something here. Kunkka does hit pretty hard. They got the Gale down. C1's pretty slow, but the rotations are coming in, and they should.
The fear, the deny, I don't know where he gets the denies that. The fiasco's in the mid lane now. Frank being chased down here from Habibi and Odu. We spoke about this pair previously. Doesn't get caught up by the torrent. Picks up the bounty and charge. Frank is going to pay with his life. Goes down. And wow.
Yeah, Energy are going to be smiling about this outcome. They got to deny off on a certain kill. Get Frank. This is great for them. Frank's also still level 2. And they're going to be very aware of this. They know that he's not going to get much more. They've done a good job of making sure he doesn't have those sort of successful rotations. But Chelsea, must be careful here. DD on impact.
He's fighting around the jungle here a little bit. RDK all just too happy to farm. Sitting 14 and 10 versus the Gyro sitting 12 and 9. So RDK a little bit ahead in the lead. And like we've said, one of the best carries, always managing to get something out of the lane. Charged on the mid lane, Mikasa. He's got a target above his head. If he's not careful, gonna get slapped. Chosen One, not gonna make anything. Under the tier 1, drops the shrapnel. Trying to run away. Can he make it happen? Habibi right-clicking him away. Impact rocks in, trying to help out. There comes the last word, Fatal Bonds. Frank, can he right-click him down? Taking quite a huge amount of damage. He may actually go down here. But so may Habibi. He's actually going to fight through this. Going to go down before the fatal bonds actually take him down before making contact with Frank. And Frank walking away, doing the jig, and
he died while charging, man. that was close. He could have nearly got the kill.
Bonds. It's also something we haven't really spoken about. I mean, Warlock, really difficult to actually lane against that kind of hero. You put so much harassment against any hero that actually goes up against the Warlock.
Yeah, very difficult to deal with that hero, but Frank is still, he found level 2 finally, so he'll be happy about this, but he's in a lot of trouble here. He gets charged down, and there is a torrent, but he will take a tumble there as Habibi will pick that one up for himself on his Spirit Breaker. So again, shutting down Frank pretty well.
So we were discussing it and we were talking about it, and this patch really favors the position 4 player, and Frank, position 4, one of the best at the moment in position 4, really getting shut down from the side of Energy. Do you think perhaps they've got their number? I mean, I think Frank has been spamming Spirit Breaker constantly, and the fact that Ian basically denied Frank from actually picking up that Spirit Breaker.
I mean, Energy directly banned out Frank, right? They got rid of the Night Stalker, they got rid of the Coddle. These are heroes that he's just absolutely ridiculous with in the previous tournaments. So by all means, they definitely were focusing on Frank, and they sort of understand his movements. Like I said early on, they played with him just the other day. He was on their team. Now he's moved over to Bravado, so they have a very good idea of what kind of movements he makes and where he could potentially be and how he's going to be a problem to them. So Energy, I think they're sort of ready to deal with Frank, where other teams might not be. So that's definitely in their advantage.
Well, bot lane, Odu taking a little bit of damage. They turn around, Frank still in a lot of trouble. The curse does come down. Odu may go down as well, very low HP. Seems like he's going to survive through it. Strike really close by, throws out the rocket barrage. 2-5 can't get away. Surge not quick enough. And losing our poor Docs here. But Ian walking with their heads held high. 6-1, 6 minutes in. And so far seems very one-sided.
Yeah, and this Spirit Breaker having that, 17% chance bash, gets it at the perfect timing. You know, just those things, right?
I always debate that 17%. It never works in my favor.
It's like 2% when I'm playing the hero, right? And then
exactly
80% is like just impossible. But yeah, I mean, Strike, he's going to be happy about his lane, but the Morphling's just farming away, and they're not really looking to put any pressure on RDK. They just know he's going to get what he does. They need to make sure they win their other lanes and sort of pull this game together. But they're doing a great job at this. They're getting multiple kills. They have a small net worth lead early on, but the Morphling is going to slowly become a concern for them. He is going for the Lincoln Sphere first, though, so not really going to have that huge kill potential, but yeah, definitely requires that defensive ability.
Oh, duck your heads. Here it comes. The charge mid lane, Mikasa. C1 is in vicinity. He's going to throw down the shrapnel. Habibi charges under the tier 1. There comes the curse. Impacts around, but he assassinates from a distance. Gets brought down. And Vino bites the dust once again. 7-1, 7 minutes in. Energy taking BVD to book.
Yeah, this Space Cow, or if I can say Moon Cow, there's a bit of a problem. Shout out to Moon Cow. There we go. But yeah, he's been an absolute nuisance. Habibi has just done a great job, and like we were talking about, POS 4s are pretty strong. Habibi is probably one of the better POS 4s currently. Odu used to be that role, but
individual. It's like between Odu and Habibi together. I mean, they were part of the previous unbeatable BVD until last year. And now they've been matched up again on the same team. This duo pair is absolutely ridiculous. It's like they're in each other's heads.
Yeah, absolutely. They know each other inside out. And it's always going to be a difficulty sort of dealing with these two. And when I first heard that they were together, I'm like, oh, Odu has to play support, right? Like, he was playing core before Habibi joined, and I was like, as soon as Habibi joins...
You know he's going to go back to support. I mean,
he has to. It's just too good to pass by, you know?
Radiant's bottom tower.
But Kunkka looking like he wants to try something on the sniper. It's going to be a bit difficult. He does have 2 points up in the X marks, but its range is not really good enough for him to close the gap onto sniper. And Chosen One will just be able to get himself on out.
Well, I mean, considering things are not going too favorable for BVD at the moment, I mean, RDK is still getting a lot of farm, sitting 59 and 25 in terms of last hits, and hasn't been brought into fights just yet. Can the Morphling actually make such a big impact to actually change the team around?
C1 going to find himself a kill. Now they're going to look for a BB in the mid lane here. They got the X on him. They pull him back, but there's no Torrent to follow it up. And Habibi, he'll walk this off his tank. He's taking a lot of damage. He's got the Shadow Word on as well as the Fatal Bonds, but shouldn't be... Oh, no more Fatal Bonds creep. He gets away. 40 HP, man.
Makes it through. But before that little tussle broke out, I was questioning the impact of the RDK Morphling. Does it have the way to go the full 9 yards to actually devastate the side of Energy?
Yeah, so that's like largely the argument we had, right? Is Morphling really that good this patch? Is it viable? How much impact is he going to have on the game? I still think it's RDK's Morphling, right? So that's notorious on its own, but it's still a pretty good hero. It's one that once he does get those items online, its fighting ability is huge, as well as the ability to bring down buildings very quickly. So that's something that we'll keep an eye on. And I mean, RDK is having a good time. He's got his perseverance up. He's looking towards the Lincolns. He's just topping out his net worth charts quite comfortably.
Well, I mean, you've got RDK sitting top of the charts. Then you've got the Gyro as well as the Sniper sitting second on the log.
Charge me, boss, sorry.
It's quite a close there. BB pulling back under the tier 1. Frank now going to be brought down. Easy stacks there for Odu. And Doxia still hanging around 2-5. Can't make a play off the back of this. No other rotations coming in. And Energy pick up a fairly decent, easy kill.
Yeah, and 9-1. I mean, that scoreline is pretty much telling a tale of its own. They're sacking, sort of creating space for RDK, but they're also giving away a lot of gold to the opposing team. So RDK needs to have a great performance here. And I mean, the panel couldn't have said it any better. This is the guy who can do it. He definitely can pull these amazing performances out. And I mean, I'm sure the people in the crowd really want to see him succeed here.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's been an amazing player throughout. And one of those constant, stable core carries that can just make so much happen for the team. The question is you've got the sides of EN that have got 3 of their players sitting at the top of the networks charts, or all consecutively besides RDK.
Oh, bot lane looking like they want to go on strike here. He'll use a cooldown just to sort of make them think twice about this. Any
more shenanigans coming onto him. So Ian playing really aggressive here, playing around strike quite a bit. They've left Chelsea in the top lane just to probably soak up what he can against RDK. Got no real kill potential against him. Does have Echo Slam, no rotations coming in from him. But in the bot lane, looks like they may want to do something. We do have the Plague Walk being placed down right now. So what are the kind of timings, spark points, aggression points that we can start looking at here for the side of these two teams?
Well, I think once RDK gets his Lincoln Sphere up, he's going to look to be a little bit more active around the map. He's sort of being stagnant in this one lane, making sure he gets the farm, gets it up quickly, and he's being very efficient about it. He's got the tier 1 tower now, so he's pretty close to the Lincolns. Once that's online, that's going to be pretty big. I think one of the biggest spikes is when Impact hits level 6. It's going to be a bit of a concern, as well as the silencers. So both supports have their Impact to be hit, but Frank, he's in trouble.
The charge comes out. Torrent is good. The urn comes down, and that is one dead Frank.
Man.
Not much you could have done about that.
You just underestimate the damage that Arcane Curse does. Level 3 Arcane Curse up on the silencer just absolutely melts through him, followed up by the Rocket Barrage from the Gyrocopter. They just do so much damage. You can't stand still.
No.
Yeah.
And he is a little bit of a low level, so he does take quite a bit of damage. Chelsea deciding to put himself in the jungle. RDK left alone in his safe lane. Not for long. The charge is out. Do they continue? Does Habibi decide to follow through with it? He doesn't. He actually pulls back. So for the moment, RDK is still safe. No rotations coming in from the rest of the EN team, but Mikasa invis and decides better of it and walks away.
Yeah. So something else that we didn't really talk about is Odu and Habibi, right, have played against RDK in a time when RDK was the sort of the next best thing. Like, he was their biggest competition at a time. So they have a very good idea of how to deal with this individual. And I think this is maybe a bit of a concern here for the side of Bravado. These two supports sort of know, okay, we can't really deal with RDK now. Let's win the other lanes, or
stomp
sort of the sort of timings of RDKs. They've dealt with RDK for almost like an entire generation of Dota, if I may use that term.
I mean, it's been almost been a decade of RDK dominating the scene and now being punished and crushing the other lanes. Energy's doing an unbelievable job at just winning their lanes. That even if it gets to the point where RDK is super farmed, is it enough to actually stop Ian, considering that the other lanes haven't done extremely well?
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? RDK can carry this game through. He's almost got his Lincoln Sphere up now, but everyone's having a tough time. Mikasa's sort of keeping up, but he's about 1.4k behind. It's just a very, very big difference between most of the people here. So I don't know, it seems difficult.
What does RDK go for after he picks up his Lincoln? Do we see the shotgun?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the sort of best way to deal with Sniper. You can jump on the backline shotgun and burst him down very low, if not kill him. And even so, you can sort of throw the shotgun defensively on an individual to stop the Sniper from beating up at him. So there's multiple pros to picking that item up.
All right, so he's going to be moving into the shotgun gun build as we assume. And I mean, we've looked at this game and we said right now, Energy at the beginning of the year wasn't the strongest team. I mean, I had the opportunity to cast them, and they weren't having the best showing. I'm looking 8 months later, 7 months later, and this team has completely changed, competing for the top spot in the SA Master scene. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, how this team has developed. I haven't seen more change in a team this year than what I have with Energy.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? Because column drop, mid, big trouble.
Rock is down. There comes the call down. Rock trying to slap away Chosen One. In the meantime, Frank getting the assassinate. Who's also going to take a lot of curse, but gets healed up. There comes out the poison from the Vino. 2-5, trying to find more. RDK running up the heel strike, taking quite a bit of damage. Odu trying to clear out those illusions, but RDK decimates the Karo. They lose Odu. Double kill for RDK, and before you know it, they are on the board. BVD taking the boys to church.
Yeah, and when we talk about spikes and timings, everything came together perfectly there for the side of Bravado. Level 6 was hit by Warlock, Lincoln Sphere came up on RDK, and they said, well, we got our stuff, let's go, guys. And they went into the mid lane, dropped the rock, and the fight looked a bit shaky, but you just underestimate how much damage Veno can really do. So
well, let's take a look at that replay. Let's see how things actually did go down. Oh, mid lane though, there comes the boat wall. It's a little bit of a fight under the shrapnel. Never did too much there. A lot of the illusions has been cleared out, but BB trying to make a play. Yeah, he does change his target. Mikasa going to be brought in. Echo Slam out from Chelsea. Gets himself a double kill. RK gets the assassinate. Lincoln's procs. And the X comes out trying to control out strike. Odu very low HP. Needs to move himself back. They're going to secure themselves a tier 1 in the mid lane. They lost the Warlock. They lost Mikasa. And poor old 2-5 is down.
Yeah, so, I mean, they turned their fight around very quickly. They realized, okay, we lost a big fight. We lost the tier 1 tower. Turned that around pretty well. It maybe a bit shaky of a fight there. Wall was dropped. It didn't really get much out of it. I think ship was also used there, so not a good fight.
No, the ship was used. That wall didn't get too much done either. It was placed on the back lines of that fight, and then all Ian did was reposition, re-engage, and jump in. Chelsea's Blink Echo Slam, decimating the 2 players from the side of BVD without even blinking.
Yeah.
Hurt.
That's the thing. He also found a spike now. We see it again. A spike was found by Chelsea. He said, oh, let's go. We got Blink. And he didn't necessarily need to use it, but they realized, okay, we do have Blink. We can just go into the front lines and try and do something with it. And it's exactly what's happened here. And they turned that fight around. I mean, it looked like Bravado had a good fight, that they were going to maybe follow up and find maybe another objective, maybe get some vision down in the jungle, but it turns around and sort of bites them in the butt.
Well, I mean, that was a big play, and they've got such good initiating heroes. I mean, from the side of BVD, you can throw RDK in there with the waveform, but then you're putting your core in the middle of a team fight. Kunka perhaps can try and engage using the X, but with the side of Energy, I mean, you've got the blink on the ES, you've got the charge in from the Barra. It just seems like the engagement for the side of EN is just a little bit better, and if they get the jump on BVD, could actually punish them quite a bit.
Yeah, but again, RDK is just sort of, he's choosing his fights wisely right now. He's found himself 2 kills. He's, okay, now I go back to farming, and let me stay top of the net worth. And he's comfortably ahead now. He's a 1.1k ahead of everyone. And he's going to have that shotgun up, and some people are going to be shaking in their boots. As soon as they see that blue wave coming through, they're in big trouble.
Regeneration. So do we start looking at Energy picking up BKBs, maybe Lincolns for themselves? What is EN's response to RDK?
So that's the thing, right? The gyrocopter, BKB is more than likely going to be picked up by him, but Sniper, you don't really want to go too early into BKB. Your defensive item is usually going to be your Hurricane Pike. Being forced into a BKB is going to slow down the spikes of the Sniper, right? Because he's just not going to be dealing the damage in these team fights, and it sort of puts him in a precarious position. But I think it's super necessary. You're dealing with a Venomancer who does a tremendous amount of magical damage. The Kunk controls you up if you don't have a BKB. So I think it might just be a necessity. I think you hit the nail on the head there.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting game. Energy 14-4. This was this BVD team used to be one of the better and stronger teams. Energy just showing their dominance now in the scene. What are we seeing?
In trouble. Cooldown though is going to make them deter them at least, and Frank will have to get himself an out. So that was a ship Torrent used onto Odu, and he walks that off pretty comfortably. Raindrops, man. Raindrops.
Well, they are strong. What's it dispersed? Like 150 magical damage?
Yeah, 120. So
120.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, 120 magical damage, it can save you in these situations. He has one, so he has a bit of stats. So it's a difficult kill, especially for Frank this early on. He needs follow-up at least with his Torrent ship.
All right, so now we hit a nice spike point for both teams. I mean, we have the Blink up on ES, Lincoln's up onto Morphling. What is our next timing? What are the next objectives? What do these teams need to do? Do we see a smoke? Do we see maybe a little bit of a rush play? Taking a couple of towers? Where do we go from here? Like, what? You are the captain of these teams. What do you say?
I think they're going to wait for Shotgun up on RDK. I think they're just going to keep on creating space for him, at least the side of Bravado. On the opposing side, I think Strike, he's going to finish up his Sanjin Yasha, probably want to get that BKB before he has to fight, if he even goes that. I mean, Sanjin Yasha, it's a great item, but he's not going to be dealing a tremendous amount of damage if he's forced to buy BKB this early on. But I think it's an absolute necessity right now to make sure that he survives. So I think Sniper as well, I don't know if he's going to be going into the BKB because it is sort of risking your potential team fights later on, but it could be a necessity for him too. So they're going to more than likely want to play this very passively Energy for the next couple of minutes, whereas a space will want to be created for RDK on the opposing side.
It looks like Energy did want to actually make a little bit of a play. They did actually smoke up. Here comes the counter smoke from a BVD. Does something happen here? Frank running forward. Smoke does get broken out. Pings come out. They know where Odie is. Chelsea drops the Fisher. They're going to catch poor Mr. Frank. There comes out the poison from the Vino. They drop the rock. Silence comes out. Chelsea's going to hit the deck. The rock is chasing him down. They still lose Chelsea. 2-5 is down. They're going to try and kill up Impact. They get him. And now Hippie trying to get himself out of there. Not going to be enough. The shotgun comes out, or the adaptive strike. RDK picking himself up the kill there as well. And Chosen One in the back lines just decimating the side of BVD. But we have a 2-for-3 trade. And wow, what a little bit of an engagement. Both teams trying to do the smoke play. And it just works out a little bit better for good old EN.
Yeah, RDK just picked up his shotgun now though, so he's got the Ethereal Blade. He's going to be doing a tremendous amount of magical damage, and they need to be a bit careful of that one.
Yeah, let's take a look at that replay. Let's see exactly how things did pan out here.
That fissure was so good. They caught out Frank. They knew exactly where it was because the smoke broke. It was very good position by Odu. Obviously, Vacuum can't good pitch on the high ground anymore. Chelsea will take a tumble. And, I mean, 2-5, he's just one of those heroes. Vacuum wall, that's about it, and then you're in trouble. That sniper's just beating away at them. That adaptive strike, though, followed after that Spirit Breaker. They do get that kill. And then that's pretty much all she wrote. But, mid lane,
oh, there comes
RDK.
a shotgun, the boats, and RDK snacks himself up another kill. And good old Strike hits the deck.
Yeah, there we go. Shotgun's online, and like I said, now RDK is definitely going to want to be more involved. And this is not good for Energy. They want to buy themselves a little bit of extra time, but now almost the entire side of Bravado are ready to fight.
It honestly feels like RDK's put the entire team of BVD on his back and says, all right, boys, just create space for me. Let me get my Lincolns. Let me get my shotgun. Once I've got this, then let's start making a move. And this is exactly what's happened. Before you know it, BVD caught up, a couple of kills. RDK's already picked up a couple of kills in one team fight.
I feel like I'm in a time machine right now. This is how they used to play around RDK. This is how they used to dominate the scene. They would just pick him up, a hero like Morphling, mostly Morphling, and just absolutely just create space for him, look like they're having a shaky time, and then all of a sudden people just die to this massive Morphling. Whoop.
In the meantime, missed the kill in the jungle. RDK finds the kill in Odu. Surprising, instant shotguns. It is actually going to be ridiculous for us to catch these kind of shenanigans because players are just going to drop so quickly.
T-Twiz, man. It's going to happen. T-Twiz this game. But TP's coming in. Oh, look at that damage.
Shotgun, Habibi can't follow up. Mikasa forces himself in. Here comes another strike. Can they clear out Mikasa? C1 trying to fight from the back lines. They got the earn up. There comes the assassinate. And goodbye. Good old Mikasa, but now Energy. Can they, the deny comes through. And Chosen One makes it happen. Denies the kill. And good old Habibi doesn't give anything away for his death.
Yeah, gets murdered by his teammate, really. But it definitely helps him out. That's a decent chunk of gold. I mean, Venno knew he was dead there, so he threw out as much as he could because he knew that he would get the kill. More than likely, he was aware that it was probably going to be a deny at the end of the day.
Was it worth it then? Was it worth it to actually make that play from Mikasa?
No.
I mean, considering that you can actually deny that. But hold that thought a second. Here comes Strike in a bit of pressure. RDK, they get silenced out. They're going to try and right-click down Strike. And RDK picks himself up another kill. A little bit out of place there. And BVD punishing them for that misplace.
So going back to your point, the Venno was dead. He had the ulti from the sniper on him, so he just ran into the trees to make sure he gets enough magical damage down. So it was pretty much the only thing he could do. The fact that the Spirit Breaker died is still fine, even though it was a deny. The fact that he wasn't able to now sort of be in that fight potentially, or he's not collecting gold around the map. Bit of trouble here for Habibi.
Habibi, a little bit of pressure here. And RDK picks up the kill. There comes out the shotgun. The wave is good. Disarmed. Torrent. X. He's going to be kept in place. And that is going to be a double kill. And both that support pair just paid with their life, hitting the deck. Getting caught out of place. I suppose they're returning the favor quite hard.
Man, it's like I have to look at my phone to see what the date is just to make sure, because this is flashback stuff. This is just old school how they used to play with the RDK squad when they were once at Energy and now they've moved on to Bravado. But this is it feels so good to see it again. But I mean, Morphling is, I don't know, I think they picked it up because it's a best of one situation. They were aware, okay, we're going into a best of one, let's just get something that we know we win with. And they got it.
And for us, this is like really a team that we don't see often. BVD hasn't been in the Masters this year because just the way things worked out. And now we're seeing a BVD that can actually be part of this Masters League. And RDK rocking up with the boys and just taking names. I mean, right, they are behind 19 for 11, but still a really scary force to be reckoned with. I mean, we've got RDK running in there, still decimating the side of Ian. Ian may be ahead in kills, but look where the gold is sitting. It's sitting in favor of BVD.
Yeah, but we must also keep in mind that net worth is just under 1K, and we look at the net worth.
It's also all sitting with RDK as well. I mean, he's the chunk of that net worth.
Yeah, 5-man smoke though. It's technically a 4-man smoke, but it is an RDK illusion, so he can be there in an instant. So 2 Kunkkas running here in the front, and Torrent off the mark, but they got the X. There should be a Morphling jumping in here soon. There we go.
Yeah, Odie, he stays alive. He's not dead just yet. Actually doesn't manage to find the waveform, but Odie does go down. The Fisher's there. Echo Slam is good. Godlike. RDK is down. They're going to try and see if they can find more. The RDK is down, so they're going to try and see what they can do here to the side of BVD. Plague Ward up there. There comes the Vac Wall strike. BVD trying to back themselves off here. And no more follow-up. They decide to back off. And no more engagements.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that RDK kill. I mean, when this guy goes down, you must know that the universe has aligned for Energy.
This is a bit of a mistake here. He needed to secure that kill. Now the Silence had a chance to get the global silence off. He can't morph strength. He's going to go down. Echo Slam committed. 787 gold for that kill. That is a tremendous amount of gold being exchanged. And that goes in the pocket of Strike. So, net worth, favor of Energy now. So
one little misplay and you get caught out. And now the boys may jump into the pit. Looking for a little bit of an objective here on the back of that RDK kill. Frank X's himself up, tries to get the Torrent into Raj. Surprise, surprise, no one is there.
Yeah, I think this is going to be highly contested now. There's not really a good Roshan setup for either side, but if someone does get it, it's pretty nice. I think Morphling can kill Roshan pretty quickly.
I think the best way they take Roshan here is for BVD to actually jump in the pit, and then for Energy to jump in afterwards. I think if it goes the other way around, I think BVD's got the better opportunity to take Rosh and Energy to actually defend Rosh.
I definitely feel the same, but you don't want someone sneaking a Rosh underneath your nose.
No,
you don't expect it, right? So Frank will more than likely want to keep an eye on that as soon as people are missing off the map, sort of. But because Sniper's not bad at taking down Rosh, I like the fact he went for Shadowblade, he didn't go for the BKB, so he can sort of escape. If he sees a shotgun flying through there, he can just get that Shadowblade, and they get forced to pop dust, and so it's a bit of a difficult kill here on C1 currently.
Well, we are now sitting 20 and 12 at the 30-minute mark, and both these teams are going head to head. It is, I mean, have you seen a net worth graph that looks like this after 30 minutes in the game? And less than 2,000 gold in it. Experience looking very similar. I mean, these teams are so equally matched. And in the recent tournaments that we've had in our local scene, Ian has finished, I think, top 3 in both our previous tournaments.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? And now Frank is in Bravado, and there's also Ross, the changes that might impact this. But BVD is definitely a team that I rated quite highly, at least, and coming into this tournament.
Well, we haven't seen them much, so you don't really know like where they're sitting, where their strengths are, because they haven't been part of the league per se, and we haven't really been able to actually see them in action.
Yeah.
And now you see them here, and they're standing pretty well up against Energy. I mean, fantastic. And I mean, yes, we are saying that RDK is just cleaning up the kills, but the fact that the rest of his team is being able to create that space to let RDK farm, do RDK things, it's a testament to the entire team that they are getting done what they need to get done.
But even Mikasa, he's finding his farm slowly but surely. He's actually not in a bad place. He's got the Veil, which is also going to help his entire team do damage. The Kunkka gets a lot out of the Veil, as also... And of course, the Morphling gets a hell of a lot out of the Veil. If you're going to amplify the damage that he's doing magically, because the shotgun, of course, as well as the adaptive strike or magical damage, it's a lot of impact that item is having for his team. But something very important here is that there is now a Manta style up on Morphling. He's going to be a lot more difficult to kill. Use the Global Silence, he's just going to pop the Manta and then more strength, and then try and get himself on out. So the sort of timing to sort of shut down RDK has slipped by. They need to now try and find a different avenue of bringing this game at least into this mid-game stages. Potentially
so what do you do in a team fight? You basically try and concentrate on the rest of the team, and then once the rest of the team is taken care of, then you turn to RDK, or do you jump into RDK and obliterate RDK and then try and deal with the rest of the team? I think. What is Ian's approach to team fights now?
Oh, Odoo's in big trouble.
Here comes the boat. Frank's going to try and block him in the trees. There's the shotgun. RDK. Easy kill.
Yeah. Decapitated. C1 though, Invis here as well. They all moving on to Frank. Frank should die. Tries the TP.
The TP.
There was just so many stuns, man. There's no way he was getting out of that one. But he does create the opportunity for the Morphling to get himself an out, so that's fine. I think he'll be happy with that trade, giving a kill over to his Morphling and then meeting his demise to C1. Maybe not the hero you'd like to give the kill to, but it's fine. I think they're just okay with Morphling constantly getting kills, getting farm, and keeping ahead, which he is, by a big distance.
I mean, that's what, 5k in it?
Yeah.
For RDK, I mean, they've just basically created space. RDK gets the items, does what he needs to do, and it's going to be a little bit of a punishment. So, before that fight broke out, I mean, what do we do? How do we see the engagement? What does Ian do going into a team fight?
It's difficult to say, right? No matter what I say, something's going to be wrong. So I think...
Give me your best shot.
Yeah, I think you target RDK and he's just going to morph strength. You target the team, RDK is going to destroy the team. I think you've got to sort of pick off individuals, find objectives. I think you try and avoid big team fights currently, or at least avoid RDK. If you see maybe 3 people in the bot lane and you can confirm that it's not an RDK illusion, you go on that and then you try and buy yourself some time, because he's doing a fantastic job, but if they catch him on the opposite side of the map, they can maybe do something, but he's very mobile. Like I say, he's got the replicate as well as bits of travel. It's not an easy situation here for Energy, but I'm sure they have something up their sleeves. They still got the right heroes for this.
Do you maybe just commit like the Bravado to try and deal with to deal with RDK, just try and keep him busy while the rest of the team like starts focusing down the other players. Commit one player to try and just be a pest for RDK.
So the one individual that's going to be a big problem for RDK is going to be Chelsea on this Earthshaker, right? Because you're not going to be building a BKB anytime soon on Morphling. I don't imagine he's actually going for the Satanic currently. He's going to be able to lock down the Morphling for an extended period of time, maybe buying his team a little bit of extra time to clean up the sidelines or secure the kill onto the Morphling. So that is more than likely their options, but 5-man smoke coming at you from Bravado, they're going to look for something as they actually get a D ward, and it's going to be scouted, so they should know there's a smoke. They certainly should know there's a smoke.
Oh, that is going to hurt the side of BVD. Smoking under a ward, never a good sign. And Energy, they're going to back themselves off. We can already see them making their way around. Chosen One has actually invested up already, just in case they do get a surprise.
Yeah, it's that nope factor there. Nope. Just run away.
Not today, boys. Not today.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, now the Morphling is just going to leave a replicate in a lane. If they want to come and contest for this tower, then they got to deal with that. It's not an easy situation. The best they can do is sort of kind of try and keep these split pushing out, but RDK already going here on the bot lane onto the gyrocopter. He will actually jump himself out to the top lane and go for an objective. Now this gyrocopter's in a tough spot. Does he TP's back to base, probably going to pop the shrine, then fight, but by that time, tier 2's down.
Yeah, and I mean, that player was actually, I liked it just for the fact that RDK goes on to strike. Okay, boys, I'm in trouble. Ian then TP's bot lane. While that's happening, RDK's TP back top and kind of leaves Ian holding their thumbs, doing like, okay, guys, what do I do now?
Wow.
But they didn't get those extra rotations, so it didn't pan out that way. If they did, massive win. Couldn't defend the tier 2 either, but Ian, they were in the vicinity trying to defend the tier 2. Didn't happen. Objectives taken. And one more tier 2 remains in the way of making their way up higher ground.
Yeah, so I found that very peculiar what just happened. I don't know if you saw it. Okay, the ward actually just timed out. But the charge was used to pop the Lincolns while he was out of vision in Fog of War. So they definitely knew that there was a ward there. But I think he saw that it was timing out and maybe going to waste a sentry from the supports. Just a little tidbit that I picked up there. So maybe a bit cheeky there from Habibi. I thought it was a misplay, but I think it was a bit of a cheeky play there. They're definitely going to try to sentry that up.
Well, I mean, we've put all our hopes and dreams in the player RDK to do it for his team. He's sitting 23,000 net worth for his team, then closely followed by Sniper and the Gyro. If, when BVD find the outcome of this game, from what reason, why did BVD get to this point? Is it because they got RDK farmed, got him to the position that RDK has done these things now and in the past?
Bounty! I think the team, that team has in particular have been together for a very long time. Yeah, they got the newly addition of Frank, but other than that, a lot of them have played together for a very extended period of time under several franchises or MGOs. So I think they know each other very well and they understand each other's play style. And I like the fact that they're sort of reverting back to the way that they used to play when they were second best in the country. I mean, RDK was always just in that second best team. Good enough to be in the best team, but just not there, unfortunately.
Not there. Yeah, I can feel that. I mean, at one point it was BVT, then it was WRG, but now bot lane, O2 just gets obliterated. Not even enough to even talk about that low engagement. And
yeah. I just see RDK hiding in the tree. As soon as I see the X marks the spot, I just imagine the sound of a pump action shotgun at that time, because just you're dead, man. There's no way out of this one. So really good. I mean, it's just such a problem. These supports can't overextend. It's just a very scary situation. And again, there's no BKB up on Sniper. He is going for that next. It's an absolute necessity. But C1's done a great job at keeping himself alive, to be absolutely fair, because RDK, if he sees him, he's going to go straight on him. So the Shadow Blade pickup was something I didn't think of, but it definitely makes a lot of sense.
Well, the boys at BVD, they clear out the pit. Aegis has been picked up, and RDK has it. Is this the moment that the boys go higher ground? And Ian didn't even decide to contest it with those Plague Wards. I mean, something else that we haven't even touched on. The Plague Wards cancel out the blink, not allowing the ES to get in there, drop his nonsense, because of those played wards and kind of gave away a rush pretty freely. Chosen one, dropped the shrapnel. They saw that they were in a rush, but decided they can't even contest it.
Yeah, it's just like you say, those wards are an absolute nuisance for this Earthshaker. One of the only pros that they have is Earthshaker is going to be pretty useful at holding up the high ground as well as the sniper, so he can probably use his blink from a deeper position, because getting the plague wards there is going to be difficult. But I mean, RDK's got Satanic and Aegis right now. He is not too afraid to take up the high ground, and I think he might even be looking in that direction. But
well, I mean, Ian has to be prepared every time a team fight happens. They are going to lose one of their players to that shotgun.
Yeah.
I mean, every time they engage, they've got to be prepared to be fighting 4v5.
Yeah.
And now it's actually 4v6 because of the Aegis online, if they do manage to bring down RDK. It is just a little bit of a hard situation here for Ian, but I mean, it's definitely not over. I mean, BVD sitting with a 5k advantage, but we've got Ian sitting with the kill advantage.
Yeah, it's still a difficult high ground siege. They got a lot of wave clear. Sniper can clear up waves very quickly, and then if you want to bring a hero up to the high ground, you got to be willing to take a lot of lockdown, or deal with a lot of lockdown, and then a lot of damage coming through from that. So RDK, yes, he's going to be tanky. He's got a Satanic. He can potentially die once, come back Satanic, and last a long period of time. But it's still a very risky play, and you don't really want to throw a huge amount of gold. I like this play though. X marks RDK, send him to the high ground, shotgun someone to death.
Oh wow, he just obliterated Odu, gets himself out of base, and he's still got the opportunity to replicate up when it comes about. Homing missile being used out and not even making a play there. I mean, RDK he's going to basically be counting how many green bottles on the wall.
Yeah. He's just gonna. I think they're just gonna X marks, and he's just gonna murder people for the next like 10 minutes now. Here we go again.
Right, he got stunned out. He's gonna try and find Mr. Bibi, and he gets X'd out again. He says like, just get me out, just get me out, get me out.
Yeah. I mean, okay, they're actually gonna back out now. They say, okay, we've had enough of the shenanigans. We need Odu there because he's the only squishy individual left on their side, but Odu is dead. So I think they're just gonna make sure they got all the lanes pushed in, keep the pressure up. The real question is, how do they take high ground? I suppose I think they need to get a couple of pick-offs and then either force buybacks or take high ground from that point on.
I mean, it's going to get to the point where they try and take high ground. I mean, they've got a lot of really good defense. The side of Energy, the Shrapnel, really good. Fisher, that's always available to them. But here comes the pain of the Morphling. He was busy split pushing bots. But RDK trying to see if he can actually find Mr. Strike. Not going to happen.
This is big. They know the BKB is down now on Strike, and Strike's also got to go back to base. But there's no creep, unfortunately. So, RDK just makes it onto that creep. Sorry, in the bot lane, and they're actually X-marking him to the bot lane. Split push that out. So now they just got to deal with every single lane around the map, which is a bit of a problem for them. So I think this is their plan to take high ground. Keep all the lanes pushed in. Someone needs to defend bot, and then we go and do some chip damage to top lane.
Well, my question at the beginning of the game was, can RDK make the difference? And he has definitely made a believer out of me.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to just keep this chip damage work up here. RDK, he's got so much stats right now. His physical damage is extremely high. He does a lot to buildings. And this is pretty safe play. You just, unless someone gets an Eels, that is probably the only thing they can do is secure an Eels on maybe Silencer or something like that. But Silencer is just so far away from anything. He's still trying to get the Glimmer Cape up. So I don't see anyone. Maybe Chelsea can get an Eels next, but he's actually going for the Lotus Orb. Might switch to the Eels though. Because then you X marks and Eels, but you need to pop BKB. But of course, Habibi can pop it globally, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And then they can catch up to RDK doing these shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, it is one way to actually have to deal with the Morphling. Maybe the rod of Atos. Will that X still pull him back if he has been rooted out?
Yes.
So it will still be able to pull him out. So there's got to be a lot of things that actually need to deal with. Need a lot of things that need to get to actually deal with RDK, which is actually going to put a lot of pressure on the supports. They're going to first break the Lincolns. You get the Yules off if they manage to make that happen, and then potentially even commit to Global Silence to make sure that he can't actually replicate out.
Yeah. Well, Aegis timed down. They got a decent amount of chip damage. They got a lot of map control and also secured themselves a very decent net worth lead beside of Bravado. So they'll be happy with that Aegis use. I think the next one, they more than likely will want to try and at least get a racks or two or potentially close out the game. So Energy, they need to keep a very weary eye over that pit and make sure that BVD don't come and bite them in the butt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, RDK building into his Scotty now. I'm going to try and get himself 6 slotted pretty soon, and then probably after that get himself 7 slotted with the Moonshot as well. And surprisingly, not even needed to go with the BKB, considering the amount of stun on the side of Energy, not feeling threatened at all.
Yeah, again, they're just using Frank. Oh, the Ecoslam whiff, bot lane, no! They went onto the Morphling. Oh, illusion. Man. No, they didn't go on the illusion. He was there, but he waveformed as the Ecoslam landed, took 0 damage, didn't get locked down, and immediately replicated out. That was so unfortunate.
And the boys from BVD, they say this is it. Ecoslam's down. The defense from the high ground is not available. And the call is to start pushing up the high ground. They don't have the ES ult. They don't have the global silence. There's X marks the spot. RDK jumps in, gets X out, and going to continue the siege of sieges. Does Energy have what it takes to stop BVD from coming high ground? One of the better teams in SA trying to defend it. There comes a Fisher, and Habibi caught on the wrong side of that. It's going to be in a little bit of trouble trying to run out. And unfortunately, Chelsea almost killing his own teammate. And the Lincolns is down. RDK, the assassinate comes out. Not going to be able to bring him down. And going to just keep BVD out of the base for just a little bit longer. And almost turned into the death of poor Mr. Habibi from that Fisher from Chelsea.
I mean, they did so much damage to the Morphling there, but they just X marks him, send him to the lane. He uses Satanic in the lane, and he's full HP again. They're just going to go back and do this all over again. I think maybe a bit of a misplay came out there from RDK. He didn't get his shotgun off. He used the Adaptive Strike, I think. But it popped the Habibi on the other side of the fissure, which was a very scary situation for him. It was pure panic at that stage, but he managed to escape.
Right, well, we've got the side of BVT trying to congregate in the mid lane. Maybe the time of EN has come and gone. BVT showing their dominance while RDK slapped their team onto the back and is really putting the side of Energy under pressure. This game is by no means over, but EN can definitely feel the claws at the door.
Yeah, I mean, RDK is almost 10k ahead right now. It's horrifying. He's going to have the Scotty online now. He's going to have a huge HP pool, including all that agility. Silencer is just going to die every time. The X marks and just send the Morphling after Odu. Odu has just got to hide. He's got to sit inside base right now and just get that ulti off, I feel like it.
Hide because the Reaper is coming.
Yeah, it's a very big concern here for Energy. Like you say, it's not over yet by any means. The sniper's not far behind. It's one of the heroes that can deal pretty well with these sieges. And one of the biggest positives coming at you for Energy in these sort of high ground sieges is that not a lot of chip damage is coming onto their buildings. RDK is focusing more on sort of trying to disperse the opponents than deal damage to buildings. And charge onto 225, but hot fingers there, gets himself an out with a blink.
Well, it looks like he actually wanted to come back and throw a couple of jabs. RDK rocks up to the party. And Habibi not taking too much damage there, pops out the pipe. The homing missile going to be popped onto RDK, just discharging out the Lincolns. And oh wow, Ian back on the back foot, just trying to stay in base, keeping themselves out of trouble. And the RDK is just absolutely around the map constantly. BOTs, X marks the spot. And yes, we have been concentrating on RDK, but this is all possible from the rest of the team. Filthy Franks X marks the spot, just keeping him that mobile. Impact on the point with his rocks. And 225 just being that nuisance. Back wall, Surge, Iron Shell, just you name it, and the side of BVD have it.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We have been focusing a lot on RDK, but this game, his whole team has been focusing to make sure he has the best possible game because they know this is the guy that can win you tournaments. This is the guy that can Echo Slam on him, those global silence. He's in trouble. He's going to bring him down.
They brought him down. RDK hits the deck and Ian do it. Get caught with their pants down. And now Ian, they have a possibility to get onto the back of this. Mikasa going to TP out. They can't find anything off the back of that. And in the meantime, though, we do have Chelsea trying to stand out 2-5. The boat comes down, landing on Strike and Chelsea. And is it going to be enough? The homing missile is going to be there. Chelsea gets this, the totem off, going to try and work on 2-5. Iron Shell. Chelsea doesn't want to take too much damage here. And the rock gets dropped for 2. Wall, fatal bonds, and the golem is just trying to head away. Cooldown has been brought out. 2-5 is down. Could this be it? Impact gets brought down as well. They do have buyback on 2 of the players here from the side of BVD. Do they decide to actually use it? And if not, maybe force out a couple of the buybacks for the side of BVD. Ian may just have broken the back of BVD. Do they jump into the pit? Do they push up mid lane? What do they do from this point on?
Yeah, this could be a very big turning point. Roshan up now, Energy. They're going to pick this one up for themselves, and they'll be very happy with this outcome. Finding the Aegis probably going to be on C1, and they can siege high ground far better than how Bravado have been attempting to. I mean, they could have done a lot more chip damage, but RDK has been focusing on trying to disperse their opponents. Sniper's just going to stand on the backline and just beat up at your building, so they need to be careful now. Aegis is online, and it will be on Chosen One for sure. Yeah, and it is.
Well, they're going to give cheese to Strike, so let the siege begin. They actually choose not to actually engage. RDK is up, so maybe a little bit more of the defense, and then find another pick off potentially, and then make a play from there on out.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try and buy themselves some of the map back, apologies, with this one. So they realize, okay, we got Aegis now, they're not going to have Aegis, they're high ground, they know that we can kill them. The Earthshaker with the global silence can kill this Morphling. And I think the side of Bravado are going to be a little bit more careful, at least with their next upcoming movements.
Well, RDK is going to hold on to his Manta more now, because he's going to need that to break that silence to get out of there. So I don't think those illusions spamming into the base is actually going to be...
He also got permastun there though, so he doesn't have BKB or anything like that, and he actually queued up a BKB. So he's going to have the 7th item as a BKB. I like this a lot. I think he's obviously just going to backpack his Satanic and then use the BKB and then switch them out mid-fight. That's the idea. It seems difficult to do, but if anyone can do it, this is the guy.
Well, I mean, we were looking at it, and I spoke about it. I said RDK hasn't even feel threatened enough to buy the BKB. Well, now Ian has said, we are going to punish you for not actually picking up a BKB. Forces RDK to go back and pick up that BKB. Although he has got enough gold, a buyback is available. So he's going to be picking that up pretty shortly. And then once that happens, it's another thing. What do Energy do? You've got the Lincolns to stop it. You've got the Satanic. You've got the BKB. They don't have much in terms of right click. Strike has to get really close. Sniper can sit from afar, but his damage that he's outputting isn't the most. Okay, I lie. He's got Mullion as well as the Silver's Edge, trying to get himself towards that MKB as well. So as long as Chosen One can stand from afar and get those right clicks off, maybe, just maybe, they can bring down RDK. But when he shotguns, he's going to receive no right clicks.
Yeah. But another thing, Striker's reasonably farmed. He's also got cheese. He's got the butterfly, so he's dealing a tremendous amount of damage in these fights. He's very sustainable with the Satanic, so he's not under threat of sort of the Morphling jumping on him, shotgunning him down very quickly. So they can sort of deal with what RDK is bringing to them. They also, like you said, they're going to have that MKB up very soon to deal with the butterfly that he might have been going, but he's not going in that direction. So they thought maybe he will go butterfly and interchange that out with the Satanic, but the BKB is definitely the right item here for Morphling, and it's complete, in fact. So, man, RDK has even got buyback. He's got 7 items and buyback. He's now looking for that Moonshard. He is...
Right, so he said 7 items. It looks like he's going for the 8 item build.
Yeah, 8 items. New Dota, man, you can have 10 items. You can backpack 3 and have the Moonshard. This game can go on forever, really. But Xbox is going to be used again. But mid lane, they're going to look to do a bit of sieging with this Aegis. Strike, he knows he's pretty tanky. He's not too concerned about anyone bursting him down very quickly. So he's more than happy to stand on the front lines here.
They're going to give tier 2 pretty freely to Energy. They're not going to want to contest that. They want to rather prepare for the high ground siege. It looks like the tables have turned, and Energy is the one that's going to be putting a little bit Strike that. It looks like they may actually be pushing out the bot lane, 2-5, trying to force back the side of energy. They're not going to actually find an engagement the way that they're actually moving back to the lane. So BVD just trying to control out the side of energy and not give them too much space on the map. And they forced them back, and easy mid, or no defense mid needed.
I could have sworn I heard you say strike that.
I did. I felt like a military commander, like cover that, roger that.
No, I'm talking about
down,
strike. Like you like read his name, strike that. I'm like puns again. You know, can't go a day without a pun. But
can't.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a bit concerning maybe for BVD. They had such a good opportunity to potentially take high ground. They didn't really get much out of it. And now all of a sudden, energy are finding their footing. They looked a bit drunk, if I could, and they were wobbling around a bit. Now they've found their footing, and they're just charging down these lanes. They feel a little bit more confident. They got the pipe, so they know they're not going to take that much magical damage anymore. They've had the pipe for a while, but now they have it with all these tanky items on the gyrocopter, which include the butterfly as well as the satanic and the BKB. This BKB's down to 9 seconds, so he has only used it once in the mid tower defense. So they're alright with that. They're going to deal with the lanes being pushed out. They've found objectives for themselves, and they've closed this net worth gap quite substantially.
Actually, quite a bit. I mean, 55 minutes in, and you're looking at almost less than a 3k advantage.
Yeah,
that is nothing. That is like anyone's game at this point in time. I feel if they can deal with RDK, then Ian take the fight. If RDK doesn't get brought down, then it's pretty much BVD's game.
Yeah, it's again the side of Bravado put all the eggs in one basket, right? And they really just want RDK to close this game out for them, because their other cores, I mean, Darkseid, he scales fine, his ulti scales well, but other than that, he's not really going to have that significant of an impact. He's really just a utility hero. At the same time, so is Veno. He's just utilized for his utility in these team fights. So they're heavily reliant on RDK to pull through. Whereas on the other hand, Energy, they got a sniper as well as a gyrocopter who deal a tremendous amount of damage and a sustainable lockdown, or reliable lockdown, if I may, from Earthshaker. So they definitely should be a bit concerned about this if you're in Bravado's shoes. Yes, they still have a lead, but this lead is slowly closing for them, so they need to make the right decisions here, keep a good eye on the next Roshan pit, because they can't afford to lose that one.
Well, it's going to get really tough. It looks like Energy, they've got small ways to actually deal with RDK, and it's going to be really difficult to see the next fight. I think it's going to come down to the next fight. Looking at buyback statuses at the moment, we've pretty much got buyback on everyone except for Mr. Odu Habibi, as well as impact on the Warlock. So I think maybe they're just waiting for those buybacks to come off cooldown, or at least have enough gold to actually get those buybacks, and potentially wait for Rosh to respawn. And from there, we will see which team will make it in to the upper brackets or to the lower bracket finals.
Yeah. Impact is poor. This is the first time I realized how poor he actually is. Only 4k on him. It's like it's like he's standing and just like take my power, or even just take my gold, Morphling. Just close this game. Please get me out of this.
If I could, I would share gold with you. Do you remember the mechanic in Dota 1 where you could actually share gold? Like, listen, let's give all this guy gold so he can buy the fight and just kill everyone. But hold that thought. X marks the spot in the bot lane. The charge comes in and going to just hit out the creep, and Strike being able to survive that onslaught. Didn't actually bait out the BKB, and the shenanigans start once again. The X marks the spot on the Morphling.
Scary stuff though, because he did use his mans on the high ground there. If there was Eels plus Global Silence, that was a dead Morphling, but fortunately for him, no one has Eels yet on the side of Energy, so still surprised by that. They have nothing to really deal with that X marks the spot shenanigans that we spoke about. And I don't think anyone is even looking in that direction yet. So I find that peculiar. I definitely want to ask them if there's a reason why they don't go for Eels here. But
now. Your Admiral is on
I suppose they're concerned about, okay, Eels, there's Lincolns, and we might waste it on that, but you shouldn't. I mean, you can just use charge to pop Lincolns. I don't know. It seems odd to me that they don't go for Lincolns. I mean, Eels, sorry.
It is surprising because I mean it feels like they need to actually deal with RDK. I feel that if they take care of RDK, the game is pretty much in the bag. I don't see the rest of the team being able to close out what Energy is bringing to the table, and it's all going to sit in the hands of RDK. And we're painting a very big picture that RDK needs to put it through for his team. So, if you're listening, no pressure, RDK, no pressure.
Yeah, he's got the world on his shoulders here. But, I mean, right now, I mean, we're looking at RDK's farm strike 6 slotted right now, and he's looking for Bloodthorn next, so he's going to more than likely replace that with his Sanjin Yasha, I assume.
No, he'll probably keep it. BKB uses and then he'll probably swaps it out.
Yeah. Sorry, you're right.
I think that's the
switch out the
play.
BKB. Yeah, definitely. He's actually been
Could this be
really
a Divine play? Could this be a Divine play for Strike?
Oh man, Sargon will be happy. He wants that stat, dude. Sargon wants that stat. We got to bring it to him.
Sargon, if you're listening, tell him to buy Divines. But in the top lane, Global News, could they bring down RDK? Yeah, they do. Chosen one, they clean out RDK. That is massive. Now what do the side of Energy do? Do they push? Do they find the mid lane? Do they secure themselves that upper bracket finals position? And that may have just sent BVD into the lower brackets. And the call was almost to go into pit. They may change it. They may go pushing out the lane. And there, once again, the panel said it. RDK, one of the better players, one of the best players in South Africa. But just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Let's look at the demise of RDK.
Yeah, so TP out from Strike. Good camera work.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Global silence. But here's a big problem. His BKB was in his backpack there. That cost him so big. I don't think he necessarily needs to have the Satanic in the slot. He should have switched it out for the BKB. In fact, he switched out his Lincolns for the BKB, making sure he has it on there.
Oh! Back comes out. The rock is dropped. Strike in a little bit of trouble. Gets lost up. There's the ship, lands on a chosen one. TP's himself out of there by the skin of his teeth. I don't know how he did it. RDK trying to find Strike. Strike very low HP. There comes out the Glimmer Cape. And Strike's going to be kept alive by Odu. He's going to sacrifice his life. Strike going to find the TP out. Can he do it in time? There's the surge. And RDK doesn't get the kill. And he makes it out. I mean, Energy made the best of a really bad situation there.
Yeah. That's a buyback on Morphling, man. That's
big. Let's take a look at that once again.
I mean, they were looking for the siege. Buyback comes through, I think, about now after the vacuum. Yeah, buybacks instantly. TP's onto the creep. Really good vacuum wall, though. Looked very good for them. Ship comes through, but Sniper just stands in the middle of this chaos and TP's himself on out. Strike gets away with barely anything in hand. RDK tries what he must to just chase them down on the back lines. They do manage to find the kill onto Odu, and that's it. Strike TP's himself on out. Man, they found Odu and a BB in exchange, but a buyback on the Morphling. Knowing that his buyback's down, that's a bit of a concern. But RDK is going to say, oh, there's a Roche with golden arms. I'm going straight into that pit. And I'm going to get down for myself.
They need to make up for the buyback on RDK. That's going to probably postpone the game just a little bit longer if they don't get the Aegis. And this time around, the BKB is in his inventory slot and not make that mistake once again.
Yeah, he needs to have it. I'm sure he must be sort of slapped his forehead there.
Is it like, oh, dope?
Yeah, come on.
That happened.
Like, especially in a situation like this, he doesn't commonly make mistakes like this, but
he's like the sentry. You know, like you have your battle encampment and you have these like big statues outside your camp, and those are the statues that are supposed to fortify you against the evil. That is the RDK. But Habibi jumping into the pit, and RDK trying to find a kill here. He does get the Lotus Orb up onto Chelsea one. Cooldown is being used. BKBs across the board. The fish are going to try and slow down the side of BKB. Echo Slam comes in from Chelsea, but so does the poison from Mikasa, and it's causing a little bit of a problem. Habibi bites the dust. Sniper is down. Buyback on Strike, and Chelsea trying to get himself out of there. And this poison from the Vino. That's the Lotus. Oh, beautiful dodge from RDK, but he still does take the strike, the stun. Excuse me. There's the Xbox spot. He has actually been glimmered out. Can he actually get out of here? If he gets out of here, I'm done.
No? Okay.
I'm done.
Okay.
Oh, he gets put down from the iron shell.
Oh,
wow,
man.
that would have been another evasive play. The TP out, X marks the spot. It's done.
Tower is under attack.
Wow, let's take a look at that again, if possible. Here we go.
Yeah, so uses the BKB very preemptively, does RDK, knowing that he could have got Global Silence, which he did, in fact. The Global Silence did come through, but he bit on that Satanic and just beat away strikes. Just panic there. He's just in huge trouble. They turn around, they bring down the sniper very quickly. The Echo Flame came through, but it just wasn't enough. Buyback was forced out by the Gyrocopter, something we even needed to touch on there. But, yeah. Whoa.
Let's go back to the main game as Strike has been loaded, stalled up. He may actually go down. Yeah, that could be a dieback. He does BKB up. There comes the Fisher, fighting under the shrapnel. The Rock is trying to get some work done, but Strike manages to Satanic himself up, and he's good to go. And they can't push up higher ground. We've got a net worth of 40,000K or 40K on RDK.
Yeah, two tier 3 towers now down, and they'll be pretty happy with that outcome.
This is surprisingly turned out to be a really, really close game.
65 minutes into this game. It's obscene. I mean, there was a time where
we need an age restriction on this game?
Why? Because of all the murder.
The violence, the blood, the gore, the passion, the intensity.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing, right? This game is just
go for me.
It's chaos. It's absolute chaos. The one team's relying on one guy to win. The other team is playing their hearts out here. It looked like I could have said like Energy had no chance at a stage, but they pulled this back together very well. They had a good early stage, but mid-game I thought it was over, and they're doing well.
I mean, the early parts of the game, okay, well, they were doing really well. RDK was not being involved in team fights. Then before you know it, RDK rocks up to the party and you're like, oh gosh, RDK's here, now what do we do?
Yeah.
And now it seems like Ian's crawled back and taking a lot more control of this game. And it seems that they keep on punishing RDK when he's out of position. Like when a full team fight actually erupts and RDK is not caught out of position, team fights go really, really well for the side of BVD.
Yeah, 4-man smoke here for Energy, though. They're going to see if they can find something. And RDK's teeping in here. This could be something.
Oh, this could be this. There comes the Echo Stun. Call down. Could this be a dead RDK? Silent being used out. And RDK is dead.
Oh, man.
Barback is not available. Could this be the opportunity that Ian needed, the TP in, walking up the top lane, the boat comes in, and now the boat has been used, trying to slow down the side of Energy. Could this be the fight that broke the camel's back? Let's take a look at that fight as he TP'd in.
Oh man, they just knew it. They smoked up, they waited for him, echoes them instantly, lock him down. He's morphing his strength here, in fact. So he actually managed to get that off just in time, but it was just too little too late. And he got absolutely destroyed. No buyback, 70 seconds, high ground's under siege.
Glyph has now been used out. While that's happening, they're trying to cut the wave. And it's not going to happen. Ian putting a lot of pressure onto this tier 3. The side of BVD can't do anything. They're going to lose the dogs here. They're going to turn their attentions onto Frank. He gets glimmered out, and this could be the first lane of racks being punched down. Dogs here brought back into the game, but the Rock has been dropped into boat. There comes out the poison. Shivers has been used out. Odu trying to right click. The silence, the Lotus all being used out. Chelsea obliterates. Impact, unbelievably massive right click down there. Triple kill coming out from Mikasa. The poison just too strong. And the boys from BVD seem to have defended as they have lost their cause from the side of Ian, and only Chelsea and Spirit Breaker surviving that.
I have goosebumps this whole weekend, I think, because this is crazy. I really thought they were at least going to get racks there, but great defense. Mikasa just showing up and saying, hey, listen, guys, I do damage. I'm pretty relevant, and absolutely crushes them. They're getting 2 lanes of racks.
Barback not available for the side of Energy. They've taken down the mid lane of racks. They turn in their attentions to the top. The boat comes out. They've turned attentions to Chelsea. Can he make it through? Then now RDK rocks up. He throws down the adaptive strike as well as the shotgun. They leave in the lanes. And Energy, they got it. GG. BVD from nowhere. We haven't seen them for the year, and they come out to obliterate Energy. RDK, the best player to have never mattered, to have mattered this game.
Oh man, RDK played out of his mind. His team did a great job at creating space for him. A slugfest this game was. 68 minutes on the clock. It looked like it was going one way. It looked like it goes the other way. Oh, man.
Poke me with a fork. I'm done. I don't know what to say about that game. And well, from ourselves, Java and Scorpy, best game we've seen thus far, most interesting. Handing it over to the boys on stage. Gareth, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. Wow, El Clasico living up to its name with Bravado managing to take down Energy in an absolute bloodbath. The RDK Morphling doing the damage in the end, but let's see what the panel has to say. Over to our experts now.
Well, that looked like the kind of game we see usually in a grand final. Damn, they didn't leave a single bit of ground, and good old RDK pulls through in the end.
Like, when you guys said, oh no, it's going to be a carry Venno's game, I'm like, no, not happening. That's a mid Venno because I know RDK.
And you could see him smiling in that booth.
Yeah, he's really excited. This was Morphling Dota, honestly. Yeah. There was a stage in the game where Energy was winning super hard, but then you can't do anything because the way Bravado have played for the longest time, even when they were under the Energy brand, there's pure 4 Protect 1, or specifically 4 Protect RDK. And he came through. There was a point in the game, I think their team was 5k behind on gold, but RDK was still topping the net worth charts, and that just kept going, and eventually Morphling's the biggest hero on the map, and keeps pushing out the lanes. And even after they killed him, right? And I thought, this is it. They've definitely been able to beat it. The last part of play that we saw, after Energy got the kill on RDK, they decided to five-man push onto the top lane. But you could see from the way they were positioning that they thought they'd won the game by killing RDK. They'd forgotten about the rest of the initiation. They forgot about the
Darkseer having buyback.
That Darkseer buyback and the super combo with Fatal Bonds into Fatal Ultimate with the Warlock drop. It's like, what are you supposed to do?
Other than RDK, I mean, we watched Chelsea. He literally did everything right.
Yep.
Everything. As an Earthshaker, you should be doing this. You should be doing that. He did literally everything right and still lost.
Yep.
Yeah. Why? Morphling, man. Morphling.
Come on, Succubus, you know Chelsea personally.
No, Chelsea for me, I mean, what a player. I mean, that guy. But it was more, for me, what was most exciting was seeing the old duo of Habibi and Odu together, because early game, you just saw that classic combo of those two working together, and I thought, well, this game's over. But on the other side, like Snare mentioned, when you look at RDK, yes, they killed him, maybe delayed his items by like 2 minutes, but he had more farm than the carrier that was doing well at 15 minutes, which is insane.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely insane. But Chelsea, for me, he couldn't have played that Earthshaker any better than he did. He was always there at the right time, always casting his combos, but unfortunately, when it mattered, there was just too much HP. And then, of course, you have the Fatal Bonds with Venno Ulti, Darkseer Vacuum Wall. It's just too much damage to overcome. And once those BKBs are on a 5-second cooldown, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. And I think the amazing thing that Chelsea kept doing, there was a stage in the game where Bravado was trying to push high ground, so they'd send in the Morphling with the X marks the spot, and he'd know that Morphling would be coming into the game, into his base, but then he'd always lay down a fissure to make sure at least the rest of the PvD can't come up. So he probably delayed the game for like 10 minutes, I think, longer than they probably deserved to at that point in the game, given how strong the Morphling was. And he did so many perfect things. Every kill on RDK was preceded usually by an Echo Slam. There was only one kill that we saw that he died during the global silence, but every other time they needed Chelsea to kill RDK.
Yeah, and they had to commit so much to kill him that they didn't have anything left for the rest of the team. And that's the biggest problem.
So, if you were sitting on the side of EN, what would you have done differently? I mean, you knew RDK Morphling was on its way. What would you have done differently?
I was speaking to one of the players, actually. I was like, now what?
What are you going to do?
What do you do? Because you can't... We saw what happens when they try and make the push. Like, sure, you can succeed, right? But it's still super hard to push into Venomancer, Warlock, Darkseer. Yeah. Like, this is not an easy lineup to push into, right?
Kunkka.
Even if you can take out this Morphling.
There's Kunkka as well.
And there's a Kunkka, which doesn't make things any easier for you. So there's so much that you have to try and get past to get through. But then...
Fatal Bonds.
Fatal Bonds did so much work.
Bonds did so much work each and every single fight.
But
That's impact.
That draft is specifically designed to, if you're going to pick on our carry, we can still hold high ground against you. Come at us, bro.
Yeah.
We're good. It's just the draft, they just did it so well, and they executed it perfectly, absolutely perfectly.
Yeah. I think they exploited the fact that to win the game, Energy kind of needed to be 5. They didn't necessarily have heroes who were very good at split pushing, like by themselves, and that could do it safely. So in order to get anything done, they had to be 5, but that opens up space for Morphling to outpush you. So it was just, strategy-wise, I think Bravado are outstrategied Energy at this point.
And even if the Morphling died, they still had ample high ground defense.
Yeah.
With every hero.
I think the only way they win this game is if they had a different carry hero. now that, like, looking back on it now, perhaps anti-mage would have been better than sniper.
Much better.
At the end of the day, you just need something to be able to do something else while the rest of your team is holding the center. Maybe you could have even you could have moved the gyro. Or anti-mage mid actually wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world, given that you're going up against Venomonster, so you get the spell shield, you're like whatever, but just doing something differently. I think like at the very end of it, we saw it was a drafting mismatch that let them down at the very end.
What was the importance of the Morphling buybacks? I mean, we saw one at 61 minutes, which we thought may have been an issue because he came back in to win a fight and he only walked away with Odu. Odu playing so beautifully, he decides, you know what, my gyrocopter was on 100 HP, I'm full, but I've got my Glimmer Cape.
The problem with that is that even though the Morphling didn't have buyback, we still had buybacks on all the supports, including Darkseer, and like we said before, they had ample high ground defense. And the most significant thing is that if the gyro died, he didn't have buyback. And I think only one person on the side of Energy at that point had buyback, and not a significant hero. So if it was a make or break time, we killed RDK, let's try go high ground, but then they're forgetting the fact they didn't have any buybacks on the main heroes. So maybe, yes, you killed RDK without buyback, fine, fair enough, but rather wait till we all have buyback, then try push the high ground. I think that, yes, the game will get prolonged by another 20 minutes, but then secure yourself that win, at least.
There was something interesting about how they were playing on the side of Energy because they gave all their farm over to RDK for the majority of the game, but then he got to a point where after he died, buys back, and then the important thing is letting the rest of your team get money as well, so that when you die and you can't buy buyback, it's fine. Everyone else now has the goal to be able to fight without you.
Yeah, certainly. Well, they have some words of their own sitting there in the back. We're waiting for that interview from Gareth.
Thanks very much, panel. I'm here with the filthy one, Mr. Frank, who was Best Supporting Actor in what is known as the RDK show, Unleashing That Morphling. I suppose when you're in these best of ones and it comes down to perhaps using a pocket strat, what better one to go to than the infamous RDK Morphling?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a strategy we've been practicing, but I think like early on the game was like a little bit rough. I think like Spirit Breaker like played really well as well. Like wherever I was rotating, it's like very rough start, so pretty much just turtled up and relied on RDK, like getting lots of farm. Like both, like mid was like average, but he did get ganked a few times. But like safe lane was always doing well. Like Spirit Breaker wasn't really rotating early onto him, so we sort of just like thought we can just like sit back, let him like split push with the X.
So tell me when they managed to get that smoke kind of like trap. I suppose it was on the Morphling when he TP'd in. It seemed everyone in the team was ready to pounce on that, buyback down. What was going through your mind there? That must have felt like Game of Thrones at that stage.
Not really. Like, I mean, between us four, we have like quite a bit of good team fight, and we all had buyback at that point. So even if like I know like 2 to 5 died immediately as he went in for like the vacuum wall, but we still had like backup. So I mean, they got to go through like effectively 8 of us, and I also had like the boat, so it takes like a lot. Like it's like basically like a lot of space creation until you can come back. So like we were like a bit like phased about it, but I mean like overall I think we knew we could defend it.
I suppose at the end of the game it comes down to one of those big team fights, and you certainly had that defending your top racks. Congratulations, first blood in the kind of battle between BVD and the Energy goes to you guys. Obviously well done moving forward into the winners bracket, and best of luck as we go forward. Throwing back now to the panel to take us through into our next match.
Thanks, Gareth. Well, some wise words there from some very wise players. Do you feel he's entirely accurate on what he was postulating?
Of course.
Yeah, he was.
You don't have any argument.
No, the only argument.
Obviously, it's Filthy Frank we're talking about. He is without a doubt one of the best. But
the only argument I would have had with what he said is that like he did mention how the Spirit Breaker rotated a lot and did a lot in the early game, kept focusing him, right? I kind of think it might have maybe been better if they'd spent more time, especially in the very early game, focusing on RDK, because sure, like, it's unlikely you would have been able to get those kills in the very early game, right? But then you force the Morphling back, because it's at a stage of the game where Morphling can't survive fights, but also can't like contest the lane by himself. So that's the only thing that I could disagree with, but otherwise he said everything.
Now, instead of having your shotgun Lincolns at 20 minutes, you would have it at 25 or 30, which would have made a big difference. It would have.
It certainly wouldn't have shut down all their map control quite so soon. But let's talk about how this result, what it means for the rest of the tournament. That means a good old RDK finds himself on the winning side for a change. And
well, maybe Bravado's MGO to do it for him. That's the thing. He's finally found the right home.
Maybe he's found himself the right home, and this could be the moment we finally see him take a crown. What's the other teams thinking?
The other teams...
Insta-ban Morphling?
I don't think so. I think like all the other teams that watch this, right, they probably looked at this and said, this is literally textbook Bravado. If you could distill Bravado into a single strat, this is what would come out. So I'm not entirely sure everyone is going to be really surprised about what they saw here. They're going to be like, well, Bravado won with a Morphling on RDK. Now, you don't have to ban it every game, but now you just, it's in your mind now. Be aware that you're going to have to counter RDK Morphling. Because clearly, if you look at the draft, like, Ian didn't have any real answer for it. And it's a fifth pick, you're like, oh, snap, we fell into the Morphling trap. So I think it's just like other teams are going to be more aware of the trap in future and then just try to avoid it.
No, definitely, but then he's just going to pick an anti-mage or a Luna and do the same. You know, it's his play style. But yeah, I definitely think in future people do need to contest him a bit more. Yes, he will find his farm, but it will delay his farm. So instead of committing heroes there, then commit a hero there, and then it forces Bravado to play in a certain way which they didn't intend to do.
Yeah.
So it does put everyone on the back foot. So definitely try contest him a little bit. I mean, Venno's going to get his levels mid, but he's not as impactful as a Morphling is. Yes, for high ground team fights, he does a massive amount of damage, but I mean, you saw what the RDK show did.
Well, heavy words indeed. Do stay tuned. We will be right back with some more action very shortly. We know it's been a long game, so go to the bathroom, grab some popcorn, and maybe get in an Uber or a car and join us here at the CTICC. It is one hell of an experience. The atmosphere is absolutely palpable. It's not worth missing, I guarantee you that. Right, so without any further ado, off you go, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. It's the grand final day, day 3. It's bright and early in the morning.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. It's time for some more VS Gaming action here. APG versus Energy.
This is a crazy draft. We're seeing heroes that we haven't seen from day 1 and day 2, and I kind of expected this coming into the final day. Some surprises, best of one sort of drafts, I feel.
And this is going to be the first blood, and it's going to go the way of Phalanx. You're going to turn around and Atos. Dreamy's in a lot of trouble. ACG actually doing so much damage here.
Do they have time?
Dreamy and the GGs, of course, were called towards the end of that. The big thing, though, is the decay stacks, the overwhelming odds.
You know, talking about APG leaving, I think you saw in the booth that they were actually they were pretty like sad that they were out. I think they felt like they could have won it and they didn't.
They get the buyback here from Dota, and that isn't enough to stop the onslaught here of WRG. The GGs have been called.
eXdee now have an opportunity to play up against EGE eSports in the low bracket finals. I really do think that this is going to be a very interesting tussle to see which one of these two teams actually has the sort of advantage in that carry position.
Skill-wise and experience-wise, they're kind of all on the same level.
I think we do have the upper hand over here, and as long as we play consistently, we should take the series, I think. There's one team that's winning it. Everyone knows who it's going to be. I'm sorry, we're going to be sending you guys home.
Currently in the Masters levels, there's a lot of rivalry, and it's a friendly rivalry. I don't think that there's any bad blood between any of the teams, but there has to be rivalry for growth.
Wave to us when you walk away, if that's okay. Walk away to victory.
Guys, what just happened?
I mean,
dude, but I have never.
If you're just tuning in, this is of course EGE Gaming versus Energy Esports in the low bracket finals.
I think this is actually a matchup I've been looking forward to the most. Everyone's been talking about how strong these two teams are to go up against each other. It's a little bit of tension between the stronger sides, which is great. It means good competition.
Humani turns around, goes on to Dreamy, gets the stun there. Adam Moore might be in a lot of trouble. He drops another one to turn around, go to Dota and die. There's the duel coming through. That's not the person you want to deal unless you're going to get it. He does.
Yeah, Energy they take a tumble here.
Looks like eXdee is in the lead. They're struggling to shut the guys down, and at the moment eXdee is going for the Roshan, and then I think they're going to go straight for the throne, I hope.
Gyrocopter, are they going to be able to blow him up? No, the ultimate good culling blade, and unfortunately Gyro gets healed up. He is back to full HP. This might just be the fight for eXdee. Can they do anything further? They have just crushed the hopes and dreams of Energy and all the Energy fans.
GG does get called, and that will be the close of it.
What has happened?
Oh man.
What has happened? I am very glad I did not predict at the beginning of this series.
Yeah, me too. I would have said the wrong thing.
Prove themselves to be worthy of that top spot.
Secured yourself the second place. That's gotta feel good. Tell me about the game.
Well, they banned 4 of my heroes, and I guess I can play Gyrocopter, so I feel pretty good about it. I didn't think we'd do this well, but yeah, it was great.
On the day, I think it just came down to the team gelling together, making the right picks, and just catching Energy off guard.
I was expecting Ian to take it. They had great picks coming up to the game, and literally it just, I was baffle-stomped, to be honest.
I don't know, we just started losing momentum. They pushed towers, we couldn't really fight into them that well.
Yeah. Dreamy? Come on. It's quite alright.
This is the first Masters, there's always another one. There's other tournaments. Come back strong.
This is the final, ladies and gents. This is what the weekend has built up to. It is going to be WRG unseated, undefeated since last year against eXdee fighting their way through the lower brackets.
I don't think nerves get to us as a team. We put in the practice before and it'll pay off.
I think the odds were stacked against us. Everyone's opinion was stacked against us, and we did it regardless. And we were very confident. We didn't doubt ourselves for a second. And I think we were very confident going into White Rabbit as well.
This is one exciting matchup on both sides. It's going to be one hell of a final, ladies and gentlemen.
Can eXdee stop the big White Rabbit?
The skill cap is getting a lot closer and closer to the point where teams can actually take them on. But to win against them in a best of 5 is going to be a feat.
The game is underway. As Wop had the opportunity to get out, and it's not. He's going to actually bounce down. First blood already going to WRG. They do actually have a sentry. They're going to pop down the rock. Wop gets out. They wasted it. Fuel comes out. Deppy. He's going to go down. They have so much lockdown for Deppy. I mean, you've got the eXdee players caught off guard. In the meantime, WRG wants to take the racks. They want to finish this off. Shadawi jumps in, gets aggressive, but surprise, surprise, the rock is there. Decide to tap out. This puts WRG 2-0 in the series.
Castaway, I mean, he only died once that entire game.
This could potentially be the last game of the event. Is he going to be able to survive through it? He doesn't have any mana for the Malefice. First blood could be Chadawi. It is. Team play here in the middle. Black Hole is down. Santo coupling that up with the shackles. The ether shot comes out. They lose Deppy. Shrinks TP's in. He doesn't have the smoke screen. He's got to go down. They're going to try and make some magic here. Black Hole dagger onto Deppy. We do lose Adastam. And WRG are cleaning up and taking names.
In the words of Wilson Triple XL, damn, I love my job. And WRG take the championships. Well done to the boys. The end of an era and the end of the event.
Pretty straightforward. I really enjoyed my captain's drafts. Played very well. I think the outcome was expected. We thought we had very strong drafts, and we're on form right now, so very happy with the result.
They ended up in second. Please welcome eXdee.
Firstly, White Rabbit, they're very unpredictable. I mean, they wear short sleeves and scarves at the same time. You never know what they're going to do. Other than that, they're definitely on another level at the moment, but we're very proud of achieving second. Came in with the hopes of achieving top 2, and I feel although they're on another level, we're directly below them, and other teams are still trying to get where we are, so we're very happy with our placement in SA at the moment.
People kind of said they saw it coming. Nonetheless, they deserve every bit of applause that you can muster. Please welcome WRG!
Learning how each player works in different situations is what makes a team, and that's the strength that they have. They know exactly what each of their teammates are going to be doing in different situations, and they back each other up. That's how you get to the top.
If we can keep up this competitive environment and maybe get a lot more tournaments under the belts, I can only see it getting better, because the more competition, the better individuals and teams will get.
Coming months, you're going to see some other teams coming through the ranks that are definitely going to give the top guys a run for their money. So it's going to be an interesting end of the year.
Three games down and another one on the cards. It is the battle of the X's next, with XTC taking on eXdee. But to hear more, let's go to our expert panel to discuss what's going on in this next match. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Gareth. And battle of the X's. I might as well introduce myself. Wilson, Triple XL, Snare, and Succubus. And they are the brains behind the operation here. Now, XTC versus eXdee.
Yes, this is, personally, I think I'm a little bit, like, this is my second favorite matchup. The previous game, I don't think they can top that, but this is the game where, I don't know, eXdee drafts weirdly, so actually they could. Like this.
I had a chat with Riddits,
Yeah.
a little known chat with Riddits, just moments ago, where he was like, you guys are in for something really special. Apparently, they have prepped themselves up the wazoo for this tournament.
Yeah. They've got a draft for the Radiant, the draft for the Dyne. If that doesn't work, they've got 6 counter drafts and 6 different heroes of the same playstyle for every single ban or pick that they could possibly muster from the enemy teams. So we'll see what happens, but interesting. It's interesting.
I think the way that you get around that as XTC, you just ban Meepo.
Yeah.
It takes out like everything. But like on the real way, I do think that eXdee have shown a tendency normally to actually go for the stranger picks and to not be afraid to experiment, to not be afraid to do pretty much whatever they feel requires being done.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that they're a team that if they see a hero, they don't think, can we play it? Their first question is the hero good? And if the answer is yes, then like, we'll figure out a way to make it work. And they always do that. So I'm looking forward to see how they do in that regard.
Well, let's give you guys a glimpse of what eXdee looks like. And I am certain it goes without saying, just from that little short snippet, you can see they're a bunch of young guys with oh so much heart. And you know who that reminds me of? Actually, I'm just going to throw that to you. Who does that remind you of?
WRG, it really does. And I was going to say that they have the potential to be WRG in the next 2 years. And not just us, because TKC, 17 years old, brilliant player. I mean, he sometimes scares me. He's dead quiet, so focused. You never see him flinch. And
under the good guidance and tutelage of
old man Rockley, yeah. Best IO player in SA, just want to put that out there. No, but honestly, this team has, out of all the teams that are here, they are the youngest on most sides, except for the Rockley, obviously. But they have a lot of room for growth, and they've got a lot of potential. And they really want it. I mean, Hunter's one of the cockiest players I know. He's so arrogant, but it's the arrogant players that generally do well. I mean, Castaway, when he came onto the scene, he was also one of the most arrogant people I knew in the scene. But look at him. He's like, I might, in the back of mind, you're like, no, I'm not going to beat that guy, but in the back of their mind, they're like, I'm going to beat you because I am better than you, even if they're not. That's their playstyle, it's mentality.
Well, they're going to be banging heads with the boys who came second in the last VS Gaming Dota 2 tournament. Let's take a glimpse into the life of XTC. And there you have them, a motley bunch of mercenaries if I've ever seen them. They've kind of composed of different players from different teams with different philosophies towards Dota, right?
Yeah, eXdee was actually this kind of team that for a long time they weren't necessarily known as a top team in Dota. It's been a while, like a couple of years back they were, but then things changed, like their fortunes changed. But then since the last Russia Shuffle, where they got Adestam after he left APG, magically things just started working out for them. They got Adestam, they got Depi, and things just looked so good for them. Like from then, like it seems like any given tournament, you can never have a conversation about the top three without at least mentioning XTC. And even for their positions, for their players, you're like, well, okay, Depi is really like Depi, for example. I think that with the exception of TKC, probably easily the best mid laner in the country. Like obviously, Castaway is somewhere off
but
by
I just
himself.
want to throw this out there. Depi actually, on a few matches that we've seen and casted, that he actually beats Castaway mid on last hits, on mechanically, and the only differences between Castaway supports are just much better. They don't look after Depi when he's in trouble, and they always TP in a bit too late, or they're somewhere else where they shouldn't be. So Castaway's just got much better support behind him, but 1v1 situations, Depi tends to win about 40% of the time against Castaway. It's the only guy mid that I've seen in South Africa that can truly contest him. So, I mean, Depi for me is literally on par with that type of level of play.
So how does the side of eXdee deal with that? I mean, we're talking about someone who can potentially take down the very best mid South Africa has ever produced.
But TKC is also equally just as good.
I think you just draft. Like the eXdee is gonna when eXdee wins games, right? It's normally they beat you out of the box, so they're gonna beat you by drafting something that you honestly could not have prepared for, a strat that you're just not prepared for. And then when you're on the back foot already from minute 0, suddenly the rest of the game goes in their direction in that way. I think eXdee tends to do a lot worse when the drafts are predictable, whereas XDC do really well in very stable, predictable games where there's not a lot of variables in the equation. I think XTC does a lot better there. Like XTC is weird though, because every time I see XTC on paper, right, I can't think of a better team. Like besides WRG, but like just looking at them on paper, you're like, this is the best team like that you want to put, but it doesn't always seem to mesh perfectly. And they've been doing really well though. This is not to like disparage the results, but sometimes it feels like they should be more dominant than they actually are right now, which is something that they probably need to work on. We know there've been rumors and talk in the air of like them having internal roster issues, some players wanting to leave.
So they're a bit brittle, would you say?
A little bit brittle, but very, very strong. They're like, don't imagine that you can break them easily. Like you're gonna get hurt before you can break them yourself. So
sounds like quenched steel. Well, definitely. And I mean, you know Adaston fairly well. He's maybe not the star player. Depi certainly holds.
I think they complement each. I think that's the thing is about XTC that Snare's also trying to get is they all complement each other. There's no actual star within XTC. They're all very good players and they gel well together. But
is XTC looking to win this one? I mean, they came second in the last one.
Of course, they came second in the last one. But unexpectedly, everyone thought Energy was going to come second, and lo and behold, XTC did.
There's a little bit of bad blood now.
just a tad. But honestly, TKC, I would put him on par with Depi, but as term of experience, I think TKC needs another year before he can really compete with the big boys. But I will never discount him because some of the moves that he pulls on, especially Puck, just like how do you pull that off? Like that guy is exceptionally good, and to think that he's only 17 years old he's playing against guys that have, way more years experience, more time in Dota, and he's just exceptional. But when it comes to XTC, I don't think there is a star player as such. I really feel like they just complement each other. But hopefully, as we say, that we are hearing these rumors. Hopefully, it doesn't affect them here at this LAN.
Yeah, I think they have the mental fortitude to decide to win anyway. To be like, okay, we might not be a team here purely at our own discretion. There might be other factors keeping us together, but the fact is we're together. And we're going to win and lose together. There's nothing much we can do about that.
I guess the argument is, does a band of mercenaries perform better because they get paid by performance?
I mean, band of mercenaries came second at TI6.
Yeah.
So
there you go. There you have it.
This could work out for them.
You're going to get letters.
Money can be a really powerful motivator.
Yeah, it's true.
I think
it can be, but
doesn't winning this game guarantee you 7K up from the loser of this game?
Yeah, pretty much.
The 7th, 8th teams get 27,000, and then
it is a bit more change to deal with. But I think it's more of not so much of an ego thing, but more pride and, proving to the South Africa that like we are the best, and proving to the rest of the world, people that are watching internationally, like, hey, we're here. We're also good. We can do this, and putting your best performance on a LAN in front of the entirety of the community is also a thing to consider, and it's also a lot of pressure at the same time. But I don't think they're just going to lose a game because they're not gelling together as a team or they've got some conflict. I think they put that aside for a LAN, especially with that amount of experience.
They're professionals.
They're professionals.
Yeah,
When it comes down to the end of the day, they are professional.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I mean, we've glossed over the fact that there's 550,000 rand up for grabs, but other than that, the real question is which of these teams would perform better in the lower bracket? Because that's when the pressure's on. I mean, you lose that, you're done.
I would rather be XTC in the lower bracket because eXdee, the fact that they're very versatile and the fact that they have strats prepared for every conceivable situation, right, does mean that it's a double-edged sword, because yes, it makes you very powerful, very unpredictable, very hard to deal with, but sometimes you can out-mind game yourself and end up in a situation where you end up losing games that you really shouldn't in the lower bracket. Then you end up getting knocked out of the tournament. You're like, wow, what just happened? Whereas XTC, like, strikes me as they've always been the more solid team. Like, if they get pushed on the back foot, they're not going to try and do something truly out of the box to get out. They're going to be like, okay, guys, we know the path to victory. Let's follow it. Yeah. Let's not try and deviate. Let's not try to be clever. Let's not try to be smart. They're more experienced than eXdee. So eXdee they're a bunch of kids, right? They're very young players, so they still have that curiosity, that sort of like flair. But XTC are going to decide, all right, guys, we're professional mercenaries. Like I said, like, we're on the back foot. We're going to shoot our way out of it. We're not going to try and knife
it. I'll tell you what. There's two people sitting in the booth at the moment who I'm sure have got a few words to say on this. Casters, what do you think?
Thanks very much, guys. Well, what do we have to say about it? I say that this is going to be something pretty special either way. eXdee as well as XTC have actually quite an interesting history, but definitely a case of both these sides very hungry for the win here. I think XTC, you guys call them mercenaries on the panels. I can dig that. They probably haven't quite been as close-knit a team as we have seen in the past. I'm not sure how much detail we'll go into that, but they certainly are very independently powerful players and can tussle with the best of them. And as for eXdee, they are the new kids on the block. They're working hard. They're very, very impressive as a squad. I think they can be quite a handful.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be considered, or don't want to be called the underdogs of this matchup against XTC. Mainly because, although it's a best of one, go pocket straight, maybe you can beat XD. I don't think it's like that. I think XD has, come across as confident coming into the matchup, and against XTC, I think they can win it. I mean, you don't have to go for a Jakira pick or going for cheesy strats like an IO. I think they can do whatever they want. Like Hunter Meepo, it's possible.
Well, the thing is, okay, that's going to be interesting because we haven't actually seen the Hunter Meepo in really long. We always talk about the Hunter Meepo.
Yeah, like the May tournament.
But I mean, perhaps if there was a time to have the Hunter Meepo, it would be this time around. But will they use against XTC? Is it worth the ban? I mean, there was a time when people were banning out the Hunter Meepo every single matchup.
Yeah.
But they've stopped that because, well, he's not picking up the Hunter Meepo anymore.
Yeah.
But then again, does he pick it up at the Masters? Is something he's completely abandoned? Are we going to have a surprise? Time will tell, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one. It's a best of one, so I think they're going to, play something different. Like go towards, let's say, instead of banning out Night Stalker, for example, because it's in the meta, we ban out Hunter's Meepo. Just to be safe. That's what I think XTC would be doing. But they have their own strats as well. Like XTC could have, let's say, Adestam play what Ardigay played. Go with a Morphling, go with something strong like a Lycan, for example, and then play, just get the whole farming game up, and then, have Depi still going into the mid lane and take his TA, for example, and then just, go out with it.
Cool. Well, I think it's time for us to toss back to the panel for a little bit, but I think we're really looking forward to this one, guys.
You and me both, Albert. You and me both. And of course, joined by these guys.
And we're just here for decoration, I guess. Then,
We're just here to eat my food.
That I'm really looking forward to, honestly. I'm looking forward to seeing, I hope XCC has first pick, right? Because if they have first pick, then they have to make the decision. No, I hope eXdee has first pick, sorry, so that XCC must decide, are we banning Meepo or not? Because I think that's the, overall, most teams are going to have to consider, okay, eXdee has Meepo. They have a really strong Meepo player. That's something that you have to do.
Kind of like banning an RDK Morphling.
Yeah, you kind of just, you have to do it. Like, one of the important things that you have to do in Dota is you have to think about, firstly, your strategies. Like what Reddit was mentioning about how he's prepared for this team. You have to think about your strategies that you want to use, how they work against the enemy strategies, how to counter it. Like, having a sort of draft board is something that you really have to do. You have to try and, it's like detective work, figuring out how to draft in Dota. Some players do it by intuition, but it's also good to have it on paper to know what you're going to do ahead of time. So, Meepo, for me, that's the crucial thing. Because if XCC don't ban Meepo, right, there's no guarantee 100% that eXdee will pick it, right? But now it's in the game. It's still available. And that changes the entire direction of how XCC is supposed to draft. But if they don't ban it, it means they're confident enough that even if Hunter picks Meepo, they feel they can beat it. Yeah.
Yeah, but the only thing is when people do pick Meepo, they kind of tend to overdraft against the Meepo, and then they tend to leave the other heroes out of it. So it's just like they focus on Meepo, but then sure, TKC, Storm Spirit, or Puck is getting massive, and then therefore create space for the Meepo to do. And Meepo's going to get farmer levels no matter how many times you kill him. It's one of those heroes, and you can play, even if you, we saw, I remember Muzzy picking a Meepo into a Sven. I was like, what the hell are you doing, dude? And he still won that game because he played it a certain way. Now, Meepo is versatile like that. You can do that. But it is risky to not ban out that Meepo because it is Hunter Meepo. And that's how he literally spammed Meepo in ranked. And he won almost every game with it. And he got good with it. But he is good with other heroes. Juggernaut, I've seen him play a couple of times. He's good at Sven. It's just, there's the other heroes that he can pick that are good in the current meta as well. So, focusing all your efforts just to banning out one player on the team is for me never a good idea, because then you're going to give them bristleback IO, for instance. It's just, there's other things to consider. eXdee are very versatile.
There is, of course, the factor that this is a best of one. It's all or nothing. You win this, or you're in the loser bracket, and then you've got a long, long way to go to see that final cup fall down.
I think the one thing that's going to be of losing.
Oh no! What's the effect on the draft? Best of one. A lot of teams like to pull out cheese strats, that sort of stuff. I don't see this happening yet.
It also does give you greater credence for Meepo, also in the best of one. Because if you can think about it from XCC's position, right, you don't want to be the guys that lose a game because you didn't last ban Meepo or didn't first ban Meepo, and then you lose specifically because of Meepo. There's some games that you lose because there's a Meepo in the game. There's other games where it's Meepo that won you the game. Like, I think the best example is that EM Bravado matchup. I can't, with the exception of maybe Anti-Mage, I think they lose 99% of the time with any other hero except Morphling. Morphling is the reason why they won that game with RDK in it. So Morphling...
Or Anti-Mage.
Or Anti-Mage, yeah. And then Meepo has that kind of effect as well, where there are games you lose specifically because there's this hero in it. So you what do you do now? Do you make the decision that we don't want to get out-Meepo'd, we don't want to get out-morphed, but we don't want to overly focus on it, like Sakibus was saying. So it's a really difficult calculation to make. That's why I really want to see what they do. The first two bans from XCC and their first pick will tell us everything we need to know about how they tend to want to approach this game.
There's also one guy I really do want to discuss, and that's Japper, one of the most consistent players in Dota.
Of course.
And you give him the Darkseer, he can do absolute wonders on that hero as well.
We'll see what magic that they can muster. It's Darkseer in particular is very, very challenging. I've tried him once or twice myself, and I've always managed to muck it up. But the draft is ready for them. We'll see what the Masters can weave in terms of magic here.
I don't think they're going to ban Meepo.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I think when you ban Nightstalker, what you normally ban either...
Like Albert said, you're usually afraid of the Meepo and Hunter, but he's never picking it anyway. Maybe that's the mind trick that they're playing. Maybe they're actually going to pick a Meepo for once. We get to witness the glory of micromanagement.
Banning out the Nightstalker, it's a bit obvious, but also banning out one of the heroes that Fury and Rock Leap do play well. And shame, Fury's probably going to get Crystal Maiden again, knowing his high hero pool of one, But Rock Lee is really good and efficient on Ricky, so it's interesting to see them ban it.
Them banning Ricky gives me, and I think they're going to pick Meepo, because this is a hero that's super good against Meepo in the early game with the smoke cloud. Makes it very hard for Meepo to actually do anything. You just kind of stalk around the main one, wait for him to try to poof out, you silence him, you kill him. But Rasta banned from XCC, so they want Spirit Breaker. They want Spirit Breaker or Coddle. Let's see if eXdee are willing to let them have it. But clearly they're fine. They're allowing them to go for...
There goes the Earthshaker as well. Thank goodness.
This is Meepo.
Yeah, this has to be.
That's a good setup for Meepo. Based on the chat we had with Reddit earlier, they said if they ban X and Y, they didn't tell me what X and Y was. But if they ban X and Y, then we've got these two pocket strats we can try. So I guess Meepo's one of the X's.
I think it is. Well, from XTC, what I'd really like to see, I'd like to see them pick like Clockwork or Bad Rider in the first two here. I think these are both heroes that can actually sort of deal with Meepo at some stages of the game, especially before he has his, himself the sheepstick. And more importantly, these are heroes that can also do really well in the laning phase. Like, I think XTC winning is going to depend a lot on how they do in the lanes, because I think XD's coordination in the mid game is super strong.
Yeah, but also teams tend to do this a lot as well as a strategy. Bait bans out, so it looks like they're going to pick a Meepo, but maybe they're trying to get XTC to ban out the Meepo as a bait ban, so then they don't have to. Oh, but here, never mind.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm
but
not surprised by this
yeah, neither am I, but I'm saying that it has been a strategy in the past where people bait ban you to thinking you're going to pick a certain hero when you're not.
Yeah,
but first pick, guys.
Yeah,
first pick Meepo.
Honestly, if you're going to pick Meepo,
you're brave.
You need to have a chin the size of an iceberg to have. Basically, the kahunas to go in there and say, yeah, this is our strat, bring it.
I think they're both trying to bait XTC into overly focusing the Meepo, but also at the same time, you don't want to take the risk of them banning the Meepo second phase when you've drafted in mind of having a Meepo in the game. But XTC have responded amazingly to this Meepo. Getting Clockwork Waven, the reason I was hoping that they would pick Clockwork first is, again, that's a hero that's very good against Meepo, just in the middle of the team fights. But if you can trap a couple of Meepos, even two of them inside the power cogs, that's like a large amount of the Meepo's damage that's gone. Even if Clockwork dies in that situation, it's not that bad because you still have the team fight advantage until the positioning.
But this is where I think Jappa is going to get his Darkseer, because whenever you see them pick a Clockwork, he kind of does the Darkseer play where he turns his own team's cogs against them. So Clockwork would get a good initiation, and then the rest of the team would follow suit. Jappa waits for the right opportunity, blinks in, does a vacuum, and then therefore they're all stuck in their own cogs.
Yeah.
So it's essentially turning Clockwork against the enemy team.
Yeah.
So it's a really good. I mean, Jappa's great at doing that, but the Silencer's job is going to be
not fun.
Not fun. He's going to have to ulti at the right times here.
So the thing about also this Waven that I really like, having the Winter's Curse is one of the important ways to actually deal with Meepo. Yeah, in the earlier portions of the game. I mean, the only time Meepo's been banned is like 3 times. It's all been against XD. So very rarely is it banned out. And I think they probably, they haven't played with it for a while, like in officials, people don't allow them to have it. So, but I honestly think that like this is going to be a game. Them picking Silencer give me an implication that they're going to be trying to play a 4 fighting game and then leave Hunter to do whatever he wants to on the Meepo. Like they don't want to rely purely on the Meepo to be able to win.
You know what this reminds me of? Do you remember that meme picture where the whole team went Lincoln Sphere and just put all the Lincolns on Meepo and it's like, come at me, bro. What are you going to do? Pick one. Yeah. Revenge. That's something we haven't actually seen in a little while.
This is actually pretty good because what you can do is you can use the swap to save somebody once they get Winter's Curse. If you're far enough out of range and you don't get caught yourself inside the curse, you can swap someone out.
Yeah, the level 1 swap is not great, but once it gets level 2, level 3, I mean, you can literally swap that Meep out and you're good. Yeah.
XTC need a little bit more damage at this point because they're relying a lot on being able to plink down heroes slowly but surely with their lineup so far. So they need something with some burst. Like Shadow Shaman would have been great, but maybe if they go, I would like to see if they go Earth Spirit. I think that's an amazing hero versus Meepo, but I'm not sure if XTC are that comfortable playing the hero. I haven't actually seen Dota and Die nor Doom Bunny play it in quite some time.
Yeah, it is quite a tricky hero if I'm not mistaken. It's about 60 buttons you have to press within about 2 seconds.
The problem is that there's maybe 1 or 2 players in South Africa that can actually play that hero properly. But what I am sad to see go is the TKC puck. I was looking forward to seeing a TKC puck.
Oh, I'm glad that's gone. Like
I'm not.
I've seen so many pucks every game. I keep losing to pucks. It's not fun.
But they are doing their best to ban.
This is what I was looking for. A lovely Centaur Warrunner joins the fray for the side of EXdee Dota.
Look, it's going to help with the ulti, with the Meepo, to reduce the damage for him, but I feel like Slark does a better job, especially the roaming duo of Slark Venge. You can't get any better. That armor reduction, it's an instant pick-off with those 2 heroes rotating around.
like I do think Slaughter is normally better at these initiating situations, but I think this game I'd rather have the Centaur, just because like Stampede is really good just to get Meepo in position. Like he doesn't have to rely on the proof to get forward anymore.
You think Rush Aghanims then?
Yeah, is this?
I don't even think you need the eggs. I think it's more about the movement speed buff. So what you do is that like you Stampede, then the Meepo can kill somebody and then poof out instead of the other way around where you have to poof in, but then you're kind of vulnerable to being counter attacked.
Yeah, fair enough.
And they are playing against Underlord, which is a massive route, which is a problem for multiple heroes trying to get into position.
Yeah.
This is also really good for eXdee because now they have some deep push. Because a lot of games you lose against Meepo, they just by 25 minutes you've lost all your outer towers and you don't know what happened. But having a hero like Underlord, like constant firestorm damage, is also really good against Meepo. It scales to how many heroes are caught inside it.
Look, so I like XDC's draft at the moment, but my problem is they're lacking a lot of damage. They've got a lot of sustain and some lockdown, but they have no damage dealer at the moment. Here comes the Necro, also good against Meepo.
It's good against Meepo, good against Centaur.
It's good against anyone. I mean, it's a Necro.
This is the danger of picking up a Meepo first. I mean, everything that's coming out here is, I'll take on a Meepo, why not? The big question I have for myself is, will we finally get to see an Underlord keeping up with the mobility, the global mobility of the Meepo here?
I don't think he needs to. I think the only thing that you need Underlord for is just to be able to... You need him firstly just to be able to stop the Meepo push. But secondly, if you see Meepo split pushing, right, then that's one of the few heroes that can get your entire team to where the Meepo is and actually kill him. Like, you don't have to keep up with him all the time. It'll be similar to what we saw last game. Just as long as you can find key situations to pick off this Meepo, that's good enough usage of the ultimate.
Because ordinarily, I mean, you TP one at a time and Meepo just blows you up as you come in.
Pretty much, yeah.
But Underlord allows you to bring in the entire crew and then blow the Meepo up.
I'm liking this last ban from eXdee. I mean, snipers, generally you do tend to draft that against Meepo as well, because inevitably maybe one will get away and on this much HP and then you get the headshot, you know? So, yeah, they are doing their best to draft against it. Let's be honest, they ban out the Invoker, the Riki, the Earthshaker, the Sven, and now the Sniper. So they have done what they could to help Hunter's situation in picking a Meepo first.
And that final ban from the side of XDC, beautifully placed.
Yeah,
it would have been
amazing here.
Pretty great.
We got heal from Necro, we got heal from Winterwave, and all negated just by one hero. So
I think XDC pick anti-mage. Like if they get anti-mage here, sure that there's some ways to catch him or troll. This also works as well. You need basically what you need is a hero that can solo kill one of the Morphling or one of the Meepos, like that you guarantee that no matter where he is, even if he's alone on the map, he confidently fight. Like once Troll, one of the good things about Troll versus Meepo, if you use the whirling axes, after Meepo's already poofed in, or if you have BKB as Troll, Meepo actually does 0 damage to you because all of his like attacks go through you, so you can actually bash kill a Meepo.
RNG
there
bash,
might be a trap here laid for us and for the side of XTC. Because we're all thinking Meepo, but they still have another sucker punch left on the final pick of the draft.
Yeah, they need a hero which can actually kill Troll. I don't know, they need him, like they're picking for their mid now, right? Because they've got their support duo.
Are we going to see a Storm Spirit is my question.
I hope not. Storm can get crushed by Clockwork, and Winterwave can also put him in a bad trap. But at the same time, like if the Storm is able to have a really good game and is able to consistently fight against the enemy team, he could go ham. I'd rather see like...
is the name of the game these days.
Yeah. I'd rather see
maybe an OD as well. They could work. A Viper.
This is even better, actually. Like all you need from eXdee right now, you just need a hero that's not going to lose the game for you while Meepo actually gets the Storm. So
the dreaded mid of the game.
Yeah.
He can arrest you without even drawing creep aggro. So I mean.
And one of the few heroes that like can destroy his Necro and pure 1v1.
Yeah,
so
pretty much. Yeah.
I really like this eXdee draft.
Yeah, it is good. It's very good. I'm just worried about this Meepo as well. I know we're focusing on him, but I mean, there's a lot of things here.
Yes. But given that we have precious few moments, I need predictions. Quick ones.
XTC.
Why?
XTC.
Quick.
XTC Clockwork, while we haven't too good against Meepo.
And you?
XTC just because they're the more experienced and consistent team.
A band of mercenaries.
No, they really are. They're the most experienced and consistent team, but I do feel like XD have the potential to beat them in a 1v in a best of 1. In a best of 3, I would say XD goes to them, but I mean XD have the stones to take this as well.
Yeah. Well, knowing what I know, I'm going to go with XD. And I'm not telling anyone what I know.
In Reddit, you trust.
But, let's see what happens, as I'm sure Halberd is ready to rear and go. Take a look at that game. Over to you.
Thanks very much, guys. I think if you're trusting Reddit, though, you're making some bold moves there. That's a very, let's say, chaotic individual you know, so he's hit or miss, and when he hits hard, man. When he misses, it can be by a landslide too. But I tell you one thing, I don't think you would be wise at all to count out eXdee. I've been talking about this, I've been asking for it, and the last VS Masters I said I want to see the Hunter Meepo. We're going to get to see the Hunter Meepo at the greatest stage of them all. And if there's ever a time for it to come through, if there's ever a time for that Meepo to break some hearts, it's right about now, Reigns.
It has to be the best of one, winner brackets, round one, right? So yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting one with both sides, you know, obviously both being solid with their roles, with the picks. Yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, so we have quite a start here. Both teams actually smoked up very early on, getting some wall placements across the map. I don't know if we'll see any... yes, the perfect time for reports. This time, I appreciate it. So let's go ahead and use this opportunity to introduce the players. So I'll go ahead and start off with the side from eXdee. So we'll be Dota and Die on the Clockwork. The Pit Lord will be played by Scarnet. Over on the Troll Warlord, it will be Adistam. The Necrophos will be handled by Deppy. And last but not least, it will be Doom Bunny on the Winter Waven. Over to Reigns and the side of eXdee.
Yeah, with Meepo will be played by none other than Hunter. XTC will be playing Viper, Japper on the Centaur Warrunner, Rock Lee, the Vengeful Spirit support, as well as Silencer. It will be played by Fury.
Well, it's getting to rumble. I mean, I gotta say, like these games can't take long enough, or they can't start fast enough, right? Because we're gonna have the laning stage, and everything's gonna be chill, and these guys are gonna be having a little bit of fun with hitting some creeps. We're gonna get some right-click action going on.
Still being scoped
Hunter's gonna be killing some neutrals, and that's what we can expect. And then at some point, craziness is gonna happen. And I will say at least once, Doom Bunny's gonna ask Meepo why he keeps hitting himself. But let's take a moment to reflect on why we're here. Of course, we are here for the VS Gaming Dota 2 Masters, and I guess I like to make these little appeals to the audience and people out there. If you want to be here one day, you should head over to the VS Gaming website yourself. You'd sign up for their leagues and see the one that you can be the next Hunter, maybe rocking your signature hero on the grandest stage of them all.
Yeah, because it's possible, right? If got Hunter, yeah, he's actually pretty confident with it with Fury. I think Fury's Silencer and Hunter's Meepo could work out really well against the Underlord. It's mostly because it's solo, for instance. He's going to need to get back there. He's got his heals though. He's going to need to be more defensive in the early lanes, and then that actually relies on XTC's safe lane as well as the mid. We've seen Decrophos played once on Pulse, and we've seen the Viper being played by Sinister 5 earlier in the day, and now we're playing, and now we're seeing them against each other. So it's going to be a tough one. Both early game heroes. I think Deppy might struggle a bit earlier, but until he gets to maybe level 2 or 3, he can be a bit more stable.
Yeah, I gotta say the Viper mid is going to be a little bit of a common denominator in these matchups. I'm sad to see it. I want to support Viper. I know that no one cares for it. It's not going to happen. But that would be a lot more interesting than this one. And the top lane, they do in fact open up with the magic missile. It's going to be able to walk this one off. Rocky only really has 2 or 3 of those in him. So he has the 2 clarities. He's got to be careful not to waste it. But Hunter also just juking around with the pounce as well, or the poof, excuse me. Jeff on the bottom lane, he's probably going to have a pretty decent time about the Centaur Warren is like hard to take down. And Winter Waven, although he can do a lot of damage, he's got to get the... He's pretty much got to be in a position where he can ensure the kill with Dota and Die's cogs, or he's just going to walk away from them. The moment he starts walking away from them, he's going to get the level advantage, and he's going to be A-okay.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one for the Centaur Warren. Just as tough as the Underlord though. I mean, they just need to be pushed back, and then although they're melee heroes, they can't really do anything until the waves goes towards them, and that's not likely going to be happening all the time. So with the pulling and stuff from the Winter Wyvern, it's going to be a tough one for Japper, actually being taken upon right now from Doom Bunny.
Once again, this is my issue with Winter Waven as well, is that very high mana cost for his spells, and although he can deal a lot of damage, when you waste it, if you don't get that kill, you're investing quite a bit. Japper actually interferes with the pull over here, gets nothing actually, because Doom Bunny interferes, and the creep's going back. So the creeps are undecided where they'll be, but we do see they open up here. Japper taking quite a bit of damage here just from Adistam, and Doom Bunny coming on the side. Japper actually wants a piece of this. Maybe we'll take a look at him, but look at the damage done by return to Adistam. I mean, that does kind of hurt, actually. So, he was pretty happy to take them, man. He just want to make sure he didn't get slowed up or anything.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Just going back into mid lane, where TKC just got his boots of speed. That's going to help him quite a bit. It's going to be able to take him back
bottom lane jumper could be the first blood here. And he does get the stun off onto Don't Die, but fortunately for him, the rocket barrage was still there in securing that kill. So Jumper, first one down. Now let's talk about that for a moment, because Jumper is kind of the guy you turn to if you're in eXdee sport and say, he sets the tone. So this death here that we're seeing again in the bottom lane, this is a big deal because Jumper's now behind, friends.
Yeah, that is a really much of a loss over there by Jumper. I mean, he's already suffering from not getting enough creep kills, not getting the EXP there as well, being pulled by the Radiant side. But with the death there as well, first blood given, that's going to be a tough one right now for the offlane for eXdee.
Yeah, and once again, one of the things we've heard from Reddit and the squad over the past couple of months is that they create space for Jumper. He's one of the guys that they want to see do well.
Yeah.
And if he's not doing well, and he is now in a little bit of trouble once more, and Don't Die, he's going to get after once again. Nice time on the hoof stomp. We'll buy him time. Don't Die, does he still want to piece this? No, he does not. Going to back off. I think maybe a little bit fortuitous for him that Adestam was actually back farming. He wasn't too interested in going for that kill. If he had been up there to follow up with a little bit of slow, a little bit of extra damage, they may have in fact decided it was worthwhile chasing him down underneath that tower.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the hoof stomp was timely done as well with the clockwork. If he had the battery assault on, I think Adestam would have made it on time in order to get the kill. But yeah, well played on Jumper for that one.
Yeah, he's gonna spend a little bit of time in the jungle as well now, so thinking about where next he can get his farm from. But as far as his last hits go, he's actually ahead of the Pit Lord on the other side of the map. But Scarnet, without that death, he's probably going to be a little bit better for where... Oh, cheeky. Rock Lee goes in, snatches the Bounty Rune from underneath his head.
Yes, pretty much so. So just suffering in the offlane for XTC side. I mean, he's doing okay, just getting the steady EXP, sitting on level 3. I can't say it's too good, but you know, he's just getting what he gets. Tries to, you know, maybe invade the jungle a little bit. Yeah, just getting it there, and hopefully he gets the EXP for some of these creeps.
Rock Lee wants this. Doesn't manage to pick him off. There's also support Doom Bunny in this round here. Has got Splinter Blast and Arctic Burn, so he doesn't have too much defense. But worth pointing out, there's quite a bit of heal available between that combination, so it's hard to bring on. Jump in the bottom lane though. He does go toe to toe with that. Stand on the sidelines. Don't Die thinks better of it. Will back off. On top lane, we have something out there. No? Hunter and friends. And by Hunter and friends, I mean Hunter and Hunter. He's got his first meepo up already.
Yeah, two of them. Scarnet just, you know, was trying to farm up that jungle creeps over there, but you know, nonetheless, Hunter going in and then making sure that he gets the rest of it. Yeah, but nothing too big. I think it's going to be a bit of a fight here from Rock Lee. Just waiting for a stun on Depi though, but CKC realizes it's a bit too late. Just letting him farm up quite a bit from here.
So, one thing I want to point out as well is that playing with Meepo, right, is one of those interesting environments where a lot of people see a Meepo on the team, especially in the likes of Pubby, and they'll expect certain things of Meepo, but actually a Meepo is almost a team hero. There's a lot of space that the Meepo is going to soak up, so you can't just play your regular game with it. You're going to have to operate around the Meepo, create opportunities for said Meepo to operate. Otherwise, what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of farm, a lot of experience, and be absolutely useless because there's nobody else in this team that can back him up.
Yeah, so that relies on the supports for eXdee side to create that space for him in order to get farmed up, and that's not going to take as long as any other heroes, because we can see that Amiipo is quite a hero that can farm up really fast, and here's Don't Die going to Jumpers.
Yeah, I think Jumper will do okay. He didn't manage to get off the hoof stomp, but there was a DD Don't Die, so he was interested in it. Also, this is only level 4 Warrunner, so it's not a case where a level 3 Clockwork is going to be too terrified with DD, etc. But in the end, he is on the other side of the river. He's going to back off. Actually, TKC getting quite a bit of help here in the mid lane. I've got to say something as well, by the way. For those of you who are interested, we all talk about Castaway. We always speak about how Castaway is the mid. He's the big boy. After Scene left the scene, it was pretty much just Castaway. But you're actually seeing something pretty exciting at the same time, because Depi and TKC are probably the next two guys. These are the guys that are going to be chasing after Castaway's number. They're the two guys that are going to want a piece of him later on in this tournament. And, well, we're getting an opportunity to see them go toe-to-toe in the first round. And that, I think, is in its own right pretty special.
TKC is actually doing really well right now. I mean, just dominating with the last hits, denies. I think that actually made the Necrophos suffer a little bit from there, but he's going to the jungle, also getting some stacks in for himself. So DP sitting on level 7. it's not so bad. 7 minutes in, could have been better. But you know, if you play against an early hero like the Viper, especially with the Vengeful Spirit with him as well, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, top lane, do they want this? They're going to net out, they're going to get the root out. However, Hunter wants to follow up, wants to poof. He's going to poof twice. They're going to bring down Skynet, and there's your first kill. There's your first Meepo kill you've probably seen in a while. But they're going to chase in afterwards, and the root is there. And there, the ulti from Deppy. Cheers and goodbye, friend. They still want a piece of Fury. Don't die. Wants that angle, wants to bring him down, does get off the cogs. Fury very, very low. A lot of damage coming out to Don't Die. He's trying to return. He knows he's down, so will do as much as he can. But in the end, it is a 2-for-1 exchange, and most importantly, that's a Meepo down. And if they bring the Meepo down, and he starts not getting that advantage that he needs, it can be a long day at the office for eXdee.
Yeah, the same for the Underlords to not get... I think the XDC wanted the offlaner to be alive, wants him to do much better than the Centaur, but nonetheless, it's a good sacrifice. I mean, as you said, it's against, you get a Meepo out of that, so that's not too bad.
Mid lane, could also be a little bit of action here. We do see Skarnet making his way through there. Who would ever want to go into lane with a Viper?
That's a very hard one, eh? But Doom Bunny doing his job, making sure that the Viper goes low, and he only has one tango left. But yeah, in the early to mid game, Viper is a really, really scary hero, especially if you let him farm up. So, you know, about the next few minutes, he'll be getting his next item, and then it'll be trouble, especially for the Necrophos. Or Rock Lee going behind the Winter Wyvern in the mid lane, hoping to get something here. Initiates with a stun with Haste.
Well, they do actually toss up the Viper Strike as well. But they're just not going to get anything out of the deal. I mean, Viper Strike fortunately doesn't have a huge cooldown. It's not that expensive since Viper doesn't use too much mana in other capacities. So they kind of get away with it, but they're really just saying Doom Bunny home. He's going to be really chilled about that one, not minding too much. Hunter also still in the hunt, trying to get some action. Bottom lane though, they do want a piece of Fury again. Fury taking a lot of damage from this troll. Adestam, he's a scary individual. You don't want to give him the kind of start he's getting at the moment.
Yeah, he's got his face boots already. It's been a few minutes actually. Yeah, but you know, just farming up slowly but surely. It's on 64 last hits. I can't say it's slow, but yeah, you got to really get ahead, especially have a Meepo against you.
Oh, we'll see the smoke gang coming out. Going to be Doom Bunny as well as Don't Die, trying to wrap around. They obviously have the Troll Warlord in lane, so they're looking for anything they can get. They could rope around on TKC. It looks like the most interesting bond in, but this double TP is coming in. Rock Lee caught out here, trying to get back up. There's the ult coming from the center war, and Fury also in support to Doom Bunny, trying to help out the friend Jappa, already stuck in things, and he just wants out now. Can they bring anything down? They will get the magic missile out, but Call Embrace comes out, help out Don't Die. Now Adestam pushes forward. It's going to be 2-0 in the end.
Oh, that was a great kill for Adestam and his friends.
Fury?
Actually getting kill as well.
Are you,
yeah,
are you certain this is a good idea, Fury? Brought down, might actually get the cross call on Adestam. That would be worth it, and is certainly a good call in the end. Fury, take it back. That'll be worthwhile.
No, that was actually a very risky move. I mean, it could have, or Adestam would have gotten 2 kills out of that fight, and that wouldn't have worked well for eXdee at all. But getting a carry for a return, that's a different story.
Okay, so I think it's time we take a quick peek at the XP and the XP and net worth. At the moment, there is an advantage to XDC, and that's going to be a big concern, because one thing you want out of your Meepo is a lead in the gold drops. That's already a problem that XD are going to have to resolve. As far as the experience goes, same thing. So I gotta say, it kind of feels like a little bit of like an alchemist when you look at graphs. You want to see that hero doing very well, very far ahead. The fact that he's not is very disconcerting. Don't Die in the top lane. He's hunting. He's got eyes on Hunter as well. Not the fight he wants to take alone, but he does have friends on the other side. He's going to start things out. Gets all 3 Meepos inside, and Doom Bunny gets it. Going to toss through. Call Embrace help on his buddy, and now a lot of damage coming to all the Hunters, and all the Hunters are going down because once again it is going to be a fantastic pick-off there. They're going to get the trade-off. They didn't manage to bring down the clockwork, but that is an exchange they are more than happy to make.
Yeah, that was pretty much a tight one. I mean, if you look at the replay, we've got Clockwork going in, like he knows where he is, so just going into it and then calling his teammates, hey, Winter Wyvern, I need you here right now as soon as possible so I could possibly live out of that. But although it was a close one, trading in for Clockwork, a Clockwork for Hunter's Meepo is definitely worth it for XDC.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's just, yeah, it's not what they need. At the moment, this Meepo is falling apart right now, but we do see the Dragonlance bull coming out on him as well. So for those new to the game, he's after the stats, obviously, because he's not getting any range advantage with that one. but certainly the stats very, very powerful on the meep. We might even see the double dragon launch. We'll see what he goes for. He does have the blink dagger actually queued up, and they're going to start moving towards the Rosh, but very, very early on. They want a piece of him, the big man, see if they can bring him down. Although, do they know? Scarlet and Deppy are right there. I want to take a look at their vision. They don't see it, but they do know that it's coming through. And they're going to get stunned out on the sideline here. Scarlet takes the first one, gets up the bit of Malice as well. The Hunter is brought down again. Rock Lee once out. Nowhere to go. Hookshot comes in. He's got bigger fish to fry. They catches out TKC. TKC nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He will be brought down as well. Almost certainly Fury can't help him up. And Fury, he wants out too now. Everyone's just dropping one at a time like flies. But Fury will manage to leg it to safety. But eXdee have a huge mountain ahead of them, because right now it is literally falling apart. And they picked that one, man. They saw the side of XCC coming out from behind. It didn't look like XCC knew. It looked like they just wanted to cross the map. And they end up getting caught out, or rather XTC get caught out and turn it around, pick up a couple of kills, making it look a little easy at the moment.
Yeah, that was, I wouldn't say it was hindsight, but eXdee saw they were coming. XTC didn't, because they smoked up, especially the Meepo and the Vengeful Spirit smoked up to get into the Roach pit. But
he does get out the Whirling Axe, though, to reduce a little bit of the damage he's taking. Can they bring this guy down? They're already committed. Rock Lee getting very, very low. Adestam wants him down. He will bring him down. Now TKC gets some help from Hunter, who's finally on the right side of the kill, but still Deppy wants piece. Hunter's getting low. He's going to be very careful. He's going to try juke around the tree line, but Scotland does have vision of him. He's going to move towards the side shop. Hunter is low. That's all his 3 meepos. Here's the way out. They know he's there. Rocket's flare is going to catch him out as well. Hunter is almost certainly going down. Hunter is down, and that is yet another kill on the meepo. This is really, really rough. I mean, let's take a quick peek here at the actual item, see how things are going for him. I think at the moment, just the Dragon Lance, as we mentioned. Anything else there that we can take out of it for the side of?
I mean, he's trying to get that Blink Dagger, right? But, you know, without that, it's difficult to initiate in, and we're trying to get out of it as well. And hence,
mid lane Fury, he's being brought down as well. Oh. It's falling apart here. This is not the game that XTC wanted. They're just literally being broken at every turn at this point.
Deppy doing really well out of that early game as well. 6-0 with 3 assists. That is just harsh. I mean, Viper did so well in the beginning, and then just falling apart right now, as you said. But yeah, with the cores, the Troll Warlord, the Necrophos being there at every fight makes a huge difference, especially if you want to kill a Meepo that's, you know, almost snowballing. Almost, but not yet.
I think this is a big thing as well. You're talking about a team here that is like you're talking about snowboarding, right? Meepo needs to be the one snowboarding. He's not snowboarding, right? But on the other side of the map, you have this Necrophos, as I mean Deppy, who's looking really strong. He's picked up the Veil of Discord, he's got the Rodvetos, and you go, well, he's almost undone everything that we had on the Vipers. Like, any advantage the Viper had is now lost, because TKC is well behind. He's almost 2k behind him. In fact, almost 3k behind him. It's pretty scary right now if you're an eXdee fan. And once again, this is almost their go-to, right? This is what we expect from eXdee. We expected them to...
Oh, that's another kill off it. The Vengeful Spirit not getting out of that tower after trying to damage it. But that's great. I mean, with the Meepo still trying to get that Blink Dagger. Oh, there's a charge coming in. I think it's just to check out Adestam. Gets the stun on Adestam. Teammate's not available right now. But see if he actually goes. I think he's able to go away. Shouldn't be a problem.
We just get caught out here by the Winter Curse, but Jaffa should be brought down eventually. Root comes out from that Necrophos on the sideline. Looks like they will just be able to bash him down.
Yeah, that didn't go well for eXdee at all. They tried to go for Adestam while he was alone at the bottom of the river, but in the end, just became overpowered. He's just so powerful, even with the Aegis as well. So if the Centaur did manage to kill Troll, it's going to come back. The teammates would have been there afterwards, and they would have lost the team fight anyway. So I think losing the Centaur alone, it wasn't too bad for eXdee after all.
Yeah, I mean, when you say it like that, it looks pretty terrifying. But once again, look at that goal graph. It is a case where you expect the side with the Meepo to be ahead, but they're not. They're in fact, they're being torn apart. They're losing their tier 2 here. Hunt in the top lane is trying to make some space. He's trying to find some farm, get anything out of the deal. But all 3 towers still standing right next to the river, and they're picking up their 4th already in the mid lane. So it is not just about the fact that your Meepo is behind. Where's your map control coming from?
Yeah, and that's it. Exactly what you said. eXdee has the Meepo sitting at level 12, but Rock Lee just to reach level 6 right now, and that's problematic. You've got the support from the other team, XTC, having at least level 8, level 9 heroes going on and almost going towards the level 11. So with Adestam farming up like that, your support on the other team won't really do anything to him. It's going to be troubling from here. And it's already almost 20 minutes into the game, so they're going to need to speed up with their farm.
Yeah, well, at the bottom lane, they are going to use TKC. A little bit of beta, they're smoked up, dropping a ward as well, but it doesn't look like eXdee are going to fall for it. They're just happy, content to trade off his tower. It's tier 2 for tier 1, why would they not? So I don't think the smoke gank's going to work at all. They dropped the fortification, but there's no reason for them to back. Okay, hold on. There's one reason for them back. They have a particular hero in this game that makes that all way too easy, and they go to the bot lane here. TKC, though, able to TP out. They saw the skill, they respected it, and they backed off. And in the end, they didn't even get the tier 1 exchange. They exchanged a tier 2 tower for a Pit Lord LT.
Yeah, that was actually really close as well, almost catching out the Viper, just TPing out just on time before the XDC guys managed to cast any skill. But that's it, man. They've got the Viper going back into the top lane, trying to defend tower, push up, get some gold. And then while that happens, XDC goes to the bottom lane tier 2 and then tries to take out this tower. And I think it's highly possible. I don't think XD wants to rotate to the bottom lane right now to defend.
But Jackie, Brains, what do they do, man? Like, what is the go-to? Because sure you can dodge, but you're running out of objectives to defend.
Yeah, you're running out of places to dodge. Yeah, but you kind of want your eXdee Meepo to get somewhere. Because right now, I'm just gonna get to it quickly. Dragonlance Blink, like you can't really do anything to a Necrophos like that, or even Adestam's Troll. It's going to get to you. Winter Wyvern's always going to be there, and
catch up.
Exhibit A.
TKC, actually this could turn backfire. Don't die, got absolutely nowhere. No, excuse me, man, hook shot all the way back. Gonna start TPing out. Can they finish it? 1 more hit required. Oh, it's gonna go wide.
So close.
Obviously with Viper, being a Viper, that actually may have been enough. Even though he had quite a big chunk of HP, he was also missing a big chunk of HP, so probably would have been the end.
Yeah, well, hard life of a clockwork. Scotty's hands of Midas, so it's going to get somewhere with that. Get some gold. Also trying to get his, maybe it's a Salt Cuirass. That's what you go for. But yeah, otherwise, I think XTC at this situation is that he's just farming up the whole time, especially Adestam. So with that, it's really difficult for Hunter's Meepo to catch up on it, but if you give him some time, if he's able to at least get somewhere out of that, yeah, they could do something for it. But look at the score, it's 16-4 help him. It's really close. It's not even close, I mean, in 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is one-way traffic at the moment. XTC are just walking away with this one. And I think that, I don't see much changing at the moment. It's just a case where they're trying to make these trades. The trades are going poorly, and in the end,
yeah, it just didn't work out.
This tier 1 is still staying. They still have not picked up the second tier 2 in this game so far.
Yeah, it's just really hard, especially if your Meepo, you get your 1-1, and then you get 2-2, and then suddenly you're not getting any more kills while trying to almost get away. That was really close. I think if Scarnet had a blink tag or something, it would have been Hunter's death. But yeah, that's situational.
So, okay. Let's find some positives. This one's gonna, let's take a quick peek at the items. Anything that's, I mean, other than, there's just nothing here, man. It's like the Hurricane Pike. That's what they're using to fight back with at the moment. The blink tag on the Meepo.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because you're relying on Meepo, but your mid hero is falling behind, little by little. And then Jopper had a really difficult early game, and as a Centaur, it's hard to farm up a bit afterwards. But he's getting somewhere. He's trying to get the creeps pulled, but I think that's for XTC. I mean, for TKC actually, but whew, difficult situation.
Yeah, so I guess a bit of a silence has fallen over the battlefield whilst XTC enjoy their lead. The net worth of the Necrophos way higher than everybody else. He looks like he's heading towards, well, every item he wants right about now. I just, it's reaching a point that they're starting to stock up on the utility items they need. And, I mean, I guess, if you think about the perfect possible team fight coming out from the side of eXdee, it's probably still not enough because the Winter Wyvern
Yeah,
he's
the Winter Wyvern. That's
he just is a get out of jail free card. Yes, sure, you got the science alpha that can potentially bring somebody down, but if you pick up the 1 kill, he probably just turns around, bails out his team from the fight, and once he picks up the like of the Yules, it's even worse. But I hear this is war around healthy. I'm trying to find a way.
Yeah, he's at the top lane.
Just trying to get away.
Get there.
Yeah, Deppy probably gets him anyway. He's got the blink dagger available. Blink after, 1 more death pulse. That'll be enough. Jumper brought down. Oh!
Wow.
Oh please, just make this work somehow. Jumper, you need to survive this. It would be so good. He's still going. Jumper! Are you kidding me? Rock Lee, you absolute beauty. That man has no business being alive right about now. And that's the kind of play that I gotta say, just lifts your spirits a bit. But Fury, he's in trouble here. Okay, bring us back live, guys. The fight's still real.
It almost started, but Fury did go back into the tier 3 tower mid. But yeah, I mean, there would be a different story if Deppy actually went towards it. After throwing the first kill there, I think just let it chase. Okay, I've got this kill. No, really, Rock Lee's in. But if he chased, I think Deppy would have died from there because the XTC guys or the eXdee guys were ready to take on one hero. Dota dies in trouble potentially with a smoke here from Rock Lee and his friends in the bottom river.
Can they turn things around? Just walk straight back into Fury. They're going to try to TP out, but caught up by Japa immediately and just absolutely hammered down in the big axe of Japa. Takes revenge. The man who should be dead secures that kill. I mean, that's the kind of moment you need, right?
Yep.
You're behind, you're suffering, suddenly you have a Necrophos wondering what just happened. And the team must have gotten behind that. It was a good play for bottom lane. They could get another one. Scarnet caught out here by Hunter. He's going to get netted up, going to try to get out of harm's way, but he should be fine. Even Hunter knows it. He's going to start keeping out. Oh, don't you dare. Yes. Managed to TP out of harm's way as well. Get back onto the right side of the field.
I think it would have been different if Deppy actually got the kill afterwards and it'd be like, hey, let's start going for more kills. But right now, they're being pressed by eXdee. Like, for example, Dota and Does Clockwork was overextended. I think, yeah, he tried to put on the ward by just above the secret shop, but otherwise, with that, getting a free kill for eXdee was huge right now because every kill would count. I mean, as you said, if they're suffering, go for the weaker heroes of XTC. Try to take out the supports, the Clockwork for instance, and then try to work out from there because, as we mentioned earlier, the Winter Wyvern is not going to die. This one hero that counts as most of XT.
Okay, let's see where this all goes to at the moment. But we are about 25 minutes, an 11k net worth lead. That's a big one. I mean,
it's huge.
It's actually 12 at the moment. Oh, they're going to catch out Rocky as well. They open up with the Reaper. He survives the initial one. That's pretty useful though. He will not be dead for quite as long as he could have been. But Deppy, godlike, just destroying the eXdee hopes and dreams right about now. I mean, if you look at that scoreboard at the moment, he's sitting on a pretty impressive, why can't I find him? There we go. 904. The 4 assists as well.
Yeah.
Fantastic at the office for Deppy.
And they're going for the Roshan as well. So with Addiston picking that up, it's going to be a tough one. I think with Deppy's cheese, it's going to be so OP after this. And 25 minutes in, you're expected a Meepo to be at least out-farming, getting the second Roshan, maybe getting farmed up, getting more than what he has. But no, this is exactly the opposite. And now even Addiston is ahead of Meepo's net worth.
Yeah, I mean, Hunter, he's finding farm. Looks like he's going for the Scythe of Ice, but even then, just to what end? He just feels like he needs so much more. And now with Roshan down as well, could be the beginning of the end.
What are we going to do after this though? I mean, Addiston is probably hungry for some more kills, and he has the ages there as well. So with the supports going up there, I think Deppy spots out 1 or 2 heroes here in the mid lane, Fury and Rock Lee. The 2 supports shouldn't be overextending, actually heading back as we speak. So they're pretty safe for now. I think Deppy just showing himself baiting and saying, hey, I'm here, I'm alone. I don't think that the Dire knows that they don't have enough wards in their own jungle to spot out anything. So I'm just going to play around there for a while.
I mean, does manage to go up the bot lane and dissuade Hunter from any further aggression. But I think that's the thing as well, because this Blink Dagger, he's actually really good at just catching out a Meepo. Yeah. And I think that's something we didn't discuss too much about during the drafting phase, that a lot of people, they see a Meepo and think, cool, Earthshaker, right? But actually single target damage is also very, very effective against Meepo, if not better. So you can just single one out and get rid of it.
Yeah.
The rest all things that just take advantage of the fact that there's an additional unit on the field. Doom Bunny getting caught out here. They're going to commit the Viper try. He actually tosses out his LT as well, trying to draw that Viper back in, but in the end, will just be a very, very dead Winter Waven. But once again, these are very small victories. They need bigger ones than this if they want to come back into this game.
Yeah, and I think that the eXdee team really needs to start getting some wards, getting some dust just to spot out TKC's Viper since he got his Shadow Blade. And with that, I think taking out the Viper is more important for now until, you know, let's say Hunt's still behind right now. He's still able to get killed easily, but without killing the Viper, you aren't allowed.
Oh, they're going to catch out Rockley again. This time, he will go down to Deppy. Once again, actually not underneath the side. So he's surviving that at least. Like, well, then you'll be alive to be killed off by Deppy sooner. But, you know, I'm not sure. We may have missed the start. He actually has ulti up. So it wasn't a swap. He was just caught out again. The Blink Dagger will work out very well. They're going to catch out a bigger fish though. He gets 4 stars back. May have been the Hurricane Pike. Was the Hurricane Pike. Scarnet. A lot of work actually done here by TKC, slowing down a lot of these heroes, but they're going to force out the glyph. Alistam is looking very menacing on the front line. He does not care. And where's this Meepo? It's got to be now. This is your moment for glory, the thing that justifies this pick. Because right now you're in trouble. Nice attempt to dodge that with the man. Will at least get illusions out. But once again, this tier 3 tower will fall in the end. And TKC going to work in Alistam. He's got that Aegis.
And uses it.
Yeah, but he loses it. But he managed to get forced off away. If he had died up on the high ground, it would have been so much worse because they could have potentially got the second one. Now it's just round 2. They go back in. Alistam sets his sights to this range barracks. TKC wants to try deal with them, but it's just like a frustrating lineup coming out from the boys. eXdee. Jumper, beautiful stun action on the high ground. They want to bring him back out. They're going to toss through a couple of nets as Rock Lee and friends all say goodbye. Not great timing on the LT in the end.
It's like we should fight. No, Alistam says we should leave. It's a bit of a miscommunication over there.
See, that's the problem, right? So you get what you came for. You get the range racks. You toss out the Winter Wave and LT, and everyone gets a free ride home.
Yeah.
Like nothing. Like absolutely nothing. And look at the amount of Lotus Orbs on this team right about now. With 3 up, it's just... How do you engage? What do you do? They're just in such a commanding position at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty dirty. I mean, with that, I think they can win any team fight from now. I mean, although they lost the Aegis from the Troll Warlord, like now they're trying to smoke up, trying to get the spot of 1 or 2 dire side guys. But right now, Hans is the only one in jungle. But my mistake, Jaffa's with him as well. Could be in trouble. Yeah, I think they know. Yeah, with the dire ward being up there by the top river where the rune is.
So let's ask a question, right? Should eXdee fall in this matchup, which it looks likely that they're going to. They are 16k behind right now. What does it do for their confidence going through this tournament? Hold on. Okay, the pause is there.
Yeah. So I think it's right now. I can't say that they have lost yet. I mean, Pulse and APG had a very big difference on their net worth as well. And with that, I think that the Meepo can still turn it around. Although it's unlikely, but with that going, I think even now, if they lose this one, they'll be like, okay, let's just have a talk. It's a best of 3 from now, and then just move on slowly from there. And but with that, I can't guarantee they'll pick up a Meepo ever again.
Yeah, it just hasn't been the start that they've really been looking for. I mean,
yeah,
to this tournament, of course. I mean, we are back live, fortunately, as Winter Waven tosses out a couple of Splinter Blasts, but. I mean, that's the thing. Let's talk a little bit about eXdee as a lineup. They started out right at the bottom. They've then progressed to beat the likes of Bravado in actual tournament structure. And beyond that, they've just always improved. They've always gone 1 up, right? They've gone up from 7-8 to 5th and 6th.
Yeah, slowly.
Just they've always been progressing. They've always come 1 higher up. And this was the event that I pegged that they would be able to break the XTC roadblock. And right now, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that. It looks like XTC are firm favorites. It's XTC's game to lose here, without a doubt.
Yeah, this is pretty much unfortunate to be lined up against XTC first. I think if they've had to play against each other.
This could be huge. They're going to go on Hunter. What they don't know is he's got a lot of friends here. Can they finish it off? They're going to silence our Deppy. Hunter, he can still be brought down. He's so low, but he survives the time being. He gets the friends come through, and Scarlet brings the cavalry, and Jappa and Rockley are left to ruin as they will finally fall. That is 3-0 as XDC rumble on. And there is still just no answer. It was everything they needed. That's why you picked Pit Lord. Let's take another look at that, please, as they go forward here to potentially bring down this Rax.
Yeah, that was a really tough one. I mean, Alistair being there as well was so crucial towards it. As you saw, Deppy tried to get that ulti in, the scythe didn't kill Hunter's Meepo, but eventually with the DPS being there, eXdee did great work to clean him out, and right now it's so difficult. A buyback was forced from Hunter, and then still, there's only 3 heroes on the map for eXdee. It's going to be a difficult one to defend.
Oh, Alistair, beautiful. Just on the front lines, he's loaded up. He's going to load us again. They just tickle him at the moment.
He doesn't care.
He just ignores TKC in totality. And he gets dropped out. Ignore that, they say. Jappa goes back in on him. Alistair forced off back. Also has the cold embrace. He's going to be fine. The cogs are out there to help out their buddy. The person who goes down in the end is Jappa. And now Rockley wants out. They say no. TKC wants to Shadowblade away. Fury on the back line will be caught out as well. Hunter, this is his buyback. If Hunter falls here, this is GG. And he does fall here. And the buyback comes up from Fury, but there's just nothing left. TKC lost a raw as he finally falls to Deppy Zora. This is game. The GG's called. And in the end, XTC make it look easy.
That was unfortunate from eXdee. I mean, picking up the Meepo for the first time, the hype was up, but they did it for the fans nonetheless. It was a great match. Early game didn't work out, and then they just fell through. If Hunter, like his net worth was up there, but the rest of the team was just falling behind, and that didn't work out well for the team.
Yeah, I gotta say, I've been waiting for this Hunter Meepo for so long, and in the end, kind of underwhelming, man. But they're not out yet. There's still an opportunity for this side to come back. And they're in BO3s now, right? So if they want to use interesting strats, they can use interesting strats. By all means. They've got to do it 3 in a row now, not just one cheesy one.
Yeah, no, they have still a long way to go, potentially. But really, I think it's going to be an exciting road. They're going to have to face, I think, Energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tough one, but they're going to need to try.
That is a rough winners, like lower bracket round one. But anyways, right, enough from us, guys. Let's send it over to Gareth, the Gareth Woods. Let us hear your thoughts on that one.
Thanks a lot, Halberd. And yes, first blood in the Battle of the X's going to XTC. We saw that bit of a pocket strat coming from Hunter and his Meepo, but easily countered there, it seems, by the guys from XTC with that Winter Wyvern. But that's just my take on the game. Let's hear what our expert panel has to say. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Gareth. And yep, he pretty much sums it up. There it is, Winter Wyvern playing such a key role in this game.
It actually feels like everything in that game was good against Meepo.
Yeah.
Like the only hero that didn't really do as well as I thought it might do was the Troll Warlord, but everything else was really good. The Winter Wyvern was exceptional. The Clockwork with Battery Assault and the Power Cogs, we did really well versus the Meepo. The Necro almost destroyed the Meepo multiple times. So it was like, oh, okay, this is the Meepo strat, but this is this is what happens when you pick Meepo strat, the double-edged sword. It hurts you as well because they couldn't do anything with that Meepo. They themselves, like we were talking about how they're trying to bait XTC into a bad Meepo position, but it looked like eXdee drafted themselves into a bad Meepo position because when Meepo wasn't doing well, they didn't have any other heroes that they could rely on to come back and win the game. Viper is not the hero that's going to do that for you. So if Meepo is not winning you the game, it can end up costing you the game.
I mean, like Dota and I had just a disgusting amount of farm on a Clockwork.
Yeah.
And it's not just that, it's also the item choices. They all went for Lotus Orbs, mass Lotus Orbs. I mean, once Meepo initiates on you, all you do is Lotus Orb and you can run away again. And it's also due to the fact that, I mean, like you said, Viper. Why give TKC a Viper? If you're going to have a Meepo and you're going to have all the odds stacked against you, you're going to have to draft him with something that he can kind of control the game by himself until you come online. Viper's not the hero to do that.
Probably should have had Queen of Pain.
Something,
like Lina, Storm.
Something like that.
You got sit on that Queen of Pain.
I'm not sure if people will pick it though. Like it used to be a lot better than it is right now. It's like towards the end of 705 and the beginning of 706. Now it's like it's been nerfed enough that it's just strong now. It's not like OP, so people probably won't pick it every game. But I still would have liked to see TKC on a hero that he can do something with.
Yeah.
It feels like even the way like the hero that they drafted for Rock Lee, it was I mean, Venger's good. It can get you some key saves, right? But it's only good in like very limited situations. Like the only really amazing thing that we saw come out of them with that Venge was that really cool swap to save Japa. That was amazing.
And then the courier with the little infused raindrop, and it was a good play. But I mean, it just didn't have the impact that they wanted it to have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, so a little bird tells me that the winning team has got a few words for us. Why don't we patch on into our boy in the back there, our MC Gareth Woods. Let us know what's going on.
I'm still trying to.
Thanks a lot, panel. I'm here with Dennis, who would be fairly happy with what is, at the end, a fairly straightforward match.
Yeah, I think we took it pretty handedly. They gave up a good show, but I think we pulled out through stronger in the end, yeah.
So we spoke about the strength of potential pocket strats in the sort of BO1 arena. Obviously, they tried their hand with the Meepo, perhaps baiting it out a little bit early with that Earthshaker ban, because, I mean, you guys had that Winter Wyvern. I don't think anyone has clicked a Winter Wyvern faster in terms of response to a Meepo.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny. Initially, we were thinking, no, let's just ban the Meepo. There's no reason to give it to him. I mean, he is a decent Meepo. So. And then as we got into the draft, we'd been planning this the whole week throughout our boot camp, and as we got into the draft, we were like, you know what, let's just leave the Meepo. He was like trash talking it earlier, so let's just show them what we got. And yeah, they banned out the Earthshaker and they left in the Wyvern. It was pretty straightforward.
In terms of revealing anything yourself, obviously we've once again spoken about the strength of BO1 pocket strats. Have you guys revealed anything about your playstyle, or leaving a little bit close to the chest as we move forward?
I think what we drafted was quite in the meta. No, I don't think it really showed much. We've drafted this throughout like the arena season and all our other seasons as well, previous seasons. So it's just what we're good at.
Awesome. Well, there we have it from the XCC captain, not showing too much of their hand as we move forward into the winners bracket later stages. But over back to the panel.
Right, and that was Dota and Die, who did more Dota than dying this time round. Yep. And one hell of a captain. I've met the guy. Such a nice guy to get to know.
Oh, he won that game.
He's the captain of the mercenaries here.
Yeah, he is. He behaves like a mercenary. He was the entire game. They sent him the on a mission. They're like, "Dude, disrupt Meepo." And he said, "Sure," and he did it. And he did it magnificently. Like that. That support clockwork created so many problems for them for eXdee to deal with. There was a stage in the game where he was like nearly doubling up the Sentinel's amount of farm, and you're like, oh, what are you supposed to do in the situation where the support clockwork is basically a corner, and he's running around the map. Like, he'd get into situations where to save his team, he would jump in, power cogs, force everybody else back, and then hook shot out to safety. And you're like, oh, okay. Like, if he was an offlane clockwork, he might not have felt so like energized to do those kind of moves, but because he's a support, he doesn't care about his own life, even though he's getting a ton of gold in the process. So I think the responsibility is between him and Doombunny, between how responsible they were for the game, but really he did win the game, I think, for them.
Yeah.
And it's also due to the fact that nothing seemed to be going right for the side of eXdee this time around. And they did numerous times during their game TP out like this inch away from dying, or that, like just the one where the Underlord literally had the pits of malice, literally just about that screen. But they got away with murder. They TP'd out when they should have actually killed and died there. So it's just like they just got away with things they shouldn't have gotten away with. And eXdee just they literally didn't have a way to come back.
Yeah. Well, on the subject of people getting away with things, let's see what Ryan has been getting away with in the backstage arena. Check this out.
So, welcome back. We're here at the Cape Town ICC for the EGE event in connection with VS Gaming. And I'm here with Taylor, who is one of our pro cosplayers. Can you tell us a little bit about your costume and who are you cosplaying today?
I am Raven from Teen Titans. So Raven is the daughter of a demon, and this is what she looks like.
So I've got a couple of questions for you, just around some gaming, just to test your geeky nerdiness around there. In Dota 2, the heroes are separated into 3 main attribute classes. What are they?
It's strength. Strength. There's magic, and then there's like assassin, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of close.
Yeah, I don't remember the names exactly. I played Dota like 4 or 5 years ago.
Magic, I think, would be
Intelligence.
Right?
And it's not
an A?
A assassin.
Agility.
Agility, yes, the assassins are agility, that's right, yeah.
There we go. All right, cool. Question number 4. What is the name of the plumber hero whose mission it is to save the Princess Peach?
Mario. Yeah.
Very good. And what does VS in VS Gaming stand for?
VS Gaming? I'm not sure. Visual something? No? It's kind of close. I can't. I'm sorry.
Okay, it stands for Virtual Sport.
Virtual Sport.
There we go. All right. And I think that's about all the questions we have for you today.
Awesome.
Thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
That's what our dear friend's been getting away with, but like you said, someone hasn't been getting away with a lot, and unfortunately that someone was on the side of eXdee. Things didn't quite work out according to plan. How do we see eXdee progressing throughout the tournament here? I mean, they're going to have quite a battle to get back up into this tournament.
I think we haven't actually seen what they can really do, because this game was actually really interesting on one thing for me, because both teams, normally we were saying that eXdee is much more creative usually, and then XDC is a lot more stable, like in how they draft. But this game, it felt like a very cookie cutter draft from eXdee, like in terms of how they normally draft when they play Meepo. They normally have Meepo, one pseudo defensive support, a defensive mid laner, and then like other heroes who can initiate for them. So for them, it was a standard Meepo draft versus a standard XTC draft, and then their Meepo draft lost. So going forward in the tournament, I want to see what they've actually been planning for, because they said they're going to surprise us. They're going to bring out drafts we've never seen before, and we've seen this before. We've seen how they play Meepo, and it didn't work out this time. And part of the reason I don't think it worked out is because we've all seen how they deal with it, and TKC Viper.
You can't draft a Viper if you've got a Meepo. I mean, Viper can't really accomplish much across the map. You know, when it comes to that, they needed a mid with more presence in the game. And if Viper doesn't, start escalating from the start, he falls off in the middle to the late stages of the game, and you can easily deal with him. And if you don't want to deal with him, you can move on to someone else.
Yeah.
It kind of feels like maybe...
Do you think that eXdee is still in it to win it? I mean, they're going to be going up against the likes of Sin 5, which we saw no one to be messed with.
They tried something, it didn't work. They know it now. They're not going to do it again.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she's right that the important thing is just that as long as they don't do it again, like, don't draft with Meepo in mind the entire time. They can do different things, and we'd like to see them do different things and win with different trials.
Well, they are, after all, youthful, boisterous, and eager to learn. I hope you guys are eager to stick around, because we have a lot more planned for today. Do stick around. We'll be back shortly.
30 seconds to get to stage. Congratulations to you, sir. You get the Smart 4-4, and that's the car that you get for all your courtesy of Mercedes-Benz and Smart.
reasons to doubt, try to keep me down, but I'll put the flame out, you can't get to me. Throw your sticks and your stones, go break all of my bones, you won't ache my soul, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, go fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight, I'm a push me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out, you can't get to me. Say what you wanna say, go take it all away. But I'm here to stay, no you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, go fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight, I'm a heavyweight.
Well, here we are back ready to rock and roll, baby. WRG up against Pulse is next.
And I guess it's anyone's game at this point. Pulse, with a world of experience behind them, they've already taken down some pretty big names.
Yeah, it was great for them to beat APG. I think
was, yeah.
guaranteeing that they're at least top 6, not top bottom two. So I don't know. Like it's even if they lose here, right? I think the important thing is for them to put up as good a showing as humanly possible, because going after WRG, you have to play somebody else in the loser bracket. So they should treat this as a way to be able to like break forward. Because I think the problem that I had, the only problem with this particular matchup, right, is the gulf between WRG and Pulse, right, is not one that can be breached by experience alone.
Yeah.
So WRG is just like that much further ahead. So I think honestly for me, if they can push this game to like 35, 40 minutes, right, then that puts them in position to beat most other teams. Not losing against WRG means you're able to beat other teams. So I think that's how they should be approaching this matchup. Obviously you want to win. But
look, ultimately, they're not going up any other team. They will be going up against the likes of WRG. WRG, we've been at it for quite some time, and I know you have plenty of thoughts for WRG.
It's not so much that I think we expected Pulse to beat APG, considering APG's performance over the last couple of months. But Pulse to beat WRG is a whole nother can of fish. It's just still can of worms, can of
Look
fish.
at them, they're as cool as a cucumber.
No, I mean, this for Pulse, they need to treat it as not so much as a test match, but as a warm-up match to what they have to face next in this tournament. Because let's face it, WRG are the ones to beat, but for them, I mean, they didn't even get to play WRG in the last tournament. They placed at bottom, more or less. Not bottom of the log, but I mean towards the bottom of the log. And I think the goal for Pulse now is to at least try place top 5, which they can definitely do, looking at the way they've been playing in this LAN. But, I mean, just to beat WRG here, I don't think I'm expecting that. Not at all.
Well, WRG is cool as a cucumber. Let's take a sneak peek at the side of Pulse. I'm sure tons and tons of discussions are going on inside that booth at the moment, as I'm sure we'll see shortly. Oh, no, actually.
No.
There's a coach, but...
Well, as we said before, we mentioned Doppler and Smacker being the veterans.
Yeah.
I mean, but one thing that Pulse does have an advantage of is that Smacker has played with WRG before.
I think
as a sub,
and won with them. So
has
might have a good understanding of where their head's at. I think the main discussion that's going to have to happen between the Pulse players is whether or not they're going to try to cheese this draft or not. I think most teams going up against WRG have to be like, okay guys, are we going to cheese or are we going to try to play them standard fair? Because standard fair, they'll beat us. We could try cheese, but they could beat us as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think they want to reveal like their ultimate best strats just yet, right now against WRG. I think you just want to play a game that you can win. Like, don't cheese yourself.
Yeah, well, we've had somebody already try and cheese their way through WRG.
Yeah, and it didn't
quite work, did it?
It didn't work. It didn't work. I mean, they tried, but I was speaking to Janari just before the game started, and he was saying that that's what he's expecting, that most teams are going to try to cheese them out because they're not confident that they can beat them in like a straight-up match. But I think it's also better to see how WRG respond to just regular pressure. Like, instead of trying to cheese them out, try and beat them in a normal game, see how they respond to that, see how they walk around your play, so that when you play them later, if that does happen, you have a sample set. Like, the games that you can look at is normal games. It's not just every game they've been dealing with, like Huskars and Omni Knights, and you're like, okay, we actually don't know how they play Dota, but you play them in a normal setting, you can actually try and figure out exactly how they move around the map, how they get their wards out, how they support each other, figure out a way to beat them.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Well done, Snare.
If anyone's trying to figure out anything, I can tell you they're sitting in a tank right now, slowly heating up, or maybe it's an igloo, depending on the air conditioning. But either way, let's cut over to our casters.
Well, it is fantastic to be back in the booth already for the WRG Pulse game. Scarpy, I know you and I, we've had some crazy games this morning, this afternoon. And the boys are back in those booths trying to see if they can make their way through the winner brackets path.
Absolutely. We've been really fortunate today, getting the best games, I'm sure. I'm quite sure Hobbitt's feeling a bit sad about it. So I can imagine the good games.
Yeah.
But I'm really excited to see these two teams go up against each other. I think, like they said, there's some really old guard left there in Pulse, and WRG is just WRG, right? Like, I don't think we can add more on top of it.
It seems like it's the fight for the Olympus. Pulse, this team that was a really solid team in the past, and now WRG, the new boys on the block. Well, when I say new boys on the block, the MGO being really new, the teams, they've got a lot of skill between the two, and it seems like it's becoming a dominant to see who can actually take it. I mean, Pulse, they've proved themselves against the APG this morning, APG being those fallen heroes, to put in the words of the panel. And we're sitting at this point now, can Pulse go toe-to-toe against WRG, going against the best in SA currently?
I think they're just happy with being in this position, right? Being in the upper bracket. They're happy to have made it through a difficult game. They knock out ABG to the lower bracket. I'm sure they're sitting in their booth with us. They're going to say, we can beat these guys. We can go to toe-to-toe with them, but it's not going to be an easy task by any means. So we'll see, though. We'll see. Maybe they got something up their sleeve because Sinister 5 had something up their sleeve, and they really opened everyone's eyes this morning wide. So we'll see if they can do the same.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to hand it back to the guys on the panel. Maybe you can give us a little bit more and give us a little bit of an outcome on what this game is going to be. So back to you, Wilson.
I think the idea there is if Sin 5 can do it, why can't Pulse? And actually, you know what? Why can't they? Sin 5 are the new kids on the block, but Pulse has been around the block many times. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do this.
Actually, I'm not sure that Pulse is the type of team that I want to be cheesing though. Like, because Sin 5 did what they were doing, like with a bit of a cheese strat, right? They kind of prepared ahead of time. We're going to try this weird thing. We're going to death ball and just like push them out. I kind of feel like Pulse generally, and they play Dota, they prefer to have a more spread out kind of style. Yeah, they want to be able to move around the map in different lanes. They don't want to be forced into a situation where the only win condition is for them to group up as 5 and push down a specific lane. So they want to give that freedom towards Smacker, especially I think Smacker and Deathy are the two that really need freedom to move around. It seems like Fady doesn't really mind being with the team too much, but Smacker and Deathy, they need to be able to move around, they need to be able to create their own plays, get their own kills. So that's something that might not necessarily allow them to pick cheese into WRG. Like it might require them to pick a more open and expansive lineup. They could go for global cheese though. Yeah. Like picking like Nature's Prophet or something.
Well, what do you see coming out of this draft?
After seeing the last couple of games, I mean, we've been seeing more classic Dota than the cheesy strats. You know, I mean, yes, we had the eXdee game where they picked an unconventional drop, but it wasn't a cheese strat. I'm enjoying those type of games, and I would love to see that come out of Pulse, especially since it's the senior players, and they tend to be more on par with testing their skill on the right level instead of going for this, you know, silly strat to try and win the game and be desperate. It feels like they're the type of players that would try stand their ground even if they might not win. They just want to prove themselves against the best in South Africa.
Absolutely. That I can get behind. I had a chat with him last time, actually, on the last, when was it, a few months ago. And they always said, it's fine, we lost, we're out, but I promise you we'll be better. We'll be better the next time you see us. So now it's time for them to prove it, I guess.
Yeah, now they actually have to do it. I think that's the hardest part about Dota, like the difference between how good you want to be and how good you actually are, and finding out how to bridge the two. That is the one that we have seen a lot of these players from Pulse be able to do, is even though they are from like a bygone era, you could say, they still manage to find a way to stay relevant. Like, we can't ignore the fact that these are the top 8 teams in the country right now. And the fact that these are the guys that are still here after all these years, when we've seen other players get to the top then fall off drastically.
That's in itself.
And never come back either. Like, you see like a guy here for a year or two, maybe 4 years or so, and then he's gone. I mean, a lot of the players that we admired when we started playing Dota are not there anymore. Very few of them are still here. And it was nice to see, like when we saw the game earlier against Energy and Bravado, it was just like that classic Dota that we haven't seen in a while in the scene. It was heartwarming to see.
Absolutely. Well, the draft is definitely underway. as we see the screen break apart straight to your draft screen. Now, I know you don't want cheese strats. You don't want cheese strats. I actually enjoy a cheese strat. I love some cheese with my burger.
Oh my word.
Give me some cheese.
I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't handle cheese. I can't do it.
Well, I'd like to see them come out with something that would actually function versus WRG. Now, the previous cheese strat, although executed correctly for the most part, ultimately didn't have enough behind it to secure them the win, because they had to win within 20 minutes. I would prefer a cheese strat that maybe had a little bit more longevity to it.
I don't know, actually, if I see a cheese strat, I would rather that it be an all-out cheese strat. Like, you have to apply, to beat WRG, you have to apply pressure from minute one. Like, is this Spirit Breaker from WRG or Coddle? I think one of the two, but you have to apply pressure from, like, moment one. You can never let up at all. I think, like, the difficulty that Sinister 5 had was that they came to a point where they were like, okay, we've applied too much damage, but we couldn't get the tower, so they backed off. Right? Like, you can't back off against this team. You just have to go for it. Oh, they go clockwork. Is this support clock? I hope it is.
It has
WRG's clock.
But I mean, the thing about White Rabbit as well is that even if you're beating them on 2 or 3 of the aspects or mechanics of Dota, they're still beating you in the 2 main versions. You know, like the last hitting or the net worth or the objectives. You know, like you're killing someone and they're taking 2 towers. It's, I mean, a classic example the way Santa created space with the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
It's just, what do you do against that? The skill cap is just too much right now.
Now that you mentioned that, it actually seems like this might be his hero.
Yeah.
This clockwork.
We're going to go in suicide and get information again.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
just
do
hook
it.
shot in.
They're following up this draft with a Shadow Fiend to boot on the side of White Rabbit Gaming. On the other side of the coin, however, Venomancer yet again.
I don't know if this is... Like, mid-Venomancer is super dangerous versus SF, though, because you just give away free souls, and there's nothing you can really do about them. But that being said, you can still actually, like, boss out the lane if you have Venomancer. I actually don't think it's that bad, the matchup. So, SF can't really kill you solo unless he tries to high ground you, and you can use the wall to push him back. So they still have the option to put this in the mid lane for Smacker.
No, definitely.
Venomancer's getting a lot of love, though.
It's his damage output and also those high-level plague wards. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's really hard for Blink heroes to initiate because the Blink gets cancelled. It's nice when you don't have money for wards and you can just place it for a quick vision on a heal or something to see where you are at. But it's more the pulse note. It's the ulti itself that just does so much damage in a team fight. I mean, generally you see a 60k net worth carry and then you see a support Veno almost doing more or just a little bit less damage than the carry. Not because he was, effective. He can just blink in
maybe
ulti and he's done enough.
Look, I mean, that in and of itself brings a lot of value, but I think the other value that he's bringing to this drafting phase, since he's getting picked up so often, that before, I mean, he was literally picked up, according to the stats here I have, about 4.6% of the time. That's nothing.
Yeah, I think there's
maybe this is a gap that they've looked for in the recent days. People don't draft Veno, therefore people don't draft against Veno.
Veno's one of those heroes. I think one of the best reasons to draft it is you guarantee a lane. You know for a fact you don't have to commit any additional heroes to whatever lane you put him in. He can win, he can be there alone. He might not win dominantly, but he'll always be fine. You won't need help there. So it frees up space all across the map, space which they probably need.
That is a lot of magic damage. That is a lot of magic damage.
There's a ton of magic damage. So
and Veil of Discord's added to that as well. It's just.
I love how WRG banned Husker. They were like, nah, guys, it's not happening. Not today.
Not today, but then they get a Zeus. I mean, Veil of Discord, Venomancer ulti. I mean, anyone gets low enough, Zeus ulti. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
It's just it's gross.
They need a pipe carrier right now.
Oh, they need pipes, definitely.
Yeah. I think the support duo the next support that you can pick up here for WRG, if you get Rubik and then you get like a Slaughter or a Centaur in the offlane, you have Null Field plus pipe. It's like a ton of magic reduction and they do a lot less damage overall. Like Jakiro is...
It's okay.
I don't know about Jakiro. I think the reason you pick Jakiro, right, is that Jakiro, because he has a high HP pool as a support, you don't tend to get bursted down as quickly as possible. So they might still struggle to actually get the kill, and it's like good counter initiation on top with Clockwork as well. But going up against Tusk, man, this is a very aggressive early game lineup.
I still would have preferred the Rubik here, purely because it counters that aggression.
Hold on.
And take a look who's come to join the field.
Anti-mage. This is such a good anti-mage game.
It is.
They have...
they have lots of mages.
They have one stun, a ton of magic heroes. Venomancer is absolutely useless versus anti-mage. So, like, Zeus gets dumpstered by anti-mage as well. Tusk isn't that great either, so... this is basically a free game.
Pretty much Whelp's going to have a Whelp of a time. No, but honestly, like, this is an excellent anti-mage game. Also, the heroes aren't that great in HP pools either, so, I mean, he's literally going to eat these guys for breakfast. And not only that, if failing that, he's an excellent split pusher, and they don't really have much, let's say, high ground defense as much as, you know, they had in the last couple of games with a Darkseer, a Kunkka, then a Warlock, you know, that type of thing, where they could viably stop an anti-mage from pushing their towers. Right now, they cannot. There's nothing they can do.
What does Pulse do here?
If you get pushed on in this situation, what you do is that you drop down ice shards from Tusk right in front of the tier 3 tower, right? And then you just spam arc lightnings from the Zeus, hoping that the lightning bursts the creep wave, and then you lay down a line of Venom on sword. It's basically all you can do.
Yeah, and then he gets BKB and Aghanim Scepter and Manta Style, and then you can't stop the anti-mage. There's literally, right now their draft is lacking in any...
This is a really rough situation for Pulse to be in. Like, I think this last pick from WRG would probably be Omni Knight. If they get Omni at the very end of this and they can put a repel onto SF, then there's actually no way for Pulse to take team fights whatsoever. I think they probably needed to ban Omni rather than the Bat Rider, but WRG... all they needed, like, right now is another way to start fights. Because I think it's probably support Clockwork, right? Chidawi doesn't seem like he's the type of player to play that hero. I haven't seen a lot of Chidawi Clock.
I haven't seen a Chidawi Clock in a long time. I actually don't think I've ever seen him play it, to be honest.
No, I can't remember having seen it.
I can't remember.
Why do you think they banned out the Bat in the first place, guys?
Probably they want to pick, like, Sven. They want some melee hero in the safe lane, like Sven or Juggernaut, one of these things that, like, they can leave the rest of the heroes to rotate around, and then they know that he won't die solo to the Bat Rider. Because Bat Rider is, like, probably one of the top 3 offlaners right now. Especially after they remove themselves Earthshaker, so they want heroes that are good in the solo 1v1. So I'm thinking, like, Troll also would have been a good pick here with WRG. I think they're left with, like, Lifesteal or Sven. They don't really have any other options at this point.
Chanel, any thoughts on which one would go best with the side of Pulse?
I'm trying to think here. This is, like Snare said, this is a very hard situation to be in. And I mean, you're going to need to build a lot of disable to even start dealing with the anti-mage, and to get to that point you have to have a lot of farm, building sheep sticks, doing all those things, and then by that time he has an Aghanim Scepter most likely, which will proc you to be sheeped as well, and then, you know, you're gonna have to commit one of your spells to break that initial spell, and it's a really, really tough situation. I mean, not even a Storm Spirit can do anything about this if you think about it. It really is tough. I mean, Odie, no, that's not going to work either.
What do you guys think about ABBA here as a last pick for WRG?
The problem is ABBA's going to for WRG. I thought you meant for them on, like, Pulse.
Oh,
no way that's happening.
Well, WRG is putting a lot of time into this last pick.
I think they're trying to decide if they're going to use Clockwork as a support or an offlaner, because now they've got options.
Yeah.
They have options.
Now basically you're asking, okay, who wants to play this Clockwork more, Chidawi or Santo? And then after that you'll make the decision on what hero you go for last. But you also, they're very free at this point because Pulse have no answers to the SF anti-mage combo. Like, even if the SF just gets BKB, that nullifies like 90% of the damage coming out from Pulse right now. So what do you do at this point? They really need, like, some super hard-hitting physical damage carry.
Maybe Magnus. Magnus could maybe something that can mass disable them.
Darkseer.
Darkseer
is fine.
No, I'm saying
for Pulse.
For Pulse. I'm talking about for Pulse, maybe like Magnus. Void, not so much, because there's still ways to kite a Void around, but if Magnus gets the right positioning and they can get the Sand King Venomancer ultis off in time before the BKBs get interrupted, they could get them down low enough to maybe then deal with it.
At some point they're going to have, they won't have the damage, I think. Eventually anti-mage is going to hit level 4 spell shield, then you just can't kill him, and you can't kill SF either.
Before he gets to that point, though. Deal with it before he gets to that point.
But then you can't win with Magnus, like, he sucks at pushing. And now that there's Darkseer as well, like, the laning phase is super hard for the Pulse Gaming side. So
3 Iron Shells in a lane is never fun to deal with either.
They can't really go Spectre. Like, Spectre takes too long to farm, especially versus the anti-mage. That's one of those heroes that hits his power peak when he gets the Radiance, or when she gets Radiance. So before that, she doesn't really do anything. I actually can't see any better. Like, with Troll being banned out, it actually would have been great because you can bash lock the anti-mage. Maybe they actually go Faceless Void for the carry position. Yeah, that's actually not terrible.
They could do the Faceless Void thing as well, but the thing is, Faceless Voids get kited around more often than not, especially like if he doesn't get Jakiro into the chrono, or he doesn't get Clockwork into the chrono, they can deal with it.
Yeah,
he's going to need to get
waste his Chronosphere.
Yeah, they can waste his Chronosphere. It's going to link. Oh, Bloodseeker, that's one.
We're talking about earlier.
Yes.
The double.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's
all right. This is actually one of the better heroes versus anti-mage in the earlier portions of the game, because what you do is that if you rupture anti-mage, then normally anti-mage is hard to gank because he can escape super easily.
Yeah.
But if he's ruptured, then he runs the risk of getting into the Bloodseeker passive, so then you actually know where the anti-mage is.
And plus you get 2 ruptures with an Aghanim Scepter now within the time frame of 40 seconds, and it really does work, and it's also because all his skills are pure damage, so it goes through the BKB. But, you know, that he's going to be able to get Lincolns, and, well, I mean, he's got the Aghanim Scepter upgrade now, so I think the anti-mage rushes the Aghanims. Yes, Bloodseeker's going to have to stand still himself, but he's got 2 to work with, which means anti-mage also has to stand still. So that's one way of looking at it.
An expensive thing to do.
Yeah, it is an expensive thing to do, but I mean, if you don't proc it, what else how else are you going to deal with this anti-mage? And if you can get the Bloodseeker out of control before the anti-mage can come online, they can do something. They can literally barrel down and take whatever they want.
Definitely a difficult situation for the boys from Pulse, but they certainly have the heart to face it. Now let's have the heart to face our casters. Halberd, take it away.
Well, Halberd has actually left the building for the moment. I am Jabba, joined by Scarpy, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone else in the venue. Get your asses down in the seats, as this game is going to get super exciting. We have got Bloodseeker, a Zeus, a Darkseer, a little bit of the Shadow Fiend shenanigans with the Clockwork. And while the panel was going through their picks and bans, I think we called like 90% of the picks pretty much.
But we're the smartest people here, right? Like, there's no doubt about this. Everyone knows. Like, of course we knew what was going to happen. Okay, you did call the Bloodseeker, and I was like, oh, maybe. Like, and they actually did it. So, I mean, Bloodseeker's pretty good up against Anti-Mage, really. He's actually quite often picked up against that hero, so I feel like they'll be a lot more comfortable with that because he doesn't really want to try and blink away from a Bloodseeker once he's ruptured. It takes a tremendous amount of damage. But, yeah, I think a big concern, I mean, it's easy to be concerned about this Anti-Mage. You've got to be concerned about this ASF. He's going to have souls going into lane. He's
already 9.
Yeah, and it's Castaway. Like, that's the argument, right?
Right, well, to give you a little bit of background, thanks to VS Gaming for giving us this opportunity to bring you this Dota. WRG started out as a group of friends, and the same can go for you guys out there. Join up with the VS Gaming website, get yourselves a team, and who knows, maybe one day we will be behind this booth casting you guys. But without further ado, let's go around and do the introductions for the team. On the side of the Radiant, we have got Smacker, going to be playing our Venomancer. We've got Wazoo, going to be playing our Tusk. We have got Doppler playing our support Zeus, if I do make that assumption. In the top lane, we've got Deathy playing the Sand King. And last but not least, it is going to be Fatty, going to be playing the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and going over to the rain, of course, the lane stage has got underway, so we'll do this quickly. Welp going to be playing on the Anti-Mage, followed by Schlink's going to support him in lane. Mid lane, dual lane, of course it's going to be a dual lane. Why wouldn't it be? Santo and Castaway. Santo playing on the Clockwork, and Castaway playing on the ESF. Last but not least, Chidawi going to be playing on this Darkseer. So, yeah, let's see what happens in this laning stage. It looks like they're going to leave Bloodseeker to his own devices, and this is alright because he can really get HP back with his Blood Rage, so the Iron Shell's not the biggest concern for Fatty at this stage. Fady, apologies. So yeah, I mean, and these cogs just constantly being thrown down by Santo in the mid lane is an absolute nuisance here for Smacker.
It's going to be a little bit of a tough one. What I do like to see, one of those classic combos, we see the Veno, we see the Zeus, and then the Bloodseeker. I mean, pretty much you run into battle, you throw off your ulti as a Veno, you wait a couple of seconds, then you get to the game and you say, like, just I wish I had a Zeus on my team. Well, this time around they do actually have a Zeus, and to spot that out, it's going to be a Bloodseeker. So it's a really interesting draft from the side of Pulse, and I'd love to see it work out.
Yeah, I'm also glad that we get to see Deathy's Sand King once again.
Oh, wow. I mean, Santo doing an absolute amount of disruption in the mid lane. They actually rotated in another player, or they were trying to actually get a TPN, and it was actually cancelled out. They were going to bring Tusky in, trying to see if they can actually deal with Santo, and deciding the better of it and backing off.
Yeah, Sanso is an absolute nuisance there. But it's pretty much left to a 1v1 lane here at the bot. And it seems like Tusk is sort of just roaming around, maybe going to come try and put some pressure on Chadawi. But Chadawi, he's having an easy time in this lane in comparison to the Sanking. Only found 2 last hits. He's having a tough time. In fact, he might even go down here. He's actually dead. He'll be first blood. Wolf will pick that one up for himself in the top lane. And yeah, that's a bit costly. Like I said, this off lane not working out as nicely as the one for WRG is so far.
Well, I want to bounce an idea off you. What happens if you swap the side of Pulse's off lane to the safe lane and you go up against the dogs here? So you're putting basically Bloodseeker solo against the anti-mage. How do you feel about that kind of play?
Bloodseeker doesn't. I think they're more happy about this. I think Sanking, they're just going to say try and just make stacks in the jungle and farm it up with your Sandstorm a little bit later. I'm quite surprised he didn't go Sandstorm. In the previous game, he did go level 2, he went Sandstorm, but this time he went for the Caustic Finale, so it looks like he's trying to press this anti-mage as much as possible, but he is also overextending, but does have 2 points up into Burrow Strike, so should be able to at least make a bigger gap for himself. But again, Sanso, such a nuisance, but yeah, I think they're fine with these laning, this sort of lanes. It's just that Chadawi's getting a lot out of it.
Well, you see, you've got a Bloodseeker who's going to be pretty much farming. Chadawi, he's pretty happy doing what Darkseers do. They're going to try and get as much farm as they can with the Iron Shell. The thing is, can Fady compete against an anti-mage? I suppose you can get a Bloodseeker to excel really quickly. Question is it going to be able to go up against the anti-mage?
Surprisingly, the hero doesn't do too badly into anti-mage. He's, like I said, his Rupture, there's not much an anti-mage can do besides get Ags potentially, and maybe Lincoln Sphere, but I think he'll be looking towards Aghanims instead potentially. I suppose you don't want to really be in a snowball. Okay, maybe Lincoln Sphere, but there's just so many things to pop Lincoln Sphere, like Chain Lightning, etc. So it's still a problem. Like anti-mage has to split push a lot, and however, Whelp is excellent at that. We saw it in the first game today. It pretty much won them that game against Sinister 5, was Whelp's ability to split push and be so efficient.
We did see an amazing game this morning with Sin 5 going up against WRG. First game of the day, the most exciting game, and Sinister 5 really being a nuisance to WRG, but mid lane though, the cogs do come down. They're going to do a little bit of damage here to Santo. He gets ice-walled up. He's going to go down. Wazoo surviving through it. Castaway is going to be able to just walk that off and just salve himself up there. And a little bit aggressive coming under the tier 1, but Santo eventually gets punished for his little shenanigans.
Yeah, and finally does. There was a smoke play that came around there, so yeah, they committed quite a bit to securing that kill, so they just got Santo. DD was online for Castaway there, but he was just sort of blocked behind Santo, couldn't really get too many right ticks down. If he did, it could have been a bit more of a concern, but I don't think much more was really going to come of that. So still, the CS it looks a bit obnoxious, right? The SF is 42 and 33 because he's just denying cogs, and it's crazy.
Well, I mean, there's been a couple of updates since the big update of recent is when you get less experience or more experience for every deny that you actually pull off. And you can see it. I mean, level 7 on the SF, and for our mid laner, we have a level 3 and a level 4. Hero Castaway is doing extremely well, and he's not even getting punished for it.
Yeah, it's one of the things. Doppler's also consuming a lot of experience out of Smacker's hands here. He's under a lot of pressure, and yes, the tremendous amount of denies is definitely paying tribute to what their levels. But yeah, I think it's a big problem. I think Castaway is definitely going to be the biggest concern. We all thought, oh, it's going to be the anti-mage. Oh, he scats out a stack. He's got level 4 raises. He could actually clear that out himself instead. He's going to use this inverse to get a kill.
But Doppler, he's actually the one in trouble here. Wazoo does come around. The cogs get dropped. Castaway is fighting under the blood right. He's going to go off, get silenced out. Fatties are going to be enough. They do lose Wazoo. Santo, Fatty trying to run away. He's actually going to what does he decide to do? Yeah, Fatty decides, okay, no. This is no good. Nothing I want to be a part of. And even using the Bloodseeker ult to actually keep Castaway in position, just solves himself up and gets away free of charge.
Yep. First Bloodseeker ult used and to no avail really. and Anti-Mage is just farming up a storm, having a good time. I think he hasn't been really hindered by any means, and Deathy's in trouble here in the top lane, in fact. Oh, has to bow strike himself, and had really good movement there by Wolf, making sure he doesn't get caught, but yeah.
Wow, Deathy surviving with very, very min HP. Does actually have his ult online now, so potentially could have made easy work of Deathy, deciding not to use it and being able to just walk off, make it, keep himself alive for the most part.
Yeah, quite costly for Deathy. He's already used the shrine, and he fell low almost instantly after that. So it's been a bit costly for him, but we'll see what happens. Oh, Smacker, found in the jungle, quite low. Sanso's going to catch him out. He should fall here. And maybe Cosway will get this kill with the raise. Nope.
It's going to be Santos. He earned it, but he does clear out that stack. And that is going to hurt Pulse so badly. And Cosway, he's already building into his Dragon Lance, got his Treads, got his Magic Stick. And now things are going to start starting up here for the side of Pulse. It's a 3k advantage already, 8 minutes in. 5 kills to the side of WRG. Pulse not looking as strong as they did a little bit earlier against APG.
Yeah, and Castaway is he's comfortable here. He's going to get really good timings on his items, flying out. Oh, he's just flying out of clarity for himself. I like this. A lot of people just underrate flying out of clarity yourself. Get a bunch of mana, go from the jungle, because of course it doesn't break the clarity. And yeah, Castaway is having an absolute ball this game, really. He's really been uncontested, as has the Anti-Mage. So the biggest concern is we need to make sure Fady doesn't get too much out of this, and then WRG are pretty confident, I feel.
So we've seen the situation that's happening here for Pulse. That noose is tightening, things are getting a little bit smaller here for them. What do they need to do to actually get themselves back in the game? Because at this point in time, according to this current trajectory, WRG is going to take the win pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I think, again, they got to focus on this Bloodseeker sort of trying to shut down all these cores. I think SF is going to be a major issue very, very soon, and likewise all the Anti-Mage. So I think Bloodseeker needs to sort of deal with Anti-Mage because he can. It's a much easier individual. One of the things, if you run at an SF and you ulti him, he can just stand still and just beat you up, especially in these early stages with the amount of necromastery he has. And the fact that he's gone for Dragon Lance early, a lot of people will be like, oh, but we got Shadowblade. We usually rush Shadowblade on this hero, right? But he's gone for Dragon Lance for a very good reason. If you rupture him, he can stand still and just beat away at you from a decent distance.
Well, in the interim, some sneaky maneuvers coming out from Pulse, looking in the top lane.
Yep.
It's a little bit of an idea that they've got going here. Maybe it can be something they can translate into something amazing. They do have Deathy showing himself in the lane. They get the rotations coming in from Doppler as well as Fady. Maybe they're going to do this play exactly what you suggested, shut it down the Anti-Mage, and Bloodseeker is going to be fantastic to do that. Wait until he gets the Aghanims. Could we see an Anti-Mage Aghanims?
I don't think so.
Imagine dropping
I'll be pretty surprised.
Imagine dropping a Rapture on the... Well, first of all, does that interaction take place? If he throws down the Rapture on a Aghanim Anti-Mage, will he return the
He ruptures
Rapture?
himself, yeah. So he gets ruptured.
So maybe it's not a bad pickup. I mean, essentially could work really, really
so
well.
he has to rupture twice. I think you just ask Zeus to chain lightning him so that.
Oh, you can do that. All right. Okay.
It's a bit cheaper, about 4,200 gold cheaper.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, let's talk about Walrus Punch then.
Well, I mean.
Then use the Zeus's Arcane integrate.
You know what would be really cool interaction? If he gets Ags on the Tusk, and then to escape, he Walrus punches the Anti-Mage, so he kicks himself backwards.
Oh, wow.
Hey, that would be pretty
I mean,
cool.
what would the interaction be like?
He would just get kicked in the opposite direction, right?
So both of them will basically be dancing out of the team fights.
No. The Anti-Mage will stand still because he casts a spell onto the hero, so he'll
he can use that as a defense mechanism for him to get himself out of dodge.
Yeah. Okay, but he has to spend 4,200 gold though.
I mean, okay, look, it's a pricey item for a bit of action, but all right, hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen, as the Wild Hunter starts sneaking up on their prey. He does get the Rupture off into Whelp. There comes the Pyro Strike. Bloodrot is there. Can they manage to silence him out? And he kills himself because of the Rupture. And getting the kill onto the Anti-Mage. Nice sneakily hunting there done from the boys at Pulse. They snack themselves up there. Quite a big Rhino.
Yeah, that was odd. Whelp actually panicked a little bit there. He had enough gold to actually buy the Void Stone, he didn't purchase it, so he actually lost a lot more gold than he necessarily had to. Very unlike Whelp, unfortunately, as he.
I think he died during the blink animation.
Yeah, but like he should have just not panicked. He should have just like, okay, I'll just buy out my Void Stone now and die, because no matter what distance he blinked there, he was dead. He like tried to get to the edge of the silence, but it was just too far every time. So I think, I don't know.
He could have actually literally just walked it, getting range of. Well, no, it's a base shop purchase, so he could have actually just tapped about it anyway.
Oh, bot lane, Wazoo!
What
Santo is just crazy. He just walks into the right direction. Wazoo's in trouble here, and he's gonna take a tumble. And it's our fall. Man, this is WRG everywhere. They're owning the map. The only positive thing that's happened for Pulse so far is getting a kill into Whelp, which is great.
Do you know, it reminds me of, you remember the first moon landing when the Americans landed and they planted the flag in the moon because now the moon belongs to them? It feels like the same. This is what WRG's done, is they've taken their flag and they basically planted it inside the base of Pulse.
Yeah, it's a difficult ask for them to get out of this, but I mean, they're not out of it entirely. They got still tremendous amount of burst damage that they can be offering. Shadowblade is going to be picked up by the Shadow Fiend, so Shadow Fiend's still going to be a while until he gets BKB, so there's still a good chance that they can sort of slow down Castaway maybe, but they need to do it soon.
I'm worried for the side of Pulse. I mean, you get BKBs up onto SF, BKB up into Anti-Mage, and the side of Pulse is not going to get much done. The only right-clicking hero is going to be Fady, and he's not going to be able to put out enough deeps to actually deal with both the Anti-Mage and the SF. It's one of the concerns that I have with the draft of Pulse. Very, very magical dependent team.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with you there. I think BKPs is their crux.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Santo, he's faking the hook and pushes Deathy back, decides not to actually engage. They decide, no, let's let him walk off, but some nice little pointing animations there from the Clockwork.
Yeah, Santo's just playing great. I think we've spoken about him quite a lot in saying how important he's going to be for WRG in sustaining their position as the best team in South Africa, right? So, and he's just constantly bringing great performances through. So, and this game in particular, he's been doing extremely well, as well as on the other hand, Schlinks. I think someone that everyone overlooks on the side of WRG, and
do you know the reason why?
He just does his part.
That's exactly it. I mean, if you're doing your job amazingly, you expect them to just do what they're meant to do, and that's exactly what happens is they get the job done. But now mid lane, Santa gets the hook shot off onto Smacker. Cogs push him back into Schlinks' lineup. Oh, the Castaway, he's got himself a little Ferrari there, and it's going to be easy pickings for the side of WRG as they get the kill onto Smacker.
Yeah, and Castaway's also got a regen run on him, so he's not worried about using that mana.
He's solid.
He's just, oh man, they got to slow him down. He's going to get a Shadow Blade at 14 minutes with the Dragon Lance. That's ridiculous timing. Oh, nice ward here actually, to scout out Fady moving through the jungle. They actually know there's a ward here now from that movement, I think.
Well, I mean, they did have Castaway in the vicinity, so maybe not enough information given to actually assume that, but we'll see. I mean, Castaway, he's having a very happy time farming out the side of Pulse's jungle. Something that you don't really want to happen. I mean, that's farm that was meant to be for the Bloodseeker, and Castaway is just having an absolute ball here.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Really, I think the guy who's going to have the toughest time on the side of WRG as well, because that Bloodseeker should be hunting him every time the Rupture's off cooldown, because it's a kill. So he's got to sort of keep himself off the map, get that farm that he needs, get that Battle Fury up. He's still doing pretty well. He's going treads. He's going to have about a 15-minute Battle Fury.
What is the right time for a Battle Fury? I mean, a well-farmed lane. What do we expect to see? We're sitting 14 minutes in. He's got treads. He's got his PMS. No Battle Fury yet. Is this still a well-farmed Anti-Mage?
Yeah, he's pretty well-farmed. I think his timing is still really good. So he's not too worried. I mean, he's just got to buy the broadsword. He needs about 600. So like I say, about 15.5 minutes. He should get it up. Unless Fady runs into him again. But yeah, he's still doing well. Considering he died, he also got a kill in lane, which is something that we have to acknowledge. But yeah, he's doing well. He's doing very well.
Well, looking at the net worths really quickly, top of the charts expected. It's going to be the SF Castaway. He's going to be at the top, and it looks like a constant fight between Fady as well as Walper, my anti-mage, and Bloodseeker keep swapping around, but then hookshot comes in from Santa, doesn't actually find Fady, and then Darkseer is sitting fourth on the chart. So the side of WOG very confident, got 3 of their cores sitting in the higher parts of the CS charts and doing really well for the boys here.
Yeah, I think WOG will be happy with their performance here. Like this morning, this actually happens quite often to WOG. They go into a tournament and they have a first game and it's a bit shaky, and then after that they just bring out these stellar performances. So we'll see if they're going to be able to maintain that through the tournament. But so far they've seemed almost flawless. Maybe 1 or 2 errors here and there, but other than that, they're pretty happy with this. And Bot Tower is already taking a little bit of chip damage. In fact, there is a siege creep here, so they might want to try and shut this down very quickly. Can't afford to take too much chip damage to Tier 3 tower.
Well, while that's happening, we do have Walp defending out the top lane. Now, you mentioned something about WOG, like maybe a little bit of a shaky start in the morning, and then before you know it, they come back and they just start absolutely dominating. And do you know what? It seems that WOG has something in common with is sharks. As soon as they smell blood.
I thought you were talking about my rugby team. I was panicking there.
As soon as they smell blood, they are just after the jugular and they just go straight for it. And you can see it. I mean, the first game against Sin 5 did absolutely amazingly. And now it seems that they've got things under control and they've wiped the sleep from their eyes.
Yeah. It's ironic that the Bloodseeker's in the opposing team. That would have been really nice if he was for that quote.
Oh no, it would have been better if there was a Slock on WRG. Then it would have been absolutely fit.
Yeah, but I mean, well, now he's going to just walk to the side shop, get that Battle Fury up. So the timing was about right, and he obviously is just going to have to walk to the side shop.
Rupture though has been used on Chadawi. He's going to use the surge. Going to try and stutter step his way out of there. Deathy trying to close the gap, and he does get it. In the meantime, Castaway does clean up Wazoo. And Fady does get the kill on Shajawi, as well as in the meantime, Santa does clean out Doppler, and a couple of fights going across around the map. But we watched the more entertaining one bot as Chadawi got brought down by the Rupture.
That was actually really good from Chadawi. He sort of knew the range of the Burrow Strike, so he just kept on staying out of range, and just on the edge of the Burrow Strike he got caught. So unfortunate for him there, but I mean, they finally get a shot down. Chadawi is doing pretty well for an off-lane Darkseer. I mean, he's got mech up pretty much sometimes. He even went Vanguard, so he's done extremely well. Welp now got Battle Fury, so his farm's going to escalate dramatically. Shadow Fienders or Castaway, he is already going for their Manta Star. They're just so far ahead currently. 9k net worth lead at 18 minutes.
What's our next spark point?
Well, I think the next peak is going to be Manta on the anti-mage. I think then he's feel more confident in fighting. He'll have a little bit more stats, and they should group up. But I think we should really look at the side of Pulse. Like, what do they need? They need this Veil of Discord up onto Smacker. But Smacker's so poor currently. He's got a long way to go. Went for the 4-staff. This could be cheeky stuff, right? You Rupture and everyone on your team buys 4-staffs, and you meme this game. You just meme it, dude.
Oh wow! Can we just see it? I mean, you know, it's something else we haven't even spoken about, which is one of those classic combos. Like my hands are actually off the mouse. Just let the computer do it for a sec, because the Tuskar kick from the Raptor.
Why did no one bring it up? Of course he's going Ags, guys. Come on. Why didn't we even think of it? Of course he's
That's why you have me here.
I know. They should have got it. If they wanted to do that strat properly, they just go in Alchemist mid, and he doesn't even buy items for himself. He just collects bouncy runes and then gives Tuskar and Ags. It's just, but that's way too much.
Dude, this has actually just become absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe we never thought about it. What kind of people are we?
Yeah.
But that is going to be fantastic. As soon as we said, is Tusk even building towards the Ags? He hasn't even made any semblance that he's actually going to go for the Ags just yet. But if he does,
I don't think he gets enough gold this game though, right now, unless they manage to defend high ground pretty well. They have like a couple of the high ground defense is pretty strong. I mean, Bloodright is extremely strong on the high ground. Veno is a very good high ground defender. Zeus is okay. It's a support Zeus, so I won't really say it's that strong. But Sand King is definitely something that you can't ignore when you're trying to take the high ground.
No, absolutely. You get onto the high ground, you've got that Burrow Strike, you've got that epicenter. I'm going to absolutely devastate you if you just decide to walk up there. But here we go. The Rapture out onto Walpa. He's going to try and tip himself out. The Burrow Strike is there. Cancels it out. Gets the epicenter off. And Walpa pays with his life. In the meantime, while that's all happening, we did see a little bit of a tussle here with Castaway. Going to try and put some pressure onto Wazoo. Is it going to be enough? It's not. Jadawi can't get the surge off onto Castaway, and he's going to be able to walk away. Wazoo surviving by the skin of his teeth. But while that's all done, we do have Fadi that takes down Santo and gets himself a beautiful 458 gold in his pocket. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I mean, Fadi is having a good time at least. He's going for Radiance. I don't know if he's going to get that. Ooh, bot lane Jadawi.
Can they get the lightning from the sky? Dropland not in place. It feels like we need. Oh, that was super close.
Man, that was ridiculously close. Man, that was so lucky. But yeah, I think like the Bloodseeker is doing fine. He's going for Radiance now, so it seems like they are prepared to take this late if it's possible. They want to defend the high ground and so on. And Bloodseeker's doing fine, but the rest of his team's really having a tough time finding gold. The Veno's got his Veil up now, so they have at least some way of dealing a decent amount of damage, and killing Anti-Mage is going to be solely reliant onto Bloodseeker with his Rupture. So the Kira that sort of counters like all this magical damage is countered by the Bloodseeker pick. So everything is sort of fitting in place for Pulse, but they've got a lot of work to pull this one back.
Well, I mean, we do have an 8k gold advantage for WRG. He's sitting with 9 kills. Pulse got themselves 6 kills in a deficit of 8k, just trying to get themselves back on the board. But we've seen some sneaky plays coming out from them, and they can definitely hurt the back of WRG for the moment.
Smacker, was that a 4-star from Sant? That's cheeky. Did you see what happened in the mid lane?
Negative on that.
So Smacker's hitting creep, right? And then Clockwork 4-stars him, then bits up cogs so that he hits to the cogs. That's just BM. That's just some BM,
so
man.
He forces himself into the cogs.
No, he got forced by Clockwork into Clockwork's cogs. Clockwork forced Veno into the cogs.
Yeah. Top lane, no, there comes the cogs are down. We're going to get the stun out from Wazoo. They get the Vac off. There's the ice wall. They get the Walrus punch, and Santo gets punished for being in that position there. Shadari going to try and surge himself out of there. They're not going to actually follow up, and just going to be able to just walk it off. Maybe they decide to take something further. Bot lane, Walp just split pushing like an absolute god. This is where the pain comes in with an anti-mage. You've got to be prepared that you're going to have an anti-mage that's pushing. But now top lane, they get the pull off. The Blood Right's down, fighting under Macopire. We've got Castaway on the sidelines, throwing out the Requiem Death. He's taking a huge amount of damage. A couple of rockets from Castaway does finish off our poor little Tusker. And Deathy, just blinks out of the way of that Vac wall. Is it going to be enough? And the Alspar is probably giving him the closest whacks of his life.
Yep, he is cleanly shaved from that. That was a close escape. But I mean, all right.
Well, we have an opportunity to have a look at that. If we can bring that up, please. Bot lane Walp just doing what he does.
Yeah, and then the snowball comes in. It's actually a pretty good setup here for WRG, and they get the ulti from the Esther from the sidelines. Deathy, he just walks himself into the trees and double kill for Castaway. That's just really big. But look how close this is. Vacuum, that would have hit. Icepath just comes just too late. I don't know if it would have connected, but it would have been really close.
I mean, let's just say that is like Neo. He just pulled it.
Yeah.
I mean, whether they would have hit or not, that was still really, really close. But I think the TP was good to actually get him out of there.
Yeah, it's like your haircut. Close.
You know, they say the first cut is always the deepest.
But I think Pulse is still sort of not too unhappy where they are. They're getting Ills up now and Sanking. I really like this idea. So let's say he doesn't land a Burrow Strike and Zeus is not in position to cancel the TP once a Bloodseeker ulti someone, he can just Ills them and sort of cancel that TP. So I like that pickup coming out from them there. But Pulse, I mean, it's a cheesy strat. It's like, but they're not doing that badly. surprisingly.
Now they've gone for like this. Oh, here we go. Death in a little bit of trouble. Force himself away. Try to use Sandstorm to actually escape of it. Santo going to actually be in a position to cause a little bit of a disaster. And while picking it up, using his ult to secure that kill, doesn't land the hook shot. Santo, and we're going to have Mr. Fatty getting himself out of there.
I mean, I say they're not doing that badly, but they are quite far behind. Right.
They are far behind now. Going with this time. What happened?
Close call here on Smacker. They're chasing him down. He gets a good gale there. It's going to slow them a bit. Welp has to blink into the Roche, but nice attempts on Jukes there by Smacker. He's still alive. They're going to get the silence down, and Welp's going to have to actually back himself and out now, knowing that the Bloodseeker's in the vicinity. Good Jukes coming out there from the Venomancer.
I don't know if it was Jukes or just the fact that the rest of the team rocked up and said, listen, we're not ready for this fight, let's just back out. They do manage to use the Shrine. That is now off cooldown. And in the bottom lane, while that's all happening, Chadawi, he's just pushing out the bot lane. He's going to constantly put pressure here for this tier 3 in the bot lane here for the side of Pulse. Now, what's going to happen is as soon as there's a gap or WRG take a fight, you're going to have Anti-Mage probably get himself to the bot lane and try and sneak himself a bottom lane of Rax.
Yeah, Welp is just going to be a nuisance, though. Like, I say Pulse is not doing that bad, but Welp is just going to be the thorn in their side. He's going to keep these lanes split push out. Bloodseeker is going to constantly be trying to hunt him. We can already see he's run up to the top lane, but not going to be able to find him. It's going to be just that hunting game here for the side of Pulse.
Well, just something I want to mention, Anti-Mage. Look at the next item that he's actually got locked and loaded.
Yeah, I like this.
Of course.
I think it's right, but the Zeus is just going to have to throw out Chain Lightning every time and just Chain Lightning his whole team.
Yeah, Chain Lightning, break that Lincoln's Lotus orb that the eggs provide.
I'll take that back. I think he needs to Lightning Bolt because Chain Lightning will cancel like Blink on Sand King and things like that, so I think you'd rather not do that. But still, they're going to have to be very coordinated now to pull off this
bot lane.
This strat.
Bot lane, they do lose Doppler. Santo comes in with a good hook shot, manages to cog him up, and then Macropie just, they're just there to actually cause a huge amount of pain. But now 3 here in the bot lane for WRG. Do they look at taking a tier 3 here? We don't have the big cause. Castaway, Welp, they up in the top. Tajawi, Lynx, Shlinks, and Santo. Is it going to be enough? Smacker does appear to try and defend. And it's enough to actually force them back. They're going to get themselves out of there, getting themselves to the top lane. They've got the blade now being used out, and the hook does come in. They're going to cancel the TP. This could be a death, and it is. And WRG, beautiful rotations get done, and not enough to actually bring down Santo. Let's have a look in the bot lane. They're trying to find out Chadawi. The ball comes through, not going to be able to connect, and Chadawi is going to get himself out of there as well. So beautiful rotations coming out from WRG, and it just seems that Pulse is like one step behind.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Pulse, they went for an odd strategy, and they got a lot to do if they want to pull this one back. But the SF and the Anti-Mage, they're gonna have none of that. They're just mopping up this game. Castaway, he's going now for the butterfly. He's got Manta up, BKB complete. Still 10-second BKB. He's a difficult individual to bring down. Ags is complete here on Welp, so he's not scared of Rupture, solo Rupture at least. And if it gets broken, he should be able to blink out very quickly. So coordination is going to have to be absolutely on point here for the side of Pulse.
Well, we're looking at Castaway now. I saw him actually try and buy himself Ultimate Orb. Him going for a Silver's Edge, is that a possibility, or is that something far-fetched and not really important?
I don't think he's too concerned about that. I think he wants to get that butterfly up. Because once you got the butterfly with the Dragon Lance and BKB, all you do is just stand still and break buildings. So that's pretty much the strategy from that stage. So if he goes for the Silver's Edge, I don't think it's necessary. The passives that you can break are, I suppose...
I mean, you've got a couple. Zeus. You've got the Zeus.
And
you've got the
Thirst, yeah.
Fatal Caustic Finale. So there's one or two things, even the Poisonous Sting from the Veno. But, I mean, does it warrant the purchase of the Silver's Edge? Hold that thought back to Jawi. He's in a little bit of problems here. He's going to get found out. Back walls, the Curry in the sidelines, but there's a lot of stuff being used to bring down Chadawi. And he's quite a tank. Could he actually survive through this? No. There's just too much, and he does go down. Castaway gets spotted out. Pops out the BKB, brings down poor little Jetty as well. He's right-clicking down Doppler as well. Doesn't stand a chance here. If they can actually spot him out, the rocket flare is actually going to show. Castaway raise, and he gets a blind raise as well. And now the Blood Ride coming out from the Bloodseeker gets stopped in his tracks. With the cogs being brought down, Force comes out, going to be able to keep Sands alive. And they're almost going to lose Fatty, but no, Fatty gets the kill, brings him down, but Castaway not going down without a fight, gets himself a triple kill. And Fatty walks away a victor.
Yeah, 7 kill streak though going down there on Castaway. 935 gold going into the pocket of a Bloodseeker, so that's alright. I mean, he's not too unhappy about that, but at the same time, Anti-Mage just split pushing around the map. Again, has Axe, he's going for the butterfly now. So we'll see. It looks like Bloodseeker is also forced into buying the seals just in case someone's trying to TP out. It's a really good item. It's also going to be useful, sort of. I mean,
do you think it's a cheaper version of the Abyssal, or do you think the Abyssal would have been the better option? Yeah, just considering he's the only right click on the team. I mean, I don't see a lot of right click damage coming off of the side of Pulse.
The thing is, Eels can also be used defensively against the SF, or even after a hook shot, you Eels yourself after that. So these are things that we can keep in mind. Most of his teams got force off, so they can get there in time to sort of help him out if necessary. So I think it's probably the better item. I know it used to be a very common pickup for Bloodseekers to go for the Eels, because obviously the TP out, it's probably the cheapest way to deal with it, and it gives you good mana sustain and so on. So yeah, I'm all for the Eels.
Looking at the right click damage and the right click damage on the side of Pulse, I'm feeling is a little bit underwhelming, that right click damage. I mean, SF, he's already got himself the BKB, so not much that's going to be happening from the side of Pulse to shut him down. Anti-Mage doesn't look like he's getting the BKB yet, but he's going to have that butterflies pretty soon, and going to be really difficult for Pulse to actually deal with him.
Well, we must keep in mind, Rupture still goes through BKB, so they can sort of still kite the Shadow Fiend around a little bit. So that is probably his only concern. It's not that he's going to die, it's just that he's not going to be able to chase very far. So it sort of kites him, maybe forces out a couple of BKB charges onto Castaway. So, I mean, yeah, I think the right-clicking damage from Pulse is very lackluster. The only hero that can right-click pretty hard is the Bloodseeker. He does have Radiance, so he has a decent amount of damage. But I think they're just still heavily reliant on magical damage right now.
And considering that both Anti-Mage and SF are now also going butterflies, maybe for every second, third right click that comes out from Bloodseeker is not even going to matter, because it's going to be a miss.
Yeah, that's very true. He could go for the MKB, but I mean, I'm not too sure what item he will be going for, so it might be probably the better answer.
It just seems too much things that Fatty needs to get.
Yeah. At this stage, I think he's got what he needs, so now he's got to sort of, he can build that MKB next, I believe so. He might want a BKB, but I think you just got to deal with the problem at hand currently, and that's just going to be the butterflies coming out on 2 of their cores.
And that is going to be a big problem to actually deal with. But here we go, Wazoo does get spotted out. Hookshot comes in. Santo finding out the Tuskades, rolls out to the creeps, and now he does try and get himself a little bit of a punch. Not going to happen. And Wazoo goes down, being caught completely off guard. Something that he probably hoped that would happen, being caught out in the enemy jungle, but he does, and he pays with his life, and it pretty much opens up a rush now for the side of WRG.
Yeah, interesting. Castaway is not going for the butterfly next, actually going for the satanic. So
bot lane though, Chadawi going to try and run through the Rapture, not going to happen. Does pop up the Yules, and while that all happens, they get the kill on Chadawi, but while that happens, Rosh was taken, baby.
Oh man, Whelp is a problem, and that's an understatement right now. He's level 25, he's got his butterfly up and Aegis on hand. Now he can just split push all he wants. He can just keep on farming.
What's the next item up on him? BOTs maybe?
Yeah, Boost of Travel is...
Well, I mean, really Aegis is going to go down, so once Aegis is down, maybe got another option. But do you maybe go for the BOTs, really get that push strat going? Should the team decide to push another lane, he can then TP into that lane, put a lot of pressure to the opposite side of where Pulse is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, Boost of Travel always just really good. I think he could also still be looking potentially at something like a Scotty or something like that, just to keep him going. But yeah, I'm all for Boots of Travel. I think that's quite viable, and can just make sure all the lanes are constantly pushed out. Then I think actually if he gets Boots of Travel, Pulse pretty much just lose automatically at that stage. So difficult. It's difficult for them to defend at least.
Yeah, it's going to be really. You know what I find is really going to be really difficult for Pulse is they're relying so much on magical damage. But let's hold that thought for 1 second. Hookshot comes in here from center, finding out Smacker. Whelp jumps in to have a bit of this action, and they're going to be able to bring down Smacky up pretty easily. They do in the meantime. Castaway does get the kill onto Doppler, and a little bit of a sticky situation here for Pulse. They are 2 down, 1 bar back available. And the boys from WRG gonna walk up onto the high ground, gonna plant the flag and start putting damage onto this tier 3 tower.
Yeah, silence gonna come through from the. Oh, they actually can turn this around, but good BKB use.
Epicenter comes through, they yules up the SK immediately. He does go down, 2 buybacks available, none being used just yet. Blood Rot coming down, trying to force the side of WRG back, and they just laugh in the fear of danger. Right-clicking down the throw, the Raxes will be cast away, while the rest of the team is waiting on the sidelines. Should anything develop further, Ern comes out onto Deathy, there goes the blink, he's not going to be able to have that. They lose the bottom lane of Rax, they've lost the mid lane of Rax. Whelp casts away, they're going to finish this the good old proper way. They're going to finish up the top lane. While that's all happening, they haven't had enough. They jump in, fighting under the Macapie. They eventually do lose Santo, and poor Fatty does go down. Whelp once more, blinks in, smashes up Deathy, and triple kill going for Whelp. They've got the Iron Shell trying to chase down Smacker, but GG has been called, and WRG take another game, take another series, and Pulse being forced down into the lower brackets. Well played to the boys of WRG.
Yeah. So I think they went for the corny strat and they paid the price. This is the best team in South Africa, right? They know how to sort of deal with these things.
They kind of just playing games with their opponents. It's like,
we're fine.
Yeah. We're right. It would have been fantastic to see the Tusker Rupture play. That would have been amazing to see. I felt Zeus wasn't actually a non-starter, couldn't actually get much done, but yeah.
Yeah, I think they switched up the Zeus into the support role once they saw the anti-mage and said, oh, he's just going to die every time, so let's just put him on the support. So yeah, I think that pretty much wraps it up.
Yeah, well, from our side, we're going to send it over to the boys at the main stage. Take it away.
Apologies for you, good old Lord Rochford. I would invite you onto this panel if I could. And unfortunately, he does seem to be having some technical difficulties. As soon as he's back online, he will be with us. Nonetheless, guys, I believe Pulse deserves a round of applause.
Yeah, they played exceptionally well. Exceptionally well. Much better than I anticipated they would. And they pulled off some serious good plays against WRG. So, I mean, a round of applause for them, honestly.
Yeah, the Bloodseeker strat did seem to be working for quite some time. Like, the early game was rough for them, but there was a time when they started hitting their stride. It looked good. Unfortunately, Anti-Mage got Axe, SF got Mantis Tower, which, entirely negates the Bloodseeker. But still, before that, it was great.
Yeah.
I really think that the main thing that they fell into was clearly, like Scorpio was mentioning, the anti-mage really rattled them. As soon as they saw AM, they realized that Zeus was going to be useless. And that was like, what, AM 4th pick? They'd already picked 4 heroes. Now you have to change your strategy at the last minute. Never a good look usually for a team like that. So it didn't end up going the way that they exactly wanted it to. But still, nonetheless, they actually did play well. They played a lot better than you would have expected, given how advantage draft WRG were. Like, the WRG could have rolled over this game in 25 minutes, but they weren't able to.
They didn't. Yeah, I was really expecting that. I was expecting about 17, 20-minute GG when they lasted a lot longer. So, like I said, my hat goes off to them. If I had a hat on, I would... Actually, hold on. The cow's got a hat.
That's my hat.
There we go. Well played, Pulse. Honestly, I mean, they deserve all the bit of respect that anyone can give them. Honestly.
Yeah, the Pulse standing strong and standing firm up against the waves of terror that
WRG usually instills in its foes. It's a good sign.
I think they're fine for the lower bracket, right? Like, given what this game looked like, and given how they were able to come back from a disastrous situation in the game number 1 when they played against APG, I don't think it's necessarily the case that they'll lose to whoever they end up playing in the best of threes. I actually think they look a lot better on best of threes. They looked really good this game, so I think they looked the best versus WRG that I've seen from anyone so far.
I think it's safe to say that we think they performed better than
pretty much anyone against them so far in this land.
They were expected to perform relatively poorly, always relatively, because these are the best in the business. And it's a very relative term.
I mean,
they were expected to end somewhere towards the bottom of the log. They've already exceeded our expectations.
They looked really confident in the start of the game, as we saw. They were getting kills. It was going well for them. And then for me, towards the late game, they started becoming desperate, using everything they could on one hero. I mean, there was one instance where Chidawi was, trying to run away, and they committed every single big ulti for one hero, and then you end up Castaway gets triple kill. But I mean, they did end up killing him in the end, but it took so much, and then Castaway just came up and swept the rest of the team away, basically. But it just feels like towards the end they were making more of a desperate plays.
He comes to do the janitorial work and sweep up things. But before we continue, hang on. Whoa. Because there's a whole lot of janitorial work. I suspect some tears are rolling down some people's eyes. Backstage at the moment with Gareth, who finally has a mic.
Yes, thank you, Wilson. Mike is here, and more importantly, Ryan Chidawi is here. Congrats on another seemingly straightforward victory. Full-on Magic strat that they threw at you, and then who goes better against Magic than an anti-mage? Seemed to make kind of short work of that.
Yeah, the game went as expected. Anti-mage was just good. We wanted to pick it earlier, but we decided against it, and eventually it was a good pick, so I decided to pick it for Shal. He said he wanted to farm, so
you gave him the Rice hero. Okay, so how is anyone going to beat you this weekend? Throw them a bone. What can they do? What are your weaknesses?
Run at Charles lane and leave me alone in a solo. Thank you very much.
Oh, finally, someone's going to leave you alone to a solo 1v1 off lane. Okay, finally. Looking forward, obviously, to the next match. We've got XTC versus Bravado. Who do you reckon is going to take that one?
I think XTC should take it. I think Deppy's going to pop off. I believe in Deppy God.
There you have it. The belief in Deppy God is strong here with Chidawi, who reckons that's who they want to eat in the winners bracket final. Over to the panel to discuss.
I'm sure Deppy appreciates those kind words, but we're not done dissecting your work yet, dear old Chidawi. So, how did Chidawi perform all in all?
That was great game for Doxia. But it's the easiest game in the world, right? If you're playing Doxia in that situation, Bloodseeker can actually do nothing against Doxia. So he was just ironing out the waves, pushing it out. Eventually you saw the only time Bloodseeker started finding farm was when he left the lane and started going to jungle. That's when he found his hand on Midas. But in the lane, it's what are you supposed to do versus this Doxia? So
after the laning stage?
Yeah, well, I think Chidawi really, really did play exceptional, making the plays where he needed to, being where he needed to be. But most importantly, I mean, they committed a lot just to get rid of him because he was such an annoyance. He really was. I mean, they did overcommit onto killing him, but he was also seemingly everywhere on the map. It was just how did you get there so damn fast? You just were here. It was just you think, the TP's on cooldown, it's fine, we can go in. There's Chidawi, exactly where he needs to be. So for me, I feel like he played a really exceptional game. It was hard in some part for him as well, because sometimes he had to be the sacrificial lamb in some cases, but I mean, it works out because along comes Castaway to back it up.
Yeah.
So it's for all. They did struggle in the beginning, like we said, but that's inevitable because of the lineup they were up against. But once certain things came online, there's nothing else they could have done. Or Pulse couldn't do anything else.
Yeah, he comboed up really well with strings as well.
Yes,
a lot of vacuums into Ice Path that we saw, and you're like, okay, so he does know how to play this Dark
It's okay, you didn't launch Ice Path, here we go. Essentially, it's a very useful spell, and if used correctly in the right hands, as evident in Chidawi's hands, Darkseer makes a huge impact in the game.
Yeah, and I think that's probably something we're going to see from WRG, just these stable sort of heroes for Chidawi, because they know that people are going to run at him, so he's going to be like...
That's why I said, how to beat us. Just leave me alone, please, boys. Let me solo off lane. Okay, it's cool. Yeah.
Breathe a deep sigh of relief. Well, somebody's been breathing in other things other than sighs, and he's been walking about. Let's hand over to Ryan and see what mischief he's up to.
I am here here with none other than Kyle, a pro cosplayer. Kyle, tell me a little bit about your character and who you're cosplaying today.
Well, I'm cosplaying as Elias T. Walker from Call of Duty Ghosts. He's one of the main protagonists. He's the father of the main character who you play as. I decided to cosplay as him because I'm a huge Call of Duty fan.
I've got a couple of questions for you. I'm going to throw it. You alright?
Yeah.
Alright. Which company owns the Xbox console?
That would be Microsoft.
Very good. What does Dota stand for?
I honestly have no clue. I've never played Dota.
Defense of the Ancients.
Ah, okay.
In what year did the first PlayStation come out?
Ooh, I had that PlayStation. I think that was 1994.
Oh, close. 3. Oh. Yeah, well done. Good stuff. What is VS Gaming known as before they rebranded earlier this year?
That's a tricky one. Oh, my memory doesn't go back that far.
Alright, it was known as DGL for Digital Gaming League.
Oh, it's also DGL.
Yes, that's right. Do you know what VS Gaming stands for?
Not at all.
Virtual Sport Gaming.
Oh, Virtual Sport.
Well, there we go. Here's Kyle. Thanks very much for your time, man. Loving the outfit. I think you're doing a good job. And can we expect anything more over this weekend, or is this the outfit for the weekend?
This is the outfit for the weekend, but you'll be able to see plenty more of me walking around.
Awesome stuff, man. All the best and have fun.
Thanks, man.
There you guys have it. Thanks a lot.
Well, Ryan, you're much braver than I am. If I walked up to that man, I wouldn't dare ask him questions.
I saw that guy.
Give the man a smaller mic, though. Shame, man.
I saw that guy in the bathroom. He was like getting his gear together,
Yeah.
and I kind of ran out. I was like, I'm not going to be that guy getting shot at the expo.
Yeah,
So-
I think this is a good time to just vacate the booth.
Maybe that's why Ryan's walking around with a mic that looks like a wiki, protecting himself.
Then again, I am a really short Italian, so...
Yeah, well, so Ryan's also pretty short. I think you guys are about the same height.
Well, enough about me. If that's a glimpse of the atmosphere around here, guys, if you can, make it down to the CTICC. Hall 1 is where we are based. There's one hell of a stage, one hell of an atmosphere, one hell of a great group of people that you can all come to join, love, and see. Now, back to the game. Right, so, WRG, they were expected to win. What does this mean for Pulse in the grand scheme of things? They're not going to go down to that loser bracket. And then beat their way back up in all hopes.
But I think they've proven themselves against WRG is the point that they are, like we said, and we were discussing at the beginning of, before they decided, we're like, okay, are they going to do cheese strat? No, they didn't. They're trying to prove themselves against WRG, like, hey, we also deserve to be here. So the fact that they lasted that long and did what they did against WRG without a cheese strat, for me, proves that they are experienced, number one, and number two, they deserve to be, and they're really good players, as it's so evident. But for me, it also means that they now know more about WRG, which means if they face them again, they'll know more or less what to do.
Yeah, I think also one of the things as well is if Pulse now has to play the winner of APG versus Sin5 tomorrow. Now that's probably going to be for them a much easier matchup, obviously, than WRG. But more importantly, they've already beaten APG, and WRG beaten Sin5. But WRG beat Sin5, I think, harder than they beat Pulse. So like these things don't normally work out just like that. It's really a 1-1 comparison. But we can usually say that like Pulse look good. They look good enough that I don't think that the winner, whoever wins between Sin5 and APG will not have an easy time versus Pulse. So Pulse is already looking like they will be able to propel themselves further in the tournament. They look like they can get top 5 material, which is I think probably what they were aiming for. Obviously you want to win, but if you can't win, you get what's realistic. So I think for them overall, this is really a good sign of what they can, what we can expect from them, what they can expect from themselves going deeper into the tournament.
I must also mention Fady Clockwork is also amazing to watch.
Yeah,
he made some really good plays.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Well, Gareth has some words for us at the moment. It's going to be really, really quick. Take it away, Gareth.
Thanks a lot, Nick. This announcement for those in the venue. It's about to be closing time for the rest of the expo at 6 o'clock, it now being 25 to 6. But the Dota action continues for several hours to go, meaning that you can stay around and watch. However, if you leave, security are not going to let you back in. So make sure you get your drinks, make sure you empty those bladders, and you get yourself comfortable for some Dota action. that will go on till approximately about 10 o'clock. So if you want to stay and watch that, please do. But the event itself is closing at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
So if anything, that means that this has now become the last chance saloon. But is it the last chance for Pulse? Yes or no?
Not the last chance. I don't think so.
I think they still have some life in them.
Actually, yes, because I think Sin 5 is going to beat APG, and I think Sin 5 will beat Pulse.
Some strong
We're already
words.
coming out with predictions.
Yeah, gotta get into the future, man.
We're looking into that crystal ball.
Look, I feel like if Sin 5 gets a face-off against Pulse, it will definitely be an extremely close game. But Pulse, for me, they've just been getting progressively better and better and better. And for me, they really did prove themselves a little bit more than Sinister 5 against WRG, because they didn't draft, let's unconventional, let's barrel down. The last pick was unconventional because of a surprise anti-mage. But they did truly face WRG mano-a-mano.
Yeah.
And they did prove themselves. So for me, I haven't seen Sin 5 do that against WRG, and for me, I've got a little bit more respect for Pulse for doing that, taking on the big boys, literally
standing strong,
as doing something that they're comfortable with, but not a cheap strat to try win the game. Yeah.
No, you do make a good point. They got out-drafted, but they weren't out-strategized. I think what happened to Sin 5 is they came in probably with a better overall draft in terms of the surprise factor, but then WRG just played better around them. But this time, Pulse were out-drafted heavily and still managed, like you said, they went toe-to-toe with them. It wasn't like a blowout entirely of a match. It was even, it was tightly held, it was contested. So, yeah, actually, Pulse did do well in that regard. Yeah,
they really did.
Right, so that just about wraps it up. WRG and Pulse is all over and done with. Pulse, a little bit sore, worse for wear, but they will be back, as will we, very, very shortly after this break. How many minutes?
Hello and welcome to another episode of VS Gaming Smack Talk. I'm your host Ryan Mackay, and with me are these two young wonderful gentlemen. We have Caleb from XTICC Gaming, and on my left here we have Hunter from eXdee Gaming. Guys, thank you very much for joining me today. As you know, this is a safe environment, and be very serious. You can relax. No, I don't mean you have. I mean, I'm fine. Now it looks awkward. No, that's good. Leave it like that. That's good too.
Chill position. Well, frankly, I'm trying to get as serious as I can, because when you face up against a joke like this guy and a joke like that team, you really have to force yourself to be serious. Otherwise, this game's going to look like a clown fiesta.
All right, I know there was a lot said right there, and sorry I started with him earlier. Maybe I should have started with you, but what's done is done. What do you have to say in response to that?
Personally, I'm very happy that VS Gaming gave us a very easy starting bracket versus XTC. Doombani, right? Doombani, we're gonna first pick Meepo this game, and we're gonna beat you. 100%, I promise you on my life.
Guys, that was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I think that was major progress. I'm gonna leave it at that, and I'm gonna leave it up to the audience to decide who they think gives the better smack talk. Enjoy.
if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for our next winners bracket game featuring XTC and Bravado, which is certainly shaping up to be one of the more tightly contested games that we're going to have today. But more from the panel to discuss what's going to go on in this next game. Over to you guys.
Well, tightly contested it is, and the reason for that is I think we unanimously kind of agree that this is more or less the preview of the battle for second place.
Yep, this is, whichever team wins this has the highest chance to get top 2. I mean, no matter, whoever team wins this is guaranteed top 3, right? And I can't imagine that the team that wins is going to lose to any of the other teams behind them at this point. So I think that it's a very high chance to see top 2 from one of these sides.
Yeah.
For me, though, we haven't seen the new Bravado in the last 2 or 3 LAN events. But the thing that does bother me, in RDK we trust, right? But XTC have been more consistent throughout the last couple of months, whereas BVD have been shaky, been losing to teams they shouldn't have, been losing to, what is it, a first division team, was a Prem team that they lost against?
Yeah.
Just for me, that inconsistency, like they're brilliant one game and then they're really bad the next game, whereas XTC are consistent in their matches. Yes, they might make a mistake here and there, but they are generally good.
Yeah. Well, in RDK we trust, and in BVD he plays. It's good to see BVD face by face, and like we were saying, in RDK we trust, but do we trust them up against XTC? These are the guys who placed second last time. They've proven their worth many times over.
I think it depends on the draft very much, because RDK is going to require his team to create space for him, and that's not going to happen in a situation where XTC will be able to play faster Dota than Bravado can respond to. Also, I think one of the things that, like, as good as RDK is going to be, in this game, much more so than in the previous game versus Energy, right? It's much more important how the mid lane goes, because Mikasa versus Depi, it's very different than from the previous matchup we see with Mikasa versus Strike, because Depi is one of those players that can actually win or take over a game and win by himself, basically. So you have to create certain circumstances where you can control him. So no matter what they do with RDK, now they have to put a lot more attention towards Mikasa. That being said, they might actually pick up Venomonster, like you were saying earlier, for the mid lane, just to be able to show that up.
Yeah, so essentially, is this the Depi versus RDK show, or is this the RDK versus the supports?
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. RDK is a better carry than Adastim is, but Depi is a better mid.
I can hear people shouting out there.
It is.
Ironically,
it really is
Adastim's all teammates.
It really is. I mean, RDK has been around a lot longer. He's a better farmer. For me, he's still one of the say, top 3 farmers in South Africa. I mean, we saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, even his team was losing at one stage. He was still getting more items at 15 minutes than the winning carry, right? My point is that Depi, as you so state, is, in my opinion, the second best mid in South Africa. And he can win a game by himself. He doesn't have to contest RDK because he can roll over a team by himself.
Those are some big boasts. We'll see if Depi from the side of XTC...
I'm sorry, I'll receive letters, but I mean, it's the truth, guys.
I'm always of the opinion that a man does not a team make, but let's quickly take a look at the team of XTC. Who would have thunk that the guy with glasses little weedy guy like that had the biggest mouth out of all of them.
Yeah, that was, some real smack talk right there.
You just go, well, I have never. You know, it's one of those moments. It's one of those moments.
Well, I have never.
Well, I have never.
Still, they've earned the right to be as cocky as they are.
Yeah.
Especially him. His effect in games is felt almost throughout the ages in terms of just how much impact he brings.
Yeah, he's an extremely high impact player, especially in the early game. He's very, he creates a situation where his team doesn't necessarily have to worry about the primary laning phase going badly, because he'll come to your lane and help you. No matter where you're on the map, no matter what your position is, at some point he's going to come and help you, and then you're going to secure more farm for yourself. So really good player in that regard. The one thing I do think about Adeslam, I do agree that RDK farms better than he does, but Adeslam, there was this weird disconnect when he first joined XTC. He wasn't fighting as much as he used to in APG, but then as you've seen time go on, he's been getting a lot more involved.
Yeah, his playstyle's a little bit different, but I still feel like when it comes mono, carry on.
Yeah, just like mono and just rising, probably I would choose RDK.
Yeah.
But I think XTC are better at sometimes playing to their individual player strengths. So we've seen a lot of drafting where they allow Adeslam to be able to fight more often, and that's kind of the kind of heroes we're going to see probably today.
Well, we'll see what they end up with as the draft is well underway, as we can see. So, are we going to see anything cheesy out of these two? I don't think so. They're both...
No.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, you never know, actually.
I think just Night Stalker, Clockwork, Coddles.
I don't think
Earthshakers,
BVD needs to go anything cheesy here. They've got RDK, and neither does XTC in the form of Daston, Doom Bunny, and Deppy.
They've also got 2-5 and Impact, which we have actually been excluding this tournament. I mean, Impact, for me, at one time in South Africa, he was the best support in South Africa. Not so much anymore, but he's still an exceptional player, and he's a very good support. 2-5, he is a playmaker. You can't discount anyone on the side of Bravado right now.
I think about the last game we saw him in, which was Warlock. He was dirt poor. He could not afford to eat a sandwich.
It doesn't matter. He got his skills out. He did his job. He did his job.
So definitely someone to keep your eyes peeled very keenly on. And that also comes through in the draft, as bans are coming through.
I don't remember the last time I saw Ember Spirit being banned in the first one too. I thought they were going to ban Spirit Breaker definitely, because I knew you give it away. But maybe they're angling to pick up Earthshaker now, so they were scared that if they ban Spirit Breaker, then definitely XTC picks up Earthshaker. So we'll see. But I don't know. I'm really concerned about that Ember ban.
The thing is, it's easy to deal with the Spirit Breaker. You can just draft against it or build items against it. But to deal with an Ember is especially early game, it's a bit harder. But yes, banning out Ember, but unconventional for this current meta and the way that people have been drafting lately. It's a weird one.
Keeper of the light?
You have to just...
Why do you just ban Coddle? I love Coddle.
It's so good, man. It's a good vision hero. Applies too much pressure in the laning phase. Once you get Ags, it's basically impossible to team fight. It's just, rather get rid of it. Okay. Save yourself the effort. I like this though. I always like the Juggernaut answer immediately to the Kunkka, because a lot of the time what Kunkka wants to be able to do is carry players out of position with the X Torrent combo, but you can't do that versus Jug. Just spins away. And now also you can do that thing what we saw earlier today as well, where you can just keep push out a lane, they spin TP out, and there's no way for them to cancel it.
Nothing they can do, But I mean, look, Kunkka's still an exceptional roaming support. He's got catch. He's got a little disable. I mean, obviously X marks the spot does help him with that. They've also got the Ghost Ship, and of course, the BKB piercing. So I mean, Kunkka is still an exceptional roamer, and he can really bring things into the late game if he needs to.
Apart from the fact that he doesn't need to. I mean, he's paired up with the Darkseid.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it comes to the late game, he scales really well into the late game. So it's not like another support where he kind of falls off. Kunkka does well throughout, beginning, mid, and end. So for me, Kunkka is one of the best roaming position 4s you can get these days.
No, I think it's one of the best.
Yeah.
I wonder if either of these teams are going to go Rasta. I think I could see XTC in a situation where they want that hero. It's a good way to harass out the Darkseid with super high attack damage, and the Ether Shock forces them back sometimes. Also, if you do get the shackles off in time, you can spin them down with Juggernaut and charge onto the Darkseid as well. So I think harassing out the Darkseid, we saw especially in the WRG game, what happens if you allow it. If you don't really pressure the Darkseid, him getting early utility items early is not really a good situation to try and team fight into, because you're never able to get that last hit out just before you pop somebody with a heal or gives someone additional mana to keep fighting.
Here we go.
It goes Warlock again for himself.
I mean, look, it's nice to have, especially since they haven't banned the Shadow Shaman, but what they are banning, which I'm very happy to see, is, Necro's gone, Venomancer's gone, and more importantly, Viper's gone. So, I mean, we're not going to see any of those strats, but here we have Visage, one of the heroes that we've been waiting to see this tournament.
I don't need to see anything else.
Yeah.
I think Ecstasy wins.
You can die happy now.
Yeah. Like, no, this hero is actually kind of game-breaking really strong.
Ecstasy wins.
Yeah, this hero is actually kind of game. Like, if you don't have, right now, like, Bravado doesn't actually have ways to directly go into a Visage. This would even be core Visage, and they wouldn't be able to deal with it. Like, right now, if this is Visage in the mid lane, the only hero they have, Kunkka there, who can try and, like, gank into him, but 1 point to Gravekeeper's Choke or the Gravekeeper's Chill, like, you escape immediately, you can't get killed. So now this is great.
Not to mention those birds can get to Warlock at the back as well.
Yeah, the birds can get to Warlock. They can actually prevent him from ever getting the ultimate off.
Yeah, pretty much. They can continuously, if he's good with his micro, which we know he is, he can continuously stun him. And I mean, let's face it, the Visage birds with Aghanims can literally chase down and cut down any support there is, especially a poor support. So I mean, Visage is not a fun hero to deal with. And now we have another Monkey King.
The question is it's either carry Monkey King or carry Visage. Mid Visage.
I honestly don't I don't think it's going to be a carry Monkey, just purely because we have a Juggernaut already, but we could see the old mid Monkey King back. We haven't seen a mid Monkey King in a long time, let's face it, but I mean, you never know. It could happen again, because we've been seeing things that we think, oh, that's never going to happen, and then it happens. So I mean, it could be a mid Jug and a carry Monkey King, or vice versa.
I think what you probably do is you have mid Visage, and then Monkey King every now and then can jump in behind the trees, behind the enemy mid. You charge them a Spirit Breaker, like a guaranteed kill at all stages. I feel like it's better to have Spirit Breaker, Monkey King roaming together than to have Visage Spirit Breaker, and then you can leave Juggernaut in the safe lane by himself, and then all you need now is like a safe offlaner.
Look, I mean, Monkey King is a better roamer, but we know that. But I mean, these teams have not been playing him that way recently. They've been playing him as the carry or the mid. You know, it's kind of weird. He's been used in a separate role. I mean, we never thought we would see him again in competitive Dota until he got buffed again somehow, you know, but he's still viable. But for me, definitely, he's like another version of Earth Spirit, just without a silence.
Yeah,
you know,
the silence is great though.
The silence is great, yeah.
How's this Gyrocopter going to fare?
He's gonna do. They need is a better, like a mid that can actually follow up. Because right now they've got a lot of setup, and the Gyrocopter can do a lot of damage, but he's still gonna need another hero to put in that final punch. Because right now they don't have any, like all the physical damage is concentrated on the Gyrocopter. So ideally, you want to either have like a lot more burst damage, pure damage. I hate to mention Quap or OD, these sort of heroes that can just like do mass amounts of burst instantly. But besides that, like, you maybe think about heroes like TA, but TA doesn't really fare that well, especially not against like Spirit Breaker Visage. So I actually think Jared's going to have a bit of a rough time at this.
The Flak Cannon's also great against Visage as well.
Didn't they change it that it doesn't hit the birds now?
I could have. I might have missed that. I could have. I remember it doing damage to birds, but I mean, I'm human. I do forget every single patch notes.
Dota's hard.
Dota is hard. There's so many things to remember, but
this is why they're playing in there and we're sitting out.
No, but the thing is, also with the 20% cooldown on the gyro, it is a great hero, but we've seen gyros fail against juggernauts before because it's just. And now we have the added benefit of having a puck as well. Now,
I think this is
offlane puck. Yeah.
Because like offlane puck, like you can't, if you're Warlock, right, all you can do against offlane puck, you can zone him out with the Shadow Word, but Gyrocopter doesn't really do anything versus offlane puck. You can beat the gyro, and that kind of forces the Warlock to always stay around you. Kunkka might be able to roam around here, and they may be able to stick around and get kills, but even if you're dying, you're forcing Kunkka to stay in your lane, it gives greater chances to everybody else.
It is weird.
It's so frustrating going up against a damn puck. You can't pin him down.
It's super hard. This is actually also a really good game for the puck because a lot of their damage, it comes in like small bursts. Darkseer, Kunkka, and Gyrocopter have to stick in very small areas. So if you can dream coil them, their team fight is basically over and you can run yourself away.
Look, I'm going to be interesting to see where they actually place these things because they can now they've got lanes that are kind of unpredictable because they literally place a jug mid, they can put him safe lane, or they can't. I wouldn't put a jug off lane, but they can also have the Visage mid or the Visage off lane. It's just like they've got so many options, and they can do that the same with the puck. So it's going to keep Bravado guessing as to how to actually lane this because some heroes fare better in lanes than others. So we'll have to see. But here we go with the sniper. I don't like this. There's a Spirit Breaker, there's a Juggernaut that's inevitably going to get a blink, there's a Visage with birds that can get you, there's a Monkey King with a stun that's a range of 100, you know.
And there's Puck.
And there's Puck. A sniper for me doesn't make sense here.
It feels like a very dangerous type of sniper game, but I can also understand maybe why they wanted to do this. They wanted to be in a situation where they can at least be like somebody who XTC has to commit on, like not somebody who gets caught out very easily.
Look, it's nice with the fatal bonds and the shrapnel, and of course for high ground with the Kunka and the Darkseer. I get the rationale. I just don't like it because it's going to suffer in the early game with ganks.
I'm not sure if it'll suffer as badly as what it looks like in off-lane Monkey King though.
Yeah. It's hard, but I get why they pick it. It's just for me, it feels like he's just going to die. If he's not protected enough. But look, he does have a Kunka and a Warlock, he does have the Darkseer, but for me it's just, I wouldn't pick a sniper into that draft, personally.
Well, like it or not, to anybody else out there, it doesn't matter. It's all about these 10 guys sitting in this booth right now. And the 2 other guys sitting in that shark tank down there, not Hellbird. Jumper version 2.0, take it away.
What?
Jumper 2.0.
Yeah.
That's what you call it right now.
Young man, don't make me come back to my old panel and take it back from you. Reigns?
Yeah?
I'm ready for this one, man. The game's already back up, and of course, we have XTC versus Bravado Gaming. This is a big one, right? As the panel mentioned, you win this, it's half the battle won, but half the battle, half the tournament. You go very far, very deep with these 2 wins back to back.
Yeah, they're going all out with this one. Both lineups looking really solid. I like that XTC didn't get baited into the kinds of an Invoker pick. But yeah, the puck is really good. And on the other side, Bravado going to the go-to heroes like Frank's Kunka, for instance. Right now, I've got the early smoke going towards the top lane for XTC, and probably catching on RDK right now.
They are going to catch on RDK right now, and Don't Die will engage with that charge. Usually all comes from the silence. Do they have enough to finish it? Yes, they do. RDK is your first blood, and it's going to go the way of Doom Bunny and friends. Yeah. So RDK, that's a big one. I mean, RDK is no small fish in this game. It doesn't hurt him that much since it's so early on. He probably spent most of his starting money anyways, but it's a nice start, all the same. But we didn't actually get an opportunity to introduce these guys since, well, you know, they were killing each other.
It's essential, yeah.
So let's go ahead and do it left to right. So on the Spirit Breaker will be Dota and Die. He'll be supported, he'll be teaming up with Scarnet on the Monkey King. On the Juggernaut will be Alastam. Dota and Doom Bunny will be on the Visage. And last but not least will be puck played by Deppy. Over to Reigns and the side of Bravado Gaming.
Okay, we've got Mr. Sacrifice, RDK, 225 on the Darkseer, Frank on the Kunka, Mikasa Sniper, and Impact on the Warlock. So a little fight over here with Impacts just surviving with this heal.
Take it easy, guys. The game's just getting started. We have lots of time here.
They're wasting no time. Best of 1, so it's going to be a hard one.
Yeah,
you need as many kills as you want, as you can.
I mean, this actually looks really awful. I would not like to be Impact or RDK in this lane, because they've got. I mean, they have their own sort of competitive nature of their draft. I mean, Gyrocopter's pretty solid. He's got Rocket Barrage. They wouldn't really say anything. He's got Rocket Barrage, but it's a good spell. It's a good spell, you know. But Impact with a heal can keep him up. But Monkey King is just one of those irritating heroes that'll just beat down you and kill you. And everything else is tank. I mean, Visage and Spirit Break. So you can't really kill anything, but you can die if you mess up.
Yeah, they have a very offensive tri-lane right now for XTC. They just have to wait for Impact to get the Fatal Bonds, and then for Frank to get up the, just to get the second skill up, what's it called again? The Tidebringer. Get back up there, and then, try to start the lane from there. But for now, Doom Bunny is just going to, keep harassing there. And Dota and Die just waiting for one of the, the proper charges to get in to get another kill.
Yeah, so we can expect Dota and Die also to be very, very active around the map, but we'll see in a minute. Or we'll see in a couple of minutes exactly how active he chooses to be. But then I thought I'd point out, puck was actually brought quite low. Deppy being given a bit of a hard time from Mikasa. This is an interesting matchup as well. Hold that thought. Top lane Impact gets engaged upon here, but a lot of damage actually going out to that Monkey King, who will be brought down first. Don't Die once out. Frank says no. You're gonna have to get through the wall that is my body block. And he's finally starting to make some distance between them. Will charge back, not in time. Doesn't actually have the available skills to actually do the bash. So even though he managed to charge, he brought down all the same. And gotta hand it to Frank.
Yeah.
He literally made that kill just with his hero blocking the path. Well played, sir.
Yeah, staying at level 1, casting that soul range right on the spot. And that actually gives RDK the chance now to, farm up what he was waiting for, getting the kill as well, which was really worth it.
And 2-5 and bottom lane is going to be forced out of lane for the time being by Adestam. This is actually really cool. Adestam versus RDK is a very interesting one.
Yeah.
RDK, I believe one of the best players that I've ever played with personally. He truly is a magnificent player, and I think a lot of the time people give him a hard time, including me, about being a bit of a ricer, but he's actually very, very mechanically gifted outside of that as well. So RDK, really, really good. But as I said, it's going to be interesting to see how he pulls up against the likes of Adestam, who's also a really well respected carry in South Africa.
Actually going for 2-5 with his, actually no, it's going to get away with it, it's okay. It's not that dangerous at the bottom lane.
No, it's pretty dangerous. They're going straight back on Deppy, doing a lot of damage. Can they finish off? Yes, they can. Don't Die now turns over to Frank. Frank played so beautifully before. This time around, just outplayed by Deppy and Don't Die. Let's take a quick peek at that again. I think we'll have a chance. So, you can see, Mikasa very, very low, gets re-engaged on by that puck.
Yeah, that was a difficult one. I mean, Mikasa was thinking, I either have to help my mid player, or I'm just going to go back and let the mid player die, and eventually both fell into that trap. But otherwise, yeah, XTC pretty solid so far. I mean, as you said, Adestam and RDK very interesting. I mean, the game could last for an hour, could last for 2 hours, because both teams like to give space to the carry. And with that, they're going to need to, just say, okay, I'm going to farm as fast as possible, and then try to get online, just before the other team does.
Right. Top lane, Scarnet, he's going to find Impact, doesn't want a piece of him just yet. Well, thinking about it, going to pull the creep wave back though. This is pretty important as well. Going to get a bit of a push going back in the direction of Doom Bunny and himself. Of course, Spirit Break, always going to look out for him. He's got the credit bash up now and 2 levels in charge, so he's pretty happy to move around the map and cause some problems from the mid lane. Frank though, is going to secure this ruin for his mid. He might just take it since Sniper's not exactly the best arcane ruin carrier, but he's going to like it. Going to toss out a turret. Does he connect? No, that was good. That was close. Deppy, he got the animation of that one, but I guess just got a little bit of a splash in the end. So, Reigns, let's talk about this. What do these two sides need out of this laning phase? Who's playing for what type of strategy here?
I think Scarnet was handling the top lane pretty well until getting that kill with the initiation from Filthy Frank. But otherwise, it's pretty solid so far. I mean, Deppy winning the 2 kills just now, as we saw in the replay, actually gave him the lane for quite a bit for now. And then also, I think just letting Adestam farm in the bottom lane. That actually sacrifices 2-5 quite a bit. Not so much, he's still getting the last hits, but mainly because the support of the XTC side is not there.
Fair comment. They are going to toss through. I'm pretty looking at homing missile towards maybe Scarnet. Can they decide? Of course, because that's fair, right? Because Monkey Kings are ranged heroes. Wait, no, they're not. The melee, which means that they. Oh, hold on, mid lane. What's happening here? A lot of TP's coming. Mikasa, he gets caught up by the Dream Call, will be brought down. Frank, though, does have that X marks the spot onto Deppy. Deppy. Can he finish this kill? Yes. Don't Die. Actually getting the double here. They're going to toss through a big soul assumption onto Impact. But once again, it's XTC on the front foot. Doing a lot of work here, a lot of TPs also expended by both sides here, but especially with the fact that there were no kills going the other way.
Yeah,
big one.
That's unfortunate. I mean, as you said, Don't Die is just ready every single time as a Spirit Breaker. Go mid, charge top whenever it needs to, and that was the right call to go mid. Taking down Mikasa for the second time, that's just, pretty bad for the Dire side, but otherwise Deppy on the other hand, 3 assists and 2 kills. That's
bottom lane, 2-5 here, they get charged off. Did have the surge up, so got a little bit of distance between them. The obvious flash comes out and 2-5 brought down as well.
Yeah.
This is all XTC at the moment, man.
XTC show. I mean, yeah, they're just governing the lanes. It's pretty hard for I mean, it's already 6 minutes in. Adestam's got 38 last hits. I mean, it's not far from the docks here, but you can't really have the guy to deny and get the creep kills at the same time.
I guess it's just a little bit passive. They're all going to try and re-engage here onto Scarnet. He gets caught up by that X-Marker spot. Knocked up into there. Good night, chap. You're done for right now. So pretty useful kill as well. Obviously that Monkey King, one of the better laners at the moment. In fact, that's the Lions. Only got 17 last hits. So he's actually having a bit of a hard time for last hits. And they're already the Juggernaut and the Darkseer. Well, Puck also in there. That 38 actually crossing up. So both the 2 highest last hitters in the game so far on XTC side as well, and they have all those kills. So 2K net worth lead, not surprised. They're going to go re-engage onto Mikasa, have the charge as well. You have nowhere to go for it. Mikasa, they don't even bother with TP this time, brought down once again XTC all over BVD. Pretty unrelenting.
It was just hard to play. Sniper is picked, just for the late game when he's farmed up and you get the wall, the vacuum, and then into the ghost ship, and then you just stand at the back and start right-clicking everybody. But we're not there yet. Well, I don't know if we're going to get there, but really hard situation for Mikasa right now. But the Torres up top.
Yeah, I was just enjoying that. It was fascinating. Actually managed to get the X off, but the X was on the other side, connected during the leap. So, in the end, getting pretty little value out of it. Did also toss through the torrent, but obviously pretty safe. Monkey King. Frank, though, he's looking pretty adventurous coming around the back line here. Walk straight to Scarnet. Obviously, this time around, could get a lot more. Does X out Scarnet, got some support from Blue Bunny on the side. It's actually a lot of damage. There's a pretty lethal soul assumption potentially here, but they didn't really have the mana for it at the time. So, in the end, Monkey goes down for free. And RDK's lane starts looking a little bit healthier. Yeah, it's not as great as Adeslam's free farm, but as RDK died, first blood, gave away first blood, kills like that really makes up for his loss. I mean, he's got 3 kills right now after his first death, so it's pretty much like a boost, but he's going to need much more than that right now to compete with the Juggernaut. We haven't spoken too much about the Darks here. 2-5 in the bot lane.
He's doing alright. He's, just getting the irons in.
55 last hits. He's doing a fantastic job. I mean,
well, against the solo Juggernaut, you're going to need to get the last hits at least right.
Oh, well, Engage coming through the mid lane again. Mikasa has just got nowhere to go. Once again, just absolutely destroyed. And what is that? Depi has more kills than any other player in the South African competitive scene at the moment. He's doing 269 kills in just 33 matches. That's what we expect to see of this man. He has been touted as the next big thing in South Africa alongside the likes of TKC. Yeah. So no surprise he's doing very, very well. But I think a stat that's scary. We'll probably get to that later on. But there's some other mid players with scary statistics in South Africa.
No, I'm sure. But Depi, over the few years, I remember him playing for Energy at one point. But yeah, he's got the experience for it, and he's showing it, especially his previous TA plays, and right now on the puck. I mean, it's almost 10 minutes in, and he's got 3 kills. This is just on the sniper alone. So, on the other hand, Mikasa is just having a bit of a trouble here. I mean, there's nowhere else to go for him right now. So,
going to go to Frank here. Does get the charge off as well. Waiting it out. He's not sure if he wants to go in. Do get support from Depi though, and that's going to be enough to re-engage. But can they bring him down? Yes, they can. That's hit surprisingly hard. Was that a right click? Am I is this puck just that heavy? Does he have oh yeah, he's got DD. Right, that makes a lot more sense. And Depi wants more of this. Fact goes into Mikasa in the mid lane. Got the dream kill done. Mikasa's getting destroyed here. This man is not having a good time. His net worth at the moment is just 2K. Comparatively, puck is sitting almost 5.
That's just crazy. The comparison is way too far ahead. And that's Puck walking up to the top river, taking down Frank, and then going back into the mid lane. Going back, yes.
Top lane, they're going to try and go on Scarnet again here. Toss him up with the torrent. Does this force Doom Bunny? He's going to use the cooldown as well. They should be able to pick up both if they play this well. Doom Bunny, very, very low. They're going to run down rock the garage. A little bit of help with the upheaval from Impact. And 2 very valuable kills coming out in that lane. But don't ask me about just how these kills are impacting. Let's actually take a look at the replay and you can talk us through it.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what Bravado needed, going into the top lane and then trying to take down the 2 important heroes and giving RDK these 2 kills. And that actually converted RDK to be, second most net worth on the graph right now. And that's being ahead of the Juggernaut, who's been free farming the whole time.
That's really, really important as well. But I want to take a quick look at the graphs as well, see how it's all reflecting at the moment. XTC do have about a 2,500 advantage in net worth and experience, sitting at just over 1,000 as well. So XTC in a solid position, but bottom lane actually. We're going to catch up the Darks here, Anastam, committing the Omni Slash to that one.
Yeah, getting the kill. It's Scarnet getting the kill, but still, that's winning, proving to win. They know Frank in trouble.
Yeah, Frank's going to toss down the Ghost Ship. We'll buy him a little bit of time. Does connect pretty reasonably. But Frank, not out of the woodworks just yet. And of course, this Monkey King, he's got vision. He's trying to find this Kunka does find him, still desperately trying to get around, but now Frank able to get out of harm's way, tosses through the turret. That's not going to connect, and they're just going to have to back out of this one. In the end, Frank's fancy footwork pays off, and against a Monkey King, that's not easy.
Definitely not. The vision's always there, and yeah, going back to your net worth, I mean, it's mostly because the puck is also doing so well. So just being ahead, XTC just getting the two core players, making it up for everything. And on the other hand, like Mikasa is just really struggling right now. He's going to need to fight the farm somewhere else. But let's see where he goes after this defending the mid lane. He's probably going to stay there.
So I'm just keeping an eye on Don't Die. He's actually popping a smoke now. He really wants to live, but
Patience from Pope.
Oh, he's going to fight Frank. Oh, the timing is...
I think there was a misclick. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, but that certainly looks like a misclick to me. In the end, he'll just walk out.
Yeah, and that's after planting the ward over there aggressively.
Oh, he's walking back in. No, he's just having a bit of fun here.
I don't think that would have been a good idea. Going over, at least take down the top, not the top, the tier 1 tower mid. And that's not even seeing Frank over there as well, so he was really lucky.
At the moment, the sides have taken a little bit of a quiet turn.
What? Nice. That was a pretty sneaky deny from Mikasa within the mid lane. Just hiding in the bushes, waiting for it.
But he's got work to do.
Something, yeah.
That net worth is not great. RDK actually activated the shrine there, which is pretty interesting. I think he expected the gang, maybe expected the puck to engage him, prematurely activated the shrine, and that is not the kind of thing you want to give up too easy. Another 5 minutes.
Yeah, but at this situation, BVD is going to need to be safe. Sorry.
Catch up with us again. The charge comes through. They're going to toss through the ghost ship as well. Can it buy him some time? He tosses out the shuffle, but he is just being bullied right now. Another stun comes through. Soul Assumption will finish the job. And Deppy picks up hold on. The cooldown's coming through from RDK. He wants him. Great vacuum from 2 to 5. He's running down Doom Bunny. Will pick up another one. So 2 for 1 in the end, but the sniper just keeps on falling.
Yeah.
Quick peek at that again, Reigns. You can chat to us about how this all went down as they picked up that last 2 kills.
It was just a harsh one. Like the Warlock ult seat misses, unfortunately, and then he starts getting anyone anyway. So that's the situation right now. You're either going to get RDK rotates to the fights and then make something out of it, or it's not going to work out. But that Warlock ulti, I don't see it hit anybody. That was just an unfortunate one. But Mikasa dying once again in that fight didn't work out so well as well.
I mean, he's starting to look reasonable for the side of Bravado. It doesn't look like they're being completely torn apart anymore. I'd say that the momentum shift has, let's say, stabilized. In the past, it looked like XTC were just running away with this matchup, but now it's looking a little bit better. But let's just go there again. The sniper is struggling.
Yeah, so much. What's happening right now is you're still having Adestam on XTC's team farming up, and then on the other side, you're actually getting RDK involved more, because without him, you don't really have the DPS to, let's say, gang receive any gangs from the XTC team. So with RDK actually just going into team fights more often right now is changing BVD's play, and to be more aggressive, I think it is the chance to win this game.
This is a very frightened Mikasa in the top lane, and for good reason.
He's got no cooldown his TP scroll as well.
This is what XTC see at the moment, and Skyline hasn't quite spotted him out yet, but they are absolutely swarming this top tower. But at the same time, Mikasa only sees one, and he knows where they're not, but he's playing very, very defensively for good reason here. He is being loaded up in the top lane.
Yeah.
Mid lane could also get a little bit interesting here, as they do have RDK being charged out. That is damn right there in Fizz as well. RDK, this should be his death as well. They're going to toss out that Nether Strike as well from Dota and Die. The cooldown comes down, buys the time. 2-5, he's going in very fast with the blade. Means he can't get the vacuum yet, but gets a beautiful vacuum wall in the end. Frank tosses through the ship. Did he get the X? He didn't actually manage to load it up there. So XTC, he gets it, or Dota and Die gets instead as well with an assassinate. Now Omni Slash coming through on 2-5. A lot of damage coming through from Adestam. 2-5 still alive there, pops a mechanism, running out the sideline. But on the back lines, Debbie actually still in it again. They're going to pick up another one. Potentially it's going to be the Warlock. Also down now. 2-5 desperately trying to run away. Scarlet hops along after him. Last man standing. Well, at least this time Mikasa didn't die, but Are they going to pick up 2-5? I think they just might. 2-5 is brought down. Scarnet just persisted. And in the end, that's actually a 4 for nothing. Because RDK died at the very front there. Let's just take a look at the fight recap. It's a really rough swing considering that XCC were already ahead. 1,600 gold going in favor of XCC, and of course the negative 638 not helping either. But look at the XP, that's the big one. 3k going in favor of XCC, and that's probably what hurts most at this time.
And that was good from Scarnet as well. He knows that Doxia does not have any mana, and he knows that he has enough. He even had like 7 charges in his one, so it's like, okay, just going to go for him one-on-one, and then take another kill off it. And then with that as well, we've got Deppy on 7 kills and 0 deaths so far. It's his game right now.
I mean, we spoke about the start that Debbie had. He's looking, he's looking like he's going to be in business again because Frank, he's being caught out. He gets off a really good turn, but he's not over yet. The X comes out, but he is silenced up by Deppy, and Deppy is everywhere right about now. He is just all over the show, and it's showing. If you take a look at the items quickly, you'll see that this man is got a full veil, a blink dagger, and he is second on net worth. Oh, hold on, what's this? They've got something else out here. It's going to be Doxia, 2-5. Does make up again, he's pretty tanky, but this is just delaying the inevitable. Once the shot gets a huge wall up, but there's just nothing there. Nobody wants to be a part of this.
And their teammates, yeah. No, that was
don't die, he's brought down, actually. I mean, there's that. That's useful. There's something in it.
Yeah. It shouldn't have happened. But it
did not respect the Doxia.
Yeah, well, but yeah, that was good. That was something out of it. I mean, right now they're going to need to get more fun with RDK, but meanwhile, Adestam's like, oh, you need me in a team fight? Cool, I'll be there. And he didn't even need that ulti. Well, it was on cooldown, but still, it's just so strong right now. He's actually getting his Diffusal Blade soon.
Once again, Scarnet in the top lane, just stalking it. Reigns, I don't mean to be that guy, but if you're in Bravado right about now, where do you go to? How do you start this rock? Because it is started again.
Well, there are times like the one when they dropped the Warlock Golem. They won that fight. It could happen again. It's just, you know, how do you do it? That's the question right now for Bravado. But I guess they just need to be more defensive right now. I mean, if 225 gets a nice vacuum into a War Replica, Ghost Ship, and then still have the Sniper right-clicking with RDK helping out as well, it could work, but they need to do it.
I've got to say, 2-5 has been pretty impressive. He's got some really good vacuums off, and there is a pretty scary wombo combo available. I mean, in Fatal Bonds, off a vacuum into call down.
Yeah, so.
And Ghost Ship. I mean, I just want to point out, just take a look at Ghost Ship for a moment. Just hover over that spell, and I said I'm going to do it, but that's a significant amount of damage. 600 at max level, 400 level 1. You split that, you fail bonds people's wall with that on top of it. That's a lot of damage. Cooldown itself, probably less significant than the flak cannon later on. But yeah, there's a lot of damage that you can do with your wombo. It's really good, but it all hinges on this man. 2-5, can he hold this one together for his team? Can he give RDK a platform to become a monster? And can he give Caster the space to regrow? Because he's struggling, but well, things can get interesting now because they're all smoked up here. They're all looking for one another. And you know we're going to fly through on the mid lane. That's Frank going to fly them out. Doesn't connect though with the Ghost Ship. That is go time, and they know it. They go straight back in, pick up the Warlock. They stun everybody. The Dream calls down the vacuum though. Very, very good catch just Scarnet as well, but the backlines of the Castle will be brought down. And now everybody from Bravado is just on the back foot trying to get out. Frank one side, he's crawling away. Brought down by guess who? It's Deppy. 2-5 is the bash there. 70%, not this time. And becomes 3 for 1, just the Monkey King falls. Bravado just unable to get anything their way right about now, and it does mean that, well, the big man's in trouble. I don't think they can really do much to contest it. 2-5 and RDK going to start making their way up towards their jungle to see if they can make something happen though.
Yeah,
do actually still have a Warlock ulti, gotta say.
They did, and that was the problem. I mean, they first had the Ghost Ship.
Oh, they could go back in though. Don't die. Spots out the work. They can burst him down. It'll be huge. He is very, very good. Heal himself up though. As Doden dies, there's in the backline trying to buy a few bit of time. Deppy, this is not your team. This is not your side of the map. This is ridiculous. You're going to toss through the illusion orb. Can he survive this one? I don't. Oh, he gets. Where's Deppy? He's still there. He's still there. Deppy is still running away, and I think. No, this is ridiculous. Deppy out of harm's way for the time being. He's just got to survive this one little rocket. and he's going to do so. That man literally walked through his opponents onto the other side, helped them secure their Aegis, which I assume is now sitting, yes it is, onto Adestam, and completely casual walks out, healing ward down, going to be on full HP and fighting fit.
He didn't even leave. Just
That's
got back
pretty
okay.
ridiculous, Deppy.
That's very ridiculous. And yeah, going back to the fights, like the ghost ship was a mistake, so he didn't have the chance to drop the golem. And can you imagine if Mikasa had the DPS right now to just stay back and just right-click your teammates? Guys like Puck would have fallen pretty easily, but can't mention this enough. He's struggling right now. He's going to need to find farm somewhere to do it. I think start by getting the towers down, maybe.
Yeah, I hear you. There's a lot of map control at the moment for XTC.
Yeah.
I don't know, it looks like this is pretty out of control. We have a 10k advantage. I mean, let's take a peek at the graphs. 10k, as mentioned, net worth going in favor of the XTC lineup. And as far as experience goes, it's just as bad. So just over 10k as well. So if you're an XTC supporter, you're feeling pretty good around about now. But if you're a big fan of the boys in blue, you have some pretty massive issues you're going to have to deal with. Because although 2-5 has been good, I don't know, man.
Yeah. Well, BVD can always come back to this. I mean, they're known to, fall back like 10, 15Ks network and then somehow get RDK and let's say Mikasa Sniper, get up back into position and win 1 or 2 team fights. It's possible. It's just really difficult. And they're playing defensive right now, so that's not really helping.
Well, XTC, they're up to no good. Gonna group up and do they find somebody? Oh, yes they do. Potentially if they wanted. Scarnet. I don't think that, but there is.
They're picking up the dive. They know exactly what's happening. So it's, yeah.
But I'm not too sure. When they smoked up, I think when the Monkey King jumped in, they got vision of it. But can they make something of it themselves? Looks like they're going to try find something, anything at this point to make their way back in. They're smoked up. They're going to start heading towards XDC, and they're going to walk straight into Dota and die. They're going to toss down that X and the Torrent Connect. Deppy on the backline. Does he go to the ball down? Also Dex. There's the walk out. Ghost Ship. It's a symphony of spells as Frank on the backline will be brought down. 2-5 low. RDK low. They get the upheaval, though. Can they make some of the soul assumption flies through the backline? RDK very, very low will be beaten down by Adestam and friends. 2-5. He's next for impact. He's down. Just Mikasa surviving, and they're still picking him up. They still want him, and are they going to get him? Scarnet says yes and starts re-engaging. He tosses out that assassinate, but it might be at the detriment of his own life, and of course Deppy there goes into the backline. The stun comes through from Scarnet, and that is 5 for 2 as Bravado fall apart here, and XTC are running this one right over their former foes, who are currently respawning and rethinking their life choices because they are in a world of trouble.
One of the team fights they should have won, but it just didn't go to favor. They did everything, as you said, the symphony of ultis all over the place, but in the end, just out-damaged by the team that's called XTC. Wow, and they're taking the tier 2 tower mid as well. It's not going well for Bravado right now.
Absolutely nothing is, but do we want to see the replay, but I'm also scared that this is going to be one of those halberd moments where I say, hey, okay, wait, the puck's sleeping away, Deppy's gone. Let's go. Let's take a look here. Reigns, please take us through what happens here.
Yeah, so Frank did an awesome job getting the torrent up, right? But as soon as the ghost ship hits, he gets there and die, and here comes the trouble. XTC starts coming in. The Juggernaut alone, just DPSing everything. Just look at him. I mean, he's just taking RDK down. Simple, and the rest of the team. I mean, if you take RDK down, right, you won the team fight.
Yeah, and in the end, even picking up Mikasa way later, but he is struggling. He is really struggling. He has almost the same net worth as the Visage. So that man is a support. That man is not. And when they're roughly at the same net worth, you know things are running bad. The Holy Grail of Dota 2, of course, when your cores are the 3 roles on top, or rather the 3 heroes at the top of this graph. And right now, you got 2 of them, and Monkey King a little bit behind, but certainly well ahead of the mid laner for Bravado Gaming. And Adestam well ahead. I just want to point out he is 6k ahead of RDK at this point.
So that's the difference between that team fight, right? So if he was any weaker, or Frank is, no, he's just going to farm up quite a bit. Yeah, but with that's the difference. I mean, if the Bravado guys had any stronger DPS, or if RDK was surviving or beating Adestam, for example, it could have turned it around. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter. You drop in the ultis, but it doesn't work out in the end.
Yeah. Okay, so what? I guess they defend the high ground now. I mean, they do have pretty fantastic high ground defense, right, Reigns?
Yeah, well, that's a difficult one. I mean, as soon as they try something right, so you get Spirit Breaker, for example, who's actually not soft at this moment. So he gets in, tries to start a team fight. Bravado drops ultis. I don't think it's going to end well for Bravado right now. So try to get the net worth up a bit. You know, I think RDK needs to farm up a bit more. Try to get the space, maybe with Mikasa's help as well, and then start from there.
Well, it resorted to Mikasa trying to farm by tossing out Shrapnel.
He's not doing too bad. I mean, he's got a Shadow Burst, goes Dragon Lance. Maybe if he gets a Desolator.
I feel like things are going pear-shaped when you're using X marks the spot. Do you have your sniper walk out to toss out a Shrapnel so that he can get some sort of farm? And Bravado, look at the usage of the map, right? Bravado, they're all clustered inside their base. And XCC are all over the show. You got people literally in their opponent's jungle, Adestam picking up as much farm as he can there. You have Duke Bunny, who's a support dude. You know you're going to lick him, and you know you're going to steal that shooter creep at the very least. That's right. And then, of course, XTC also occupying the bottom side here with Depi, as well as Don't Die.
Yeah, they're in a very good position right now.
They're just occupying the space of the map. That's the big thing. When you cluster heroes together, you're just using up.
Yeah, and Bravado doesn't want that.
Yeah.
Not right now. And also, because Rosh is almost up, I think the XTC team is just waiting for that. And then after that, I think if you give it to Adestam, for instance, they will just go in and try to take a Rax.
This is cheeky, man. This Monkey King.
Yeah, he's just grabbing all the information, just, you know, basically cheating. Map vision. Yeah.
Just, guys, they're not anywhere. That's basically what he's saying. Team, we have the map. This is XTC land. Bravado, well, that small corner on the other side of the map that we can join, we can take over really at any time we like, because they have complete map control. 18k is the difference, and Big Man, well, he's going to be a big problem for Bravado if they don't resolve it.
Yeah. He just needs to just farm up a bit more. I mean, BKB saying Yasha, like, it's nothing. I mean, Adestam, on the other hand, if you look at his items, he's got his Scotty already, he's got his Meta Style, and then Diffusal Blade since the beginning of, you know, when he started to join the fights. So with that, he's, you know, alone, able to solo, you know, most of the Bravado guys. So if you get something else, you know, try to farm up a bit more, split push, and get the space, which, by the way, Adestam did get his ages right now, so they are going to be aggressive from here.
Oh, they know exactly where this gentleman is. IK to get engaged on by Don't Die. Connects in the other strike as well. He's pushed back, does it, DKB, but he gets back! 17%! There's your winner right there. Drops the call down. The blade mail comes up from Don't Die. It's going to be enough. They're going to bring down RDK for free here. Does he have buyback is the real question. Yes, he does. But they need to force it out now. Scarnet once again onto that tree line, trying to find any new victims. Bravado Gaming in trouble, to say the least.
They're in big trouble. The only plus is that Depi is on half his HP. Don't Die is almost going to die, so I don't think he's going to be able to charge in, let's say Mikasa, for example, deep in the base. But nonetheless, this is Adestam, man. He's just taking down towers alone.
Okay.
Oh, that was nice timing on a Manta.
Did he just manta a ghost ship? That's casual. Why not? Just manta ghost ship down. Because that's the thing that XTC do.
Actually,
I think he was out of range, right? Was he? Because I know that man technically can. Okay, they just got a huge wall. They got everybody 2 to 5. It's beautiful. They dropped the Warlock ulti. That's gonna fail bond everybody as well. But is it enough? Is it enough damage? RDK's back. Can he make something happen? 2 to 5. The hero of the moment. He's gonna just be Depi's godlike spree. But can RDK make something happen? The Brax are alive for now. RDK changes his attention to Adestam. Adestam backing up for the time being as RDK still wants pieces. They're going to bring down one with Mikasa's assassinate. RDK on the backlines. He's following up to Depi. Depi really got a rocket after him, but he's going to be okay. I think Depi's going to tussle with RDK here. There's just no way that you can kill this man. He's just going to
Frank is going to help
bubble and find his way out every single time. But on the backlines, as you mentioned, Scarnet, he's going to just pick up this illusion rune and back. I guess nothing really happened in the end. But what? I mean, here's the problem, right? Let's take a look at this replay, right? Because I want to actually show you guys how good it is, right? 2-5 goes in, and he just catches everybody. And what do you see? A Spirit Breaker dive.
Well, that's it, right? If you're ahead, you're most likely going to win. But right now, I don't think Bravado is going to give up. It's a best of 1. Oh, they have a replay going on over here, so the rack's coming in.
Look at that.
As you said.
Okay, I got everyone. Visage wasn't in there.
No, but still, this is what you mean. I mean, a Spirit Breaker in front of the line, you know, still surviving after all this. 2-5 in the other hand. It just didn't work out for the other team's offlaner. Wow.
So, I think the reality of the situation is that there's some big... I mean, they didn't have 2-5 up. I mean, they didn't have RDK up, right? But he's just rocking a Sanjin Yasha. This is not a RDK gyrocopter. This is just sad gyrocopter right now. He's needing a lot of attention. He is considering the Maelstrom, but even that's just not enough. I mean, you have to, I mean, even with the Fall On, even with the Fatal Bounty, even with the Ghost Ship, at this point, look at Visage. The man will survive that initial burst, and that's the problem, right? But okay. Let's see what they can do, because they have other issues right about now. Adestam leading the charge forward. RDK. No, RDK, this is not where you want to be, friend.
Well,
this is not where you want to be, friend. They're going, he gets a BKB off though, and now on the back line, they're going to go straight to Mikasa. Mikasa hasn't got his golem up anyways, but once again, a good vacuum will come through from 2-5. There's the ultimate coming from Adestam as well. So, not actually Adestam, but the Monkey King. Can they finish RDK? Yes, they can. He's brought down on the sidelines. Now, Adestam says, this is a lovely rack we've had here. And he's not done yet. Starts making his way through to the top lane. With the help of the Visage Familiars, will most likely shall his way through this one. And there is, in fact, a buyback from that Jericho. But Deppy right in. Well, he's going to get Rocket Barrage down, though. Can they finish the job? Yes, they can. RDK moves forward, gets stunned up by the Monkey King. As Adestam, does he slow his Aegis? Yes, he does. He's going to have to kill him twice. Vacuum connects onto Adestam. He is invis, though. Still backing up. Climax going to run up. He's got support coming from Doom Buddy. They still want a piece of it. He's going to Bladestorm out of this, though. And the best he can possibly do here is these Familiars, as looks like boys from eXdee will claim their pound of flesh with those 2 racks at the cost of Deppy, who's pretty much been untouchable this game up until this point. In fact, is that his first death?
Yeah, so that's it, right? They needed Deppy to be in the fights in order for Adestam to re-initiate in, but because there's no Deppy, because Spirit Breaker's got a gem on him, they're like, okay, let's just wait for Deppy to come back, because the fights go around him. So great choice from him to back off, and also RDK, you know, he needed a buyback to save the top racks, and he did. That just helped a lot, helped Bravado a lot.
So just look at that score, friend. That one score on that puck. There he is, 12-1-14. He has been...
It's the dream, eh?
It's not the perfect game. He did die. I feel like his team will be satisfied with his performance, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, it's a difficult one. RDK, as you mentioned, he only has SNY, he has got a BKB, but mostly because he had to start rotating to help the team in the mid-game. And this is, you know, he needed what Adestam had in the mid-game, where he just farmed up and did whatever he wants, and then, you know, the items didn't have to be situational, but because of the outcome of what happened, he's got to have to go and help the team with, you know, different items to be more team fight-ish, and that actually didn't work out too well for Bravado.
I'm enjoying listening to players spam a couple of...
The crybaby one?
Yeah, they're spamming it. That's not. I don't think that's meant for their own teammates. I think they're hoping that somebody might get a glimpse of that. Or, I don't know, what's a version of a glimpse for hearing something? Just a... I don't know, whatever that is. Whatever that word is. Reigns?
I've got no idea, you tell me.
I don't know. But I do know that XDC on the front foot here, coming down top lane, looking to finish the job that they started. Mikasa, desperate to do anything, going to start chipping away at Adestam. But in this one of the cases, the man does not care. Hit me another 100 times. Oh, chat. Skarnet going to actually drop his ulti as well. But on the sidelines, they are going to go back in here once again. They engage with the golem, with the wall, everything down. But can they do enough? RDK right in the thick of things. They're backing off. They haven't picked up any skulls just yet. And Don't Die on the front lines. He's just attached himself to RDK. Will be picked up by that torrent though. And now Kunka down. Don't Die also very low. going to be assassinated, will be brought down, but it's 1-for-1, one support each, and okay, make that 2. Impact is just destroyed, and the stun comes onto RDK. That was just a right click, I believe. He's going to try charge down Asdam, but they've come and taken yet another Rax, and we're even really focusing on Scarnet. You know, sacrificial lamb, sure, but it just seems like, once again, Bravado do not have the damage output to do anything, and I think this is probably the end of this matchup.
Well, that's one more push for XDC, getting the top racks and going back into base and say, hey, let's wait for our supports to get back into to get back alive, and then we're just 5-man into the bottom lane and then win the game from there.
Well, I guess we can take another replay because I think we do have a bit of time whilst XTC set up whatever else they would like to do, but as you can see, there's just no damage coming up from the caster. But Rain, chat us through this.
Yeah, so good ulti from Monkey King, right? Getting into it, making sure Adestamp does take down the Raxes, but meanwhile, RDK, I don't know, it just feels like it's difficult if you're the carry and you have to do all the damage, but also staying in the front line. But eventually you realize that, and then here goes your supports. You know, 1 by 1, Frank goes first, and then Dota and die. No, he's just Mikasa getting that kill. That was, you know, just something to have. It's no conversation. And then Depi just, you know, getting everybody else. So what can you do? I think, RDK got another kill up here from Ron. Never mind. Yeah. But still, you know, just defending from that, it was so close.
Can we just point out as well, Adestamp is monstrous. Just look at these items. I mean, you know, peruse at your leisure, audience, but I can tell you that there's one man on this item list who looks particularly scary, because that's an Abyssal Blade, that's a Skadi, Manta style, upgraded Diffusal, of course, Scorpion's favorite item, Ringo Killer.
Is it his favorite item?
It is. He actually likes to buy 2 of them. Oh. I'm not making that up.
Wow, one on and the other one off. But yeah, I don't even know. But
I don't even think you can do that. I think they share the cooldown.
Yeah, so probably.
They'll activate and deactivate together, but Scorpion will find a way. Where there's a wall, there's Scorpion within a killer.
But I think they're going to try, you know, just wait for it. Maybe they're hoping for Bravado to, or XTC is hoping for Bravado to overextend over here, you know, get 1 or 2, and then go for the racks. But for now, I think rather play safe, you know, make sure about everything. And as you were pointing out over there on your screen, Roshan is coming back once again.
Yeah, I think that's the call. XTC, absolutely no reason to mess around. This is the DGL Masters, and this is the DGL Masters. It is not some small event. No, this is the finale, if you will. This is the big one for the year, and of course, why mess around?
They're gonna need to, you know, especially with Roshan and everything, you gotta make most of everything, right? I mean, as you said, it's a LAN even. You gotta go all out. Best of one.
Sorry, VS. Oh, did I say DGL? Have I reverted back in time?
I don't know. I think you said VS.
All right, but so VS Gaming Masters. So once again, let me correct that. We've evolved here, but really, it's the same thing, right? It's the same precedence. It's even bigger, if nothing else. So you don't want to mess around this. It is the highlight of our year, and right now, Bravado Gaming might just be dropping into that lower bracket because things aren't looking great, and that's why we got some problems. They just don't have a solution, and it just feels like the entire time they have not had the damage output ready to contest. It's going to be a case of one more toss of the hat at XTC.
Yeah.
But really, we expect nothing more at this point than XTC to run over them and Bravado be pushed back down to that low bracket, and RDK and friends one step closer to elimination, which they felt that burn on so many times in the past, in the last year.
Yeah, Sniper's not doing too bad right now. I mean, his item progression has been maximized so far with Mjolnir there. He's got his... Oh no, never mind. He's basically only got his... yeah, so, I don't know, it's not too bad, I guess. Cast spell on RDK and then try to get in from there. It's a hardcore. I'm not going to say it's likely that Bravado can come back into this game, though.
No. Like Bravado probably not going back into this one. I mean, if they do, it'll be the single most impressive comeback that I've in the past. They are 34k below, and well, you can see Depi cares not for things like respecting the tower of his opponents. He literally almost wiped out.
Oh, nice.
They can get on the sidelines. Yeah, Scarnet actually staying pretty nice, but pushing back Impact, they can take him down for the fight. There'll be very little that they can do. They won't be able to mass time, but 2-5. Can he get one of those dream vacuums off one more time? As down the front lines going forward. They will hex up RDK. Depi right at 6 thing. The LT comes up onto RDK. It is doing a world damage. RDK super low will be brought down. Depi drops the wall, but it's not enough. He's being stunned up by Adestamp. He falls 4 I only saw 2 die. They're still bringing back the Darkseer into the battle via buyback. They're going to lose yet another vacuum onto 3 as he tries to just iron shell his way out of trouble. But that's not going to happen. RDK with the buyback on his gyro. Going to BKB up. Try to fight strong. Try to last. But I think they all know the inevitable is true. Hex up, Rampage for Deppy. GG, well played. XTC progress one more time. And Bravado fall to the lower bracket.
That was brilliant. Deppy, first Rampage of the LAN. Right, that Sargon is going to right now. Well, that's amazing.
This does not seem like a tilted side. I think we've all heard vicious rumors about XTC going into this event, players potentially changing teams, but I tell you what, this looks like a very, very strong XTC lineup at the moment, and there might be mercenaries, the mercenaries that are currently...
They're doing well.
Pretty well strategized, well, they strategize well together, they're communicating well together, and here's the biggest thing for me. There are some guys that look very, very positive. That's not a team on tilt. That's a team that's here to put up a big fight. And for Bravado, they've been here far too many times before, but they are here again. They're in that low bracket and it must be a little bit scary for them. But enough of us. I think we're going to send this back over to Gareth and, of course, beyond that, the panel.
Thanks a lot, Halberd. What a way to end that game with an exciting rampage in the enemy's fountain. To analyze the game a bit more, let's head over to our illustrious panel.
Thank you, Gareth. And yep, wise words all around. Difficult game for both sides, but ultimately XTC pulling it away beautifully with a juggernaut over a gyro.
That was the Deppy show.
Yeah, it was a Deppy show, like from start to finish. It wasn't a hard game for him. Like he had the easy, the first 10 minutes of the game was super easy. Like you're playing mid, you just had the Spirit Breaker charging in for you, helping you get all the kills you needed. So it was great. Like plus also the matchup isn't, if Sniper doesn't get a good start in the first like couple of 3 waves, then it's very, very hard for Sniper to come back against Puck, and then Puck just demolished him. It was like kind of crazy. I think at 10 minutes, like Mikasa was 0-5 on his Sniper, whereas Deppy was 5-0-4 on his Puck, roaming around everywhere, creating havoc. He got 12-minute blink dagger. Just easy game for him.
So do you think it just came down to a farm difference, Succubus?
Not so much a farm difference, but an advantage difference. At the one point where they're still like about 15k behind, it's still winnable. It's comeback. Then it gets to the 20k mark where it's not unwinnable, but it's very hard to come back. And then it reached the 30s, and we're like, okay, it's done. And it's not just that. I mean, you're getting Dota and Die creating so much space around the map as well, charging the key targets as we stipulated. But also Deppy, only when his first death was, what, 30-something minutes in?
Yeah, first death was like 37 minutes in. And what sucked is that RDK brought back to try and kill him on the gyrocopter. Succeeded, but then he gave it like a 1,200 gold bounty, but he only gets like 480 gold.
Yeah, it's like a 60% deficit. But also, it doesn't matter. RDK didn't just buy back to obviously kill Deppy. That's a bonus, but it was to save Rax, and they did save Rax. They just ended up losing the tower, but they would have lost both Raxes at that point if he didn't have buyback on the gyro. And we're both sitting, we're like, if he dies again, it's game, and it happened. Yeah. But for me, like honestly, that was the Deppy show. He pretty much won that game for them. I mean, the one key moment that I really did love, Dastim's little Manta dodge out of boats. That was quite nice to see. We don't see that often. You know, you use Manta to dodge a lot of spells, obviously, if you time it right, but to dodge a boat, you don't see that often. So me and Snake were like smiling, we're like, hey, check that out. Some snazzy play coming out from the man himself.
Well, let's see if the side of XTC agrees with you as Gareth is sitting backstage, ready to interview the man.
One more. That would be the same one. Hold on, we had got. Thanks a lot, panel. Yes, I'm here with nice guy Adam, who wants to confirm the fact that, of course, he stopped that attack animation right there to allow the rampage for his teammate. Real nice of you. Looking for those comments.
People do call me a giver, and I do believe in giving back to the community.
Well, I mean, in the draft, I believe you guys are doing the drafting, right? In the booth, or is that Deppy as well?
No, it's Dennis.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Dennis is doing the drafting, and I suppose there's a bit of kindness there. It seems to be a lot of comfort picks for you. You've had the Troll now, you've had your Juggernaut, we're going to see your Sven next, I'm guessing?
Yeah, so he's drafted comfort picks for me, of course. So no complaints, very happy. Always love to play Sven, but generally it's banned, so we'll see.
So we're seeing a lot of your heroes, like you say, are getting into the kind of band, kind of picks and that. Are teams kind of tactically taking over certain players' picks as opposed to what is particularly in the meta? Because obviously you guys play each other a lot. You know which are the comfort picks. We've seen, for example, RDK's Morphling, what happens when you let it through the draft. Is that a case of the SA Dota scene? We're getting to know each other quite well, and so banning particular heroes for players?
100%. For instance, BVD, most of the impact I feel comes from 40 Frank on his Cod or Night Stalker, and you saw Energy ban those two heroes first phase, and we did the exact same, and then you take the barrier away from him because he's like huge impact on those two heroes, and I feel he controls the tempo for BVD, and take those away from him, and then suddenly BVD starts to crumble a bit. And it's like that with all teams, like certain people just have a high impact on certain heroes.
Okay, so I'm going to throw out one more question to you then. If teams are going to stop you, what have they got to ban?
I'm just going to say Aiden Puck.
Well, there we go. If you want to stop the Puck show, that's all you got to do is ban that hero. Easy GG for you. Thanks a lot, Adam. Best of luck in your next game. And we're going to hand over to the panel now.
Well, I know something that you can ban to immediately get rid of a Dastin. It's what he always spends his winnings on, pizza.
That was literally his answer.
His performance was quite spot on. Was that the best performance we've seen from a Dastin?
No.
No, it's not his best, but I think he's been getting steadily better at eXdee. It was a bit shaky. Even though we've been posting up some really good results, I haven't felt like he's been playing at the super high level that we saw him play at APG. But he's had to change. Obviously, the game style is different, joining a new team, and he's adapted really well, I think, over time especially. Now I think we're getting to a point where he's like, okay, fine, like the level that he was at APG is back there again. Also, that game, I think it was kind of a case as well where the draft really helped him, because as I was watching the game, as it was going forth, right, I realized how hard it is. I'd forgotten how hard it is to play Gyro into Juggernaut. Like, it's basically impossible. Like, no matter what item you buy, Juggernaut will be able to solo kill you. And there's very little you can do about that. And then that happened like twice, I think, just after you got BKB. And then it just kept happening with other heroes as well. So then you're like, oh well, Gyro, no matter what RDK could do, it does nothing. Basically, and Adestam had a free carry game.
And then you sink your ship with a sniper pick as well.
Yeah.
It's just, I honestly didn't like the sniper, and you saw why. He just got gone on all the time. There's a spread breaker. You can't do anything. There's a puck. Like I said, we understood the rationale why they picked the sniper, but honestly, it just didn't do well. It didn't even help with the high ground defense that much either, because he had less farm than the Visage.
Yeah,
literally, he had less farm than the Visage.
I'm pretty sad to say, if I'm honest, that Visage didn't do as well as I thought. Like, they still won the game, but I think the Visage didn't have that much to do with it. There were only a couple of instances where I saw Visage actually make a huge impact, but I think that had more to do with the fact that they were running this weird off-lane Monkey King, so Visage was always around him, helping him keep control of the lane. And then when they got the levels, like, Skynet also did really well with always being in position to zone people with the Wukong's command. Like, if they were pushing an objective, he wouldn't never use it for fighting. He'd just drop it right behind the tier 2 towers, right behind the racks. Then you can't fight. Suddenly you have to just concede an objective. And that's not the type of Dota, especially a team like Bravado wants to play.
Yep, definitely. But we have been speaking a lot about Visage. You were very excited to see him. However, there are plenty of Visages around here right now, and Ryan Pickett has been running around interviewing some of them. Let's go straight to him.
To everyone again, my name is Ryan Mackay. I'm here with Marissa, who is one of our cosplayers on a casual basis. Marissa, what cosplay character are you playing today?
I'm Asana from Sword Art Online, just a casual version.
Alright, cool. So I've got a few questions for you if you don't mind me asking. So basically, in what year was the MMORPG known as World of Warcraft launched? What year?
2000 something, end of 2000s, so 2007 or 6, 2006 or 7, I don't remember.
Very close, 2004.
That's close.
Cool.
It was over 10 years.
Dota 2, you know Dota 2, is called a MOBA game. What is MOBA short for?
Massive multiplayer something or another, I don't remember. Online, Battle Arena? I don't remember.
Yeah, that's it. So multiplayer online battle arena. Well done, well done. Cool, and last question. At which event did VS Gaming host their Dota 2 and CSGO Masters finals last year? It's the big one that's in Joburg.
Rage.
There we go. All right, cool. All right, that's it there. Do you want to give out any shout outs and what can we expect from you and maybe future cosplays? What are you thinking about maybe doing next time that you haven't done before?
I'm going to Rage for the first time this year, and I'll be doing the latest version of Weiss from Ruby, which is the Volume 4 version, and like I said, 2B from Nier Automata is my next one as well.
Very cool. Well, I guess I'll see you at Rage and hope you have a great weekend for the rest of it. Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, guys, and catch you soon. Hello and welcome to another edition of VS Gaming Smack Talk. I am your host Ryan Mackay, and with me are these two lovely gentlemen on my left and right over here. Here we have Pulse Gaming, is that right? Pulse Gaming, and his name is Fady. Fady, I'm sorry about that. That's a little awkward, but I'm going to move on to here now. And here we have, it's White Rabbit Gaming, right?
Yes.
And Castaway. Did I get that right?
Yes, 100%.
Are we recording live? Anyway, guys, you know the story that this is a safe environment, and the whole point and objective of this space is to kind of get each other's feelings out there, all right? Like out there, all right? We chatted about this. Castaway, how are you feeling towards Pulse Gaming right now?
We're not worried at all because they're literally less relevant than the range creep in mid lane. So yeah, we're feeling pretty confident.
All right. Well, with that said, do you have anything to reply to this guy?
I think it should be a pretty easy game. He's being nice and cocky, being in White Rabbit and everything, but the longer you shut down Chijawi in the bot lane, and Chijawi will just have a nice feed, and Castaway will run out to the booth having a baby rage.
Yeah. So I'm going to take a little step back, and you you guys, I don't know, just high five. High five is great. Can I have a high five?
Give you a high five.
Thanks, man. Awesome.
Well, we're getting to the interesting part of the tournament now. This is where we get to Last Chance Saloon. We're in the lower bracket, which means if teams lose now, that is it for their weekend. That is it for their chance at the 500,000 Rand. And of course, that is the end of their tournament. They're going to have to be sitting, watching the stands with the rest of our viewers here. Reminder to the crowd that is with us right now, the expo is of course closed, but you are welcome to stay for this, our last game of the day. Unfortunately, if you do leave, that is it for you. We'll see you tomorrow. The security are not letting you back in. But to discuss things more Dota related, let's hand over to our panel now.
Well, here we are, the graveyard shift. The last game of the day.
And also the only best of three.
Yep.
So what do we do then? We do the I'm
best
excited dance, right?
Yes, far less likely to get cheese strats unless it's literally the last game, I guess. Sad to see them go, but I guess I'm happy to see them leave. Nonetheless, the lineup is interesting. We've got ourselves APG and Sin5.
Yep. It's also an elimination match. And I think the interesting thing is that whoever goes through here obviously is still going to be not necessarily as highly regarded, but for different reasons. APG, it's not like we don't know they have the potential to go deep into the tournament.
Yeah.
We just don't trust their consistency to do so. Whereas with Sin5, we don't trust, we don't know anything. So either way, it's going to be, whoever wins here is still going to be considered like the little brother in the tournament, still has to fight a lot of backlash to actually get to the top. So this is going to be a match of fighters, I think.
Okay. What do you think? Do you think either team is happy to leave at this stage?
No.
I mean, happy to leave.
No.
Feel victorious with what they've achieved so far.
No, honestly, I don't think so. Especially in the forms of APG, because they've been at the top and they know what it feels like. So to crawl away from the bottom once again, it has to be demoralizing, and they have to be like, well, enough is enough. Let's do this. So I think for them it would really hurt more. Whereas Sin5, just accomplishing the goal of saying, hey, we're going to Masters and we're going to do it in a year. They're here. Yeah. I think for them, for what they've set their standards to, they've accomplished that already, and they've proven themselves against WRG today. Yeah. Didn't win, but they certainly didn't, just roll over and die.
Absolutely.
For me, though, APG, I feel, will feel the loss a little bit harder than Sinister 5, but as Snare stated, completely accurate, on point with both teams, regarding both teams.
Sure.
I believe in APG, I just don't believe in their consistency to actually win the match, because if you look at what they've done from last year till now, it's just been going down and down and down and down.
Well, we shall see, but at first, let's introduce you to the side, the boisterous side, the dark horse of the tournament, Sin5. Man, and I wish I could turn that camera around and show you the CSGO of Sin 5 that's sitting here giving them support late at night.
Yeah.
They deserve it. Yep, listen to that crowd.
They've been here the whole day.
And this is one of the things that Sin 5 really does have going for it over the other teams, I feel.
They are the team, like the crowd favorites.
Like the CSGO half of the organization is here giving their all, just as much as the Dota guys are.
Yeah.
Like, even the players, when you look at them in the booth, they don't seem like a team who thinks of themselves in the lower bracket. They still seem like winners. They still seem confident that they're here. I think now it's at that, like Saki was saying, they've achieved their primary goal of getting here. Literally everything else is a bonus, and who doesn't like getting free bonuses? So they're going to work hard, obviously, but just keep. Basically, this is like a Midas for them, for their own personal achievement. Just going to keep getting it as far forward as they possibly can.
Look, I don't want to discount them that much because other teams that have wildcarded into Masters before have beaten lower teams to get there, where they have actually beaten the supposed top teams in South Africa to be here.
Yeah.
So they've already accomplished that, and they can do it again. But this is a LAN setting, and people do play differently. So let's see if they can do it.
Well, let's talk specifically about Sin 5. Now, they obviously have maybe the feeling of the home field advantage thanks to the kind support of their teammates. But what else do they have going for them? What is it that would win them this game against APG right now?
Repo. And game one, when they played before, I said Fearbender, but the way what I saw when they played against WRG, right, was the fact that I think they've actually shifted priorities more towards what their supports are able to do. Like Fearbender was playing his usual style of Dota, but then the supports had shifted capacity, so they were doing different things. So I think that's probably different on them.
You also got other players that have been playing a Master Long, like the likes of Traxian and those guys. And Stunt standing in, I believe, right? Yeah. Stunt is from DC, I know he's standing in, but the fact that they're doing this well with a stand-in as well, because stand-in really does throw your whole team off balance, because you're not used to playing with it. And the fact that they're doing so well, even with a stand-in, also proves just how much these guys have worked and how well they communicate.
They've certainly come prepared. But they're not the only ones. They're going to go up against what has been dubbed the king of the lower brackets. And here we sit at the lower brackets. So without any further ado, let's take a look at the team of APG. That's the side of APG. They've been around the block. You can see they're actually sitting with smiles on their faces at the moment. Good old Phalanx there. He always puts a smile on my face. I don't know why. Nonetheless, we've spoken about what the side of Sin 5 have going for them. What does the side of APG have going for them?
Experience.
A wealth of experience.
Wealth of experience. And like you said, the lower bracket kings, but also due to the fact that we did see a glimmer of the old APG come through today in the last game they played. But as you so stated, they're their worst enemy when it comes to that, because they get the advantage and they do something unorthodox when they know, like the APG, you should know better, and they lose over something silly. But let's hope they don't do that.
They are their own worst enemies.
They are their own worst enemies, and that's unfortunately the title. I mean, maybe you can go more in depth into it, but I mean, basically for me, it feels like they're just not consistent enough.
I think one of the ways they can actually fix that is if they draft differently for Conspiracy. Like him being, it's his first time on LAN, I believe, right?
Yes,
so I think one of the things that they could have done in the previous game to help him along was not pick a hero like Faceless Void, where you actually need to perform at 100% at every stage of the game, otherwise your team can lose. Like we saw the team lost like off a couple of lost chronos. So pick him a hero that's a little bit easier to play, something that you don't have to focus as much on, something that like even under high pressure LAN environment you can make something happen instantly with it. So
I mean, you're speaking about Conspiracy, especially on that Faceless Void game that he played earlier. He actually really did well, all things considered. He was landing not black holes. He was landing chronospheres that were just clipping 3 heroes when any average player would have only caught 1.
Yeah, but he did miss one chrono.
He missed the one key one.
The biggest chrono in the game, where it really mattered. He did miss it. But I mean, like we said, Conspiracy is a pub star, and they did replace their last carry PSL with him. So the roster changes have been a big factor in APG being that inconsistent.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they opt to draft for something different.
Not likely though, as we look through the bands. Omni Knight's a little bit different.
Yeah,
I've seen him once before.
I think they saw what Sinister 5 did. They were like, we don't want to let them cheese us.
So maybe a little bit of respect?
Yeah, a little bit of respect for this Omni strat. I think they, having watched that game, they're not confident they could have taken the run in the same way that WRG did. So rather just ban it out, get rid of it.
And the Viper, there we go, cheers.
So is this Night Stalker or Spirit Breaker that Sinister 5 go for here? Or is it something completely different, actually?
It could be. Yeah, the Conspiracy Void isn't something you want to play up against, but I mean, it's you could hear it to get rid of as well. But I feel like, Spirit Breaker is going to come through, but we're either going to see either the Night Stalker or the COD will come through, unless it's going to be picked or banned here.
Maybe O'Malley plays, they go Puck.
They go Puck.
That's actually even better. I think after the last game, I have a sneaky suspicion that Puck is going to be like the premier mid laner for this tournament. So just either you pick it or you ban it, but you can't necessarily let it go through in its entirety. That being said, it's not, like it can actually die towards the Rasta, the Shadow Shaman, because the amount of, you can disable the Puck long enough to kill him.
Yeah, you
with
can.
The zero.
And then you got the Spirit Breaker to do that as well. I mean, sorry, not Spirit Breaker, now Nyx Assassin to do that as well. And also the Spy Carapace really, really does mess up the combos of a team if you literally time it really, really well. But for me though, ACG, there's just better heroes for him. I don't know if you agree with me here, but like ACG on Puck, he's good, but he's not as good as he could be, like say on Ember or on Invoker. ACG's give him these comfort heroes.
It doesn't seem like it has that much. ACG seems to like these damage heavy heroes that can right click a lot. Puck doesn't seem like that style of hero. Maybe this is offlane Puck though.
It could
we've seen that, especially considering that they don't have right now any. Like they need a hero that can stick in the offlane long enough that Shadow Shaman is not going to be that much of a problem for them. And also they have to assume that it's possible that this Nyx Assassin is going to be support as well from Sinister 5.
I'm never going to see O'Malley Clockwork, am I?
No.
It's a cold day in hell, but a beautiful one when you see O'Malley playing Clockwork. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be that game.
No, that's why I said I'm never going to see an O'Malley Clockwork, am I? It's not happening.
But out goes the Huskar yet again. Aperture Gaming drafting the similar bans that Sinister 5 had to go up against last time.
They don't want the cheese strats because, I mean, they did so well against WRG with that type of strat. And, APG is not the same team as WRG. Like Snay was saying, with the Omni Knight ban, they're not confident enough to see if they can actually beat the Sinister 5 cheese strat.
That is a lot of respect to give to someone who's essentially the dark horse, the newcomer to the program.
Yeah, the newcomer, yes, but respect, definitely. They deserve all the respect in the world. I wouldn't.
I mean, people have seen them scrim. They've scrimmed against each other before, so they know what they're good at. They're like, okay, Sinister 5 is actually a good team. Like, you can't take away anything with respect from them. I like this Visage ban because if you give like Visage Rasta in the lane +1. Like, you stun someone once, guaranteed you're going to stack up enough solar assumption charges to just burst them down immediately afterwards, even at the early levels. So at like level 2, you can still kill basically any offlaner, which is pretty great. So good ban. And then they ban out so it looks like Sinister 5 don't believe that this Puck is going mid because they just ban out the ACG Invoker.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is ACG Invoker, so banning out one of their best hero combos is probably, or hero player combo is probably one of the best things to do.
Yeah, because you can always take the Spirit Breaker as a roaming position for Puck off lane, and then you still have the ACG Invoker mid, which is dangerous. You don't want to play against because ACG is really good on that hero.
Yeah. I'm surprised they picked Zeus into Nyx Assassin.
Is it just me, or does that seem a little brave?
I mean, this has to be support Zeus now, right? Like, you wouldn't want to pick core Zeus into Nyx Assassin, so...
Well, to quote Juggernaut, there's a fine line between bravery and stupidity. I know the boys of Aperture Gaming, they're not stupid. So they must have something in mind. Going up against the Nyx Assassin, picking up a Zeus, they must have something else in mind. It is nice to have, because you can scout them out using the Lightning Bolt.
This could be Chinese style offlane Zeus. Like what you do is that if you have Zeus, right, with the Spirit Breaker, then Spirit Breaker just charges in, right? You let up a couple of Arc Lightnings, and then by the time the Spirit Breaker gets there, right, the enemy heroes are so low in HP that one lightning shot can burst them. Even if it finishes your mana, you and Spirit Breaker can just get a kill. But it's a tough ask versus Ursa because if Ursa gets the turn onto you as Zeus, especially in the offlane, you just die instantly. And the same goes for Puck as well. So they've shot out their safe lane pretty well so far from the side of Sinister 5.
And Ursa is one of those heroes that can't quite get his hand into the cookie jar, so he needs a hero to secure him the kill. So like he's got the Shadow Shaman now. All the Shadow Shaman needs to do is shackle someone or hex someone, and Ursa goes ham. And it's not just that, he's also good at negating damage with his ulti. So he can evade a lot of that damage coming out from Zeus just because Ursa. So for me it's a really good pick against the Zeus, a good pick. Sorry?
Ursa also buys them is early rush potential.
Yeah, of course. And you don't even need a full pads, you just need a Morbid Mask.
I mean, you've got yourself a Spectre.
I mean, blink phase boots, Ursa is never fun, and you have it within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, this is a game where they have Rasta, so you go into the Roshan pit fairly early on. As soon as Rasta hits 6, guaranteed ages.
So while the puck and him while the mid and him are pushing, they don't have time to contest rush. There goes,
That being said, actually, they can still get highly contested around rush because they've got now this global strat between Spirit Breaker, Zeus, and Spectre. So at any stage of the game where Sinister 5 is off the map, APG can scout them out. But worse than that, the thing that can happen against the Ursa can get super kited by these heroes later in the game before he has BKB. Like, Puck can hit him with the Dream Coil, he can get altered by Spirit Breaker, Zeus Lightning Wall stops him from being able to do anything in the team fights, and Spectre can just like run around him, throwing out daggers and jumping around with the Spectral Haunt.
No, look, he does normally get kited, that's what I'm saying. But he needs those lockdown supports to help him get those kills initially. But I'm saying, like, when they, like now, especially with the Jakiro, you have the Shadow Shaman Jakiro pushing a tower, forcing the rest of the team to commit to defend that tower. In the meantime, Ursa takes an easy rush, gets a quick blink dagger, gets into the team fight, early BKB, maybe even an early basher even as well before that.
The hero's not that good against Spectre though. Like, Spectre gets to a point where it's good early before pre-Radiance, but as soon as Radiance comes out, Ursa relies very much on being able to get off those 4 complement of right clicks out in the middle of a team fight. So if he's not able to do so, takes a mischance before BKB, it's super hard to fight at that point. Also, Spectre's it's not that great versus Nyx Assassin though. You can actually use the Nyx Assassin Spice characters to isolate the Spectre, and you can Vendetta kill this hero very early on in the game, and you rarely carries a high amount of regen.
For me, Ursa can also fight a bit earlier than Spectre can in most cases, and especially to the nerf to his ulti. I think it's like every 180 seconds now at level 1.
It's like 110 and level
110, it's ridiculous.
Like 140.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it does nerf the hero quite a bit. But I mean, it's still a viable hero, and it still can outcarry an Ursa. I feel really late game, but it's getting there. That's going to be the problem because of these aggressive and Nyx Assassin, the supports that can literally just barrel down, take your towers. It's going to be hard, and now they still have another hero to pick.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker is going to have a lot of work to do in the early stages of the game and a lot of evading to do. I suspect we will be seeing him jumping in and charging into the front lines to save people rather than to engage. It's going to be a challenging way, one way or the other. He's a melee hero, doesn't really want to get up in Ursa's face because Ursa will rip him a new one.
It's a hard decision. They banned Nature's Prophet, so they think that this is mid Puck and support Zeus. And they're also probably thinking about the complete global strat.
The global strats. And what about the AA? But you can.
AA is crazy good against Ursa. Actually, so
but the thing is,
global strat as well.
Yeah, it isn't. That's what I'm saying. But like, you're not going to find ban out the Prophet, but then you give AA an ulti, and then you give Zeus the ulti, and then you've got Spectre. So it does fit in with that whole global strat because, I mean, Spectre's the global presence. You've got Zeus, and now I've got Spirit Breaker as well.
Yeah, no, AA can definitely work. It's also pretty decent against Jakiro. There's a hero with a high HP pool, so something that can burst him when he's at that point. It'll very combos up very well with Zeus.
But again, it's more squish to a lineup that's already squishy, so you also have to think about that.
Like, they're very squishy right now, but I don't know. I feel like they don't care. APG, the way they're drafting right now, they're just like, guys, we can out damage them. Sure, they can get us there as well, but just never allow them to get on top of us, and we should be okay. But in that vein, perhaps they won't want to go for AA because a hero that can get solo killed by Nyx, can get solo killed by Rasta, and can get solo killed by Ursa. So don't take the chance.
It's a tough one.
It ends up being something you have to babysit rather than using.
So it seems like much more work that it's worth. I want to see what mid they go for here.
Sinister 5 is taking their sweet time. They've got about 15 seconds on the clock, so they better come up with something soon.
OD, maybe?
Okay.
CK. Alright, this is mid Ursa then, actually. So
I'm liking
versus
this.
Puck or Zeus is not great, but this CK, okay, so I think one of the reasons they picked CK, this is like a very snowball heavy lineup on the side of Sin 5. This is honestly CK early game, and especially like up until level 15, if you're not contested properly, is game breakingly strong. You can, like, all of these heroes can die instantly from one reality rift. If you grab Spectre, Zeus, Puck, or Spirit Breaker, like, you melt all their armor and they just die in like 3 shots. So
Succubus?
Sometimes even in one shot, especially with a squishy lineup. Especially once he gets the omelet as well. Just that reality rift does too much damage.
That being said, Zeus is kind of good against it though.
Yeah, Zeus is good against. Yeah, but you don't really skill illusions till much later on a CK on average.
Of course.
So it's not something that it's going to be a problem in the early stages of the game. And by the time, if they get it right, they snowball with a CK and of course an Ursa. By that time, there's nothing to be done.
And if you play the illusion game, ultimately you're likely to lose with a Spectre on the field as well.
This kind of forces them to play support Zeus, right? Because you don't want to run like Zeus in the offlane versus CK. It doesn't have that high move speed, and CK is extremely fast, so you can find yourself being easily stunned up, especially because they've got Jakiro on the backline, can slow you with liquid fire. So this probably forces support Zeus and then mid puck. So now they need their offlane hero on the side of APG for O'Malley.
Look, the last time I saw a CK work is actually in the support position where they picked a Terrorblade and CK rushed Aghanims and literally used these Aghanims onto the Terrorblade with Metamorphosis, and that's the easiest tower taking you can ever imagine.
Oh my gosh.
It was disgusting. It was disgusting.
Yeah, that sounds
so that's and here we go, Monkey King.
Monkey King again.
Is this O'Malley Monkey King? I think this is O'Malley Monkey King.
This is probably
right?
O'Malley Monkey King, yeah. It has to be.
Yeah, O'Malley Monkey King.
So from a hero we totally didn't expect to be drafted in this tournament.
ACG? What? No.
And ACG will be picking it up as well.
This has to be.
All right.
Whoa.
All right. I'm going to need
O'Malley
predictions
Puck?
from you guys, because this has blown my mind.
This has to be a troll. They can easily swap
Actually,
when they get in game.
You know why it's ACG Monkey King, right? Now that I think about it, if you go level 1 Jinko Mastery, right, Ursa can actually do absolutely nothing.
that's
Monkey
true.
King is the best level 1 harasser, so I think this is going to work. This APG stat's going to work.
It's risky. It's very risky.
Give me predictions.
APG, this game, yeah.
I'm going to go with Sin 5.
You're going with Sin 5. Okay.
What about you?
Well,
No,
you've got some friends.
You can't get out of this. Who do you predict?
I'm the host.
Don't make me
I'm allowed to
blush,
have an
please.
opinion. But I'll tell you who does have an opinion, and they're very, very keen to share it. It's none other than Jubba and Scarpy in the casting booth. Take it away, boys.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Dota players around the world. We're back. It is the last series of the evening, and it is so good to see so many bums in the seat. Our die-hard Dota fans out there supporting your teams, supporting SA Dota, and supporting VS Gaming. It is good to be here, good to be bringing you this game. And hopefully APG and Sin 5 do give us a cracker of a game. I'm Jabba, joined by none other than Scarpy himself.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to this. This is just different, right? Mid lane Jakiro, we got a safe lane Monkey King, we've got a support Chaos Knight?
I don't know what is happening. And
I don't know what to do with my hands, man.
I mean, it is. Okay. Let's just take a second to actually realize the gravity of the situation at the moment. This is the lower brackets. This means the loser of this series is going home.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake here. I mean, these guys, a lot of them traveled from far and wide to get here, and now they're in this situation. They're going to be playing their best. They're not clowning around.
Well, this is the first time Sin 5 has been together on a LAN event. APG have been, the old gods, been almost humbled to say the least, and may look at going home. I mean, this is quite a devastating situation for APG.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people still believe that APG can pull this through. They had a very shaky start today. I still think they're in a good place. I don't think they're that weak. I think a lot of people are maybe underestimating them. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, I'm just keen to see how these lanes pan out. Did they swap anything? It's still staying the same. Yeah, mid lane Jakiro, Traxian, CK,
and ACG on the Monkey King. So while the game is underway, let's get ready to Dota. As the side of APGs making their way into the top lane, what are the shenanigans that are happening here? Is this going to be a...
Hello?
I don't want to say this too loud, but look what's happening on the screen, guys. We have got some...
Hello, Bash!
Okay, so this is a... let's do the introductions in the meantime, I'm guessing, is... the side of Sin 5, we've got Traxian playing the CK, O'Malley trying to chase him down, Bob Yules. They may have seen that Jewel breath.
Yeah.
And
big trouble.
This could be a problem. They've been found out. It's a fiasco. They got caught with their hand in a cookie jar, hanging him. First blood, next to go down, ACG Phalanx picks himself up, a double kill. Stunt, almost a little bit of trouble here. Comes out the right clicks. Can he make it out? And the last little dagger going to be able to bring him down. Phalanx with a triple kill. Put Phalanx in the mid lane and let your Zeus be your mid laner?
It's a disaster.
Oh, okay. Wow, let's have a look at that replay, please. That was chaotic.
Yeah, so it's frozen, and it's a black screen now. So I guess there's some technical issues. Hopefully, it will get resolved. So,
right. Well, let's just go around and do the introductions as we may be saying goodbye to one of these teams. So, starting out once again on the side of the Radiant, it is going to be APG's Botbules playing the Spur Breaker. In the bot lane, we've got Conspiracy playing the Spec. We've got Mr. Phalanx, our triple killer, Mass Murderer, playing the Zeus. In our mid lane, we have got ACG playing the Monkey King. A little bit of a wraparound here from Jackson. Nothing too yet. Top lane, O'Malley going to be playing out the puck. Before we do the introductions for the side of the Dire, let's see that replay that took part in that one.
That's an if you want to see, but it does come up soon. But,
right, let's have a look at that replay.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, it was a good stun though from the Knicks. It seemed like a decent setup, but they were just so low from Roche beating them up. A lot of them hadn't solved up yet. Timing was just so poor. And a triple kill going the way of a support Zeus. He's smiling all the way home. That's 3 boots for him. That's just 3 boots.
No, that is absolutely massive start to playing some of these. And what is a little bit frisky, but without further ado, please go and do the introduction.
It's getting late, don't worry about it. Traxium going to be playing over here on the CK support role. Interesting stuff. Reaper going to be playing on something a little bit more normal, I suppose. One could say the Shadow Shaman. And in the safe lane, Hagen going to be playing over on that north. So going towards the mid lane. Another unorthodox pick here. Shikiro going to be playing in the mid lane. It's not that unorthodox, but still something we haven't seen in quite some time. And last but not least, an off lane Stunt going to be playing over on the Snicks.
Right, well, that wraps it up for both teams. Already 3-1 on the scoreboard. 2 minutes into the game. I promise you, it may be late in the evening on this Friday night down in Cape Town at the CTICC. It is going to be action-packed. A lot of action happening, and quite a couple of kills to boot already.
Yeah, and I mean, I was just looking at the Zeus now. I mean, Phalanx just got free shoes, really, for this game. He's got some sweet kicks starting off the game. He really didn't expect something like this. This is just a...
Oh, O'Malley, he's going to get caught out. Reaper gets the nut. There's the stun from Jackson, and easy clean up there by O'Malley. Just overextending a little bit. And Sin 5 taking advantage and slowly leveling out the kill count.
Yeah, they actually got very long lockdown in this lane. CK's stun is very... can be extremely long. I mean, it can get up to 4 seconds at a stage. And... as well as the potential lockdown that comes from the Shadow Shaman. And at the same time, when an Ursa's beating up at you, it's pretty scary. So O'Malley's going to have a tough time. He has to play this pretty safe. He's been doing a good job. He farms a jungle camp once in a while, trying to keep himself safe. As soon as he overextends, he's going to get punished. So he needs to be extremely careful.
ACG in the mid lane taking quite a bit of liquid fire. Tries to start a Fearbender, but ACG, I don't see him surviving through it. He doesn't. And Monkey King getting punished for his sins. Bob Yule's coming in like a mad cow and decides to actually pull out. Before this game, I was actually chatting to the boys outside. Habibi earlier actually played a spur break against the team, and I actually we're having a couple of laughs. Castaway was there as well, and they said the only time you ever stop a barrier charge is never stop a barrier charge, and that's coming from Castaway himself.
Yeah, that's the truth. It's just YOLO, dude. Just go for it. Yeah, you only live once, I suppose. You live quite a few times in Dota.
Yankee Oscar, Lima Oscar, baby. And that's the way the boys need to roll. They play Spur Breaker.
Yeah. So, I mean, the laning stages, I mean, considering that there was a triple kill picked up by Zeus at the beginning of the game, the laning stages are pretty relaxed, I suppose. The fact that they've actually managed to pick off ACG once now is pretty good. So I think Sinister 5 have closed that gap that they lost very early on.
Oh, bot lane though. Phalanx going to get spotted out. Traxon gets the stun off. Only 1 second though. Stunt not being able to actually get the stun off. He's going to get lightning bolted. The cow is on his way in. You see that little animation above his head. Could be a little bit of trouble. Traxon trying to see if he can farm more. He's going to back himself out of there. Bob Yules is in. He's brought the pain. but Traxian's trying to work on the Zeus. They do lose stunt, and now they're going to turn their focus onto Traxian. He's going to try and hide under the tier 1 for protection. It does manage to stop the onslaught here from APG, and they get the kill on our poor little Nick.
Yeah, Nick's it's still a pretty scary lane for him too. I mean, as soon as wherever Bobby Hills is going to be going, it's going to be sort of troublesome. He's had to cancel a couple of charges, unfortunately, just to keep himself safe. But I feel like from here on out, he's going to be all right. Good vision in the mid lane is going to be absolutely essential, because that will allow an opportunity for the Jakiro to, once he does get a point in the outspot, which he might just want to. Often you just actually want to go 4-0-4, but he might just want to, just due to this, what's happening right now to him.
Mid lane though, the charge comes up from Bobby Hills onto Fearbender, but now ACG trying to work down his way onto Traxian. They did use the Wukong's command, didn't get anything for it. So pretty much beautiful rotations, netting a 0 result. But I suppose a 0 result, considering the way the lane was going to go, I suppose that's a win for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're pretty happy with that. Wukong command being used for the first time. That's a 100-second cooldown. Fearbender's going to be aware, okay, I don't need to worry about that for a little while. They're now going to all go up and shrine at about the 6-minute mark. Yeah, Sinister will be happy with that sort of outcome. And a lot of time's been wasted from the Spirit Break. He hasn't really been too successful yet. He had one successful charge in the bot lane. So we'll see. And again, charge in the mid? No, actually just going to bash.
It's just a run through.
Yeah.
He called in the radar tower, asked for a flyby, he got it. But Traxian denied it, getting the stun off. Bobby Hills not being able to make that happen. Now top lane, Repo finds the net onto poor O'Malley. He throws down the illusion orb, deciding to actually go and get aggressive. They do lose the Shadow Shaman. O'Malley going to be able to survive through it. Bob Hills was on his way. Aghanim going to go tough. Is he going to be able to go down? Traxian! He almost brought him closer, but he's now fighting under the tower. He goes down to the last hit of the tower. Aghanim surviving, salving himself up, and almost brought down that little Ursa bear.
That was really nice. I mean, that was such a nice play from Traxian, managing to trap that puck in there, no escape for him, and Aghanim gets a healing salve off so he can remain in lane. There's just almost no concern. He even has another salve that was brought in now by Reaper. Obviously, he purchased that himself, and Reaper now actually getting some vision down. That could have been scattered by the puck though. So we'll see. Keep an eye on that if they do opt to deward that, but maybe it wasn't scattered, in fact.
Well, a little bit of a stat coming up along your screen. The 6th highest pick or band rated hero in the South Africa scene, and with definite concern. I mean, he's an absolute monster, gives you the rush potential, and a lot of teams just don't know how to deal with an Ursa, especially when you tie him up with the Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, when you see such a high pick rate and it still has 50% or plus, that really shows that the hero is pretty dominant, because that means all teams are picking him up, and if there's a positive or above 50% win rate, that's a bit of a concern. Oh, they're actually going to scatter Vendetta here.
Okay, Bob Hills actually pulled off. That would have been actually pretty epic as he charged in, decided to pull back. Fearbender, Traxian, and good old Mr. Stun trying to hover around this tier 1, trying to see if they can take it. Phalanx, Conspiracy in the vicinity. Do they have more Mr. Bob Hills here on the sidelines? The dagger does come out, going to find Traxian, slow him down a tad. And they may actually just turn around here and get nothing for their efforts here. But the threat of the Space Cow constantly being around.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate there for them, because he did charge his stunt as soon as Stunt used Vendetta, so they were very aware what he was trying to do, so they could play that pretty safely. That could have been a pretty nice engagement. So Fearbender's used his time now to rotate, because his tier 1 tower has already been brought down. He did max out Liquid Fire, so they're going to try and keep on finding objectives. Force a lot of rotations towards the bot lane here, keeping pressure on the spec, slowing him down a little bit. And it's looking pretty good for Sin 5 so far. They are still behind in kills, but there's no real big margin between these two teams currently.
Well, Mr. Bob Hills has an important message to leave in the top lane. He's trying to get himself up there at the moment. Doesn't seem that he's going to follow through with it. Mr. Reaper is trying to get himself to the top tier 1, and he decides to actually pull off. And Mr. Poor Bob Hills doesn't get anything. Or let's just say message in the bottle was misdelivered.
It's just as good ward in the mid lane. Scattered that rotation coming up so they could quickly just back themselves to a safer position and know that there would be no follow-up if Bob Hills dove too deep. So knowing that his charge is down, he's close to this lane, they know exactly where he is. That's all you need when you're playing up against a Spirit Breaker. If you just have an idea as to where he is, you can sort of deal with him. But Bombio's in the tree line here. He could get a charge to bash up multiple individuals.
The fog just too good. There comes out the spec ult. He's going to be able to find Phalanx, and he's going to pay with his sins. He's going to go down, surrounded by 5 of the players here from Sin 5. Bombio's next to get punished. ACG decides to come in, but Reaper with the clutch nets tries to stop the Wukong command. The side of Sin 5 taking a huge amount of damage, trying to bring him down. They eventually do. They do lose the Shadow Shaman. They do lose Fearbender. But now Conspiracy trying to get out of there. Can he get out of there? Oh, what a stun from Traxian. Just closing the gap. And now Aghanim's, he's going to be the next to go down. Bob Yule's coming in. The Spy Carapace going to slow him down. O'Malley on the sidelines. He's going to jump in. But Vendetta is up and ready to rock as the rest of the boys from Sin 5 get themselves out of there. That's net on ACG if it lasted full duration.
Ooh, man. It was a 4-for-3 exchange though, so it was favorable towards the side of Sinister 5. They did get about 500 net worth out of that, as well as putting some decent pressure onto the Tier 1 tower. They know that the next time they make a visit there, that's more than likely going to be an objective for them. And again, Fearbin is just going to move himself down to the bot lane and say, okay, well, I'm going to use my liquid fire constantly on your towers and just keep you under pressure.
Well, I mean, I was looking at the beginning part of the game. It looked like Fearbender was actually going to pick himself up the 4-star. Now it's changed to actually the Rod of Atos. How do you feel about this? I really like it. It's going to be able to actually reach down the puck, be able to deal with the puck a little bit better. I think it's a bit of a better choice than the 4-star itself.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think you just get such good stats from Atos. It's with 2 braces. Why not? I mean, he's got 2 braces and 2 null talisman. This just looks like old Dota 1 to me. Just like buy stats items and see what happens. But it's really good. He's got really early stats. He's pretty tanky. He's got 1,500 HP at 11 minutes. That's unspeakable for an intelligence hero. And he just can sort of man up. We saw how long he survived in that previous fight, and that's sort of the thing that gave them that edge to come out ahead in that exchange.
Well, Aghanim's trying to get himself into a certain position over there. ACG kind of feels that something was up, went into the pit, didn't actually see Aghanim in there, but then Phalanx came in, dropped the ward, and now they know that Rod is actually protected. Looking at the bot lane though, big fight coming out here. They lose Repo. Fearbender trying to fight his way through. Yeah, the lightning from Zeus comes down from the god. Traxian now trying to fight through the Macropire, trying to pull ACG through it. This is quite a bit of damage that's been done here. Stunt's trying to get in, help his team, but no. The dagger from Spec finishes off Traxian, and ACG jumps on the trees. Phalanx is now hiding in the side of the bushes. Stunt is now looking for his next target. Going to try and use the wards here to the best of his ability. He's gone to the top here. They don't see where the next is, and now here we go. Stunt gonna make a play on 2. ACG isn't gonna be enough. It is, and Repo gets the kill on top of it. Stunt, demonic plays, if I do say so myself.
Cheeky stuff, man. Oh, that was really cheeky.
ACG thinks, okay, it's gonna be a farming sesh. I've got some wards. Let me snack a little bit of gold up in my pocket. And Stunt says, oh no, this is a trap, my friend.
Yeah.
Come closer. Let me tell you my secrets.
This is really good. I think finding that kill, getting good XP on him. Yeah, Reaper got the kill with the wards, but they need to secure that one. I thought he was actually just going to go for the Zeus, but he went for the bigger target, and it was successful. So that's really
that's
good.
That's your off lane pretty much taking down ACG. Yes, the HPs were a little bit more in favor for Stunt, but I mean, still taking down ACG, your mid laner, probably the most farmed hero on the team currently, and that was a big kill for them.
Yeah. At the same time, Spec's still doing pretty well. He is actually top.
Mules, though, he's in a little bit of trouble here. I don't see him getting out of this one, no, but that's last. ACG rocks up, throws down the Bounder Strike, and Repo can't actually run that full duration net, and allowing Permis the Spur Breaker his second life.
Yeah, but at the same time, they find that tier 1 tower on the top.
Stunt, just too good. Quick on the fingers, gets the Carapace. O'Malley gets netted out, drops the coil. Conspiracy, ulti is in. Bob always goes down, but Reaper goes down as well. Stunt, he's getting a little bit of trouble here. Pops the Carapace. The rest of the side of APG is trying to hunt down the side of Sinister 5. They do lose the Shadow Shaman, but at the same time, the Spirit Breaker goes down as well. That was I mean, I don't know if it's possible, but maybe there's a replay for us. Biggie, pretty please.
Well, I mean, until we do maybe get that replay up, it seems like a pretty good situation right now. Traxian, I'm so intrigued by the CK support, right? He's gone for the drums, it's going to assist his team a lot. He's sort of building core. He's been extremely greedy, putting a lot of emphasis on Reaper having to purchase the wards, and he's pretty poor, but not as poor as that of the Spirit Breaker. So, man, it's just the fact that they find objectives. Again, wards are going to be dropped, and a Jakira is just beating away at your buildings. Big problems, and this is a kill here. Zeus will go down. They catch him off guard. Poorly positioned, and
I mean, look at the position of APG. They've got a TP out on O'Malley, and TP up on Conspiracy. Still no reactions yet from the side of APG, and pretty much going to allow the side of Sinister 5 to take down the mid tier 2.
Yeah, I think they sort of okay with these trades, right? They just say, all right, we need a farm. We can't fight into this. They're just so strong early game. And this is just typical Sinister 5 fashion. They've been, oh, Conspiracy, oh, he actually is still able to run over the cliff there. That could have been very close. If he got caught out there, they would have more than likely been his demise. But O'Malley on the sidelines here, they might look for something. He does have Dream Coil online, but I don't expect one to fight. Yeah, he's tipping himself out.
Well, he's going to throw the orb out, just blink away, and then get himself out there. So, yeah, it's come to the point where we're 15 minutes in, 12 and 12 at this point in time. Let's take a quick look at the net worth graphs, because things are really heating up. And looking at the net worth graph, it's about 1,200 units, not much in terms of XP, even less, around about 400. These teams at the moment are so equal, it is scary.
Yeah, considering the fact that APG started with a 500 net worth start before the timer even began, just because of the triple kill or the multiple kills they got in the Roshan pit. Sinister 5 are doing well to pull this game back. And again, I think the net worth is only in their favor due to the fact that they're finding these objectives right now. They're not necessarily out farming their opponents. They're just pushing down these objectives and sort of creating some pressure. Now they need to make sure that they get vision down. If you look at the opponent's jungle, it is scattered with wards. But here we go.
Oh, the blink has come out. The Wukong command is down.
Whoa.
They lose stats almost immediately. Aghanim, he goes down. Aghanim, Aegis is on the floor. And now we've got Aghanim's trying to sit on the outside of that Wukong's command. As APG push forward, they're not going to sound the charge just yet. Traxian throws out the stun onto the Spirit Breaker. In the meantime, O'Malley sitting with a double kill. They're going to pick up the kill on Phalanx. Now Fearbender trying to stop that onslaught. Traxian not being able to finish up the kill onto Bob Yules, but Fearbender is going to go down eventually to O'Malley. Got himself a triple kill. And APG charging in onto Traxian. They're going to find him as well as ACG, who's trying to find more. Aghanim is going to be able to get himself out of there. Aegis is now off the deck, so they're going to try and push on. The Bounded Strike comes in, stunt, going to stun out ACG. Could be in a little bit of trouble here. As ACG may go down, he pops the one, keeps himself alive, baby. And now Reaper rocks into the party. Absolute chaos happening here. This fight isn't over. Reaper gets the nets off onto O'Malley. This could be a big kill if they bring him down. They do a 4 times killing spree. Almost banking himself $500 in the pocket. Stone throws out the carapace. Is gonna keep Bob Yules in place. And Sinister 5, they turn it around.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, that was absolute. They took the fight from the bot tier 2 tower all the way to almost the tier 1 tower for the side of Sinister 5. That was crazy.
Man, that was a really long fight going on for a very long period of time. But yeah, now they're going to go back to this objective taking again. So the fight looked really bad for Sinister 5, but they just kept on chasing. They don't really have too much sustain. So I think that was maybe a little bit of a misplay. And as soon as Sinister 5 sort of grew back up again, it just was a bit of a disaster. But good plays coming out from Repo as well, stun to sort of make them pay or punish them for their sins there.
Well, ACG on the sidelines, they get Bob Yules coming in there. Wukong command comes down, they've dropped the snakes, they lose Repo, Bob Yules in a little bit of trouble. There's the Macropire down, chomping through the side of APG. Traxian throws out the stun, taking a huge amount of damage. O'Malley trying to close the gap. ACG trying to find Traxian, he does. The blink comes out from Aghanim's, and that calls it for the side of Sin 5. Boys, time to get out of there. They lost 2. They lost the Shadow Shaman. They lost Traxian. for the value of just bobules on the Spirit Breaker. You'll be remembered, my friend.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's an expensive trade. They got the tier 2 tower, but these trades are starting to be a little bit too expensive here for Sinister 5. They want to be a little bit more careful about securing these objectives without too many losses. So, I think they might just fall back, maybe find some items on their heroes, maybe upgrade this Morbid Mask on Aghanim or something like that before they even consider going any further. I think Vlad's is more than likely the direction he's going. Considering the playstyle they're going with, having that extra bit of sustain for his team is going to be quite vital. So, well, I thought the puck was actually jumping in there on the top lane, but he's going to back himself at that.
Then O'Malley just clearing out the creeps. Let's take a look. I believe we do have a little bit of a replay there. Let's hear that double speed. Scarpy, go for it.
They're jumping around, they're going for it, they're getting a decent amount of damage onto the tower. They're going to drop the wall shortly. The Wukong command comes out. He's going to come back alive on the earth, so now they're going to run themselves on back. The CK is so confused. He's rifting him back into the middle here. They're jumping forward. They're going to get the kill. The vision comes through. Oh, man, it's crazy. The R-spot, look at the movement from Vierben and keep himself alive just a little bit longer. Still going to go on. They're chasing after the CK. CK gets caught out, goes down. And now the Earth is trying to get himself out of dodge here. Gets visioned up. He's taking so much damage. You've got to get out. Oh, it's so close. How did he survive? It's insane. Looking for more. Oh, man, get yourself out of dodge. A little bit of a mistake coming out from O'Malley. Now the Spirit Breaker is more than likely going to make a mistake. I knew it. I could have called it. And he will take a tumble. That was a crazy fight.
That was oh, well played. That was absolutely chaos. That's a double speed. Can I just imagine how you're going to dance?
Oh man, that was like a horse race.
While we were actually watching that replay, there was a little bit of a tussle in the top lane. They lost good old Mr. Repo. They lost Vierbend just for the cost of Conspiracy. So, I mean, I think it was a worthy trade to watch that replay. I mean, I would pay to watch that replay again. Or you actually doing the replay again. Oh, wow. Let me get us the camera back on the players. That was magnificent, Scarpy.
Thank you. My abs are sore, actually. I need to start working out again. But, yeah, I mean, I actually missed the entire tussle that occurred in that situation. But the game's still pretty even. It's less than a 1k net worth lead to the side of APG. So Sinister 5, they've got a lot of objectives, but economically, the side of APG are keeping up pretty well. So I bring up this point that if they want to make these trades, they got to make sure they don't have that many losses. So it seems like they're heeding my advice and falling back, going to find those itemizations first.
Well, I mean, okay, we're sitting 22 minutes into the game, 20 for 17, net worth hardly in it. What kind of timings can we expect here? I'm expecting some big plays here from Conspiracy. He hasn't, he's obviously opted not to go for the Radiance build. He got himself the Blade Mail, building himself into that Diff Blade as well. What do you think are the big timings for the rest of the teams here?
I think, again, they're not going Vlads onto the Ursa. I'm quite surprised by that, considering the sort of playstyle the Sinister 5 are going for, but they're getting that diff online, so they realize, oh, ACG actually going to find himself a kill over onto the next. But actually, that must have been charged into, charged into just Bounder Strike and huge amount of damage. They should come back to defend this. But yeah, going back to that point, this Diffusal Blade on Aghanim could be pretty big. It's sort of in controlling these team fights. But I think they need something to keep themselves alive inside that Wukong's command. We just saw how much damage this Monkey King is actually doing to them, and that's a bit of a concern.
What do they look towards? Maybe Crimson Guard. What is the solution to Monkey King? Full staff him out of Wukong's command. What are the options that Sin 5 have to actually deal with Monkey King?
I think they got drums though. Like, drums is fine. There's only one charge left on the drums though for Traxian, which is maybe a bit of a concern. That can be utilized pretty well. But other than that, I think the Vlads would have been great in that situation, but I think they decided, okay, maybe it's a bit too late. Ags on to stunt can be very useful because he can just burrow down. So that's still a long way away for him though. He didn't go Midas. I saw he had Midas queued, but he seems to have thought better of it. And is going to have to try and work his way into that Ags.
ACG just picked up a kill onto to Repo. The question is, why was Repo so far down at this position?
He was warding?
That was way out of bounds.
Yeah, this ward got dropped like a couple of seconds ago, so I assume he just warded here, went into the tree line, thought he was going to get out, and he got scattered out by a monkey in the tree.
That was unexpected.
Yeah, but that's all right. And I mean, I think things are okay. Actually, they're going for a smoke play now. I thought they were going to slow things down, but it seems like okay, they're ready to fight. They got the diffusal blade up, like I said. This is probably a spike that they want to utilize. Drum charges are finished though on Traxian, so they need to be very careful about this. Stun's actually going to lead the way. I like this idea here, so he can just stay Vendetta. His Vendetta's running out though, and they're not finding anyone. So this is actually very costly for Sinister 5. A lot of time wasted. And a lot of gold wasted.
Well, potentially they could still find the side of APG. They decided to go up the hill, but the side of APG, they're actually in the top lane, and nothing being revealed just yet, and it may actually be the call to say, all right, let's just farm out mid lane as APG do regroup. If they stayed hidden long enough, maybe the thought of them jumping into the pit would have been an option, but it wasn't there.
Oh, charge, going to be thrown at you onto Reaper. Oh, he turns around, just turns him into a chicken. Why not? And ACG throws out the Wukong command here. No jump charges.
Here it goes. Reaper needs to get himself out of there. But now ACG taking a chunk of damage. Traxian just right-clicking. There comes the macro pyre. Not much ACG can do in the meantime on the backlines. Aghanim's trying to work on the side here of APG. They do lose Aghanim's though. Stunt trying to stun out. Conspiracy gets Southpath out. Stun for the moment. There's another stun coming out from Stunt as Bob Yules is trying to focus out Fearbender. They're going to lose Conspiracy. And now Mr. Bob Yules going to run in the opposite direction, trying to confuse the side of Sin 5. He gets rooted out, gets cleaned out, and only one to survive for the side of APG. It's going to be Mr. Phalanx on the Zeus, managing to get himself back to base, not even TPing out or doing a long walk of shame back to his base.
Yeah, a really good fight there for Sinister 5. They'll be very happy with that, and they'll pull themselves back into that game. I think that Macropire just does so much damage actually to the Monkey King. They can control him for an extended period of time. And I think another important thing is that this Chaos Knight is pretty damn tanky at this stage of the game for a POS 4. And we saw him stand inside that Wukong's command and not too phased and still have an effect post that Wukong's command. So charge going towards the mid lane here. Maybe want to be a bit careful here, Stunt, but okay, they're going to back out. That's way too risky.
They actually backed it off.
Look at these wards actually in the mid lane. They've got pretty good vision here, the side of Sinister 5.
Well, it looks like the side of Sinister 5 are looking to take their next objective. They are actually showing Traxian just getting a little bit of farm happening here in the top lane, as he does have his Shadow Blade. Going to be a little bit of a threat. They're potentially building into a Silver's Edge, maybe.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
And they do manage to clear up the Roshan. And Aghanim picks that little beauty up for himself. Going to give him that second life. And now O'Malley getting stunned. Actually blinks in, gets the carapace off, stuns out O'Malley. This could be a very... Oh my gosh, that was unbelievable. That was... Oh wow, that carapace actually just... I'm so glad I caught that. That was just such an amazing play. Blinks in to the illusionary orb with the carapace actually activated. Stunt. Quickest fingers in the biz that I've seen today. Unbelievable play. Actually just devastating O'Malley, and you can't even stop that.
Yeah, and they're going to find another objective as well as Roshan. That's 2 objectives in a short period of time. Sinister 5 will be very happy with that. So high ground even a potential here. Spyback's forced. There we go.
There we go. Okay, when they're going to actually...
They throw the wards.
Okay, so this actually may be a fight here. Phalanx jumps in, 3 minutes, 3 seconds stun. They get Bob Yules coming in. Now you're going to use the Rod of Atos. Wukong command being used. Traxian, low HP, going to be right-clicked out by Conspiracy. They drop the macro pyre. Aghanim trying to get himself out of there. Does still have the Aegis. And the wards are just doing its work on this tier 3. We get the jump in here from O'Malley. But Mr. Stunt going to be able to survive through it. Very low HP. Going to get himself out of there, TPing himself and not going down. They lose Phalanx and they lose good old Traxian. They do take down the tier 3 tower. And slowly but surely, Sin 5 are knocking their way through the guard of APG.
Tier 3 tower for a support CK?
For a something CK? Yeah. I mean, he's not even in a specific position.
Yeah, he's like a POS 3.5 right now. He's got Shadow Blade, he's going for a BKB, he's a hero all of a sudden again. So this is... Yeah, I suppose it's an okay... No, it's a terrible trade, actually, because they're going to lose shrines. There's actually no good in what happened for APG. So, Sinister 5 looking in a good position here so far, but it's definitely not a given. I mean, this spec is going Radiance now, and he's got enough, just about. So he's flying the career out.
Do you agree with the Radiance purchase at this point in time in the game?
I think it's pretty good because the opponents are grouping up, and if you can sort of get that extra bit of damage down, they do have a Veil as well, we must keep in mind, as well as the missed chances that are going to come through from that is going to be quite effective, especially up against the Mercer. So I think it's a quite viable item right now. I know it's a bit late, and a lot of people, but do you go at this late? I think it's fine. I think it's still going to have a pretty good impact, especially on something like a Shadow Shaman, who you want to get rid of very quickly. If they can get rid of him quickly, by all means, they should.
Well, Traxian was doing a little bit of hunting there. They didn't manage to actually find out Mr. Good Old Bob Yules on the Spirit Breaker. They're going to try and keep this lane pushed out. In the top lane, though, we've got Mr. O'Malley hiding in the bushes. His compatriot Phalanx also in the vicinity. He's going to get himself out of there, TP on out. And the next call is going to be taking down the shrines. There goes the TP support. Rosh just becomes a little bit easier to get hold of. And the noose is slowly tightening here for the side of APG. The funny thing is, I mean, they're leading in kills 25 to 23, but Sin 5 got a 2k advantage. XP, let's have a look at that. Pretty much nothing in it. Is it fair to say that Sin 5 have the upper hand?
Yeah, I think it is fair. They still have Aegis plus cheese on Aghanim, so they more than likely going to look on the high ground here and do some chip damage, at least with this Jakiro. Oh, actually, they're going top. They're going straight for Rax here. This needs to be defended. Good thing that there is a ward here, but there we go. Serpents are dropped.
There comes the out part. They're going to clear it out. Aghanim's just trying to keep the side of APG at bay. The jump in comes from O'Malley. The ulti from Spec. Bob Yules charges in. Fearbender Yules himself up, trying to keep himself alive. Aegis is down on the deck, but the wards are doing some work here from Mr. Repo, and the rest of the team is trying to fight it out. ACG trying to clear out these phantasms from Traxian. They lose Fearbender, but they have cleared out the one Rax, and it's the important Rax. The melee Rax is down. I'm going to continuously be putting pressure on that lane, and that is exactly what the side of Sin 5 want to do. Break down the defenses slowly but surely.
Yeah, they brought Aegis down as well, which we should keep in mind, but other than that, this Ursa is going to have BKB very soon, and that is not going to be the same situation again. It's not going to be an easy target to bring down, so it's a bit of a concern, I suppose, for APG, but it also shows that they can potentially defend this high ground. They'll probably have to target someone else other than that of the Ursa, and by all means, I think they can still defend high ground all right, but now one of their lanes are going to be constantly pressured.
Well, Repo must be doing an unbelievable job, as well as Traxian. O'Malley forced to actually get himself a Lincoln Sphere just because of those single targeted spells. Generally, you want to maybe go for a Yules on the puck, but him having to pick up a Lincoln Sphere, good itemization, but I suppose not one that you want to go specifically on a puck.
I think it's okay. Like, he doesn't have Ills, which is, so he does need a defensive item. So he's going Ags, which I agree with 150%. I think it's going to be so good. He realizes, okay, this is getting, he's getting BKB, which he actually has now. And actually, we can deal with that BKB as now that lockdown does go through the BKB. And you can control the Ursa pretty well. So I think they are, as long as that puck has enough time to farm up that Ags, there is going to be trouble for Sinister 5 to breach the high ground.
But I think Sinister 5, they are really being aggressive, trying to get themselves onto the high ground at every single cost they can. Sin 5 has actually gathered in the bot lane. They do have the snakes up for Repo. They want to close the gap, get in there. They drop the sentry. They see him. ACG may go down before he does anything. And he is down. ACG contributes 0. Now Repo gets the net off. And now they lose Bob Yules. The side of Sin 5 absolutely wrecking. They get the bar back on the Monkey King. And, I mean, Sin 5. That sentry.
Oh,
wow, man. Clutch. Before anything could happen, they get it. They get the net off. They obliterate ACG. And Mr. Bob Yules is still down for 30 seconds. Unbelievable, a little performance there. While the boys are TPing out, Let's take a look at that just once again.
Yeah, this is actually a poor play coming at you from APG. They should have potentially had a sentry down themselves if they were going to go for something like this, where Monkey King walks in and tries to get his ultimate off while invis. It's just very high risk and unnecessary death, and it cost his team quite a lot. They didn't take racks or anything, but forced out a buyback, I believe. So, yeah, buyback from ACG, in fact. So that's a huge advantage gain. 6k net worth lead now in the favor of Sinister 5, who don't really have a big farming lineup, really.
Well, I mean, that buyback cost ACG pretty much his BKB. He's now going to farm that up again, plus buyback. It puts him badly on the back foot and going to allow that, going to postpone that BKB for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's a pretty big thing. I think that BKB is going to be essential for this Monkey King. I like the fact that he went for the Heaven's Hull. It's something we didn't touch on. It's an item that I expect to see a little bit more in this tournament. I don't think we've seen enough of it. It's really good at dealing with Ursa, even if he has BKB. If you drop it on him before he pops his BKB, it's going to make it irrelevant. So, make him irrelevant. So they're going to smoke up. They're going to look towards Roche Pit, but still another 2 minutes before that comes up. So I think they're going for a kill here. If they can find someone out of position, that would be great. But seems like APG are privy to some sort of movements. It could be O'Malley's death, though, if he gets caught out here.
Well, are they able to actually close in? O'Malley throws out the orb. They're going to ping it out. Can they get there? The Iceball! Oh my, that was just off. I got too excited for nothing. The Fearbender actually missed it. That would have been, see him, the blind ice path from nowhere. And not being able to actually catch a good old Mr. O'Malley, being able to actually survive through that. That was super close.
Yeah, he's got a taste of metal in his mouth after that. That if he got caught there, that was it. That CK stun afterwards, that Shadow Shaman lockdown.
I think that was pretty much GG, push high ground. That was, I mean, the buyback was down on ACG. Let's have a look at buyback status and seeing if he actually had it. And Mr. Puck, he would have not had it, wouldn't have been able to buy back. That would have actually put APG in a little bit, well, not a little bit, but a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, the only problem is that they would have to push the lanes up. All their lanes were pushed in, and that's probably why he played so defensively, realizing, okay, everyone's missing off the map. It's sort of that rule of thumb. As soon as you see, okay, everyone's missing off the map, for this period of time, they must have smoked and taken the wrong route. So it's also when you are the team that has smoked, if your smoke is about halfway done and you haven't found anyone, there's a good chance you should know that your opponents have a good idea that you smoked up.
Rosh almost coming alive. They throw out the ice path. Aghanim's going to walk out of it. And Rosh is going to be up in the next 4 seconds. Does Aghanim scout it out? And not going to be his day today.
Feels bad. I think they're going to keep on scouting now. They have a very good idea. Okay, it's up within the next so many seconds. Yeah, there
you go. Fearbender walks in, finds his prize, and this is going to be the next objective.
Yeah, and I think once bashes up on the Ursa into that Abyssal Blade, there is going to be a very big problem for the Spec. But I mean, Spec's Blade Mail's pretty good, and I noticed how much damage his Dispersion was actually doing in these team fights, so they might want to be a bit careful of that. Oh, we're going to walk straight into the smoke.
Oh, but there we go, we get stunned. Trying to find the kills, the Aspath comes down, they're jumping forward. Mr. Bob Jules, he's going to get himself out of there. In the meantime, Reaper gets the net off onto O'Malley. O'Malley is down, no bar back, down for 72 seconds. This is massive for the side of Sin 5. They've got themselves a kill, they've got themselves the Aegis. Could this be the moment where Sin 5 pushes high ground and sends APG home? One of the golden gods in the past era has now been put to school. ACG gets stunned out by a 4-second stun. Macropai comes down, stunned, throws down the Carapace, stuns out Mr. Zeus. ACG trying to keep himself in the Wukong command, fighting under Macropai. The Aegis is down on the deck. Bob Yule's charging in, finding himself a Fearbender. And now Aghanim jumps out, trying to find Bob Yule's going to right-click him down. Conspiracy runs out. They're going to actually turn it around and get themselves out of there. They don't want to force the bar back out on to good old Stunt, and they decide to actually retreat. They burnt up the Aegis, and the boys from APG defend. Unbelievable defense, considering that they didn't even have the puck.
I think a bit of an error on the part of Aghanim. He could have potentially preemptively cast that BKB. I think he actually got halberd on himself, so that slowed him down, and that meant that ACG could just sort of kite around in that area. Having the gem up on the CK was really good there, but unfortunately they just couldn't pop that monkey quick enough. So Monkey King is a bit of a nuisance on this high ground. He's been using his Wukong's command quite well to defend the high ground.
Well, that was still an amazing defense. I mean, you're sitting with 4 players plus an Aegis. You're literally going up against 6 players from the side of Sin 5 because of the Aegis. And, I mean, APG is being able to hold it. So maybe a little bit of a premature praise party, but now Traxian is going to try and spot out O'Malley. He's a little bit too quick on the blink there. O'Malley's going to get himself out of there, phases out and gets himself into the base. So no efforts there for the side of Sin 5.
Yeah, and O'Malley's so far away from that Ags, actually. I think they're going to rely heavily on ACG to hold their high ground right now. And the side of Sinister 5, they've got Ags complete here on Nyx, which is really good. He can sit on that low ground and just cast out his spells constantly and being an absolute nuisance. So ACG, he's going to need that BKB potentially for the next fight, because the lockdown that he's going to be having is going to be a bit of an issue.
Well, we do see good old Conspiracy on the spec, picked himself up a heart as well. This is just going to make him a little bit harder to be brought down. ACG runs in, O'Malley jumps in, gets aggressive, throws down the coil. There's the Wukong command, but the Aghanim has popped out the BKB, trying to deal with ACG, and now we've got the help from Conspiracy jumping there, trying to deal with Aghanims, and he pops the cheese, trying to get himself out of the Wukong command. O'Malley's in the corner here. Do they decide to jump back? They're going to actually try and bring down Stunt, and he's on very low HP, but he has actually ulted up. He's in the ground hiding, but in the meantime, bot lane, they lose the bot lane of Rax, as Mr. Repo, being super sneaky, Bob Yules tries to jump in. ACG has to retreat. Traxian also looking at the retreat movement. They lose Repo, but he has done his job, and Aghanim's trying to try getting himself out of there. Can he survive through it? He's actually going to ulti up, trying to right-click down Conspiracy, but he's an absolute tank at the moment with the Radiance, with the Heart, and he is going to eventually go down. They have cleared out the bottom lane of Rax. They have got the top lane of Melee Rax. The next port of call is going to be the mid lane for the side of Sin 5, and then things are going to soon heat up.
Yeah, Sin 5, it was a decent trade for them. Yeah, they got bot Rax, but it's a lot of gold that they gave over to their opponents there. So, I mean, the more that they get, the better. They got BKB complete now on the Monkey King, so he's going to be able to survive a little bit, but he doesn't have buyback. So if they can punish him for that, that would be nice, but them being down now is going to buy a little bit of time for ACG to find some farm around the map and see what sort of impact he can have. So, yeah, I mean, Bob Yules went hand on Midas, which is, I was actually going to touch on that a little bit earlier. Very greedy. It's sort of like he was expecting them to go late and didn't change his mind at any stage. So we're going to see if it pays off, but if they can buy a lot of time, they do have a spec. So going into the late game, I mean, spec is one of those heroes that you just can't deal with at that stage. So since the 5, they still got a bit of a clock that's ticking away. They need to shut this game down.
What is that clock timer? What is the timing that we expect that listen, there's no more hope for Sin 5? But the thing is, you've got an Ursa, you have got a CK on your team that could inevitably convert himself to become a core. He's trying to pick himself up a heart as well, and going to be really difficult to deal with very soon.
Yeah, but one of the things is that Spec is just a monster in the late game. You don't want to allow him to get his next time. He's actually going for the butterfly, which I like. I don't imagine Ursa is going to rush MKB anytime soon. So once he's got that butterfly online, he's going to be almost impossible to kill. He's going to have Radiance mischance as well as the butterfly mischance. It's a pretty big issue to deal with. So I think APG are not feeling too uncomfortable considering they down two racks or entire bot racks and a half a top rack. So they're not that bad. They're not bad right now.
Well, ACG spotting himself a target here. Bob Yules says, I want a bit of this party. And now Mr. ACG jumps in, throws down the Wukong command, rips apart the Repo. The coil comes down, going to keep the 3 players here from Sin 5 in place. The TP comes out from O'Malley, because in the meantime, what's happening here is Traxian trying to be a little bit of a backdoor, forces back the side of ACG, and the sun comes out from Conspiracy. This could be an absolutely dead spec. They find a big kill here, cancelling out the TP. There's the ice pass, going to keep him in place, and a lot to bring him down, but they do. And no bar back on the spec. This could very well be the opportunity that the side of Sin 5 needed. They bring down Conspiracy as Traxian forced back the side of APG to defend their base.
That is not a good trade. That is not a good trade at all. So they all backed out to sort of defend against Traxian's sneaky beaky plays, and then they get punished by their spec dying because they left him there. That is bad. I think that was bad communication coming out from APG, and they get punished well, badly for it.
It seems that Sin 5 is like a puppeteer, is like dance for me, APG, dance for me.
Yeah.
And completely forced APG to make a couple of maneuvers, leaving Conspiracy behind. I think it took a little bit longer than I'd imagine, and TP to the same building as opposed to TP to a different building, and couldn't actually get that the shortest TP cooldown.
So that's sort of a common thing. You need to communicate it. We got to get our carry out first, and then we get our supports out. It's a bit of an error, and they should have communicated that a little bit better, but no buyback for 20 seconds here. Spec, or has he reached it? No, he's still 90 away, so they can potentially look for something, but they probably fear that he's going to buy back and potentially...
Oh, wow, that is a hero for you. Reaper runs in, drops the wards, but Bob Yules punishes him hardcore. ACG throws down the command, and they're going to try and clear out those wards as quick as possible. The coil is also used as well. Aghanims has BKB'd up. Aspar's been thrown down as well as the Macropire. Nothing more that can actually happen here. Sin 5 needs to get out. They've burnt everything. Conspiracy throws out the dagger, not going to find anyone, not going to slow down anyone. And they're going to get themselves the hell on out of there. And nothing traded. Well, they actually did lose Fearbender as well as good old Shadow Shaman, but APG hold and defend once again.
Yeah, that's really good for them. And I click on ACG and I see what he has queued, and I'm like, okay, sure, you do that.
That's a nice play there, my boy.
Yeah, so they got some chip damage to a range racks, but they trade their core Jakiro. Oh, Spirit Breakup takes a tumble. And I mean, Traxian's a core now. Oh, Stun's dead.
Oh, this is going to be... Oh, but the Carapace is actually going to do some work. Actually going to dig himself into the ground, but Phalanx is there with the lightning from above, going to be able to reveal him for the moment, and he's going to go down from the likes of APG and the boys.
Yeah. I mean, Traxian is close to a heart right now on that pause for CK, so it's pretty good. I wanted to see the Ags. Oh, I wanted to see the Ags so badly. He could just make multiple illusions of like Ursa maybe, but they don't really have a good stats hero. If they had a better stats hero, then he might have considered it, but this game, unfortunately, I don't think he will.
Oh, well, this is the vision of the Radiant. They have no idea that this is happening. In the mid lane, we do have Traxian trying to show himself, going to maybe put a little bit of pressure here. And yeah, it's getting to the point in the game where we're 46 minutes in, where timings and items start becoming super relevant. And the Rosh has been taken down, and that is another life for Aghanims, and going to be very difficult to set him down. And I suppose this is what's giving them the advantage, is just that extra life. They just can't deal with it from the side of APG. Well, they've been defending, but they've been losing slowly and slowly every time they push it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're whittling their opponents down. However, Spec is still doing alright. He hasn't actually got any more items since we last spoke about him, but it's still a hero that you have to fear, especially if he could potentially be hitting 25 soon. He gets an extra 400 health. He's a difficult individual to bring down. Ursa's going to be having a tough time to bring him down as well because he doesn't have an MKB. So, yeah, Conspiracy, however, playing very safe here, hiding in the tree line in the bot lane. And,
look, just have a look at this net worth graph here, please. 50 minutes into the game, 34 and 30 with a net worth difference of almost 300 almost in it. Absolutely ridiculous. Both teams are sitting toe and toe. The question is, who wins the late game draft?
I definitely feel APG.
You've told me Spec is an absolute monster, but I mean we've got Ursa, we've got CK that has been an absolute monster, and
this will come in handy.
It seems that like Spec is just an absolute beast, and there's got to be some form of draft that has just been a little bit better picked.
I think, you see, as much as CK is going to scale now as a core hero that he's become, the Jakiro has already stopped scaling, so he's sort of falling off. And Zeus is always impactful. He's always going to provide you with vision with his ultimate. If he gets Ags up, which he is going for next, is going to provide a lot more damage output. O'Malley's Ags is a really big pickup here because it's going to be able to control the BKBs up, which is something that most people are going to have going into the late game. I still favor APG a lot.
Look at this. Look at how they're prioritizing good old Mr. Reaper. Yeah, look what he's got locked and loaded. He's bringing it out. He's going to say, listen, I'm going to sacrifice buyback, boys. You just get me close enough, and I'm going to do the job myself.
Yeah, this is actually pretty big. If he can jump up, get those open wards, and they make sure that they don't lose creep. I think this is one thing I believe they're lacking is a pipe. If they could sort of pipe up the...
They do on good old Mr. Reaper. He has actually got...
Oh, yes, okay. So he's got pipe. He needs to pipe up the wave, though. I think the last time they didn't pipe up the wave, and it just got destroyed very quickly by the puck and the Zeus. So if they can get the pipe onto the wave, that means it's going to be a lot harder to bring the wave down. That means the backdoor protection won't be up. And those walls can do a lot more damage. Here we go. This is a spiking item once again picked up here by Repo. And they're going to smoke up and see if they can do something with this. So they don't have creep, though. But the mid lane is pushing in. So this is a pretty good thing for them.
As you see Season 5 in their natural habitat, they are looking for a little bit of a Giat fort out in the woods. They do throw out the ulti from Zeus. They do know that they're missing off the map, so they know that Sin 5 is looking for something. They immediately jump onto the mid lane of Rax. And here they go. The Icebar's trying to focus out ACG. It's going to work. The backup player comes down. Wukong command being used, but the wards are down. Trying to focus out the poor Rax. They lose two of their players here for the side of Sin 5. Aegis is on the deck. They're going to keep Aghanims out. He's going to blink out immediately, trying to clear out these wards. And they may lose this lane or this melee Rax. No, they don't. They clear it out really quickly. The charge has been used by Mr. Bob Yules. Going to be stunned out here as well from the Icepath. Fearbender trying to keep himself protected. And now Mr. Stunt going to try and slow. They're going to get the bonus like onto Fearbender. He goes down and is going to pay the side of APG. Charging forth, my friends, as the two players from the side of Sin 5 going to try and get themselves out of there. They do have buyback on the two dead heroes. Do APG force the buybacks as these racks still stand with very, very low HP?
Yeah, one of the things is melee racks is going to heal up, so they're not in a worse place by any means. They can't afford to allow these cards to do too much damage to their range racks. As they
found out Conspiracy using the Carapace. They're going to stun him out. Can he get out of there? He doesn't have ulti. He's got very little bit of HP. Stunt gets the ulti off, trying to get under there. Uses the Carapace again. Gets down and brought down Aghanims. Just stacking up those Blade Furies. And they go down. They do have buyback on Conspiracy as well. So Conspiracy a little bit of out of position there. Shouldn't have actually gone down.
Yeah, I mean, he's tanky, yeah, for sure, but you don't want to really 1v1 into Aghanim. I mean, you want your team to sort of deal with Aghanim and Spec deal with the rest. So finding himself in that situation is not favorable by any means.
And while we've got a bit of opportunity, while the game has actually stalled out, let's take a look at that once again as we see how Conspiracy
This is really good. He stayed in Vendetta, used his Spike Carapace while he's still in Fizz, so he can't really be scattered out, and quickly lost all the mana of Conspiracy. It just had no way for him to escape. He jumped forward again, got another Spike Carapace. The bashes were just there for Aghanim, and that's a really nice kill for them.
Right, well, looking at another defense coming up here for the side of APG. They do have the buyback on Spec. They're going to try and force it out at the minimum. O'Malley blinks in. There comes out the ulti from Zeus. Wukong command being used out. They're going to lose Repo. Not even getting close enough to actually drop the snakes. That is a big loss here for the side of Sin 5. They're going to lose Aghanims as well. And good defense coming out from APG. They do manage to clear out the melee racks with Traxian, getting on behind there and punishing the side of APG for lifting their eyes for a second. And two buybacks available on Sin 5. And they've now lost two lanes of racks. If they could have potentially gotten that top lane, maybe sent Reaper on a scouting mission just to drop the snakes there, this would have been a very difficult game for APG to come back from.
Yeah, they're in a very, very dire position now. This range racks has never been more important. If they lose that, the creep are going to just be pushing their lanes in constantly. They need to sort of make a move now, make sure that their lanes are constantly pushed out. They are winning the team fights, though. That is the big plus they have. Oh, mid lane, though, looking for more. Spike Carapace, going to slow down ACG. Charge, he's going to get heals into the air. BKB on stun, so not going to take too much damage. Ice Path, no, poorly placed, unfortunately. Not going to really have much, but the Magpie going to be used to zone them a little bit here. Bobbules needs to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage, and seems like they should back themselves on Aperture. They are locking down the Spec for a tremendous amount of time, but he is extremely tanky.
Look how hard the side of APG is trying to force those buybacks. And the boys, Traxian, Aghanims, they're going to say, no, not today. I trust in my boys. Fearbender, going to defend the high ground, throws out the Dual Breath as well as the Ice Path. Stunt has got his burrow being used, but there's the Wukong's command. Going to force Stunt out. The curl's being used as Bobbules does get sheeped out. They're going to use the coil again. Snake's being dropped. They're going to lose Bobbules. They got the net onto Mr. Phalanx. The gem is on the deck. And now the side of APG running away with the tail between their legs as they jump onto the high ground. ACG needs to TP back to base and get himself out of there as Sin 5 defend and get that defense on. Did they actually use the buybacks on the two players? They didn't. Still available. So the amazing defense coming out from Stunt as well as Fearbender. It seems that we do have the opportunity to see that again. Let's bring it up really quickly.
Yeah, so, I mean, it looks okay. Spec is pretty tanky. He's looking to the high ground here. The next position himself pretty well. Got a great Ravage down. Dual Breath's going to slow down their attack speed. We can see how slowly that Spec is swinging away. Throws out the BKB. The Wukong's command is alright. It only really does anything to stun. The Dream Coil is pretty good, but they still manage to control them so well. And yet another Ravage comes through from that next and controls them up so well. Secures their kill and saves them the high ground.
Oh wow, they forced out the glyph from the side of APG. Traxian trying to man mode it, trying to bring it down. Going up against Conspiracy. Could Traxian actually do this? Try to backdoor this lane in the meantime. Absolute chaos happening in the mid lane. They do manage to bring it down while this is all happening. Conspiracy does take down Traxian, but APG are down 3 heroes. They've lost a good old Traxian on the CK, but this may very well be the go command for the side of Sin 5. Could this be it? Could Sin 5 send home APG? Reaper needs to get them. He can't drop the snakes. And now Aghanims tries to clear out that Rax and Stunt throws out the Carapace. This is going to put APG at a deficit of a 0-1 in this best of 3. Fearbender needs to get out. Megas are on the deck. And now APG need to defend, and they call it APG lose game 1 as this is going to be a best of 3. Sin 5, what did you have between this morning and now?
Man, I mean, Sin 5 performed this morning. But this was a great performance. They went with the sort of draft that was early game, and they take it to 56 minutes against a Spec and win. It shouldn't happen that way, right? That shouldn't happen. But
well, that Traxian holding Conspiracy back in the base, not allowing him to actually TP in and get to the mid lane, to actually hold him in place. I mean, it just allowed the side of... it was basically a 4-4, but without Conspiracy, where Traxian, the support, was keeping him busy. Easy.
Yeah, I think Traxian did a great job, and I think Sinister 5's draft just bamboozled their opponents a little bit, and I like it. I like change. I like something different. Man. Sinister 5 are bringing it to the table here.
Right. Well, we'll see you guys shortly for game number 2. In the meantime, back to the panel.
Wow! Oh wow! Sinister 5, possibly the most determined team I've ever seen, have done it again and again and again until they got to this point. Now they've done it again, and they're 1 game away from sticking in this. They're like some sort of rash you can't get rid of.
I think Scorpio hit the nail on the head. Their draft, they did something very different. I was also expecting them to be running this mid Ursa and safe lane CK, but then changing the Jakiro to put him in the mid position. The mid was such a disaster for Sinister 5, for APG at the very beginning.
Can I just say one thing? It takes the biggest pair of kahunas to try level 1 Rosh with that lineup. I was like, oh, well, they've lost the game now already. Come on, go.
But they didn't think so, and they were right. So, before we start dissecting this game, there are a few announcements I need to make. Behind me, backstage, is busy playing EN and eXdee, a similar kind of story. First game has gone down 44-3, 30 minutes, Energy winning that one.
eXdee looking to take another one off Energy's plate. They do scrim together often, so they should be able to do it. I still have faith in my boys in eXdee. However, they're not the only winners, EN and Sin5. Joining them will be Sershin Niker. Apologies if I mispronounced your name. You have won the Fractal Horns of the Inner Abysm, the Terrorblade Arcana. Thank you for watching our stream and thanks for your support.
Actually, I think his in-game name is Session, I believe. I do have him on...
Session, yeah.
I do have him on my friends list, so I remember. And I remember him entering into the 1v1 tournament. I also could not pronounce that name. I'm like, I'm so sorry, dude. Like, but yeah, dude, good luck and, well, good job in winning, I guess.
Congratulations. So, all the congratulations at the moment going the way of Sin5. What did they do right? How did they put it off? And just like Scarpy said, it should never, ever, ever have happened. 50-something minutes, Spectre in the game. How are you winning?
We were talking about this actually during the game, and actually we kind of both agreed that Spectre is kind of a trash hero for this meta. It's like extremely slow, but the main thing is that like we saw after Spectre got Radiance, right? Normally you're used to a situation where once Spectre gets the Radiance, even if it's not at a point where it destroys the game, it's still a game-changing moment. Didn't feel like it actually did anything. Like that entire game, Spectre never felt really relevant. Like there was no fights where they won because there was the Spectre. It was always about the damage from Zeus, the control from the Monkey King, him using the Wukong's command and the Boundless Strike, but Spectre was just there.
And it's also the fact that there's an Exorcist on the opposite team with Radiance and Spike Carapace. It just doesn't pan well.
Yeah.
I mean, he had to turn Radiance off at one point just to get away, and then he ended up dying because of that. Anyway, and then there's also the fact that you had the support CK taking on 1v1. I mean, Spectre won that fight inevitably, but Spectre got down to like that much HP against support CK at like 6 slotted. You know, it just felt like he didn't have that much impact on the game. Like that's why me and Snare said we were discussing it to see what was going on. I also feel like the Radiance came a bit too late to make any real significance to the game. He had no map control, so he couldn't really do what Spectres do. He didn't have a Manta, so he couldn't split push and escalate in his farm with the Radiance. Look, Blade Mail, Diffusal Blade is something you do go for generally on a Spectre first, but you need to back it up with a Manta if you want to escalate and farm with the Radiance. You need to have Blink heroes on the opposite team to stop them from doing supports that are squishy that you can just run down. I feel like he also to use his ulti to disengage more than get the kills and catch up as well. Something just didn't gel with the Spectre pick.
Look, I mean, we can dissect the game if we want, but ultimately there's a way bigger story happening here. Just 1 year ago, the boys sitting to my left from APG were this close to being top of the log. This close. They in fact were taking games off BVD, which at the time was the uncontested champion for 5 long years.
Knocked them down to the loser bracket,
And they are this close to being the first one out.
Yeah, there was for me the biggest story is the fact that this is not the biggest surprise. Like we're talking to most of the players, and if you were to ask them, would you be surprised that APG in their current form is going out to last place, and most of them would say no, and that's what? Yeah. How is this even possible? Why is this happening? But yet here we are, and we're in a situation where if we honestly just looking at that game and just looking at how they drafted and looking how Sin5 played around APG, I would confidently say that Sin5 have the actual upper advantage here. They have the upper hand. They have they have the greater confidence in themselves to actually win this game than APG.
Look, it's not like APG lost horribly to Sin5. I mean, as we were stating, I mean they had like almost 3 Raxes down. They had 1 ranged Rax left, but they were only 5k net worth behind Sin5. It's not like they got absolutely ruffle stumped. I mean, it took forever for Sin5 to eventually beat them. It was slow siege upon slow siege. They had the heroes to do it, but it's, you know, the Jakiro, obviously the wards from Shadow Shaman. I mean, Stunt was absolutely phenomenal on that Nyx Assassin. I mean, he was just there at the right points. I mean, Spike Carapacing, many Ravagers coming here and there, sacrificing his own body so that Aghanim could get away on the Ursa more than half, not the time. But it was more the slow siege thing, because you know, for me, they just weren't that far behind. Like you said, 5k net worth lead while they're almost 3 Raxes down. So it's not like they just rolled over and died or got whitewashed. APG still fought really, really well.
They definitely did. They're like, sure, they're fallen, right? We did describe them as the fallen heroes, right? But heroes don't, it's not like you lose your powers all of a sudden when you fall to that level. You still have your powers. And we saw they are still that good. They are still really good. It's just they're not able to convert that into victory. And that's the thing that always separates good players from great ones. Just being able to
never, because we still have
another game.
This is a best of 3.
Potentially 2 games to go.
This is a best of 3 after all. Anything could happen in the next game. But going into the next game knowing that you've just lost after putting so much effort in, It can be demoralizing, but this is where APG excels because, like you said, they're the lower bracket kings, and they don't let a loss deter them, even if they've lost horribly or they've worked so hard and still lose anyway in the end.
Well,
so we'll be able
let's
to
imagine a horrible future where APG does in fact lose yet again to Sin 5. Do we see this team of APG ever coming together again? Is this potentially the last time we will see
the team as a whole may disband, like the MGO if they're around, obviously, but this incarnation of APG might just disband because they've since Addistan left, they've tried a lot of different things, right? They've moved, they've shuffled their players, they've had pop stars come in, they've had other older players leave the team, but nothing's worked since.
In fact, there's so much on the line.
APG, as it stood last year, 2016, is the best they've ever been. I mean, they were a new MGO entering in the land for the first time, 2016 Masters, and they did exceptionally well. But since then, they've had a bunch of roster changes, and as we said, since those 5 players were together, and then the roster changes happened, they just haven't been the same since then. And I think if they come back next year or later in the year, maybe with a few roster changes again, or they stick to the same players now, they just have more time to work together and gel better, then we might see a different APG, but by no means I think these players are just going to give up.
Yeah. All right, well, the draft for Game 2 is underway, and obviously Aperture Gaming going for a last Hail Mary. We've seen expert teams go for cheese strats and silly things right at their last gasp. Do you think that's going to be the case for APG?
Nah, they don't strike me as a... Well, actually, it might be. I think it could be that YOLO type of situation where you're just like, well, okay, we came in with it's all or nothing. We came in with these strats, they didn't work out, so whatever. And it's not like they lost a very long drawn-out game. And also, these are all new bans. Like these, with the exception, like all these heroes have been banned before, but not in this particular order. So already APG is setting a new tone for how they want to approach this game. They're not going to be... I think they're going to be taking Sinister 5 a lot more seriously.
You disagree?
Last game, it was exactly the same bans coming out, just...
Oh,
flip-sided,
Is APG playing on dire side? Okay, never mind. Okay.
It was exactly the same, but it's also, they're preventing cheat strats. So, but I also feel like APG is going to want to take Sinister 5 as APG to prove themselves, because they literally just, it was very even, as we saw. It was just slow Siege 1 at the end of the day. It was 5k net worth ahead, but I think they're going to want to not beat Sinister 5 with a cheesy strategy, and rather beat them as APG. Show them what we've got.
Oh, they go for Void again.
Yeah.
So is this Conspiracy Void?
Yeah, Conspiracy is good at that hero. That's the thing. I think we just saw
We saw, come on, be honest, we saw literally one mistake.
One mistake, but it was the big mistake.
It was the mistake, which signified
There's just certain, the thing is, there's certain heroes in Dota where if you pick them, right, you actually can't make any mistakes. So the mistake will lose you the game. Like, we've seen it twice this tournament with the Void, where he was playing well, but then made like 2 mistakes, lost the game. One big one, but a couple of smaller ones, I think. And then, like, even Hunter as well, playing on his Meepo, made, like, it wasn't going great for his team, right? But he made one particular mistake where he went into the bottom lane, poofed, and then died instantly afterwards. So these are heroes where you make a mistake and the team, you lose the game instantly. So as a drafter, you also have to take that into account. Like, do I want to give my player who's not necessarily as confident on LAN, who might make mistakes, do I want to give him a hero that a mistake could lose us the game entirely?
But you saying that makes me think that the captain does think that Conspiracies can rise and does rise to the challenge. I was fairly happy with his performance on his first...
It's also not just that, it's also his first time on LAN, so give him heroes that he's comfortable playing.
Yeah, and
that's
I think
another aspect. That's another aspect that you have to consider as a drafter. You don't want to give your carry player something he's uncomfortable playing on his first LAN, because he's going to underperform, because he's going to be too scared to make those calls to go in.
So there's a little bit of a swap here. Rasta goes to APG this time around in Sinister 5. They have Kunka Jakiro again, so could still be Fearbender Jakiro, could be support Jakiro for either Nabi.
Well, we don't know, because they just clearly they just do things that we don't even know.
I'm sorry, top net worth Jakiro just blew me out of the water. I was sitting in the audience going, huh?
That was so great.
Like, head scratcher, what's going on here?
That was the best thing to watch, honestly. I was having such a great time watching that Jakiro play. So this Rasta does also give them more damage into the chronosphere. It also does allow them. Okay, if you have Rasta, it probably is a safe lane Void then. So that it can just keep someone in place. Hopefully you hit them long enough for a bash to come out.
Yeah, but also, if he does get to level 25, very unlikely, he's also got that double damage ether shock, basically. So that, and if, it is an AoE, so if they do get everyone bunched up in a little chrono, I mean, that's 600 to 800 damage more, give or take. happening just on the Shadow Shaman alone, depending on the hero's magic resistance and all of those good things. But it is a deadly combo, and also the fact that Shadow Shaman obviously can get farm, and without having to, he can push lanes out, blink into the trees, drop a ward or two. It's just he's a good hero at split pushing as well, effectively. So it's for me really good support. But here's something we haven't seen this tournament yet, and we've been waiting to see it, and that's an Abaddon.
I've been wanting to see Abaddon. Abaddon is extremely good versus this Rasta. Rasta was probably very sad to see Abaddon come out, because you'll jump on a hero, right? Get off the hex shackle combo, and then this Abaddon hero just comes on, presses W, and your entire work is gone, and you're like, oh great, this is nice, this is great. So also Abaddon Kunkka. This means that they can actually go super aggressive into the off lane.
Definitely.
I don't know. I think this might still be mid Jakiro. But what you can do if they don't want to go mid Jakiro, if you run Jakiro or Abaddon together, you put the Aphotic Shield on Jakiro, right? And then Jakiro just runs to the carry, puts out Liquid Fire. There's literally nothing they can be doing about it.
I just want to put a name out there. Weaver. Abaddon Weaver. That lane is classic combo. Do you think we might see that here now?
Weaver's not that great versus the faceless void, and it's you get into a situation where you get chronoed, and no matter what stage of the game it is, you just die. There's a squishy Weaver, so I doubt they'll pick it versus but we'll see. They do have this Abaddon, and they can have Kunkka as well to drop the ghost ship inside the chronosphere, stops the faceless void from being able to attack anyway.
Yeah.
So that may be a route they consider.
That's just for me. When I ever see an Abaddon, I'm like, oh, where's the Weaver? It's just such a good lane, and there's also the fact that it can run over pretty much any lane that it's because Weaver's pretty evasive, but then add an Abaddon to that as well, you just can't kill him. It is a ridiculous combo. But here we see a Monkey King yet again. Seems to be a trend for the day.
So yeah, this actually is going to be
one of their favorites.
This is basically the hero of the tournament, right? Because APG played it, Dave played it. Who else played it earlier today?
Oh wow!
I think it was Pulse.
Could have been Pulse.
I feel like it was Pulse. Yeah.
Feel it in your bones.
But having this, no, it was XTC. Yes.
Yes, it was XTC.
It was in the off lane. Scarlet was playing that.
Yes.
But anyway, the Monkey King in this game. So we've seen mid Monkey King, we've seen off lane Monkey King. It was far more successful in the off lane, I feel.
Yeah.
Then we saw it mid. Although this game they have various offlane options, I don't think they want to use it in that way. And probably Jakiro goes mid again, so they can have this roaming Monkey King. But it would be double roam with Kunkka. That being said, they don't have any major team fight right now. They have the boat, and they have the Wukong's command, but they don't have that they don't have Epicenter, or they don't have a Chronosphere or something like that.
We could see old carry Abaddon. Loader. The last time I saw someone play carry Abaddon and did it really efficiently was Loader back in TI, and he actually really wrecked with the thing. But I don't see a carry Abaddon here. It looks Monkey King for me. Yeah, you finally get your Queen of Pain, huh? But Monkey King for me, in the role of a roamer, he's way better suited for that, especially since he got nerfed. He used to, when he first came out, he was a mid. Then he came out as a carry, and now he's been used as a roamer, and that's where he literally fits the role, especially with the Kunkka.
A little bird just told me that Sinister 5 is actually well known for casting a Jakiro on position 1.
Yeah, that's something they do core Jig-Jack. It works really well.
It's also very risky because a lot of carries will out-carry. It's something you have to win, generally speaking, have to win in the first 30, 35 minutes, even 20 minutes sometimes. But obviously in this game, in the last game, they could take it all the way to late game because they had other heroes that really did scale well late game. That was the big difference in the draft.
Well, do you think APG has an answer to that?
Right now they seem fine. They have quite a lot of damage. The only hero that they really struggle to deal with at this point in the game is this Abaddon and maybe the Monkey King. But overall, APG, they've got 3 heroes actually with fairly decent escapes, a ton of damage. They've got some push potential. They have a bunch of team fight burst damage, and they have a strong controlling spell with their Faceless Void. So I think right now they're fine. They don't have to be worried too much about what Sinister 5 is doing. I'm kind of
with dogs, I'm kind of worried about this Queen of Pain though in the initial stages of the game because of the Kunkka roaming, X-masking the spot. She can't really blink out of that, so it's going to be hard for her until she gets obviously a Lincoln's or a Yule's or something like that.
They might just park this they can just park the Rasta in the mid lane. Looking at the way the Sinister 5 has drafted so far, they're probably going to be running some form of 2 lanes. So if APG read that, they can say, alright, fine, leave SK with 1. Well, SK in the Void can just stick top, and then Rasta can stick middle to make sure that she doesn't die. Oh my god.
Nice.
Jeez, this is such a good pick right now. How do they deal with Death Prophet, actually?
They don't.
They don't.
And I think they ran the mind game because I'm pretty sure that APG was expecting them to be still running Fearbend on the Jakiro middle. Instead, they switch it up, get the DP instead.
That's some serious terrorism tactics right there.
That actually cheat. I don't know. I still feel like I like APG's draft a little bit more. It seems more safe.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this DP hero
I love that
is
DP.
incredibly
Right
difficult to deal with. Yeah.
Nice little sucker punch. Okay, I'm going to need final predictions.
I'm still going to stick with Sinister 5, but AP's
Is
draft...
APG out?
I think APG is out, but I think the Sinister 5 draft, the APG draft this time is a lot better than it was.
User?
I'm changing my mind. Sinister 5. DP is like super good. DP is like super good. So DP
All right.
ever too good.
Okay, so
come sit with
without
me.
any further ado, as time has finally run out, has time run out for the boys of APG? We shall soon find out. To you, Jabba and Scarpy. Enjoy.
Well, it is a great evening thus far. To all the fans still out in the stadium, to keep your team's heart buzzing and revving. Shout out to you guys for keeping your asses in the seat. It is going to be APG versus Sinister 5. Can the boys of Sinister 5 send home APG? Do APG manage to hold on for a little bit longer? I am Jabba, joined by none other than Mr. Scarpy himself.
Yeah, so, you bring up a very good point. APG could be going home. It's unbelievable, right? So last year, they take down the biggest giants in the SA scene. Fast forward a few months, they could potentially be kicked out of the tournament first by a team that qualified through, who wasn't even in Masters, who had to qualify through other events, who haven't been to LAN together even. This team, Sinister 5, is sort of, it's like an American football movie I'm watching here. They just sort of practiced, they worked really hard to get to where they are, and all of a sudden they just competing with the best and bringing them down and slaying these giants. I don't know what more to add on the back of that.
This is like that David and Goliath moment, when APG's got an amazing reputation, hasn't been on form of late, but Sinister 5 doing it for the boys. And something else I want to add to your rundown there is they're playing with a stand-in as well. Stunt's not their normal player, and still doing really, really well.
Yeah, they did, however, put a lot of time in with stunts in their team. They sat together, they practiced quite a lot together, so they did come prepared with stunt in a sense, but they haven't been playing a large portion of this year with him. He's pretty much a new fixture just for this Masters series. So here we go. Dual lane mid, of course. Why not?
If not, why not? It's going to put pressure on both the mids, but who wins the mid? The DP or the Queen of Pain?
Death Prophet's just so strong, and Bob Yules wants to try to keep pressure on him, but he's a melee hero. He's going to be dealing with the Spirit Siphon, which is really a big problem. Queen of Pain, however, can stay away, did pick up the blink early. But Traxian does have X marks the spot on early, so if they do get a decent amount of damage down onto ACG, he could just X him back, and ACG could be in a little bit of a pickle, at least take an unfavorable trade here.
So they really want to try and secure the mid for both teams here, committing both the heroes, Traxian on the Kunkka. Which I need to say, previous game, the CK that Traxian played, I believe personally, in my heart, that Traxian keeping Conspiracy locked down in the top lane so they didn't lose that top lane of Rax was the ultimate winning factor for the side of Sin 5.
Yeah, he played really well. He had a tremendous net worth. He was just, he just played extremely well. For something that's unorthodox, he was 18k net worth at the end of that game.
For
he
a
had
position
hard
4.
drums, yeah, and he didn't go Midas, which is pretty crazy actually if you think about it. If he went Midas, I would have said, oh, okay, yeah, he's prepared for the late game, but he didn't. He just did a great job. So he's now managed to find himself level 2. He is sapping a little bit of XP away here from Fearbender, but they do have a decent kill potential here. If they can get Siphoning, X marks the spot down at the same time, ACG is going to be in a little bit of a pickle. Maybe want to secure level 3 onto Fearbender so he can get 2 charges onto that Spirit Siphon.
Well, he is actually leaving Fearbender alone just so that he can actually get max XP in the lane. Bot lane going to be O'Malley on that Darks here, going to go up against Aghanim. Now we've seen Monkey King being played in all sorts of different positions, as well as the Jakiru. The most popular being the off lane. O'Malley taking a chunk of damage as good old Aghanim's right clicks him down. Looking in the mid lane, we do have Mr. Bob Yules supporting ACG a little bit longer. We do have Kunkka nowhere near. Probably going to pick himself up a TP, try and see if he needs to support mid. He does have a TP. Should Fearbender get the harassment from APG?
Yeah, Fearbender has definitely been standing out quite heavily here for Sinister 5. He's been playing all sorts of different positions. He's now playing a tank, more of a core role, which I'm used to seeing him in. But this is, I mean, I don't blame them for wanting to put some emphasis on him. Now he's got level 3. I do expect the Kunkka to maybe make a rotation there, as there is a potential spike here. So they could maybe find a kill on Queen of Pain, or at least force him out of lane before the 5-minute mark. That means he has to go all the way back to base. If he can do that, that would be great. But bot lane now, they looks like they want to look for a gank here onto Aghanim. Sand King has moved his way around down here. I don't know if they saw him, but now they will spike Carapace.
But they do have 2 rounds here for the side of Sin 5. This could have been a little bit of a bad play here for the boys of APG. Bob Yule's gonna go down. He does. First blood being drawn out by Draxian. Aghanim's being able to avoid the onslaught here of Mali. Does have the Iron Shell. Aghanim's needs to be a little bit careful here and taking a little bit of damage. Deciding to actually surge out will be O'Malley. And he may have been able to get the counter trade. Probably lost his life. Would have lost his life, but maybe been able to tie it out at least a little bit.
It's just so scary fighting into a level 2 Jengu Mastery. He's getting 30% lifesteal from each hit. It's also a buffed amount of damage by 100 bonus damage. So he's stealing a lot of HP at that stage. So it's super risky to take that sort of trade. So I think it was a safe thing for him to do his run on that and not take that risk. Yes, he might have maybe got the kill, but Fog of War could just not be on your side at that in those sort of situations.
Top lane, a little bit of a play here on Stunt. Going to try and tip himself out. It's going to happen. No bashes for you today, Mr. Conspiracy, as waited for all those spells to be used out by good old Mr. Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, so this is actually something I wanted to talk about, and they were talking about it at the panel. Conspiracy, he had a little bit of a poor performance on his Void earlier today. He's definitely got something to prove now, and I don't doubt that he can play a crazy Void. I think maybe it was the pressure of the LAN, like they touched on. So again, he's got a lot to prove, and we'll see how that pans out for him. But then though, Xbox spot has been used. Torrent is also going to catch, but Blink is online. But again, they're going to force ACG out, but the 5-minute mark is there, so he can shrine if necessary.
So we were talking about it behind the scenes, where's the draft was going on. The reason of picking a Queen of Pain into a already secured Kunkka, do you think maybe it was planned that way to force the X out onto Queen of Pain as opposed to maybe Conspiracy on the Void? Because remember, both those heroes can be really mobile. Do you think it was a little bit of a play? Let's pick up another hero that forces the X out as opposed to always constantly using it on the Void that was already picked up?
Yeah, so I think picking up the Queen of Pain, it's still risky though. Like, Queen of Pain is your biggest damage dealer, and if he can be controlled by Traxian, it's going to be a problem. He's going to be the main source of damage inside the Chronosphere, besides maybe Epicenter. But I don't know. They clearly have a reasoning for it. X-Master Spot's a big threat, but ACG feels confident that he'll be able to blink out in the right time. He's put mid lanes under a bit of pressure. Phalanx trying to make a rotation, but won't be able to find much. X-Master Spot going to bring back ACG, but no follow-up there.
Well, he was just showing his face, just making sure that they do have a threat on the field. Phalanx getting around and making a play. Surprisingly, I haven't seen the Phalanx Ricky yet this tournament. One of those devastating heroes that I've seen him play.
Yeah, I think Ricky's not in a great place currently, but maybe we'll see it. Maybe if
it does go to a game 3, which I know the crowd here would love to see a game number 3. But I'm sure the boys at Sinister 5 want this to only go to a game 2, as they do get a rotation coming in here for the side of APG, trying to put a little bit of pressure here onto Fearbender. But Mr. Bob Buell's going to have to walk himself out of there, as he took a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, very scary stuff. This dual lane is pretty damn scary. This Spirit Siphon is always a major issue. It's one of the, I feel, strongest abilities here in the early stages, the laning stages of the game. But here we go, smoke rotation coming around the back. They're looking for that kill on Fearbender, and they should get it here actually. Traxian is going to break the smoke, but it's too little too late, I feel, and that should be a kill onto Fearbender.
Oh, that was a huge explosion. Fearbender paid with his life, but beautiful rotation coming out from APG. Trying to trick the side of Sin 5. That Bob Yules went back to base, low HP, he actually healed himself up, rotated around and picked it up beautifully. for the side of APG. So they tie up the scoreboard 1-1, 7 minutes in. Hasn't been a lot of kills on the count. APG playing this one super carefully. This could be the last game that APG have, and Sinister 5 could be sending them home.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough
to comprehend that. To comprehend that APG was pretty much, say, top 3 last year at the Masters at Rage, to now essentially be the first to be sent home. That is a tough call to swallow.
Oh, Phalanx, he's a little bit out of position, but rotations are coming through ACG. They do have a shrine up, could pop that one, so might want to turn themselves around. They could look towards Phalanx here. Phalanx has got a lot of running to do. TPs are coming in, but will there be enough? Actually, it's a Monkey King.
Aghanim's is there, drops the Bounder Strike. Easy pickup for him, 161 gold in his pocket. Aghanim says, easiest TP of my life, but they now do have 4. 5, correct, that is going to be in the mid lane, has popped up the Exorcism. They may try and trade out to tier 1 tower here. We do have the supports for APG in the sidelines. Mr. Bobules does not have his epicenter available. The wall is not available for Mr. O'Malley either. Very close to that level 6. Conspiracy rocks up to the party. Does have the bubble. Jumps forward. This could be a problem. Catches the one. Catches Traxium. But now Fearbender's Exorcism is down. Traxium trying to run away, but stunt. Heals up Traxium rather quickly. And it's going to force back good old Conspiracy. But the XP has been used. Going to bring him back, but I don't think that is a hero that you want to actually turn your attentions to, as ACG just walks past and says, listen boys, don't twist with my man.
That was a risky chrono though. He had no idea where he was. It was a blind one. He caught one in it, so that was fortunate, but it was a 0-for-0 trade. Really good work there from Reaper, being in a good position. Gets that double ice path down after the chronosphere and forces that Void to back himself on that. And good heal coming through from the Abaddon. He's got 1 point in miscore. It looked like a little bit more than that, but I suppose that's what this hero can really bring to the team fights. 3 points into his Aphotic Shield, so this is it becomes a bit of a concern. It looks like he's not really going like Midas into Radiance, which I've seen a lot of. Oh, Phalanx.
Oh, here we go. Phalanx has actually got X marks the spot before you get the net off. Conspiracy rocks up to the party, drops time dilation. The sheep does come out from Phalanx, going to keep stunt in place, but it just turns out to be a stalemate. Just being able to do enough to actually protect Mr. Good Old Kunka there, as Phalanx just trying to be a little bit of a pain.
Dire's bottom tower.
Bobules picks up an Invis Run. He's pretty low though.
Wow, look at that stat rather quickly. Death Prophet picked up ban rate 33% of the time and has a win rate of 56%. Well, that is a decent stat for a DP.
Yeah, I think that's a heavily because of Odu. Odu was running it as a core quite a lot, and he had a very good win rate on that. In fact, they would ban it up against him quite often. So, yeah, the hero is pretty damn strong. I think a lot of people underrate this hero a little bit in this patch because he is willing to go into these towers, take objectives very quickly, and is quite tanky at the same time.
Well, it's at that point, 10 minutes into the game. Let's take a look at the net worths. Monkey King sitting top of the charts, 4.5k, closely followed by Conspiracy at 4k, then Fearbender 3.5, and closely followed by ACG on the Queen of Pain. But bot lane, the scream comes out. This mates Repo catches the scream on the tip. Now Aghanim's gets blown up as well, tries to throw out the Bounder Strike. Not going to be good enough. Takedown 2 for the side of Sin 5. And APG take their reward and back themselves out.
Yeah, that was a lot more clinical from APG. It seems like they've sort of getting their chickens in a row here. They realize, okay, we need to do A, B, and C, and they are doing it pretty well. Now, Tier 1 is under a bit of threat here, but Chrono, it is online. Can he catch one out? X-Mark spot can be used here, more than likely into Torrent and Ship, but everything's going to be missed. It's a big whiff here. Very unlike Traxion.
That isn't a normal play from Traxion. A lot more on point with his X-Torrents and boats all in charge. Fearbender did have his Exorcism up, so it would have been a really good go point if they had managed to do quite a bit of damage to Conspiracy, as he did actually jump in that time, or let's say damage reversal would have not been would have been negated.
Yeah, absolutely. But here we go. Phalanx is going to look for Repo. It could be in a tight spot here. Actually overstays his welcome just a little bit. Should have maybe searched for Phalanx there.
I would have agreed with you. The net does come out, finding under the Tier 1. No TPs coming in from Sin 5. They rip Repo apart. The X is there, going to be trying to find under the Tier 1. Torrent is going to be good. Stunt running in. And ACG going to come and back up his team as they're going to just try and clear out the wards for the moment, but they're going to turn their attentions to the tier 1. Starting to take objectives will be APG. That drone is very low HP. The boat comes in, not going to actually catch anyone. And Phalanx trying to see if he can find more. This the X-Box spot comes out. Borrowed strike, or borrowed time rather, going to be able to just avoid that net shackle. And the boys from APG going to be rather happy with that. They got the kill onto Repo, got the tier 1 tower, and going to back themselves right on out.
Oh, Bob Yules in the top lane though gets jumped on, but pretty evasive stuff there. Make sure he doesn't get that dual breath onto himself. Rotations are forced out. But yeah, no objectives here for the side of Sinister 5 right now. And APG, like I said, looking a lot more clinical than they did in game 1, for sure. I think they realize what's at stake.
Yeah, this could be their ticket for the first flight out, really. If they don't get those big kills, make those big plays, and the boys from Sinister 5, this is their opportunity to stay behind. So both fighting for a big play, but Conspiracy jumps in, drops the bubble, catches out Aghanims. Do they have enough to actually take down the Monkey King? The screen from ACG doesn't connect, but they still do get the kill onto Mr. Good Old Monkey King. The net comes out, the shackles, Phalanx, their decimates a Repo, and 2 down for the side of Sin 5 as APG look like, I mean, whatever they did during that break, whatever they did, whatever they drank, whatever they ate, unbelievable, and seems like a completely different team.
Yeah, and I believe we have a replay.
Hold that thought though, because the boys here from Sin 5 want in. They get the boat, they get the X. Torrent is good, ACG blinks out by the skin of his teeth. O'Malley may actually pay with his life here just to ensure that his mid lane gets out. But ACG gets spotted out. X, beautifully done from Traction. You're going nowhere, ACG. He's actually going to run out of here. And do they have enough to actually catch him? Traxian trying to get close. They're going to try and use the torrent. It's not going to catch. Super close, and ACG gets himself out of there. So still not being able to be brought down, and the TP being a waste of time. Still managing to get on out of there. Well played, ACG, surviving that onslaught from Sin 5.
He shouldn't have survived there.
No, he shouldn't have. I think Sin 5 just couldn't do enough to actually bring it down. And raises the question: is they've got X marks the spot. They have got the silence available from Fearbender. That should not have happened.
Yeah. And
but we do have a replay of everything, boys, to Scarpy.
Yeah, so I mean, this X marks the spot. They do catch out the Queen of Pain here. He does get an amazing blink away. They do manage to sort of deal with O'Malley very quickly. He drops the wall, which is pretty decent. It's going to slow things down a little bit. X marks the spot's on point here, but they have no torrent. The stun from Aghanim misses by quite far, unfortunately, and ACG just dances away, and not much was done from there. He shouldn't have survived. I think Aghanim held on to his Bounder strike just a little bit too long, unfortunately.
That ACG should have never gotten away. But as you say, you go fishing, and there's always one that gets back into the wild.
Yeah, for sure. It happens. It does happen, but it's something you don't want to see, especially when a team is performing very well. But bot lane, big trouble here for Aghanim.
Epicenter being used. Chip comes in. Bob Yules trying to fight it out. Aghanim's getting that Jingo Master to just get him back up into HP. Traxon trying to dodge himself through the trees. ACG being super aggressive. Throws out the scream. Does get the kill. And now Aghanim's going to get dropped the Bounder strike. It bounce away to a little bit of safety here. TP himself out of there. And they lose the good old Traxian man himself. Today, the stars do not align for you, good old Captain Man.
Yeah, he still found himself the kill onto Phalanx, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's okay. The fact that Monkey King survived there, because they did gank him, is pretty good for them. Again, going for a very defensive build is Aghanim. He's going for the Hood of Defiance, still very good. I think it's absolutely necessary for this hero, because he does lack sort of sustainability, and there's a tremendous amount of magical damage coming out from the Queen of Pain and the Sanking, so by all means, I think it is the right way to be going. He's now going to go for the Echo Saber, so that's going to assist him in sort of getting the Shengu Masteries up and to deal a little bit of extra damage in these team fights.
Well, I do like the item that ACG is going for, picking himself up. That Yules, that X marks the spot, is going to soon mean nothing to good old ACG. And going to probably turn X marks the spot onto Mr. Conspiracy on the Void and try and control him out a little bit more.
Yeah, so it's going to have to be sort of Traxian throwing the X marks the spot. Oh, they're actually going to look for a chrono here in the bot lane.
The hunting team has actually smoked up. Conspiracy does drop the bubble. Founds out good old Fearbender. Wukong Command's got to be there. The boat comes in. They have stunned out Conspiracy. They're going to try and make a play on him. They have used X marks the spot. He's going nowhere. Synth 5 clean out the void. They're trying to chase him down. And Aghanims clears out the courier and leaves good old O'Malley. The bird siphon going to slow him down. There's X marks the spot. They lose O'Malley. They have wiped out the side of APG in the bot lane. 2 down, 3 more to go. They clear out tier 1 tower as well. No response for the rest of the team of APG. In the meantime, while that's happening, Repo just making sure the top lane of Rax doesn't push through. And Sin 5 going to take down 2 objectives, 2 heroes, and are looking devastatingly good at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. That was a really good fight by them. Everyone was positioned very well, sort of in that defensive scenario, and they managed to keep Fearbender alive, who managed to get 2 silences down, which made a very big implication to the outcome of that. So really well done to them. Conspiracy didn't get the chronosphere he really wanted, but it was very difficult. I think Sinister 5 did a great job at positioning themselves there once again. I can't emphasize that enough. But why wasn't Queen of Pain there? If they are going to go for these plays, they need to make sure Sonic Wave is online and the Queen of Pain is there. They can secure these kills a lot quicker.
Well, I honestly think what happened was they saw Fearbender in this position here. But what had actually happened is the side of Sin 5 was sitting behind the bushes here. And when a good old Conspiracy came in, he didn't see those 2 plays. They couldn't drop the bubble, and he was just like, oh, well, okay, no, there's nothing more I can do from this point, boys.
Yeah, you got to consider that Stun's not a total core. He's farming, yes, but he is mostly utility. He's building into he's got himself a mech. He's going for the solar crest. So he's mostly utility. So he might just be sitting on the sidelines. They need to make sure of these things. So I think it's still very high risk. And vision is sort of vision is pretty good here for the side of APG. Very deep wards all over the map.
APG, I don't think knows what's going on at the moment as they're taking down their next objective. Exorcism has been used out and is going to be snacking themselves out this beautiful Roshan kill. They do put it onto Aghanims, and that is going to put them ever closer to pushing up into the higher ground.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimate how good Jakiro is against Roshan because that dual breath slows down his attack speed. And no one needs to necessarily take any damage, so it's this is really good for Sinister 5, and maybe a little bit poor from the side of APG. Considering they have so much vision down, they should have been aware, okay, they're all missing off the map, and this is what they have. Surely they're in the pit, so maybe APG were aware and said, okay, we can't fight it. It's too high risk if they get a silence down, but I mean...
Perhaps they knew, they get the silence off. It's going to decimate pretty much the side of APG. But if they don't stack the jump in and allow Sandking to actually channel up his epi, maybe send Void in, drops the bubble, charges up the epi, it could be a different situation. But perhaps they just didn't know.
Yeah, I think they didn't know. But they won't make this mistake again, surely. But again, they spoke about this on the panel as well. They said, you make one mistake and it can completely ruin your game. So I don't think it's going to be the end of the world for them. They just got to defend, but they're definitely going to have a lot of net worth loss. Considering they are ahead in that, they are going to have a little bit of a tough time with this Aegis in the hands of Sinister 5.
Well, I mean, looking at the net worths, the kills on the board, we're sitting 6 and 7, 22 minutes in favor of APG. Net worth also sitting in favor for them as well, 3K in the green. And Sin 5 looking like they're a little bit more confident moving around the map. I don't know what it is, it just feels like they've got a little bit more control, even though the numbers say that APG is ahead.
Phalanx? Yeah, he's in trouble.
Strike being used out, can't TP out. Phalanx as X marks the spot, Torrent's going to be good. Aghanims picks up a kill for himself. Phalanx scored a little bit out of bounds there. And one of those threats that Monkey King possesses is that he can be on the trees, he can see you, but you can't see him.
Yeah. So ACG is doing really good work here. He realizes, okay, listen, they got Aegis. We shouldn't really fight. Let's split push these waves out. Let's punish them for grouping up. And he's doing a great job at that. At the same time, O'Malley is keeping the lanes pressured at least with the Iron Shell. So they actually might just trade a tier 2 tower here for one another. And it's pretty costly for Sinister 5 unless they opt to go for the high ground and get a successful movement there.
Well, there you go. They're going to actually clear down the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They're going to commit Exism as well. The Aghanims jumps in and going to kill that beauty rather quickly. In the meantime, in the top lane, ACG going to try and split push this out, see what he can do in the top. So the side of Sin 5 decide to push on in and knock at the doors of APG. The TP comes in from Conspiracy, waiting for that jump. Silence goes out from Fearbender, stopping that onslaught there from Darkseer. And the TP does eventually coming from ACG. Gonna force back the boys from Sin 5. And I mean, that was good enough. They forced specific rotations from the boys at APG. And Sin 5 are saying, dance for me, my little puppets, dance.
Yeah, they did a good job there. They got a decent amount of chip damage done to that tier 3 tower. They'll be very happy with that. They still held on to the Jaegers. They didn't lose anyone. They traded a tier 2 for a tier 2, but the amount of chip damage definitely worth their while. So they're... I think, I still look at Aghanim and see him with the Aegis. I feel like they might have wanted to give it to Fearbender, but I suppose once the Exorcism has been popped, it's done. So
it's like a one-trick pony, almost.
Yeah. So, however, if he dies before he throws that Exorcism, they will have that regret. But I definitely think it's probably the right idea in that sense. But bot lane now.
Well, we do have Fearbender, Traxian, X marks the spot. Silence is going to be used out there. The Spirit Siphon, Yules immediately about Bob Yules charging up the Epi, trying to devastate the side of Sin 5, and they lose good old Traxian. Conspiracy jumps forward, very aggressive, can't find that bubble, and they may actually just secure themselves a tier 2 as well as the kill onto the Kunkka.
Yeah, very good trade there for APG this time around. They do use the wards and get a valuable trade, considering the fact that there is an Aegis on hand here for the side of Sinister 5. They will be very happy with that. And Sinister 5, they've got a lot of work to do, keep these lanes pushed out, and the Aegis, its clock is ticking now. Once that Aegis is down, they're going to go back to sort of being behind. But I say that APG are 6k ahead in net worth. So this is not a good place for for Sinister 5 currently.
Well, I mean, we spoke about timings. We talked about in the previous game. We're talking about late game, the mid game. Looking at the draft, which side of the scale favors which team? Is it late game for the side of APG, or does it favor more Sin 5?
I think APG once again have a very strong late game, but we saw Sinister 5 take the weaker late game team and take it late game and still win. But I think like Faces Void and Queen of Pain scale a little bit better than actually I'm going to backtrack on what I say. Monkey King scales actually extremely well, so he's pretty scary. His Boundless Strike is very, very scary. So I think they're alright going into the late game, but if Faces Void gets a lot, it's pretty scary. So I don't know. It can go two ways.
So it's about not forcing out any team fights, waiting for the game to go late game. Beautiful done from Traxian. Actually blocks in O'Malley. He can't get out. There's X marks the spot. You going nowhere, buddy. Spirit Siphon going to try and do what he can. The tree has actually been eaten out. O'Malley may actually be able to get out of here, but the X marks the spot, just making sure they can actually confirm that kill. As Fearbender does pick up the kill on O'Malley, and I think he actually used out the Arcane Rune as well, just before he died. So, no, sorry, I lied. There's Conspiracy actually used out the Arcane Rune. Bot lane though, APG trying to get some shenanigans. They dropped the snakes on the tier 3 and getting some chip damage for themselves on that lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of worth the trade. Yeah, it's a lot of gold that they gave over, but look at the amount of chip damage those wards did. So it's sort of putting this threat that if you make these sort of plays, you've got to be willing to make this trade. And yeah, they killed O'Malley, but this trade is very bad. And top, Stunts in trouble, gets eels up as soon as he gets his ultimate off, and he should go down here. I don't imagine he lives.
No, he does not live with 4 of the APG warriors surrounding good old Stunt. There's nowhere for him to go. Yules up on the Queen of Pain. Something else we didn't touch on, we spoke about it to cancel out X marks the spot, but also really, really well for that borrowed time.
Yeah, just kite it out. Make sure that he's not going anywhere at any speed, and shut him down after that. So, I mean, APG are actually ahead right now. It like since the 5 were doing well, the Aegis is down now. They're behind in net worth. It's sort of slipping out of their control here. ACG has now got Orchid of Malevolence online, so everyone's got to be sort of afraid of that hero, and he's very difficult to catch, seeing that he did go Eels first. So I think APG are very happy with the position they're in right now.
I mean, sitting 8 and 9, a 7k advantage. Let's take a look at what our XP says. They're sitting a 4k in the black. They are really happy with that. The question is, can they hold onto it? The boys from Sinister 5, they're not going to go out without a fight. And APG definitely want to take this to a 1-1 game.
Yeah, you bring it up. 8 and 9, 28 minutes into the game. Very, very few kills here. Seems like a sort of rugby final, right? Both teams sort of rather sit back and just get those safe points. They just wait for the safe points. They don't want to take a risk. And this is favoring APG's draft, for sure. They just have a faster way of farming, and Sinister 5 maybe hoping that APG try and overextend onto them, but APG just keeping cool heads. Considering the position they're in, that's really good of them.
Well, Sin 5, they have grouped up. They're going to try and make a play here for the bot lane. A tier 2 tower stands in the way for them to push high ground. Repo throws down the liquid fire, going to start working it away as this all happens in the top lane. ACG going to try and return the favor. It does have a TP available. And Sin 5 says, well, Exorcism has been used out. They're going to use up the shrine. There comes the TPs. They're going to try and get some work done here. ACG TPs into the top lane. X marks the spot on ACG. They're going to try and see what they can do. The Yules has been used to debuff. The X marks the spot, but Bob Yules jumps in there with the epicenter. The bubble comes down. A symphony of skills coming out as the Wukong command comes down, and Fearbender Yules himself out. Root has been used up onto Phalanx, and the Exorcism doing such decent work here as they're trying to teeter away the side of APG. Sin 5 decides the best of it and has to get out as Exorcism actually does come off cooldown, and the boys at Sin 5 have to back on out as the defense from APG it's like a fortress.
Yeah, they still took a little bit of chip damage here, but I mean, in the grand scale of things, that was a really good defense. The fact that Fearbender managed to survive there, that was quite impressive. I really thought he was in big trouble, but using the Eels efficiently, getting earned up, making sure they kept him alive post that, and that was really good for him. And
did anyone actually go down there?
Yeah, the Repo went down as a Jakiro.
Is it? Okay, so they did lose one in that fight, and I suppose that was the reason for them to call the back off. But here we go. They do try and spot out the team here. Traxon has been silenced up. There's the Yules into the Rod of Atos, fighting under the Magnifier. The Vac is there. Bob Yules doesn't have the epicenter available. Phalanx gets the shackles off onto Aghanims. He's trying to be kept alive by stuns. The boat comes in, catches out 3, and now Fearbender gets the siphon off onto Conspiracy. He gets rooted out. He goes down as well. Repo goes down as well on the sidelines, and Stunt, he's going to try and keep his team alive. The dagger does come out from Queen of Pain. Stunt still trying to keep Fearbender alive. Borrowed time being used out. Traxian going to get the torrent off, catches out good old Manny, and the TP has been called for him to get out of their Stunt. He's going to be the next to fall out, and they lose 3 for the side of Sin 5 as APG are looking indomitable at the moment, only losing Conspiracy. The question is, does Sin 5 have enough to defend this top lane? They don't have buybacks on 3 of the heroes. They're going to try and look at pushing in bot lane, lower HP tier 3. They drop the wards. Traxian going to try and get X marks the spot. The Torrents is good, but taking a little bit of damage there from the Queen of Pain. Fearbender using out the Siphon, and those snake wards are doing a ton of damage. X marks the spot onto Phalanx. The boat has been used out, drops a huge amount of damage as Aghanim picks himself up a kill, losing the one lane of Rax. The range Rax is down, but the boys defend any further onslaught and force the boys out of the base as Sin 5 hold on without any buybacks.
Yeah, and this leaves shrines available to be taken, and Sinister 5 have got their work set out for them. They're going straight back to the Roche pit this time around. I don't know if this is a good idea. Is there any vision? I suppose, but Bob Yules surely going to go scout this one out. He's got a blink dagger as well as a Yules, so if necessary he can get himself on that. Ooh, the scan caught them. This is really bad. Really bad. Bob Yules is charging up his ultimate, looking for something.
Oh, he catches out Traxian, and the root comes down, so does the outpath. But the Wukong command comes out, trying to hit down Bob Yules. He's going to bite the dough. Oh, no, he doesn't. Force Staff coming out. Sandstorm's up. He has been silenced out here. Fearbender can't get anything done. Can Bob Yules get out of it? They're going to try and lose Conspiracy. Manages to debuff that damage. The bubble comes down, catches out 3. Much better bubble, but there's X marks the spot, trying to control out Conspiracy. In the meantime, ACG on the sidelines gets down the damage that is so needed. Traxian has been glimmer caped up. He has been controlled up by the ice path, but the Exism just getting so much work done. Trying to fight under that is absolutely ridiculous, as Aghanim is going to right-click down O'Malley. He's going to hit the deck, and now Aspath got to come out trying to catch what they can. They can't. Conspiracy, does he look for more? They want to try and stop the rush, but stunt goes down eventually to Bob Yules, comes back in. Time dilation being used out. Phalanx comes in, gets the ether shock off. They do lose Traxian. The shackle comes out, holding out Aghanim, but the Yules is going to be there. And Mr. Bob Yules once more low HP, but fighting like a hero. And now the silence comes out. They're going to lose Aghanims, and APG looking indomitable at the moment. Full 5-man team wipe. APG do it. How? I have no idea. And turning around, Mr. Bob Yules fighting with pretty much a tenth of his HP that entire fight.
Yeah, so there were like 2 periods in that team fight. The first period, 10 ultis got used, 1 person dies. The second phase, 1 ulti gets used, and 6 people die. It's absolutely, it's madness, but it shows that like Sinister 5 have the sustain, but their draft just doesn't have enough sort of farming heroes, so they're behind in these team fights. So all of a sudden, APG can just turn around quickly and fight back into them, because now they can right-click them more efficiently. And it's definitely showing you, Sinister 5 are having a tough time. They're not really farming a tremendous amount. The Monkey King has got no real farming mechanics. He needs to find kills if he wants to get any sort of a gold. But yeah, APG in a very comfortable position, and they are right to take this game into the later stages.
Well, that graph swung absolutely in favor of APG. They did lose the bottom lane of racks. So the path is open, and that very well will be their saving grace, that they have managed to be able to take out that bottom lane of racks.
Yeah, so I mean, right now, APG, 18k net worth lead. It's pretty significant. And the side of Sinister 5, oh, Chrono going to be dropped, but Reaper's going to manage to avoid it. But Sonic Wave, they're looking for more. Epicenter inside there. That is a dead Fearbender, as well as Reaper going to be brought down. And APG, man, they just all over this. They're all over this. They managed to find the entire racks in the bot lane. Sinister 5 are in the top, but they need to get themselves back here. This is not a good trade.
No, Fearbender doesn't have buyback. We do have buyback on the Jakiru. They may actually have to force this out. They got to jump in. Phalanx gets the blink on in. Drops the walls. There's the shackles. Screen from ACG. 3 down for the side of Sinister 5. There comes the buyback from Jakiru. Trying to throw out the Wukong command. Doesn't happen. He's going to try and do it again. He's going to go down before that happens. And now APG revigored. GG has been called out. And APG says, not today, boys. We are staying put. And it is 1-1. This is going to go to a game 3. Who would have ever thought? APG fighting to the death to make sure they stay in this tournament. They are going nowhere.
Yeah, far more clinical performance coming out from APG this time around. Sinister 5, they're still sort of playing the same type of Dota that they did from today, like the beginning of this, and even throughout the year, they've been playing this sort of Dota, very aggressive and like try and break down your building. So I think APG have worked them out and did a good job. Again, very clinical performance, and we'll see if they can hang into this lower bracket. We know that they are lower bracket kings. Yeah. We know that.
Well, we're going to leave it up to them during the break to sort that out. In the meantime, we're going to hand it back to Wilson and the guys at the panel.
So, the Kings retain their crown. Sorry to say you were wrong.
I mean, first time today, okay?
But APG still fighting, still swinging, and they swing hard, my boys. Still, a little bit more news from behind the stage here. It
looks like we do have our first person going home, and that will be in the form of eXdee, losing the second match 17-41 after a 50-minute struggle. That's about as much as you're going to get from them, as they're going to be headed home from here on in. But we do wish them a good goodbye, and we do see still so much potential in that youthful team.
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
it's rough. It's rough. Energy's rough.
Energy certainly came here with a plan. They're not mucking about this time around. One might have argued that they were mucking about the last time, not this time.
Nah, I think the last game that Energy played, they fell prey to Morphling. I mean, losing to Morphling in the best one doesn't seem like it's not enough to judge whether the team is good or not, and Energy is like really good. They actually were manhandling eXdee for a large portion of their game, so I think that's the energy that we expect to see, especially now that they are always going to have best of threes going all the way up to the finals, so that's more time for them to actually express their power more, and then you less prey to falling prey to like in a draft to get caught by one hero and lose the game.
So
you always have to commit so much to killing a Morphling, especially with farm. So it's just a bit unfortunate. But going up against Energy in a best of three as a team like eXdee is really, really rough. And my hat goes off to Energy. Well done. Wherever you are, well done.
They're out there somewhere.
Oh wait, there we go. There's Chelsea.
There they are. Right. So to the matter at hand, the business of APG. They've managed to struggle their way back into this. Now both teams are sitting with one to lose. That's it. That's all it takes, and they are going home with the boys of eXdee.
This is their last game.
There must be so much running through their minds.
Well,
There's somebody's last game today, like right now.
Right now, yeah. And it's also the fact that it was basically the same game as we saw in the first game. They were about 8k ahead again. There was not that much. It was relatively even, doing the slow siege thing. They lost one fight, and APG took advantage, took a Rax. And then that long fight by Rosh, where it looked like Sinister 5 won the fight. They went to go shrine up, came back, and team wiped, took Rosh, game. And then Fearbender had to buy back just to defend the lane of Rax, right? And then she got caught out of position with, I believe, who was the other hero got caught out with?
She got caught out as well as Jakiro.
Jakiro, yeah. And then that's a buyback DP gone. Just not even a relevant buyback. You just had to buy back, and they still lost that Rax anyway. And that was just game.
I think what we actually might see in the series, it seems like the hero of this particular series has been Rasta. Both teams that won were able to, like you're saying, they win one fight and then you drop some promotes and take a Rax. So take some massive structure building. So that might be, I think, just being able to push after a team fight victory is something that we want to see from both teams, like in game 3. Do you think they'll change priority to prioritize Rasta more?
Look, what Sinister 5 is doing works. This game, it worked as well. I mean, inevitably they were going to win this, but they made some crucial mistakes in 2 team fights, and then obviously the buyback DP getting caught out of position, that just lost them the game completely. There's no coming back now. And I think they jumped from an 8k lead to an 18k lead, which makes it almost into that 20k mark where it's very hard to come back from.
There's an old saying that comes to mind at this point, separating the chaff from the wheat. Now, Sin 5, this is the big stage. This is the big time. It gets no bigger than this. They've just lost. They're about to go out. Are they going to have the strength of will to stick it out and come and bounce back for game 2?
I think so. I mean, they were swinging till the very last minute of the game. Like they should have called GG. Honestly, 5 minutes before they lost the game. Right, that's where it was clear that they had already lost. But they refused to call GG. They kept playing. They kept fighting it out. Kept looking for maybe one mistake, some exploitation that they can make to try and continue winning the game. But that never materialized for them. But I think they still have a foot in this game. I think they still have some weight. They can still move. Sure.
No, definitely, like we were saying before, it was even, and it comes down to who makes the first mistake. And if you make more than one in the space of 2 minutes, you're gone, you're out. It's literally that. It goes like this. It really does. I mean, losing the fight by Rosh, Fearbender having to buy back to defend Rax, didn't quite lose him the game. It was still winnable at that point, but him getting caught out without buyback, there's no death profit. You're gone, and you've got ages and a cheese to deal with as well. I'm sorry, like it's game. You have to call it.
Okay, so what went so well for APG? I mean, it sounds like we're saying...
The mistakes of Sinister 5.
The mistakes of Sinister 5.
Because the game was so close. It was 8k difference. It's really not significant enough to say which team is winning or losing, because they were doing the whole slow siege thing, both teams. And the only time that APG could really take a Rax is when they won that one fight. I think it was the bottom lane. They won that one fight, and then they were able to take Rax.
Yeah, then they took Rax immediately after that.
Yeah.
I do think they played one thing that I think went really right for them, they played really well around the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, they
did. They had two heroes, which basically Sinister 5 had to choose who do we control? Do we control the Quap or do we control the Faceless Void? And they kept most of the game, they control the Void.
Sorry, but like those silences and the Kunkka X-Mark spot, they did not let Conspiracy chrono at all. Like that guy just couldn't find the gap, and when he did chrono, he was X-Mark spot out of his chrono. So like they really did control that Void properly. But then it also leaves ACG open to go rampant on the Queen of Pain. So you have to choose one or the other.
Yeah.
I feel like both sides obviously don't want to go home tonight. Both of them don't want to go home. They're both fighting to stay alive. They're both fighting truly their hearts out there. But I feel like it would be more of a disappointment for APG to go home than it would for Sin 5.
Yep.
Sin 5, we almost didn't think that they would be here in the first place, let's be honest. They are the Black Horse. Yes, they're incredibly determined, and I know that the fans are sitting out there at the moment about to throw things at me.
I feel like they deserve to be here. They've proven themselves.
They certainly deserve all the praise in the world, boys. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, it's amazing that they've made it this far already. Whilst APG, we expect more.
We do, but I also think that Sinister 5, or we will be disappointed, as in the audience, because they're bringing us, for all their faults, right? They're bringing us new Dota. They're bringing us things that that other teams are not going to do, or they're not going to do as well as Sinister 5 does it. So APG definitely will be much more personally disappointed in themselves because they can do better. They've done better. They've proven they can do better.
They know how it feels to be on top, and to go home first in a land like this. It's going to be the first time in a year that they'll go home first. No, they're not going home first, but on the first day, this will be the first time in a year that happened to them. So I think that will be really soul crushing.
I wonder what the stream thinks actually. Push 1 if you think APG should go home. Push 2 if you think Sin 5 should. Either way, we'll leave you guys to fight it out on Twitch. In the meantime, though. So, you've just come off a crushing defeat on Sin 5. You were expecting to win this one. Everyone was rooting for you. APG kind of tilting a little bit, kind of starting to have shaky legs. Now you've just lost. You've got to get back into this. How do you swallow that defeat?
I think it's just guys, we lost. It's not like we got cheesed, but we made some crucial mistakes. We lost the game. I think it's one of those situations where not losing is better than not doing your best.
So just try not to repeat?
Yeah, try not to repeat, but also you can't say try not to repeat because the game was very close. Like you said, it was like 1 or 2 little mistakes that really did cost them the game, but those little mistakes count when a game is that close.
Well, for both teams, their heads are bloodied but unbowed as Sinister 5 and Aperture Gaming go at it one final time. And we shall see who comes out the victor. The crowd certainly thinks Sinister 5. I want your final predictions before we see the draft.
I said Sinister 5 game 1. I was right. I said Sinister 5 game 2. I was wrong. But I'm going to stick with Sinister 5.
Again, it's a 3-way Sinister 5, lady. You, sir?
I want Sinister 5 to win, but if I say they're going to win, I've been wrong about this entire series. Then
so you're going to vote the other way
so
around.
I'm going to say APG to make sure that Sinister 5 wins.
But I must
Either way, you gain applause. So, let's get straight into the draft. And there's a hero we've seen banned out first almost each and every single time. And now he's coming out to play, the man with the Venom, Viper.
Yep, they did this game 1 against WRG, the Fearbender Viper, so it's back again. This time it doesn't have Omni-Knight to back it up, but you could still have Oracle or Dazzle.
It's still annoying in lane, and it still throws off the mechanics. So it is a good hero to have, but it does fall off when it gets to that late game, the mid to late game stage, so they have to make it viable early, and they have to do something spectacular with this Viper. But one thing that I am glad to see banned out finally is that Shadow Shaman.
Yes, banned out, thank goodness.
Yeah.
So without a Rasta being available, there's no easy push for either team unless someone wants to commit for DP. So we might see APG now forced to just keep fighting again. Also, they're the ones that banned out the Faceless Void. So Conspiracy's only played 1 other hero thus far, the Spectre.
Yes.
I really doubt you want to play Spectre versus Viper though.
No.
Let me ask you this, is there any other hero that can fill the same niche as the Shadow Shaman that would prove as the alternative?
No.
Not really.
It's why you have to pick Shadow Shaman by itself. Like everything else is either it has some stun capability or it has some push, but it doesn't offer the full suite of things that Shadow Shaman can do. And now we're seeing APG go back for the usual meta picks right now. They pick Spirit Breaker first. They probably they might go Kunkka, they might go Night Stalker, but now they're just waiting for this pure setup type of lineup.
I mean, Shadow Shaman is just such a good hero. He's got a massive nuke. He's got reliable disable and then amazing push. So there's just really no other hero in Dota like with that versatility, having one hero. So definitely, I'm just glad to see him go because I would like to see something different come out for these teams.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah,
All
Treants, here we go. The Ratting King himself, the Prophet.
So Energy just won a game with a Nature's Prophet on their team.
Yep.
So is
Dirty
APG
people.
Taking a page out of somebody else's book.
Yeah, they're going to emulate that playstyle.
Potentially. It depends on whether or not we see a Storm Spirit as well. Because the Storm Spirit in Energy's game was absolutely essential. He kept getting jumped on, they couldn't manage to kill him, and that was the end of the fight because everybody else would pile in and they'd be out of things to do.
And you're just like, well, we can't do anything against the Storm, guys.
We're done.
Nyx is really good against Nature's Prophet, though. If you can catch this hero by surprise randomly while he's trying to get himself away, or if you know when he's going to use his ultimate, you prop the Carapace in advance, get into vision, then he's like auto-stunned anywhere on the map and somebody else can kill him.
But also what's nice that they have the Nature's Prophet on the side of the team of the Spirit Breaker as well, because generally you pick a Spirit Breaker against the Prophet because it's just so easy to counter him.
On a side note, can I just get a round of applause for that Nyx Assassin play? That was insane, was it not?
Yeah.
Damn, that was good. That was amazing. Very cheeky use of the spike carapace. I hope to see more of it tonight.
So actually, this is a game one. APG did play with the global strat, right? This is pseudo the same thing that they're trying again now. Spirit Breaker and Nature's Prophet. So we could see more heroes leading into it. Like it didn't really that Zeus didn't work out for them in game one, but they might want to try it again.
Yeah, they might want to try the Zeus again. They haven't banned it out. It is still there for them to pick. But one thing I must say about having a Prophet as well as a Spirit Breaker is that you think you can go gank a hero or you can go on a hero in a lane, and then all of a sudden there's two more heroes, and then you're going against three instead of just one. So it's always that threat. It's like having a Pudge or Maran, anything like that. You always have to watch out for a hook. You have to watch out for a charge. You can't just, free farm a lane and expect not to be, gone on, because, there is that. And then you have to always watch out for your lanes, because, Prophet's going to split push. He is the rat. Amel Bulldog made him famous.
The famous rat.
The famous rat himself, yes.
Do you think we have an Aperture Bulldog?
An Aperture Bulldog.
Sorry.
Who would that be then? Be careful now.
Ooh,
Disruptor.
I only get to see my man come down to the field in the form of the Disruptor. I love this guy.
This is like everything that I would normally pick against the against the Spirit Breaker or a Prophet. They're actually you got the Disruptor, you've got the Spirit Breaker. It's just, how are you getting away from ganks now? You got someone to bring you back, you got someone to TP in, you got someone to charge. These heroes work so well.
That's Sinister 5's trick. They don't plan to get back. They don't plan, how do you drag people? They just plan to fight you. They're just going to run at you. They're not going to try and catch you. You don't have to come to them. Like having Jakiro Viper, they can push pretty early on.
Yeah.
Jakiro again?
Yeah. I think Jakiro's
It's their go-to hero.
It's their go-to pick.
Jakiro is just so strong. It really, really is. What it does to towers, how it harasses in lane, it is brilliant. It really is. And it's a tanky support as well with a fair amount of armor. So for me, it's a brilliant support and it fits this meta perfectly.
Ooh, another CK.
Yeah.
Okay, so game one, they won with mid Jakiro and support CK. I'm not sure if we're going to see that again.
I just want to see this happen once more in my life. Right? Support CK, rushes Aghanims, you get a Terrorblade, Metamorphosis, throw your Aghanims onto the Terrorblade. Come on.
Terrorblade is actually not a bad pick.
It's not a bad pick here as well. It's really good here as well. I really want to see it. I hope someone does it.
If they did that, they could actually just easily snowball over them, because Jug can't really man fight versus the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
So
I have to be honest, I'm terrified of Terrorblade anyway. He doesn't need more illusions.
Just imagine Metamorphosis, right? Double Metamorphosis essentially. CK Illusion,
and
Metamorphosis.
Manta
Manta Style.
Yeah.
What do?
Basically, it's like playing Shadow Demon meta again. I don't think anybody misses that. That was garbage. It was awful Dota.
Yeah, the whole Luna.
Ian run. No, it wasn't Ian, it was eXdee. eXdee was trying to run a Shadow Demon.
Oh, did they lose?
Yep.
I'm very glad.
They lost.
Yeah, they lost.
I'm very glad.
I'm glad you lost.
Low blow, boys. Low blow.
I'm just going to hide behind the cow.
Right, so final ban Kunkka from the side of Aperture Gaming. What does that tell you?
So they think that Sinister 5 still needs support. They're banking on the CK pick. Oh my god.
Bambi.
There's no way I would have called Bambi.
No way.
Yesterday I was actually sitting down, right? I was doing my TI predictions the other day, and I was thinking which heroes do I not expect to be picked. And I was like, Chen and Enchantress, like, no one's going to pick these heroes. Not in 2017.
It is the jungle patch, but it's not as effective as it used to be.
Yeah. So
and it takes you like 3 camps to get to level 2s instead of 2. So, it's still, there's more farm on the map, but Enchantress,
I've got to be honest, that's a damn good pick. That is a seriously good pick.
This puts so much pressure in the early game because now APG were the ones who were planning to play very fast pace ahead, ganking all around. But now you have to actually watch your lanes. You can't necessarily just easily charge across the map as Spirit Breaker because you might need to charge mid to protect somebody from an Enchantress gank.
Yeah,
but
it
also
does
for me,
provide a bit of push in the form of the occasional creep from time to time. It does also negate a lot of the physical damage by purely slowing down the attack rate of whoever's attacking her.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, she's just so vulnerable because her base stats are just garbage.
Yeah.
She's so squishy.
Her base stats, like, it's... Oh.
Yeah, sniper.
It's a sniper.
This is going to be funny. This is going to be funny trying to see the sniper hit the enchant.
Here's the thing about sniper though. I'm not sold on the sniper because APG virtually have 0 stuns right now. They have a charge, they have the ultimate, they have like one lockdown from the disruptor, but that's pretty much it. So and on the other side you have heroes like Viper, CK need to be controlled. These are not heroes that you can allow to just run freely across you. So I'm not feeling good about. I just sniper won today actually.
Yeah.
Which game? Like,
I think it was actually no two times I saw him.
So it's 2 yards.
I certainly saw him in the back there as
It's
well.
been 2 games of sniper this today. The one just didn't work out for them.
Nonetheless,
I don't know. I'm
so
not
guys, are any of you going to change your minds based on the draft?
I'm interested in this Enchantress pick. I don't like it.
Sin 5?
I told you, Sin 5.
Sin 5? Yeah. It's unanimous. Let's see if Sin 5 have it. And the casters are ready for us. Chubba, Scoppy, have fun.
Well, welcome back. Game 3. Who would have thought that the boys have taken it the full 9 yards? This is the last game of the night. Who is going to be the one to go home? Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to eXdee a little bit earlier. Who will be the one to leave the island next? We will see shortly as these two teams go head to head. Scarpy, your thoughts on this game?
Man, it's just so hard to say. I mean, I remember the time when I was watching APG beat Bravado and I'm like, I want these guys to win everything. But now Sinister 5 come into this with like crazy drafts, doing some completely unorthodox stuff, and now I want them to win. Like it's so hard to call. I don't want anyone to go home here really. But at the end of the day, we're gonna have to look over at the draft, and I just like APG's draft again. Since the 5 are going for this, we're not going to farm. We're gonna fight and break down your buildings, and they've won a couple of games and they've been pretty threatening like that. But I think that APG are aware of how they play.
Well, I'd like to give a shout out to Mr. Sargon providing us stats throughout the day. Perhaps he can give us one more. How many times has Enchantress been picked or banned throughout the entire year, or even at this event? This event, I think it has been 0, but throughout the year, maybe you could tell us, because that is an absolute surprise from left field.
Yeah, I can agree. The Enchantress pickup here on Traxian. Traxian, however, has a gigantic hero pool. This is something that is always an asset when you do have him on your side. Every team I've seen him play for, he sort of he can play anything. He plays Pos 4, Magnus. He plays whatever you need. So we'll see how this pays off. He's going to try and look potentially for a snipe here, but the Phalanx is going to be walking past, so Traxian needs to get himself out of dodge.
Oh, I don't think our Phalanx actually does spot out. Good old Traxian. Just can't move his legs a little bit fast enough, but it's going to look like it's going to turn into another dual mid lane once again.
Yeah, so, I mean, this happens quite often, and they're playing up against a Viper. Viper's just such a strong laner. It's going to be a big problem for ACG in the early stages while he's sort of lacking in range. He didn't go for Shrapnel. So, I mean, Viper still does well, so if they can sort of keep pressure, actually he's going to be charging bot here. Looking maybe for stun, but it's going to be a difficult kill, to say the least.
He has only got his stun available. Charge is still going through. Phalanx is going to make it happen. Bob Yules is there. There comes the Blade Fury. The stun was good. Can he get out of it? Trying to run to his tier 1 tower for protection. He may go down here. One more right click is needed. He's going to be able to close it out. It's not. He's going to be able to survive stunned from nowhere. Surviving through that. And while that all's happening, Conspiracy getting blocked out here. And going to get stunned out. And now Stunt going to turn it around, giving some love back. Oh, wow. From Stunt, changing the aggression from the hunted to the hunter.
Yeah, so we have a replay of the first not kill. as the charge comes through. The spin, that was a really good stun. As soon as he saw flanks, he had that down on him pretty quickly. And this should have been a sure kill, but Stunt really uses the fog of war very well here. We can see the animation gets cancelled by Conspiracy and is able to get himself on out. So really well played there by Stunt.
Well, while that went down, mid lane was first blood. They lost ACG, being able to use the net creeps to be able to get that kill. We'll be able to show it to you guys very shortly, but beautiful rotation coming in from Retraxian, and ACG paying with his live TPs back in the mid immediately. As soon as that replay is available, we'll be able to bring it to you.
Before that, there's going to be potentially
there's going to be another one in the mid lane. Traxian now getting charged out. The net is good. Phalanx going to try and make a play here. ACG drops the shrapnel. Another net coming out from Traxian. Shrapnel trying to work on Traxian. Bliss coming out from the uphill from ACG. The RNG is not with you today, my boy, as those creeps do eventually get cleaned out from the rotation of the Disruptor. And Traxian being able to stay alive by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, Traxian is quite fortunate there that he manages to survive. So, I mean, again, that's all right. The chances of him missing uphill onto that Enchantress, man, that's pretty brutal. Meanwhile, top lane, O'Malley, he's taking a decent amount of harassment here. Of course, this time around we do have a core Chaos Knight, so he's going to be looking to find a tremendous amount of farm in quick succession here. But a wraparound coming again from Traxian. He does still have that Dark Troll Summoner, and this could be a bit trickier for O'Malley, but he scouts it out with his own little tree, and so he'll be able to get himself an out, or will he?
Oh, here comes the Fog of War playing his enemy. Drops the tree, and there's the Ice Path. Is it going to be enough? O'Malley going to try and get out of there. TP's on cooldown, not alive, and he's down. Going to be able to farm that out. At the same time, Spirit Breaker wants to find Repo. Does he cancel it? He does. Pulls back, throws out the handbrake, and he's not going to follow in there. Phalanx deciding the better of it. And already 0-3 for the side of Sin 5. If you guys out there are supporting Sin 5, I want to hear you. I want to hear you scream for your team.
Yeah, man. Sinister 5, they're, again, this time around, they're having a much better laning stage. And every time we see them have a good laning stage, they have a very good outcome. So it's very important that this does happen. As well as Fearbender having a good time. He's having a pretty decent lane. He's maxing out his corrosive skin. And by all means, Shrapnel is an absolute nuisance majority of the time. But for a Viper, he's not too concerned about a sniper. I know it rhymed, whatever. Don't laugh at me.
Say that again for us.
Yeah, so I mean, Viper, he's just one of those heroes that are just going to win the lane most of the time, and Sniper's going to have a tough time sort of dealing with him. But we see, going largely for stats as ACG, he's got double Wraith Bands up, so he too realizes, okay, I need to tank myself up, get decent armor, get decent HP pool, and that will help him sustain himself.
Well, Phalanx spending a little bit of time in the top lane in the side of the jungle, doesn't want to get spotted out, trying to be a threat. If he doesn't show himself on the map, that obviously means that's a threat. And the charge is coming in, bot lane, Conspiracy, trying to spin it to win it. Stunt trying to stay alive, he's got no more mana for anything. He's going to go down here to the likes of Conspiracy and Bob Yules, taking him to church and sending him back to base.
Yeah, getting that critical strike there was, I nearly say critical. I might as well just say it was critical there. So he secured that kill, and that also meant the Spirit Breaker didn't need to go too far away from the mid lane, and he can keep a constant amount of pressure. As we can see, Traxian is just walking around the back of this mid lane here, but charges once again onto Stunt. Stunt needs to be careful if he does overextend here, but are they going to dive this? No.
I don't think it's the wise decision, but mid. They have got the route out onto ACG. The Assassinate tries to come out. Not going to be good. O'Malley trying to turn around. Realizes it was a bad idea. It's a double kill. Mistakes were made, people. Phalanx can't get anything from the back of that. And Traxian and Fearbender taking the boys of APG to school and saying, yeah, the mistakes were made. TP's in, TP's out. And couldn't get anything off the back of that.
Yeah, so we got a TP here. I mean, this is definitely kill on ACG, but look where O'Malley TP's in. He realizes, oh, this was a terrible idea. TP out immediately, but Fearbender is just dealing a tremendous amount of damage at this stage of the game. He has got his trades as well as Aquila up. he's pretty scary. You can't really rotate too deep into him unless you are certain that it's going to be successful. So that's a very big loss there for APG. Having a tough time in the laning stages, and Traxian really doing something with this Enchantress that we couldn't expect.
Well, you know what? If you don't play against a hero really often, you kind of underestimate, or you're not really sure of the skills, and you kind of get caught off guard. Especially now with the jungle being able to spawn so often, leaves a lot more options or a lot more creeps at her disposal.
Yeah, absolutely, and just due to that and using smokes sufficiently, is pretty useful. But Traxian, he doesn't really have any creeps with Cat right now, so they're more than likely going to use this to try and push and do some damage to this tier 1 tower, which has already taken a significant amount of chip damage. And I don't think O'Malley's going to be able to do much about this, so we'll have to back himself for now.
They do have two around there. Jakuru, the best at taking towers. Liquid Fire doing the business. Traxian's helping out. Got 2 creeps. And it's going to be first objective here for Sin 5. 8 minutes in. Objective 1 done, dusted. And they're going to look to see if they can find a little bit more. Potentially going to the mid lane, punishing ACG as he has no viable or quick escape.
The seeds of fort. Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking over the net worth, which is actually quite significant right now. This Viper is huge in comparison to everyone else. He's sitting with 4.5k in comparison to the highest net worth on the opposing team is only 3.2.
Bot lane though, Phalanx gets spotted out, gets slowed up by Traxian, decides to get his charge on, going to get out to the closest creeps. He's going to try and run away, and no more charge coming out from Sin 5. They do manage to destroy that healing ward. Now Traxian may be in a little bit of trouble, running through the trees. Blade Fury, Thunderstrike, going to be easy meat, and eventually Traxian does go down, gets punished for being a little bit too aggressive. Stunt not close enough to help out his teammate, and Bambi got shot between the eyes by the hunter.
Yeah, and Nature's Prophet from across the map just cast his ulti, you know. He probably told Constantly, oh, it was a mistake, but we all know it wasn't a mistake. He wanted that kill, but yeah, they secure a very quick kill onto him there. You need to sort of burst down a Bambi because of the untouchable can give an opportunity to escape. But at the end of the day, it's not too terrible of a trade. Fearbender's still doing extremely well. He's really far ahead, as well as the CK doing pretty well for himself. So they are all right with that trade.
Now, something we saw in the earlier game today, we did have Sin 5 pick up the Viper against WRG. Sin 5 had a really good start against WRG, and found that maybe the Viper was a little bit overwhelmed when it came to the later parts of the game. Do you see the same thing happening in this game? Before you answer that though, just hold that thought, because the charge is coming in onto Repo. He's going to try and pull back. Fearbender in the vicinity to try and keep Repo alive. Throws down the ice path, and Phalanx makes you pay with his life. Fearbender taking him out. So does Conspiracy. Wipes out Traxian, and the boys from APG try to move forward. The glimpse is there. Going to bring Fearbender back, but the stun from the Centaur going to try to keep them in place. The Omni Slash is being used out. Going to TP himself out of there, and only losing good old Traxian is going to be a worthwhile trade.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad trade at all. I think they exchanged.
Well, it actually went in favor for APG just by a few amounts of gold.
Yeah, it's just because that Enchantress is so far ahead. He's had so many more successful rotations in comparison to that of the Spirit Breaker. So his death is far more valuable, financially as well as to slow down Sinister 5's sort of push forward. So Sinister 5 still happy with the outcome. The fact that Fearbender managed to get out of there is really good. Having 4 points up in corrosive skin definitely helped him out there. He still got out with half HP, and a lot of spells were thrown down on him, and multiple heroes beating up at him, and he got out quite comfortably.
So before that little fight broke out, I was asking you a question. Does Viper have what it takes to scale well into the late game, or does APG's draft manage to get them to that late game?
Viper's one of those heroes that do very well into the late game. He scales pretty decently, but I think the objective for Sinister 5 is, okay, we must get these sort of goals achieved, and then we can look at going into the later game, because then we have a decent margin lead. Whereas They've got a 3k net worth lead currently, so they're very happy with this. But we have to not really look at Viper. CK is also one of those here who scales extremely well. He's got Hanamatis now, so his farm's only going to escalate that much more, and they haven't really punished him for this. So he finds himself another tower. They're going to trade one, but I mean, that's 2 towers probably going to be traded here, as the mid's also going to go down. So Sinister 5 still getting better trades.
Right, well, they are putting a little bit of pressure onto the tier 1, doing what they can to destroy the objectives here and slowly making their way into the side of APG's base. Clearing out those creeps is going to be really easy for ACG, as Traxian has been quite a nuisance. Does this maybe pose an idea of picking up a couple of dominators for the side of APG, or just not worth it and just deal with the newts?
I think they can just go Hanamatis is probably better than going for the Dominator, because Dominator did take a pretty terrible nerf, I would say, but yeah, they'll be okay with this. They're trading poorly here. They lost the tier 2 top, and they haven't even brought down their tier 2 down to a half HP. So Sinister 5, they either got to secure this or get themselves out of here, because a fight's surely going to break out.
Well, they're going to be able to secure themselves at mid-tier 2. TPs are going to happen. They're going to make their way top, and going to try and protect out the top lane of Rax. A little bit of chip damage it did take, lost about 189 HP there. It's going to be ever slowly for APG, probably going to make their way into the top lane, considering the amount of chip that has actually happened.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not a bad trade for APG at all. They traded I suppose 2 tier 1s and a tier 2 for a tier 1 and tier 2. So I mean, it's unfavorable in a sense, but if we look at the net worth, it's favoring the side of Sinister 5 currently, so these kind of trades are not too bad for them, and they got, well, some sort of chip damage done to the high ground, which is, it's always significant. Any form of damage done to high ground is always a bit of an issue. You sort of got to counter that out, make sure the lanes are constantly pushed out. You can't afford for another siege creep to lay down onto your tower, so it's now going to be a constant focus here for Sinister 5.
So we are sitting 40 minutes in, 3 and 6, gold going in advantage of Sinister 5. Where do we move from this point in? What is the items that Sinister 5 is waiting for? What are we waiting for the side of APG to take us into the next phase of the game?
So Agamemnon has already got his omelet up, so that's really big for him, because that means his illusions are going to be doing a lot of work. He's going for the Manta style, which is still a pretty good build. It's going to help him farm quite sufficiently, but I don't think they're looking to really fight anytime soon. They're going to, maybe the Hurricane Pike on Fearbender is a decent spike, but other than that, I think they're going to be patient and wait until Stunt gets his Blink Dagger or something of that sort. So they'll be happy with the position they're in. They've got 2 Handomatises. As long as they don't lose too many objectives, they will be able to keep this economic lead. On the other hand, Maelstrom's going to be up soon for the sniper, so he's going to be able to escalate his farm a little bit, but they don't really want to fight on the back of that. I think they're just going to rely on maybe Conspiracy finding a kill too with his Omnistash once he does get that up to level 2, because the supports will have a bit of a tough time, especially Traxian.
Well, having a look in the bot lane, here comes a little bit of a hunter party. Going to be putting pressure on this tier 2 as well. In the meantime, APG congregating around the top part of the map for the side of Sinister 5. Aghanim spotting out. Phalanx gets the 4-second stun. Going to make easy work of him. The TP comes in from the rest of the team, and Aghanim is pretty much soloed. Phalanx going to use the shrine and shrine it up, farm it out while that's all happening. Forces out the rotations in the bot lane as Conspiracy does blade and spin it to win it. Fearbender trying to get out of there. There comes the glimpse, understatic storm, and now Melee as well as Conspiracy trying to fight it out. They're going to lose down the Jagger, and good old Fearbender man-moding it completely. The TP is good, and ACG can't get that break for the TP. He makes it out of there by the skin of his teeth, pretty much losing Fearbender, but keeping good old Reaper alive. And the boys from ACG defending lost Phalanx a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I believe we do have a replay of that outcome. So getting the spin off a little bit early there, so he didn't have the spin for the damage output, so he had to brawl into the Viper, who was just laying wake, and the Reaper's ultimate just did so much work. It made life very difficult for Juggernaut. If he managed to hold on to his Blade Fury there, it could have been a bit of a better trade the fact that Fiabenda killed the Juggernaut before he died meant that he at least got some experience from that. So not too bad, but it was a sort of financial gain, at least for the side of APG, at least the trade there.
Right, so we O'Malley also trying to pick up his Maelstrom as well. Also another farming item, trying to just be able to get the split push on. It's going to make it really easy for him to be able to push on through to the base of the side of
Sniper's in trouble.
And ACG does get the Macafire. There comes this the charge in onto Stunt. ACG going to make it out, and he does pretty easy. We weren't concerned.
Yeah.
I wasn't concerned.
No, yeah, it was easy.
Alex, actually tempting fate here. Didn't want to actually close the gap, although we do have Juggy in the back lines. Repo doing the dance around the trees. The pings come out, and Stunt says, let's just get out of there. Going to use the Omni Slash, and a nice little bash coming out from Stunt as well. O'Malley trying to also be part of this action, throws down his Sprout. Not going to be able to spot out Stunt. He has actually Vendetta moded up. And Sentry is in vicinity. Going to use his Carapace and just walk himself out of there.
Yeah. A bit of a mistake there from O'Malley. He might have wanted to Sprout instead of right-click. There is a Quelling Blade on the next, though, so I suppose...
Oh, there's the charge top lane, Phalanx. They're trying to find Atraxian. There's the glimpse. Going to cancel Atraxian's TP. And another one falls down. ACG getting himself a double kill. And APG, before you know it, back in the game. Almost leveling things out. 7 and 8. 18 minutes in with less than a K net worth difference.
Yeah, neither of these teams are leaving anything on the field here. They're going all out, and I think it's pretty good here for APG, that trade. They'll be happy with that. Getting a kill into the CK was absolutely necessary. That's his first death, and sort of slow down his farm because he's doing pretty well. Again, the Viper is still probably their bigger concern. Right now, he's going for the Maelstrom, so something different this time from Fiabenda. He did go for a Hood occasionally, this time going Maelstrom, realizing, okay, I've got to deal some damage. We've got to deal with the wave clear, which is going to be coming from O'Malley with these treants. So it's a bit of a difficult thing to slow down, and realizing that wave clear is something that they are potentially lacking.
Well, he has got the Hurricane Park up, so range is a little bit better. Going to be able to try and at least find himself on top of the sniper. It's something you don't want ACG to do. I've seen him on his sniper and absolutely devastating. You really need to close the gap, and they've got stun for that. If they've got wards or sentries down, it's going to be really difficult to try and deal with that sniper, and something they need to try and focus and look towards.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult to deal with ACG. I think that's the biggest concern, but I think Spike Carapace is always good, because if there's a shrapnel lying lazily somewhere, he can just run into a Spike Carapace and sort of set up for his team. Like you said, he can also just go and visit to the background. But I think inside of APG, they're pretty well rehearsed, and at least making sure that they have sentries down wherever ACG is going to be. So it shouldn't be too much of a concern, but we'll keep a wary eye on that.
Well, here comes out the charge from Phalanx. He's just actually going to the mid lane. False alarm, guys, false alarm. I just saw him charging, got excited, and it turned out to be just a creep that he was charging out. Bot lane though, Atraxian, and looking to find himself a gorgeous little ACG. He is in the vicinity. Can he make something happen here? ACG has no escape. 7 seconds cooldown on the TP. Can he actually find him? He does actually spot him out. The TP is available. There comes out the assassinate. Atraxian taking a huge amount of damage though. And here comes the rest of the team for the side of Sin 5. And ACG going down. Super close call there on the TP. And
top lane though, before we get into the dust. The quick finger from stunned once again. Must be careful though, they are doing a lot of damage to this tier 3 tower. Omni
Slash is going to be good. They're going to drop down stunt, and they may actually lose the tier 3 top. O'Malley, the Phantasm comes out from Atraxian, trying to see if he can find anything. He has been glimpsed back, and the side of APG may look very good. Yeah, they do lose the top tier 3, and APG may look at pushing in to the higher ground. The TP has been used. The side of Sinister 5 going to try and trade it out. No TP available on Repo. No TP available on Aghanim. And this is it. The Rage Racks have been taken down. Fearbender, the only one standing in line. And that play, that disruption coming out from good old boys of Bobules, stopping that. They do lose the top lane of Racks and they get themselves out of there. Pretty much lost their first lane of Racks from the boys of Sin 5. A little bit of a misplay there.
Bot lane,
though, they're going to be able to return the kill. They're going to bring down O'Malley. And not worth it in my eyes, losing a lane of Racks for O'Malley any day, anywhere.
That was just unnecessary, though. He just TP'd in between them and died. They just saw his TP coming in, they asked on top of it and killed him. If he didn't die there, this would have been it's still a really good trade for them, but it was unnecessary. However, getting a lane of Racks, I think, big punishment coming out to the CK having a long cooldown on his TP, as well as the Jakira not having a TP at all. I think Jakira had to be back there. He needed to drop his macro pyre. He needed to use that ice path to slow down that Rax, and I think that sort of cost them there quite heavily.
Yeah, well, or just better played from Bob Yules on that glimpse. Stunt does spot out Bob Yules. There's the glimpse again. Assassinate going to be used out. There's the static storm. Bob Yules can actually turn and fight it around here. Stunt goes down, and the side of Sin 5 looking to the next point of call, and APG taking
Radiant's
them to
middle tower
and absolutely punishing them. But I think after that TP in from Aghanim, they actually learned their lesson a little bit. If there's a disruptor around, TP to like these towers here, something out of the vision from the disruptor, just to make sure that you get to stay in base at least for 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, that's disruptor for you. He disrupts the team paths, but he just
nice work there. nice
he disrupts your high ground defense pretty well. You can't TP into the front line. It's just silly. It's just silly things. But again, finding a lane of Racks. Only 2 remaining now for Sinister 5. They found themselves on the back foot where they didn't necessarily need to be. So a lot of errors. It's late at night maybe, but this is focus time. You go home if you lose this game. Sinister 5, they need to pull this together, and they need to pull it together soon.
Well, let's say that again, the loser of this match, this game, will be going home and be joining eXdee on that long walk out of the venue.
Yeah, absolutely.
The seeds of
and the farm of Sinister 5 is slowed down. 3-man smoke on the backlines here. They're going to try bait out with Fearbender. So let's see if this is going to coax anyone into trying something. But it seems pretty suspicious that no one's on the map and Fearbender's farming alone. But APG definitely saying, okay, there's something odd here. ACG will rather sit on the high ground, and rightfully so. So I don't think there's any chance for them really to take the high ground. They could back out and go for it.
Stunt jumps in, immediately gets the shadow played off on ACG. Stunt Vendettas up, trying to see if there's anyone coming on the sidelines to flank them. Not going to happen. The Assassinate comes out, just trying to lower that HP there of Repo. He's not sitting too well. He got 2 braces and arcane boots, trying so desperately to get himself to that Rod of Atos.
Yeah, O'Malley in the tree line here, just casually relaxing,
just chilling.
Kill the shrine with his treants though, and nothing could be really done about it. You run there, you kill the treants, he's just going to send a whole bunch back there. So a lot of gold going into his pocket, and he gets out safely. So yeah, APG, they're in a pretty good position. The last bunch of events definitely favorable towards them.
And I mean, what do the side of Sinister 5 look at doing now? I don't believe they have the gas in the tank to go the full 9 yards. They're starting to lose control of this game. What can they do to get themselves back in? Rosh hasn't been thought of yet for either team. No approaches there. And slowly the noose is tightening for Sin 5.
I think it's just important for them to not be too overzealous right now. They need to play this calmly. They don't need to make ridiculous plays or anything of that sort. So I think it's okay for them to say, all right, listen, we had a bit of a shaky go at it. Let's relax. Let's pull ourselves together. We still have the heroes that can take this game into a later period. don't panic too much. I don't think they need to go into Roche Pit and under the vision of their opponents and take that risk. So, yeah, I just keep calm, I think, is the best thing for them to do.
Just keep calm, and hopefully they will make it to the next round. It is going to be one of those tough games where everything is on the line. We can already see that the teams have backed off in their aggression. It is 9 and 10, hardly anything in it. 3K in favor of APG, but 27 minutes into the game, and things have slowed down drastically from what we saw in the earlier parts of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there is, I suppose, something in it. There's a lane of racks down, so you got a lane constantly pushing in. It's just very difficult to deal with, very annoying for Sinister 5. Every time they want to take an objective, they have to first push out top lane to a certain point, come back, do a smoke, and then bots probably pushed in. So they've got a lot of work ahead of them here. So it's a tough place to be, but we'll see what happens.
Well, the charge is there. Phalanx trying to make it happen and decides to pull back. Just a little bit over excitement there. Getting frisky there, Phalanx. They realized that they didn't have any close backup and hit the brakes, pull the parachutes, and let him be.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're taking it calm. I think this is all right for both sides. It's all about the next sort of events that happen. I think Sinister 5 going to push out, maybe group up for a smoke. Do they have a smoke on hand? No, they don't. So I think they're just going to do some dewarding, make sure that they can farm their jungle efficiently, and see what happens from there.
I mean, the game has actually felt like it stalled a little bit. Stunt trying to see if he can find something. Here's the Vendetta trying to see if he can find a target. Closest by will be Phalanx, but it will only be the illusion. Will it be enough to actually coax out a little bit of a play here? They randomly throw out the dust. Phalanx finds nothing as good old Stunt is actually sitting in the lane.
Yeah, that's some heads-up play though.
Could this be a jabait? And when I say jabait, I mean a jabbabaiter.
I think they realized it's doing no damage. Really?
Oh, yeah,
okay, never mind. They
got baited.
Yeah, that's weird because the illusion is just doing no damage to the creep, so you should know. I suppose they just like someone's here and just blindly were just running at him, and it's fine. It's fine. They threw out Viper ultimate. It's a lot of mana that he needs to get back, but it's a pretty low cooldown, so it's not too much of a concern.
And while he does have that Aquila to help regen and sustain his mana pool for the moment, doesn't look like any engagements are going to happen pretty soon. They do have the other illusion of Phalanx sitting in the pit, just in case some shenanigans do take part of Sin 5. But bot lane, Omni Slash being used up. There comes the kinetic field, trying to jump onto Fearbender. No Sin 5 around the corner, and they lose Fearbender. In the meantime, they do lose Stunt as well. And APG moving in, and
Dire's middle tower is
things
under attack.
are really looking very, very slim here for the side of Sin 5. Had a good start, and then all of a sudden things are turning into the other direction.
Dire's bottom tower
I mean,
is under attack.
this is just really tough now for Sinister 5. They can't afford to really lose these kind of fights, and Tier 2 is more than likely going to be traded here for sure. That crit on the creep just absolutely destroys that tomato. And Tier 2 tower should come. Now charge towards the mid lane, and it's going to be Aghanim who's going to be in a bit of a pickle here.
The Static Storm has been used, so is the Kinetic Field, but BKB has been used up. They're going to try and focus down Bobules. They do get it. Bash is being used up on Phalanx, but O'Malley is there, and Traxian trying to make a play. We do lose good old CK, can't pull it through, and the onslaught from APG continue. They lose Traxian. And 3 down for the side of Sin 5. Only now Fearbender has actually respawned up. They don't actually have any sentries here for the side of APG. Need to actually retreat until they can actually spot out where Stunt is. They're going to make a bit of a play here, dropping the healing ward and taking the next objective.
Yeah, well, going for Roshan. This is now starting to be a little bit of a landslide. APG just finding these pickoffs. It seems like Sinister 5 just
Roshan
making these little errors, and it's very costly, and APG are quickly making them pay, looking a lot like themselves in this game. So, like we say, kings of the lower bracket, and they're definitely living up to that name once again.
Well, I mean, let's not discount APG. They did come last year in the top 5 of the Masters at the Rage. And, I mean, considering that they could potentially be going out, they've held on and they are clawing themselves back. But this by no means is over for both teams. Although APG looking really strong, sitting with a 10k advantage, lost the top lane of racks. Can Sin 5 hold on? Let us remind you that this is a team that is new to the Masters and has done really well to get here. Omnistash comes out, they're going to lose. Good old Traxian, they're trying to turn it around, fighting under the macro pyre. The Aegis is down on the tech, stunt, trying to get out of there. Shrapnel being an absolute problem. Phalanx gets in there, charges in, fighting under the static storm. They may lose Jugger, they do. Fearbender trying to right click his sweetheart away. Phalanx, the next one to be onslaughted here by Fearbender. Phalanx almost going to go down, but the assassinate is good. They're going to lose Aghanim, and now the two here from the side of Sin 5 trying to slow down APG. They do have buyback on the Jugger. Do they have enough? That is the question that will be answered very, very shortly, as those treants are doing that chip damage to the tower. While that's all happening, ACG just right-clicking away and slowly making their way into the base of Sinister 5.
Yeah, this is just a slow siege and they don't really have the answers. CK is dead. Fearbender walks forward, force himself out pretty well. Charge comes through, catches that too. But a really good ice path there to slow things down. Phalanx could go down. Yes, he will. Kill goes away, attracts him, but they lost another tier 3 tower and they'll be fine with that trade.
No, absolutely. They managed to defend and get things done. It always feels that I think if Fearbender needed to pick up a blade mail,
is under attack.
Almost.
Yeah, it's difficult to really. Oh, Traxian finds himself a second kill actually.
Yeah, we got that.
Okay, cool.
We got it.
So I think it's easy to say he should have gone blade mail, but they also need wave clear, and they don't really have an answer for that besides maybe like Reaper, but it's so slow. So I think Maelstrom was almost a necessity. Now
do we go back? Do we go back and get the blade mail?
I think he needs BKB because he wants to force himself at safety, and then the disruptor can just glimpse him back. And with the break on him, his corrosive skin is going to be somewhat irrelevant. Of course, there's break now from the sniper, so he needs to make sure that he can keep himself alive to sort of sit back and be a threat to them to not want to dive too deep, because they know, okay, a Viper can be dealing a lot of damage to us if we do go too far.
Alright, well, we'll see if it pays off for him. He has actually loaded up that BKB, and let's see if it makes a difference. If that glimpse has been such a problem for Fearbender, he's trying to man mode it in there, get in there, and he's trying to put the boys of Sin 5 on his back and get themselves the win. They don't want to go home. Neither of these teams want to go home. And they are fighting now for their lives to stand the chance at winning themselves that grand prize at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. There is. Sin 5, it seems like a little bit of a desperation play maybe. Are going to 5-man smoke. The top lane is pushing in, however, so if they don't get any success here, it is going to be extremely costly for them. And the side of APG seems to be in pretty decent positions. They could maybe catch out O'Malley, but he's playing this pretty safe. So, yeah, this is a very, very costly smoke here for Sinister 5.
It looks like they may just bump into the boys of APG, and they decide against it. They're going to TP out. Stunt may actually come across good old Mr. Phalanx, but it's not going to happen. Going to come out of reveal himself and actually just try and clear that wave. Phalanx is actually going to be charging himself. Is he just charging a creep, or does he actually spot something? He's actually just charging one of the illusions, clearing it out. And that's all she wrote. And considering this has turned into a 35-minute game, a very low kill count for both teams, like we said, everything is on the lines. You're going to not make any mistakes wherever you can, and it's showing. It feels that the boys just need to hold on to that BMT.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I can say it's been a long day. I think it was pretty good. Like, he cut the wave. He's bought his team a little bit of time to at least push out top again. But things are still shaky right now for Sinister 5. They're in a tough position. It's not over by any means, but they are in a tight spot, and they got a lot of work ahead of them to pull this one back.
Like you said, it has been a long day. Sinister 5 started off the day going up against WRG, stayed at the venue the whole day waiting for the series, even brought in their CS team to support the boys. But top lane, here we go. They found the engagement zone to Fearbender. He's trying to get out of there. Conspiracy gets in there, throws out the Omni Slash. BKB not helping, decimating 2. Traxian down, Fearbender down. APG looking good. They do have a buyback. There comes out the healing urn for O'Malley. And APG taking down 2 for Sinister 5. And I mean, the camaraderie amongst the Sinister 5 team has been absolutely phenomenal. The guys in the crowd going berserk for their team. The support from the rest of the MGO has been unbelievable. But APG starting to close the noose as they push into the mid lane. Battle Fury coming out. Shrapnel being thrown down. Glimpse going to try and catch out. Aghanim's going to be good. Phalanx is going in under the fire of the Jakiru. And they clear out the tier 3. Conspiracy going to right click down the rats as Phalanx gets himself out of there. And they make easy work of the mid lane of Rax, and O'Malley already starting to knock away the bottom tier 3.
Yeah, they need to defend this now. If they want to have any chance of winning this, they can't afford to go up against Megas. They do not have an answer. I touched on it already. They have no wave clear besides that of a Viper, and a Viper Maelstrom is not going to cut it up against Mega Creep. So this is pretty much the last stand. I think APG, they're definitely showing a lot of respect here. They've fallen back. They're not going to go overzealously onto the high ground and see if they can secure that Megas as soon as possible. They realize, okay, you know what? They can win a team fight and turn this around. Let's play this safe. And they're doing the right thing. And cool, calm heads. But Sinister 5 poking their head out of the shell here as, yeah, they're probably going to be forced to turtle this for a long period of time. So try and find whatever farm you can when it is safe. And see if you can do something in this next high ground defense.
Well, I mean, what is the next moment? I mean, we do have the good old man himself going to be coming back alive pretty shortly. Potentially, that is going to be the next play here for APG. Or could this actually be a smoke? Okay, so it is going to be the hunting party, and hunting we shall go. They're going to decide to actually
detour?
That word to the northbound area. They're going to actually find themselves. Aghanim, this is going to be a massive kill here for them. They're going to right click him down. The Necropie does come down. He is down. The Shiver's going to be used out. And the boys from Sin 5 just running in desperation. Omni Slash coming out, ripping apart Repo. Stunt has actually been vendetted out. And that has been actually been cancelled out by Phalanx. But now Stunt trying to make a play onto Phalanx. While that's all happening, the boys from APG saying, we're having none of it. They're going to push into the bot lane. And this very well may be the nail in the coffin that sent home Sinister 5. Those Treants are clearing out those waves. They're going to lose Stunt here on the back lines. Jimmy's on the deck. GG, well played, has been called out. My respect goes out to the boys from Sinister 5. You had an amazing day. And well played to you guys. First time on land. First time together here. And we wish you guys all the best. But the winners of this evening and of this series is going to be APG. They stay a little bit longer. I don't know how you guys feel, but a round of applause is deserved to both teams.
Absolutely. I think APG, again, king of the lower bracket, pulling this one through. Very sad to see Sinister 5 go. A good bunch of guys, and I mean, I might shed a tear tonight about this, but it's nice to see them come through to the event and do so well. So I'm very glad that they have had such a good show.
Yeah. Well, from myself, Jabba and Scarpy, we wish you a good night, but we're not done yet. Over to the guys at the main stage.
Done, boys.
Thanks a lot, Jabba and Scarpy, for having the energy to take us through that last one. Thanks to the players as well. It's been a long day of Dota and really putting in a lot of effort to get us through there at the end of a long day. But over to the panel now to analyze where it perhaps went all wrong for the Sinister 5 guys.
Well, they may not have won the game. They may be out of the tournament, but they certainly won some hearts tonight, the boys of Sinister 5. I heard cheers, I heard jeers, and judging from the commentary, we all love the show. However, we're going to have to say a damn good goodbye to them.
Yeah.
What is it that went so damn terribly wrong for them?
They got overzealous.
Don't say Enchantress.
It wasn't Enchantress. Like what happened was they got overzealous. They decided they could win early, like very quickly. So they first picked Viper, then they last picked Enchantress. Like they could have gotten the Spirit Breaker to stop the what happened against them. We could have picked the Juggernaut, but they went all in. Basically, they gambled it all and they lost.
Didn't work out this time.
It really was Enchantress. Sorry. Like, how can you pick that hero into a jug? Spin counters you, Omni Slash counters you, you've got a Spirit Breaker that's going to charge you. You can still charge you, can still ulti you. It just had no impact whatsoever. I don't know what they were thinking with that. If it was a misclick or something, I'm not sure. But I get that they wanted to win the game in 20 minutes. But why Enchantress? There's better heroes for that.
Because you believe, man.
But you believe. But
when you believe, like I believed, I'll be honest, I believed a lot. I thought they could do it.
Sinister 5 stole my heart, but it's also bittersweet because we know how great APG can be, and we've been waiting to see them come back like this for a while. Like we said, lower bracket kings, but they have been underperforming in the last couple of months. To see them come back like this is also, it warms the heart a bit as well, because after all, we love our boys, don't we? Really, really do. But I was rooting for Sinister 5 because I really felt like they deserved to be here and they really fought to be here as well. So it's bittersweet because on one hand I'm happy for APG and on the other hand I'm sad for Sinister.
I'm proud of APG.
I'm very proud of APG as well.
5, but I'm definitely proud of APG and they deserve the crown that they hold.
Yeah. Lower bracket
It's
kings.
still early days. It's the early days of the loser bracket. However, hang 10. Why did APG win? And don't say Enchantress.
It was okay, so just the reasons why they won, ACG Sniper, there was absolutely no way on the side of Sinister 5 to control him. None of the heroes that they had could actually get to Sniper, break past that backline. So whenever you have a Sniper in a draft that the enemy heroes can never kill you, then it's pretty much a free game for you. And there were a lot of heroes ahead of him that could create the space for him. Spirit Breaker was doing normal Spirit Breaker things, making the mid lane much easier. We saw Juggernaut. Juggernaut had basically a free game. They left him to his own devices. They knew he was not going to be contested in any way. And then how do you lose a game when your two primary heroes are heroes that just the enemy heroes cannot kill ever? They don't have the lineup to bring down the Juggernaut or the Sniper, and then it makes it a lot easier to win the game thereafter.
I mean, they focus the Spirit Breaker because he's creating havoc on the sidelines, and in the meantime, you've got the Nature's Prophet and the Juggernaut taking the racks or taking a tower. So they literally couldn't focus everyone. And like I said, Sniper right at the back, they couldn't really get to. They didn't have an answer for him. Yeah, he gets caught out every now and again, but when you come down to the nitty-gritty of the fight, the Sniper's at the back, and you've got no way to contest him.
Right. Well, I've always said that one way you can define a team is to see how they behave, how they carry themselves after a loss, after a crushing defeat. I know that they hoped for more here. They came here with the intention of making rabbit stew. Unfortunately, they got a mouthful of pain, real pain. And we are fortunate enough to have guys sitting in the back ready to interview them as they go on out. So we're going to cross on over to them. From myself, Wilson and Triple XL, and my dear panel, Snare and Succubus, we wish you a damn good night.
I'm here with Traxian from Sinister 5, who, although the guys have done so well to get as far as they did, obviously a little bit disappointed. And we're hearing the crowd cheering as we speak. I think despite losing your games, have certainly won a lot of new fans. You guys can be very proud of that.
Yeah, no, definitely. We're not that disappointed. I think we gave it our best. I think APG was just the better team today, yeah.
Obviously, playing on LAN is a very different experience to playing online, and this being one of your first opportunities, how different is it transitioning to this LAN experience?
I think there is a few pressure we're having, especially beating them in the first game, we're really confident, second game not going so well, and I think the pressure might have gotten to some of us. I think we tried to force too many things, but in the end they did really well. I give it to them, yeah.
Cool. So obviously your team's excited about what you've achieved. How do you go back, regroup, and get ready for the next one? What kind of advice or what stuff have you learned from this particular event?
I think we do have a stand-in, so I think that might have been one of a factor. But he played really well. Don't get me wrong, he played exceptionally well. But playing with a stand-in always might affect your plays. But I think we're going to take this opportunity to learn from all our mistakes, all our plays and everything, and learn from it. We're just going to come back stronger, and next time we're going to even beat WRG, you know?
So you certainly have one of the loudest fan groups that have come here to sports. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Nah, I'm just going to say, keep it up.
Awesome. Man, a few words there. Thanks to the supporters, of course, for supporting Sinister 5 through this tournament. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with the winning captain from APG. Hi there, we are back after that short break. I'm here with Bob Ewells from APG. Obviously, the Sinister 5 guys gave you a bit of a scare with that first one. And obviously, I think a bit of BMT, and having been here a couple of times before, managed to get you through game 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'd just like to say well done to Sin 5 first and foremost. I think they should be really proud of themselves of what they've achieved this year so far, and they're just going to keep building and getting stronger, so congrats to them.
A lot of guys have said that APG have lost a bit of momentum since Adam left the team. How much kind of credence is there to that, or is the team just kind of finding its feet again?
Well, facts would argue otherwise, that after we lost Adam, that we just started placing much worse. It's hard to argue with the facts, but within the team, we focus on improving ourselves all the time. It may not seem so, but we learn from our losses really well. And you know, it's quite hard to replace Adam. He's a renowned carry player, but you know, we enjoy playing Dota 2, and that's about as much as we can ask.
Well, I suppose it all accounts that you're enjoying yourself, and you're saying that you learn a lot from your losses. Losing that first game against that mid-Jakiro pitched up for 2 more maps, but you managed to deal with it quite easily. What is it that you learned from that first game that you managed to turn around so quickly?
We decided to just stick to stronger picks, so we knew maybe, we weren't actually quite sure. We kind of figured out pick Monkey King from the second game. We've scrimmed them a lot as well, so they were kind of predictable in the drafts, and for game 3 we knew they were going to first phase the Knicks, and we had a Juggernaut or Lifestealer planned to do well in the lane and in the mid game. So
there was also the panel talking about how you guys are the kings or the resident landlords of the lower bracket. How much of kind of the play style depends on that kind of like last lifeline sort of mentality that you're literally playing for your lives at any one stage versus, you know, perhaps the cheesy pocket strats that guys are talking about in the upper bracket?
It's almost the team that just takes the initiative in the lower brackets. You kind of want to build that momentum early in the game and kind of put the pressure on your opponent to try to do something out of the ordinary or something they're not comfortable with. So we stick to our guns in the lower brackets, and let's hope we can keep going.
Awesome. Well, you're going to spend a little bit longer in the lower brackets, so hopefully sticking to your guns will get you a lot further. Thanks a lot there to Bob Ewells and obviously to the APG team for putting on a great show and taking themselves through to the next round of the lower bracket. We are done now for today's stream, but of course we will be back tomorrow with the rest of the lower bracket and as well as our upper bracket finals. The stream kicks off at 9:30 tomorrow morning, so you can watch live on stream or you can join us here at EGE. First game is at 10 a.m. I'm Gareth Woods, and this has been a great day of Dota at the EGE VS Gaming Master Series.